Fu Chuan, your younger brother Zi Chuan has been diagnosed with a terminal illness and is not expected to live beyond 30. You must treat him kindly. Following a tragic car accident, the true heir Fu Chuan and the false brother Fu Zichen are both reborn. In the previous life, the marriage contract with the Qin family, which Fu Zichen deemed unworthy, was bestowed upon Fu Chuan. As a result, the Qin family's business flourished remarkably, and the artworks that Fu Chuan had dismissed transformed into treasures due to the original artist's demise. In this lifetime, reborn, Fu Zichen seizes everything for himself. Sees it all, Fu Zichen remains oblivious to the fact that the Qin Group's miraculous turnaround is attributed to the recognition of Fu Chuan's work, relying solely on luck. As for familial affection, Fu Chuan has thoroughly abandoned all ties, planning to sever connections with the Fu family after gaining admission to his desired university. In the face of his sister's cold mockery, Fu Chuan remains indifferent. When confronted with the flattery of his terminally ill brother, he keeps a prudent distance. As for his parents' concern, Fu Chuan responds mechanically. Since the false brother is afflicted with a terminal illness, requiring your care, you may shower him with love aplenty. Fu Chuan shall no longer partake in this charade. Unintentionally, Fu Chuan gains fame on an artist's website and even catches the eye of the school bell senior. Fu Chuan, would you like to be the illustrator for my novel adaptation? Unexpectedly, after Fu Chuan resigns himself to despair, his sisters begin to panic. Chapter 1. The true heir and the false heir reborn together. Name: Fu Chuan. Age: 17. Gazing at the officer diligently taking notes, Fu Chuan realizes he has returned to the day he turned 17, delivered to the police station by his eldest sister, blood-related. This incident arose from a quarrel with his false brother, Fu Zichen. Fu Chuan is the true heir of the Fu family, lost during childhood, only to be found 2 years ago on New Year's Day. Fu Zichen is the replacement adopted by the Fu family after Fu Chuan's disappearance. Yet to the 7 sisters, he holds greater significance than their own lives. In the previous life, Fu Chuan and the false brother Fu Zichen were involved in a car accident, both possessing type B blood, coincidentally at a time when the hospital's blood bank was depleted. The sisters unreservedly donated the remaining blood to Fu Zichen. Blood donation for Fu Zichen, along with tender inquiries. The rationale being that Fu Zichen, afflicted with a terminal illness, requires love and salvation more than Fu Chuan. As a healthy individual, Fu Chuan could surely endure a little longer. Thus, Fu Chuan, as the biological brother, was cast aside, neglected. By the time the type B blood arrived, Fu Chuan had already departed this world in the ICU. The informant claims you attempted to commit violence against Fu Zichen. Is this true? No. Given Fu Chuan's remorseful demeanor and considering the triviality of the matter, had it not involved the Fu family, the police would have been disinclined to intervene. They released Fu Chuan from the station, escorting him home in a police vehicle. Upon entering the house, Fu Linger crossed her arms, exuding an air of superiority. Do you understand your mistake? Elder sister, please calm down. This incident was entirely Zichen's fault, for he inadvertently broke brother's belongings. Cough, cough, cough. The 16-year-old Fu Zichen appeared flustered, his delicate complexion and somewhat effeminate features, weak voice, and tear-brimmed eyes, holding a shattered picture frame, evoked a profound sense of pity. Observing Fu Zichen's woeful expression, Fu Linger felt her heart ache and quickly interjected. Little brother Zichen, this matter does not concern you. As your elder brother, Fu Chuan, you merely broke a picture frame. Is it necessary to unleash such fury? He is well aware of your frail condition. I apologize, Fu Chuan suddenly interjected. I should not have become angry with little brother Zichen over this matter. This picture frame held no significance. I am sorry, elder sister, and I apologize, little brother Zichen. Fu Chuan's voice was remarkably calm, a stark contrast to his earlier fervent defense. Fu Linger nodded in satisfaction, seemingly convinced that the experience at the police station had instilled a sense of fear in him. As long as you recognize your mistake, return to your room and reflect. Furthermore, that painting Lovers in the Mountains and Waters serves as your compensation to little brother Zichen. Lovers in the Mountains and Waters? Fu Chuan turned to Fu Zichen, pondering. In the previous life, after confessing at the police station, upon returning to the Fu family, he faced Fu Linger's cold ridicule. Fu Zichen had no desire for the painting, and anything the Fu family willingly offered to Fu Chuan could hardly compare to what Fu Zichen possessed. Coincidentally, after the original artist's death, the painting's market value skyrocketed, transforming a trivial item once given to Fu Chuan into a highly coveted treasure. Fu Zichen caught Fu Chuan's gaze, lowering his head to conceal a glimmer of greed in his eyes. If little brother Zichen desires it, then let him have it. Fu Chuan has no intention of claiming anything from the Fu family in this lifetime, nor does he hold it in disdain. There is one more matter. Fu Linger pursed her lips. Regarding your engagement to Qin Jian, little brother Zichen has come to terms with it. He will accept it on your behalf, thus freeing you. An engagement? At this moment, Fu Chuan is 100% certain. Qin Jian is the daughter of the Qin family, raised in luxury, and 3 years ago, the Qin Group encountered a developmental bottleneck, declining significantly compared to the Fu Group. The Qin and Fu families have been on amicable terms since their grandfather's generation, further solidifying a childhood engagement in this generation. After Fu Chuan was taken away, the engagement fell upon his adopted brother Fu Zichen, who would never consider the declining Qin Group worthy. Upon Fu Chuan's return, he intended to pass the engagement back to Fu Chuan. This matter has yet to be disclosed to the Qin family according to the current timeline, and Fu Zichen's terminal illness was diagnosed when he was 13. The Qin family's expression is strained. Attempting to cancel the engagement between Fu Zichen and Qin Jian would undoubtedly offend the Fu family, exacerbating the plight of the Qin Group, leading them to refrain from broaching the subject for fear of affecting the relationship between the two families. Even with the gift of reincarnation, Fu Zichen's mere attempt to reclaim his marriage is utterly futile. At this juncture, seizing the opportunity through Fu Chuan's works, even if the Fu Group were to assist the Qin Group, it would be impossible to regain the former glory of the past life. Fu Chuan maintained an outward appearance devoid of any cracks. Thank you, Brother Zichen. If all is well, I shall retire upstairs. Fu Zichen paused momentarily, bowing his head, as tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string, dropping steadily. What should I do, big sister? Brother Fu Chuan must be angry. If Fu Chuan continues to be ungrateful, I will escort him to the police station. Brother Zichen, you are willing to accept the marriage contract and wed a woman you do not love for Fu Chuan's sake, yet he dares to show ingratitude. You needn't concern yourself with this broken frame. Fu Linger took the shattered frame from Fu Zichen's hands, and as she discerned the photograph, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed her eyes. This was a family portrait taken shortly after Fu Chuan was found by the Fu family. In the center, Fu Chuan held hands with Fu Zichen, both radiating profound happiness, beaming brightly. Yet, it was merely a family portrait. As an older brother, Fu Chuan exhibited no sense of responsibility. With Fu Zichen afflicted by terminal illness, could he withstand such harshness from Fu Chuan? What if it led to unforeseen consequences? Fu Linger began to regret bringing Fu Chuan back. Despite their blood ties, Fu Chuan had not grown up alongside them, nor received the education of the Fu family, and one could not help but suspect ulterior motives, possibly seeking the Fu family's wealth. Caution was warranted. Conversely, Fu Zichen, diagnosed with a terminal illness, was pitifully predicted by doctors to live no longer than 30 years. Fu Linger failed to notice the smirk of satisfaction at the corner of Fu Zichen's mouth. In the previous life, although the sisters had promptly donated blood to Fu Zichen, he ultimately succumbed, passing away a few days after Fu Chuan. When Fu Zichen opened his eyes once more, he found himself reborn to this day. In his past life, Fu Chuan had spectacular fortune. Gifts Fu Zichen had scorned skyrocketed in value, and women he dismissed transformed into prosperous flowers. Fu Chuan, O Fu Chuan, in this life, I have been reborn, and you shall never again be my rival. Those things that rightfully belong to me must be reclaimed. Fu Chuan returned to his room, reclined on the bed, and meticulously pondered the cause and effect of events past. Currently, Fu Chuan was in his 3rd year of high school, with the college entrance examination looming just a year away. He felt no desire to placate the Fu family any longer. Since they did not regard him as one of their own, he would not regard them as family. In his previous life, he lived like a dog, which was foolish enough. In this life, Fu Chuan sought only to live for himself and his future. Once I enroll in university, I shall sever ties with the Fu family and leave them behind. Fu Chuan secretly resolved. Just 1 year remained. A year, neither long nor short. While living in the Fu household, Fu Chuan contemplated how to navigate through it all. Gaining admission to his desired university and major, he planned to save sufficient funds. And once in university, he could sustain himself through scholarships and part-time work. As for the reborn Fu Zichen, he would need to be cautious. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Chuan drifted into slumber. Bang, bang, bang. The door was being pounded furiously. Fu Chuan was jolted awake, rose to open the door, and found his second sister, Fu Xinling, with an expression of fury. Fu Chuan, how dare you? You actually dared to insult Brother Zichen. Upon hearing this, Fu Chuan could hardly suppress his laughter. Brother. Yes, Fu Zichen is indeed a brother without blood ties. He lived in the Fu household more like a true young master than Fu Chuan himself. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan, who shared blood ties with the family, appeared out of place. He was addressed by his name, while Fu Zichen was referred to as Brother Zichen. Ultimately, the bond of blood could not compare to the enduring companionship built over the years. Do not inquire further. Simply know that Fu Zichen has a terminal illness, with doctors predicting he would not exceed 30 years of age, possessing a frail constitution that required forbearance. So, what was the purpose of bringing Fu Chuan back? Iest it immediast. Chapter 2. After rebirth, Fu Zichen remains the same green tea. What is that expression on your face? Do you not harbor a shred of remorse for the extreme actions taken against Brother Zichen? You are fully aware of his grave illness. Fu Zichen sensed that Fu Chuan, before her, seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation. When Fu Chuan first returned to the Fu family, although timid, he went to great lengths to ingratiate himself with all 7 of them, treating Brother Fu Zichen as if he were his own. Upon learning of Fu Zichen's terminal condition, he made even greater efforts to show his kindness. The 7 sisters often conferred privately, feeling that Fu Chuan harbored ulterior motives. Growing up in a rural orphanage with a meager education, who knows what dubious habits he might have picked up, perhaps even engaging in unscrupulous acts? Were it not for their parents' insistence on bringing Fu Chuan back, they would have vehemently opposed his return to the Fu household. What if Fu Zichen were to perceive their act of retrieving Fu Chuan as an attempt to replace him, the ailing brother, thus exacerbating his condition? The more Fu Chuan endeavored to please them, the more they associated his actions with malice, especially in light of Fu Zichen's dire health. Today, Fu Chuan could no longer contain himself, revealing his true nature. My apologies, second sister. I have already expressed my regrets to big sister and Brother Zichen. Fu Chuan spoke with a dispassionate tone, devoid of the warmth once felt. It was as if he regarded her as a stranger. Fu Zichen was taken aback by the unexpected sincerity in Fu Chuan's apology, leaving her without justification to defend Fu Zichen. Although she yearned to slap Fu Chuan to make him recognize that his standing in the Fu family could never compare to Fu Zichen's, she, being the genteel second daughter of the Fu family, could not stoop to such a disgraceful act. Next time, I will not let you off so easily. Now go eat. Fu Zichen glared at Fu Chuan with palpable fury before turning to descend stairs. In the air, Fu Chuan's indifferent voice seemed to drift back. There will be no next time. In Fu Chuan's heart, the Fu family had ceased to hold any significance. It was utterly meaningless. Who would experience joy or sorrow for those deemed unimportant? Fu Zichen's heart skipped a beat as she abruptly turned to face Fu Chuan, seeing him obediently following behind. Head bowed, she mumbled to herself, "What did Fu Chuan just say? Or was that merely a figment of my imagination?" As they reached the ground floor, Fu Zichen quickly approached, cautiously presenting a picture frame before Fu Chuan. "Brother Fu Chuan, I am truly sorry. It was my clumsiness that broke your frame. I have done my utmost to repair it, and I return it to you. Please, do not remain angry. Brother Zichen, why did you personally repair the frame? Do you not realize your health is fragile and that you need to rest?" Fu Zichen interjected, her concern deepening her disdain for Fu Chuan. Fu Zichen shook his head vigorously. "Second sister, it's nothing my fault. I should take responsibility." Green TBTCH. Fu Chuan's mind echoed with those 3 words, and he couldn't help but muse. It seems that when men play the game of tea, it is devoid of any feminine involvement. Perhaps Fu Zichen had never regarded Fu Chuan as worthy of his consideration. Fu Zichen merely needed to feign vulnerability, and the family would rush to his aid, even resorting to sending their own son, their own brother, to the police station. The gifts intended for Fu Chuan and the arranged betrothal could easily be seized by Fu Zichen. How absurd would it be if this were to circulate? Yet, it transpired in Fu Chuan's life. A seemingly mundane incident was exaggerated by the sisters, portraying Fu Chuan as a demon and Fu Zichen as an innocent lamb, claiming Fu Chuan intended to devour Fu Zichen whole, potentially triggering the onset of his terminal condition. This realization made Fu Chuan acutely aware that he could never truly be seen as the beloved brother by the sisters. Fine. Fu Chuan accepted the picture frame, maintaining a distance from Fu Zichen that was neither too close nor too far. Fu Zichen furrowed her brow sharply. "Brother Zichen went out of his way to repair a broken frame for you, and this is your response? Fu Chuan, do not forget you are the older brother. Consider what might happen if anything were to occur to him. Second sister, please do not be like this." Fu Zichen softly pleaded. "Thank you, Brother Zichen." Fu Chuan murmured, "Ed lowered." Fu Zichen scoffed coldly. If it weren't for Fu Zichen's intercession on Fu Chuan's behalf, she would not have let him off so easily. At the dining table, only the eldest sister, Fu Linger, the lawyer's second sister, Fu Zichen, along with Fu Chuan in his senior year and Fu Zichen in his sophomore year, had returned to the Fu family for dinner. Fu Chuan kept his head down, eating quietly, blending into the background as if he were invisible. He uttered not a word, took no action, believing that silence would spare him from error. Fu Linger and Fu Zichen discussed matters pertaining to the company, with their parents currently abroad, occupied with overseas business. The reins of the company rested firmly in the hands of Fu Linger, the eldest sister and president. Observing Fu Chuan's indifferent demeanor only aggravated Fu Zichen further. She found his victimized posture intolerable. Thus, Fu Zichen deliberately inquired, "Brother Zichen, how have your recent grades been at school? Are you enjoying yourself?" "I'm very happy. Second sister, I have achieved the top rank in my entire grade." Fu Zichen beamed with delight. "Wow, that's impressive. Brother Zichen, this calls for a substantial reward from your second sister. Fu Xinling affectionately ruffled Fu Zichen's hair while casting a triumphant glance at Fu Chuan. This was the very disparity between Fu Chuan and Fu Zichen. Fu Chuan's academic performance was mediocre. The sole reason he was able to attend the best high school in G-City alongside Fu Zichen was due to his artistic talent, which had earned him a spot in the special program, leveraging the family's connections. Unlike Fu Zichen, who gained admission to the prestigious city school through sheer merit. In such a comparison, who could not favor the obedient, understanding, and diligent Fu Zichen? Yet, Fu Chuan remained utterly unresponsive, continuing to eat with head bowed until his meal was nearly finished. Fu Chuan, with Brother Zichen being so exceptional, shouldn't you, as his older brother, offer him some well-deserved praise? Fu Xinling could not tolerate Fu Chuan's blatant disregard for his own brother. She sought to provoke him. Humans are peculiar beings. Previously, Fu Chuan had gone to great lengths to please Fu Xinling, leading her to suspect his intentions and warn him against attempting to curry favor with her, adamantly refusing to acknowledge him as her brother. Yet now, Fu Chuan had transformed entirely, quiet, compliant, and non-confrontational, leaving Fu Xinling feeling oddly unsettled, as if a piece were missing. She would never admit to feeling conflicted. It was merely that Fu Chuan's demeanor suggested that the Fu family owed him something, which hurt her greatly. Even Fu Zichen observed Fu Chuan with a contemplative expression. This was not the Fu Chuan he had known in his past life. What could have transpired? Fu Linger subtly furrowed her brow, yet chose to remain silent. Second sister, please do not be like this. Brother Fu Chuan is quite talented too, having gained exception to enter the special art program at City No. 1 High School due to his painting skills. No matter how skilled he is in painting, can it truly measure up to the well-rounded development of virtue, intellect, athleticism, and aesthetics? Wouldn't you agree, Fu Chuan? Fu Xinling gaze fixated on Fu Chuan, eager to witness his discomfort. She wanted him to realize he lacked the standing to exhibit any contempt in the Fu family. Brother Zichen is truly impressive. I am full now, so I shall return to my room. Fu Chuan, following Fu Xinling's lead, praised Fu Zichen, arranged the dishes, and then returned to his room. Fu Xinling's punch felt as if it had landed on cotton, soft and frustrating, leaving her unable to eat dinner in her anger. Sister, what's wrong with you today? Fu Linger observed that Fu Xinling was not her usual composed self. It's all Fu Chuan's fault. If he hadn't been wearing that dreadful expression, I wouldn't have been so upset. It's clearly his mistake, yet he makes it seem like our family owes him something. How dare he? Fu Xinling vented her frustrations. Fu Chuan has already been reprimanded by the police. This matter should end here. Do you really want to make things more difficult for Zichen? Fu Linger retorted coldly. Fu Xinling paused, glancing at Fu Zichen's pitiful expression, and fell silent, secretly blaming Fu Chuan for the situation. I'm so infuriated. After dinner, Fu Xinling spotted the photo frame casually placed aside by Fu Chuan, and her anger surged anew. She picked it up and stormed to Fu Chuan's room, knocking on the door vigorously, as if to release her pent-up dissatisfaction. When the door swung open, Fu Chuan's handsome visage appeared. What is it? Why did you leave the photo frame that Zichen specially repaired for you aside? Did you deliberately scold Zichen today? Clearly, this frame means nothing to you. I forgot. Fu Chuan replied dismissively, reaching for the frame. You're just admitting your guilt. You are deliberately targeting Zichen. You deserve to be locked up for a few days in the police station for some proper education. Chapter 3. You should clean it up and throw it in the trash. In her fury, Fu Xinling hurled the frame to the ground, shattering the glass and tearing the photo of Fu Chuan's beaming face. Only then did she truly see the picture within the frame. In her anger over Fu Zichen being bullied, she had not examined the photo closely before. Upon realizing what it depicted, panic ensued. How significant are they as family to Fu Chuan? Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths to please them? This was the only family portrait they had together, rightfully considered Fu Chuan's cherished treasure. Now, it lay destroyed by Fu Xinling's hand. Desperately trying to explain, she heard Fu Chuan's indifferent voice. This is your mess. Clean it up and throw in the trash. I still have homework to finish and school tomorrow. Without hesitation, he closed the door, leaving Fu Xinling standing there in disbelief. Fu Chuan, you truly don't care at all? This is the family portrait. The only one. It dawned on Fu Xinling that Fu Chuan had genuinely changed. This realization filled her with an inexplicable heaviness. The following day, Fu Chuan woke up on time and came down for breakfast. Fu Linger had to leave early for work, so only Fu Xinling, Fu Chuan, and Fu Zichen shared the meal. Fu Xinling and Fu Zichen were the earliest to rise, and she was engaged in warm conversation with him when Fu Chuan approached. His demeanor indifferent after the previous night's incident with the family portrait. That same vague feeling of discomfort arose within her. Fu Chuan greeted Fu Xinling and Fu Zichen before taking a seat in a corner, deliberately distancing himself from them. Fu Zichen attributed this shift to the butterfly effect. Having been reborn, Fu Zichen's influence subtly altered Fu Chuan's character, causing him to cease his attempts to please the family. Fu Zichen did not consider the notion of Fu Chuan's rebirth. Otherwise, how could Fu Chuan so easily relinquish the mountain water love spring, painting, and his engagement to Qin Jian? It was all for the best. Everything rightfully belonging to Fu Zichen was reclaimed. In this life, if he treated Qin Jian well, once the Qin family prospered, Fu Zichen would be the ultimate victor, an existence Fu Chuan could never surpass. Despite being the true heir of the Fu family, possessing their bloodline, he was still beneath Fu Zichen's feet. The one cherished by the Fu family was Fu Zichen, not Fu Chuan. Even if Fu Zichen had a limited time left to live, he would ensure that Fu Chuan did not have it easy. Fu Xinling, biting into a piece of bread, found Fu Chuan completely transformed, rendering her unable to fathom him. Once the scheming younger brother who sought to ingratiate himself with them, he was now eerily quiet. It felt as though they had become insignificant in Fu Chuan's world. Zichen, this is delicious. Drink more milk. It's good for your health. Eat an egg to boost your nutrition. You'll be in senior year soon, so take care of yourself. Fu Xinling exerted herself to care for Fu Zichen, yet received not so much as a glance from Fu Chuan in return. I'm full, he stated coldly, packing his belongings and preparing to leave. Fu Xinling gesse lips twitched, and she suddenly spoke up. Fu Chuan, I threw the things away yesterday. She was, of course, referring to the family portrait. When she had previously handed it over to Fu Chuan, he had been overjoyed, even going so far as to frame it and place it prominently in his room. Once, Fu Xinling had entered his room and found him grinning foolishly at the family portrait, which made her feel a wave of nausea. It was indeed true that the family portrait was Fu Chuan's treasure. Let it go, Fu Chuan replied with chilling indifference, disappearing from her sight. Fu Xinling stood frozen in place. Sister, what did you mean yesterday? Fu Zichen asked curiously. Nothing. Fu Xinling quickly took a few swigs of milk to mask her peculiar emotions. By the way, Zichen, didn't you always want to attend school with Fu Chuan? How can he leave without waiting for you? Sister, I'm not finished eating, it's fine. I can manage to get to the first high school alone. You're coughing again. When the family doctor arrives, let him check you thoroughly. Fu Zichen lowered his head in guilt. I'm sorry, sister. My health is too fragile and always worries you. Silly boy, you're our brother. If we don't care for you, who will? Fu Zichen epidly embraced Fu Xinling, seizing the moment to express his wish to meet Qin Jian and foster their relationship. Aware of his health condition, he felt that canceling the engagement would selfishly force Fu Chuan into a marriage with a woman he didn't love. Fu Chuan had already endured enough suffering. Let Fu Zichen bear this burden while he was alive, wishing to provide Qin Jian with companionship and happiness. This thought almost brought tears to Fu Xinling's eyes. I'll arrange for you to meet, Zichen. If you truly don't like Qin Jian, don't force yourself, okay? Had it not been for Fu Zichen's terminal illness and the absence of a sincere romantic partner, Fu Xinling would have been reluctant to let him honor the engagement. The former Qin family was inconsequential, but now they paled in comparison to the Fu family, making it an injustice to Fu Zichen. Fu Chuan boarded the bus and found a seat, inhaling deeply as he gazed out at the familiar scenery. Living felt wonderful. Living selfishly, focused solely on himself, and abandoning unrealistic expectations and fantasies. Life, it turns out, is far more expansive and luminous than Fu Chuan had ever imagined. At the next stop, a striking figure boarded the bus, clad in the uniform of G City No. 1 High School. Adorned with headphones and clutching a paperback novel, she radiated an ethereal beauty. The domestic uniforms, often a cacophony of unattractiveness, were effortlessly transformed by her stunning appearance. Her ponytail was secured with a red ribbon, and the girl exuded a cool demeanor. Accompanied by a subtle fragrance and a pair of beautiful legs elegantly encased in her skirt, captivating countless gazes. Upon closer inspection, Fu Chuan recognized her as the school's belle. Shun Shutang. Among the senior students, they referred to her as senior since she was a fourth-year student repeating her studies. Shun Shutang was renowned as an online author. Her works published under the pseudonym Orange, You Can't Get Enough, which had stirred a sensation on Tomato Novel, garnering her a large readership and elevating her to the status of a celebrated writer. Remarkably, Shun Shutang was only 17, the same age as Fu Chuan, yet her accomplishments were worlds apart. Furthermore, her academic performance was exceptional. She had opted to attend a copyright development conference instead of sitting for the college entrance examination, a choice that yielded sufficient returns to support her as a full-time writer. Nevertheless, she chose to repeat her fourth year to retake the exam. In his past life, Fu Chuan was preoccupied with how to please his 7 sisters, yet he had failed to notice that Shun Shutang was on the same 765 bus as him. Previously, Fu Chuan had deliberately waited for Fu Zichen to go to school together, only to find that Fu Zichen was driven by a chauffeur. While Fu Chuan took the bus, under the pretense of needing to toughen up, as he was the true young master of the Fu family. At the time, Fu Chuan naively believed their words, thinking it was a trial set by his sisters. Alas, favoritism is favoritism, cloaked in grandiloquent justifications. This was family, bound by blood, yet so estranged. Fu Chuan was disinterested in Shen Shutang. A girl of such celestial grace seemed utterly unrelated to him. His thoughts were consumed by his passion for painting. In his previous life, though he lived as foolishly as a pig, he had honed his artistic skills to a level of exquisite maturity. This time, Fu Chuan set his sights on the finest art academy in G City. He had missed entry by just 2 points in his past life, and this time, he was determined to rectify that regret. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Shutang's peripheral gaze lingered on his profile as she read her novel, her eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. Upon arriving at G City No. 1 High School, Fu Chuan took a seat by the window. The majority of students here hailed from affluent backgrounds, having received elite education since childhood, and formed their own exclusive circles. This was particularly evident in the high-priced specialized classes. The third-year students had learned to prioritize personal gain, discerning what was beneficial or detrimental to them with remarkable clarity. His sisters forbade Fu Chuan from revealing his identity as the true young master of the Fu family, fearing it would bring unnecessary discrimination and troubles to Fu Zichen, who was said to be suffering from a terminal illness. They offered the same monotonous explanation. Fu Zichen could not handle the stress. Fu Chuan believed them wholeheartedly. Now, his identity was that of an ordinary student, thrust into the specialized class due to his exceptional artistic talent, lacking power and influence, creating an invisible competition that made him easily overlooked. Sometimes, it seemed that being ordinary was preferable, as it allowed for more laughter and less scheming. Living in a noble family, devoid of genuine affection, Fu Chuan believed he could never create anything imbued with emotion, merely soulless imitations. After the academic lessons, it was time for specialized classes. Fu Chuan grasped his tools, awaiting the assignment from the teacher. A familiar figure entered the classroom. Teacher Wang has been unwell, so I will be substituting for now, spoke none other than Fu Qing, the fifth daughter of the Fu family. Dressed in a professional outfit and wearing glasses, she could not hide her stunning beauty. Beneath her glasses, a pair of cold eyes occasionally flickered with a glint that was not to be underestimated. Chapter 4. Did Fu Chuan not care? Impossible. How unfortunate. To encounter Teacher Fu. During this trying time in their third year, he hoped for Teacher Wang to recover swiftly. Ordinarily, many male classmates would revel in the presence of such a beautiful teacher, but not this time. G City No. 1 High School was Fu Qing's alma mater. Once a renowned academic prodigy, she had achieved near-perfect scores on her college entrance exams, gaining admission to Tsinghua University. Immediately after completing her graduate studies, she returned to G City No. 1 High School, also pursuing her master's degree. Fu Qing was known for her icy demeanor, unwavering in her principles. Right was right, and wrong was wrong. As the fifth daughter of the Fu family, no one dared to provoke her. Attending her class felt akin to imprisonment, fraught with the fear of making mistakes, an agonizing experience. Listening to the grumbling around him, Fu Chuan merely shook his head. They were unaware that this seemingly aloof woman would selectively avoid discussing matters concerning Fu Zichen. In his previous life, during a sports meet, Fu Chuan had exerted himself tirelessly, rising early and staying up late to train, all in hopes of garnering his sister's praise. He had run with all his might to secure first place, believing it would earn him their genuine affection. Yet, his sisters had huddled around Fu Zichen, praising his commendable performance despite his frail health. They had remarked that Fu Chuan was too ambitious, striving for first place through secretive efforts, and accused him of overshadowing Fu Zichen, as if he were deliberately trying to embarrass his sick brother. Such words had come from Fu Qing's lips. To those who overheard, it was a thunderbolt from a clear sky. To win first place, yet receive no praise. And to be criticized for his efforts, what kind of reasoning was that? What kind of family was this? It seemed that even the coldest of hearts held a favored individual. Yet that person was not Fu Chuan, but rather the false brother, Fu Zichen. A terminal illness was not a get-out-of-jail-free card. Fu Chuan did not seek to usurp the attention and affection of the Fu family from Fu Zichen. Instead, as a biological brother, he merely desired a modicum of attention and familial love. Yet, such desires were met with disdain and reluctance to give. Thus, Fu Chuan resolved to relinquish it all. Let them love whom they wished. Noticing Fu Chuan with his head bowed, Fu Qing furrowed her brows ever so slightly. If given the choice, she would have preferred to be in Fu Zichen's class, nurturing and guiding him through the pivotal years of high school. The doctor had predicted that Fu Zichen would not live past 30, and Fu Qin yearned to bring him the greatest joy and light in his limited life. A significant reason for Fu Qin's decision to become a teacher at G City No. 1 High School was indeed for Fu Zichen. Unfortunately, the school had assigned her to substitute for the ailing teacher Wang, and a new teacher had yet to be found. Coming from the prestigious Fu family, she possessed a keen appreciation for art and had mastered courses related to painting, making her the obvious choice. Fu Qin's character did not allow for selfishness. She could not abandon her responsibilities just to satisfy her personal desires. Yet, this meant that she had to witness Fu Chuan attempting to curry favor with her, which was bothersome. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but since Fu Qin had entered the classroom, Fu Chuan had not once allowed his gaze to linger on her. If he were the Fu Chuan she knew, he would have looked at her with delight, timidly hoping to impress her and earn her affection as his fifth sister. Little did he know, such behavior was undeniably opportunistic and quite irksome. Compared to the unassuming and sympathetic Fu Zichen, he seemed to be a world apart. Now, Fu Chuan appeared slightly more agreeable to her. How amusing. Reflecting on Fu Chuan's actions upon returning to the Fu family, one cannot help but perceive it as a mere tactic of wanting to capture by letting go. Fu Qing had arranged for today's project on flowers. The students gradually commenced their tasks, not daring to make any unnecessary sounds or movements, lest they leave a poor impression on Fu Qing. Fu Chuan, however, had long ceased to care about Fu Qing's opinion of him, fully engrossed in his artistic creation. In just a year, the passage of time, which felt both prolonged and fleeting, had brought him liberation. As long as one does not dwell on thoughts of desire or longing, what once seemed paramount, familial ties that eclipsed life itself, could appear so trivial. Relationships devoid of reciprocation inevitably disintegrate like scattered sand, needing no wind to disperse. Merely a few steps forward. At that moment of intense focus, Fu Qing's gaze fell upon Fu Chuan. It was the first time she observed him painting. Fu Chuan, strikingly handsome at 17, epitomized the Fu family's lineage, standing at 6 feet 2, with tousled bangs, a straight, fair nose, and earnest eyes wielding a paintbrush, exuding an aura reminiscent of an artistic maestro. Such charm must be cultivated from a young age, ingrained in one's very essence. Otherwise, adulthood may render it contrived, akin to a poorly executed imitation. Curiously, despite growing up in an orphanage, Fu Chuan possessed this innate elegance, undoubtedly a gift of his heritage. Fu Qing averted her gaze, deliberately choosing not to observe Fu Chuan. In her heart, she still harbored considerable resentment towards him. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out. It was Shun Shutong, the belle of G City High School No. 1, standing by the window, holding a bottle of mineral water. Her beautiful eyes quietly surveyed her junior classmates, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate swan-like neck. Her gaze, barely perceptible, fixed itself on Fu Chuan. Yet, he remained oblivious to her attention, lost in his painting. If Fu Qing could ignore her presence, how could Fu Chuan be any different? His life and future were all that truly mattered to him. Fu Qing, acutely aware of this dynamic, stepped out of the classroom. Shun, is there something you need? She had certainly heard of Shun Shudong's illustrious reputation, not to mention her outstanding academic performance and stunning beauty, which radiated an air of aloofness. Such exceptional talent inevitably garnered a teacher's favoritism, prompting Fu Qing to soften her tone, striving to sound gentle. Shin Shutong nodded. Teacher, I wished it. Upon hearing her words, Fu Qing was taken aback. Are you certain? With your grades, you should have ample opportunities for manga adaptations. Shin Shutong lowered her gaze. I do not find their sample illustrations appealing. Fu Qing pondered how a mature manga artist's work could not meet Shin Shudong's standards. Among this group of students, could any truly capture her attention? Even with their status as special talents from G City High School No. 1, their art seemed too juvenile, far from the refined creations of seasoned artists who had honed their skills through university and life experiences. They needed further refinement, much like rough diamonds awaiting expert cutting to reveal their inner brilliance, unless one possessed innate talent, akin to a sword capable of piercing the eternal night. Noticing Shen Shutong had no intention of departing, Fu Qing could only say, please do not disturb the students. Although Shen Shutong was a repeating senior, her exceptional grades had earned her an extraordinary exemption from the usual admission processes, allowing her to bypass the rigors of the college entrance examination. With her status, attending class was almost irrelevant. As the professional course concluded, the students gradually packed their belongings and departed. Fu Qing remained to photograph and evaluate each student's artwork. She had expected Fu Chuan to approach her with warmth and familiarity, already contemplating how to reprimand him for his overly familiar behavior. What if others noticed Fu Chuan's closeness to her? Considering that he was the young master of the Fu family, what would Fu Zichen think? Ultimately, Fu Chuan blended into the crowd, leaving without a word, as if he were invisible. It was as though he had discerned all of Fu Qingqing's thoughts and opted for the most prudent course of action. Alternatively, Fu Qingqing sensed an overwhelming sense of distance from Fu Chuan's retreating figure. He was deliberately establishing boundaries. This was inconceivable. Fu Qingqing, do not overthink this. Surely, this is merely Fu Chuan's ploy to elicit sympathy. Shaking her head vigorously, Fu Qingqing approached Fu Chuan's painting as she assessed the student's work. Upon seeing Fu Chuan's creation, she found herself momentarily stunned. He had painted a lotus flower poised to bloom, a common subject, yet under his brush, it burst forth with vibrancy and life. As if witnessed firsthand, even without her artistic acumen, it was evident that Fu Chuan's piece was flawless, devoid of any faults. How could this be? Had Fu Chuan's artistic prowess reached such heights? Why had she never perceived it before? Ah, Junior, Fu Qingqing murmured to herself. Previously, she had cast a few glances at Fu Chuan's works, none of which exhibited this level of maturity or depth of soul. This was the domain of a naturally gifted professional artist. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Fu Chuan planned to head to the vending machine for a loaf of bread, pairing it with the school's provided boiled water for lunch. Once he was accepted into G City's top art academy, he intended to sever ties with the Fu family. He would need substantial funds for his future endeavors. In this era, pursuing an art degree was notoriously expensive. Yet, Fu Chuan possessed only this singular talent, his passion and aptitude. He hoped that his determination would not betray him amidst life's tribulations. Fu Chuan had resolved to seek opportunities online to accept commissions, creating illustrations for others to earn some income and prepare himself. He wished to dissociate himself financially from the Fu family, to repay them once he had saved enough. From that point onward, Fu Chuan would no longer be a member of the Fu family. They would owe each other nothing. With absolute confidence in his artistic skills, Fu Chuan planned to apply early to G City's Xingman Art Academy through their recruitment process. However, the cultural courses posed a challenge. He had not engaged with them for far too long, and many concepts had slipped from his memory. He needed to catch up diligently. Although the cultural score requirements for special talent students were not stringent, they still existed, especially for the prestigious Xingman Art Academy. That year, he had much to accomplish. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and a gentle rain began to fall. Fu Chuan, without an umbrella, was relieved to have already secured his bread. Taking refuge beneath the entrance of a science academy, he pulled out his water bottle and commenced his lunch, chewing thoughtfully. Just then, a graceful figure burst into his line of sight. It was Shun Shutong, wearing headphones and clutching a novel. She shielded her head with it as she dashed to escape the rain, standing face to face with Fu Chuan. Now, they were the only two individuals present. Their eyes met, and Fu Chuan could only nod. Hello, senior. Noticing that Shun Shutong was drenched, her clothes clinging to her skin, the girl was already beginning to exhibit the alluring contours of her developing figure, complemented by a pair of long, slender legs. No wonder so many were captivated by the allure of a wet body. Fu Chuan silently mused, averting his gaze to continue munching on his bread while simultaneously retrieving his textbook for revision, lest Shin Shutong perceive his actions as intrusive. Fortunately, the foundation laid in his previous life had not entirely faded from memory. As he glanced at the formulas inscribed in his textbook, Fu Chuan's recollections began to resurface to some extent. He could still recall bits of the exam questions from his past life. Regrettably, with his rebirth and the myriad changes he had enacted, the butterfly effect on the future remained uncertain. Would the college entrance examination questions still bear resemblance to those he had encountered before? Just as Fu Chuan was lost in contemplation, Shun Shutong took a deep breath. This was not what she had anticipated. She had imagined Fu Chuan would take the initiative to greet her. Shin Shutong pondered the most significant matter regarding her encounters with Fu Chuan. Whenever others encountered her, they were exuberantly welcoming. Why then? Did Fu Chuan seem oblivious to her presence, like a piece of wood? Typically averse to excessive enthusiasm from others and possessing a slight social anxiety, Shin Shutong found herself at a loss. The rain showed no signs of abating, and Fu Chuan remained indifferent to Shun Shutong's demeanor. After enduring her discomfort for a while longer, Shun Shutong could no longer restrain herself and approached Fu Chuan to initiate conversation. That Fu Chuan Jr. Fu Chuan responded, "So me va takinabak." How could a renowned beauty like Shun Shutong remember his name? In his previous life, he had never engaged with her. To put it charitably, they were merely senior and junior. To put it bluntly, they were strangers. Just as Shin Shudong's words were on the verge of spilling forth, they inexplicably shifted. What are you looking at? Studying mathematics, preparing for the college entrance examination. Oh. The two fell into silence once more. Fu Chuan wondered if Shun Shudong's peculiar behavior was a result of his rebirth and its consequent butterfly effect. It was futile, with Shin Shutong present. He found it challenging to concentrate on his studies. Senior, I think I'll head back to the classroom now. Without waiting for Shen Shudong's reply, Fu Chuan grabbed his backpack and dashed into the rain. Hey, Junior. Shen Shutong was left dumbfounded, clenching her small fists, feeling an urge to punch a wall. After school, Fu Chuan entered an internet cafe with his identification card. The Fu family had internet and computers, but Fu Chuan's room lacked these amenities. His sisters purportedly wished to prevent him from becoming distracted during his final year of high school, fearing he might go astray. Consequently, Fu Chuan's phone was limited to making calls and sending texts, colloquially referred to as an antique. In contrast, Fu Zichen's room boasted gigabit internet, Wi-Fi, top-of-the-line computers worth hundreds of thousands, and the latest iPhone 20 Pro Max. This differential treatment had long been established. Yet, Fu Chuan had always believed that genuine sentiment could touch his biological family. He had continuously used Fu Zichen's terminal illness as a justification to tolerate his brother. To claim indifference would be disingenuous. In truth, Fu Chuan cared deeply, but he was afraid to reveal it, lest his sisters misconstrue his feelings as jealousy toward Fu Zichen, tarnishing their perception of him. With Fu Zichen excelling academically, while Fu Chuan possessed only artistic talent and struggled with academic subjects, he felt compelled to work harder. His sister's arrangements were always for his benefit, and he had convinced himself of this. Yet, which spirited young man could resist the allure of the latest computers and smartphones? In this lifetime, Fu Chuan sought not the favors of the Fu family. He desired to earn what he wanted through his own efforts. If only he could remember the winning lottery numbers. Fu Chuan's memories of his past life revolve around the orphanage, art, studies, and seeking the approval of the Fu family. It was truly a dismal existence. If only he could recall numbers that might alter his fate. He could become wealthy overnight after his rebirth. Damn, a plant. Once Fu Chuan managed to log onto a computer, he skillfully accessed the Penguin platform and entered the Picasso app. The Picasso app demanded a skilled illustrator, with high standards and commensurately high rewards. As long as the clients were impressed, securing a commission worth 1,000 or 2,000 would not pose a problem. What Fu Chuan lacked most was a smartphone, which would allow him to save his artwork and upload it to the app for clients to view at any time. For now, he could only register and retrieve his previous works from old chats on the Penguin platform, hoping to elicit a response from the clients he had served in his past life. Initially, Fu Chuan held no expectations. Although he viewed his earlier works as brimming with imaginative vigor, they appeared overly juvenile to him. Given time, he could create even better pieces. However, with internet access costing $3 an hour, he had spent half an hour registering, leaving only half an hour remaining. He couldn't waste it. Perhaps luck would smile upon him. After all, living required a bit of hope, didn't it? Fu Chuan also registered on Green Bubble, and, as the 50 minutes elapsed, he thought it unlikely that any clients would respond today. He would have to find a way to borrow a better phone to photograph and upload his latest works to Picasso, aiming to attract clients to place orders. Just as he was about to log off, a notification chimed. Do. Someone had responded. Fu Chuan, quick on his feet, eagerly opened the chat window. Last night's rain and wind. Is this artwork yours? Last night's rain and wind sent an image. It was a piece from Fu Chuan's first year of high school, depicting a miniature kingdom. An unruly comic artist. Yes, it is. May I ask if you're interested? Very well done. I'll place an order for a commercial piece through the platform. If it meets the standards, we can continue our collaboration. Do you have Green Bubble? I do. Seeing that time was running out, Fu Chuan gritted his teeth and rushed to the front desk to extend his time for another hour, sacrificing what could have been his lunch money. No matter. As long as he served the client well, the money would come rolling in. Fu Chuan finalized all the details with the client, specifying a male character in ancient attire, silver hair, a mask, standing atop a tall building, commanding the starry sky with authority. For their first collaboration, he set the price low at 1,000. Once this project was successful, he could negotiate for higher rates in future commissions. Last night's rain and wind. When can I expect the draft? An unruly comic artist. Tomorrow will be fine. Last night's rain and wind. I look forward to your good news. After logging off, Fu Chuan began to formulate a plan. Tomorrow, during class, with access to a computer and other tools, he could borrow the key from the administrator and stealthily complete the client's artwork, seamlessly executed. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had gained a degree of notoriety as a small-time illustrator on the Picasso platform, frequently receiving commission offers. The thrill of successfully fulfilling an order and having his work acknowledged was exhilarating. This was his first opportunity to earn money through a commission in this life, allowing him to acquire the tools he so desperately needed. What could be better? By the time Fu Chuan returned home via bus, Fu Zichen and the others were already at the dining table. Fu Chuan was unfazed. Every time he returned home late due to other commitments, dinner was served punctually without waiting for him, leaving him to eat the remnants. If Fu Zichen delayed his return, however, everyone would wait for him to dine. It didn't matter. With only a year until the college entrance examination, he would soon be able to sever ties with the Fu family. Yet, why are you back so late? Fu Zichen had yet to utter a word, but it was Fu Qingqing who spoke up first. Everyone turned their astonished gazes towards her. Chapter 6. Not looking, not caring, not mindful. In her memories, regardless of what Fu Chuan did, Fu Qingqing always adhered to the principle of 3 nots. Not looking, not caring, not minding. Whether it was Fu Chuan's attempts at flattery or any of his actions, Fu Qingqing would remain silent. Yet, when it came to the matter concerning Fu Zichen, she would cast a gaze of hostility towards Fu Chuan, much like her other sisters. This time, Fu Qingqing surprisingly inquired why Fu Chuan had returned so late. It was akin to the sun rising from the west. Just something came up, Fu Chuan replied, unwilling to speculate on what Fu Qingqing might be thinking. Regardless of her cold sarcasm, he had no desire to continue playing the role of the family sycophant. They could think whatever they wished. What mattered was that Fu Chuan remained clear in his heart, knowing the path he needed to take in the future. Let us sit down and eat. Fu Qingqing acknowledged that her behavior was out of character. To prevent others from noticing, she simply stated this and resumed her meal. Fu Zichen attempted to serve Fu Chuan a chicken leg from his bowl, feigning the concern of a good younger brother. However, Fu Chuan had chosen a seat in the farthest corner, distancing himself from Fu Zichen, forcing him to abandon his efforts. If he were to deliberately place the chicken leg into Fu Chuan's bowl, it would only make him appear contrived. Fu Zichen had already firmly captured the affections of his sisters and saw no need to engage in such foolishness. Zichen, make sure to eat more meat. You're still growing and need to replenish, Fu Ling said, placing a piece of braised pork into Fu Zichen's bowl. Thank you, big sister, Fu Zichen responded instinctively, glancing at Fu Chuan, who remained unresponsive. In truth, Fu Zichen was aware that whenever his sisters treated him well, Fu Chuan would secretly cast envious glances. Fu Zichen relished witnessing the expression of a defeated Fu Chuan. It was utterly delightful. Yet this time, Fu Chuan seemed utterly indifferent, denying Fu Zichen the satisfaction he sought. This left him feeling somewhat vexed. Fu Ling noticed this change as well. If Fu Zichen could discern it, how could she not? There was indeed something different about Fu Chuan this time. Was it possible that the incident involving the shattered family portrait, his subsequent detention, and the transfer of gifts and engagement to Fu Zichen had truly wounded his heart? I'm full, Fu Chuan declared, placing his utensils down and heading upstairs without a backward glance. He had more pressing matters to attend to and was not inclined to engage in the Machiavellian machinations of the Fu family. Fu Qingqing's gaze was profound and inscrutable. Fu Zichen spoke up with a hint of concern. Big sister, fifth sister, Fu Chuan brother has eaten so little. Fu Ling replied nonchalantly, no need to worry about him. He has grown up enough to take care of himself. Zichen, Qin Jian has agreed to meet you this weekend. If you truly dislike it, you can confide in big sister. Don't force yourself. Fu Ling shared the sentiment of Fu Xinling. Even if Fu Zichen were gravely ill, significant life events should not be compromised. Disliking something was valid, and she did not want Fu Zichen's life to be filled with pain and regrets. If necessary, they could always shift the engagement to Fu Chuan. Upon hearing that he would meet Qin Jian, Fu Zichen was overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, big sister. Cough, cough. He coughed again, prompting Fu Ling to say, I'll go get you some medicine. Back in his room, Fu Chuan began to contemplate the design ideas provided by his benefactor. With a few strokes of his brush, a striking image of a silver-haired, dark-clad beauty emerged. First, he sketched a rough idea on paper before replicating it on the computer. This was Fu Chuan's artistic style. In this age of rapid technological advancement, computers were gradually replacing traditional paper, leading to the latter's perceived obsolescence. Yet, Fu Chuan was an antique, believing that works painted by hand possessed a unique vitality and warmth. Much like his preference for reading physical books over digital ones, he cherished the tangible weight of printed pages. At that moment, the image of Shun Shudong flashed through Fu Chuan's mind. It seemed that the senior was quite fond of reading physical novels, often seen with one in her hands. Knock, knock. A gentle rapping at the door interrupted Fu Chuan's thoughts. He felt a bit stunned. In his previous life, very few people knocked on his door. Only Fu Zichen. And even then, infrequently, usually at mealtimes. If not for the need to present himself as a good younger brother in front of his sisters, Fu Zichen would hardly have bothered to seek him out. What was happening now? Fu Chuan opened the door to find Fu Qingqing standing there, and he asked coolly, Is there something you need? Noticing Fu Chuan's distant and unfamiliar demeanor, Fu Qingqing assumed he was employing a strategy of feigned indifference. She ventured, Can I come and chat with you, if there's nothing else? After all, I am your sister. Had Fu Chuan heard her say this in the past, he would have been overjoyed, akin to a newborn fawn struggling to stand, eagerly inviting Fu Qingqing into his room to please her. Yet, regardless of any pretense of indifference, Surely Fu Chuan would reveal his true self this time. I'm busy right now. Maybe next time, Fu Chuan said, closing the door decisively. Fu Qingqing stood there, stunned. What was this? Why was Fu Chuan not following the expected script? Had he learned some new tactics from someone? This time, he managed to hold his ground remarkably well. Fu Chuan spent half an hour completing the commissioned piece, releasing a deep breath, gazing at the lifelike portrayal of the silver-haired beauty wielding cosmic power. He felt an urge to photograph it and send it to his benefactor for feedback. Hu and T want their freshly completed work to be admired and praised. Once he earned some money, he would need to buy a smartphone. His current keypad phone was simply too inconvenient. Setting his artwork aside, Fu Chuan went downstairs to fetch some water. Meanwhile, Fu Qingqing remained in her room, feeling restless for reasons she couldn't quite pinpoint. She decided to visit Fu Zichen, offering to help him with his studies. However, she quickly realized that Fu Zichen had no need for her assistance. The sophomore-level questions posed no challenge for him. Observing Fu Qingqing's unease, Fu Zichen, being quite perceptive, kindly suggested she return to rest, assuring her that he would manage on his own. Indeed, Fu Qingqing only recognized Fu Zichen as her capable brother. He was smart, obedient, and considerate, never causing her any worry. So why was she feeling so unsettled due to Fu Chuan's supposed tactics of feigned indifference? Perhaps it was because Fu Qingqing had recognized Fu Chuan's talent for painting and had begun to see him in a new light. At that moment, she noticed that Fu Chuan's door was slightly ajar, a sliver of light spilling out. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Fu Qingqing approached and gently pushed the door open. This was inappropriate. It was an invasion of someone else's privacy. The qualities of a dedicated teacher were admonishing her. This was the most shameful act she could commit. Yet it was for the sake of Fu Chuan, the brother she had never truly acknowledged. No, I merely wish to ascertain whether Fu Chuan is truly employing a strategy of feigned indifference. He is still that brother who seeks our attention through any means necessary. His earlier claims of being busy are nothing but deceit. Fu Qingqing rationalized her actions as a means to protect Fu Zichen from being usurped by Fu Chuan's schemes. Empowered by this justification, she pushed the door open a little more forcefully. Having finished drinking water, Fu Chuan returned upstairs, only to find the door ajar. Having no idea when it had been opened, had the wind blown it open? As Fu Chuan pondered, he arrived at the door of his room, only to find Fu Qingqing entranced by his artwork. What are you doing? Fu Chuan suddenly inquired, startling Fu Qingqing, who inadvertently knocked over his easel. The sound of the crash echoed as a half-dried painting met its untimely demise. Fu Qingqing's complexion paled instantly. I didn't mean to. Even the usually self-assured Fu Qingqing faltered in front of Fu Chuan. It was Fu Qingqing's unwarranted entry into Fu Chuan's sanctuary and her inadvertent destruction of his creation that left her flustered. She was far too dignified to claim that Fu Chuan's sudden utterance had startled her into ruining the painting. Calmly, Fu Chuan approached and retrieved the easel. Well, the artwork is utterly ruined, he thought, crumpling the painting and discarding it into the trash bin. Do you have any other business? His tone was tinged with impatience. Fu Chuan, I merely came to inform you that the painting you created in class today was exquisite. I awarded you full marks, Fu Qingqing said, her voice lacking conviction. Well, if there's nothing else, you may leave, Fu Chuan replied, practically ushering her out of the room. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, the sound of the lock echoing in Fu Qingqing's heart. The usually composed Fu Qingqing, who seldom displayed any emotion in response to Fu Chuan's actions, now bore a complexion reminiscent of a cooked liver. Her fists clenched and unclenched, and ultimately, she departed in defeat. Chapter 7. The senior sister is a wealthy beauty. The following day, Fu Chuan descended for breakfast. Good morning, brother Fu Chuan. Fu Zichen greeted him with enthusiasm. Fu Chuan nodded and chose a secluded corner to enjoy his bread and milk, deliberately avoiding any further glance at Fu Linger and Fu Qingqing. Fu Linger, engrossed in a newspaper, noticed Fu Chuan's transformation but chose to remain silent. This was rather pleasant. Fu Chuan no longer sought to flatter Fu Ling, which had previously irritated her. As for Fu Qingqing, encountering Fu Chuan now brought forth an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, recalling the events of the previous night. After a few coughs and a moment of contemplation, she finally peeled a boiled egg. Once Fu Qingqing had finished, Fu Zichen, believing the egg to be intended for him, awaited her words. However, Fu Qingqing held the egg for a full minute before finally stating, Fu Chuan, this egg, I'm full. I'm heading to school now. With that, Fu Chuan stood, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and departed without a moment's hesitation, no longer offering the customary farewells to his sisters or Fu Zichen. It was as if he had drawn a definitive line in his heart, beyond which the Fu family could no longer cross to hold a place in his affections. Fu Qingqing's hand hung awkwardly in midair, feeling like a jester in her own right. Fu Linger set down her newspaper, casting a curious glance at Fu Qingqing. Sister 5, what did you just say? Nothing. Fu Qingqing replied helplessly, lowering her hand and consuming the egg herself. Fu Zichen suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Just moments ago, it seemed that the egg Fu Qingqing had peeled was not meant for him, but rather for Fu Chuan. Had Fu Qingqing begun to change her perception of Fu Chuan? Contemplating this, Fu Zichen's gaze deepened with concern. The bus was unusually crowded that day, leaving Fu Chuan without a seat and forced to stand. With his handsome visage, backpack slung over his shoulder, clad in his school uniform, and standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 2 inches, he exuded the charm of a youthful hero straight out of comic book. At the next stop, Shun Shutong boarded, still wearing her headphones and engrossed in a novel. Her vibrant youthfulness was palpable, yet her demeanor radiated an aloofness that kept others at bay. Upon colliding with Fu Chuan, Shun Shutong paused momentarily and softly addressed him. Fu Chuan, Junior. Hello, Senior. Fu Chuan responded with a nod. Shun Shutong turned her back to him, immersing herself once more in her book, merely removing her headphones and placing them into a wireless case. The bus was too crowded, forcing Shun Shutong to inch closer to Fu Chuan. He could catch a whiff of the fragrance lingering in her hair, but what captivated him more was the book she was reading. Dragon Clan? Fu Chuan blurted out. Shun Shutong hesitated before softly replying. Have you read it too? Yes, that was in my past life. The Dragon Clan series has concluded, Fu Chuan thought, realizing that in this life, he couldn't even download a reading app on his antiquated phone. He remembered the plot vaguely. It had been quite well crafted. However, he couldn't help but recall, Jiangnan, you scoundrel, how will you return my Hui Li? Fu Chuan asked, aren't you a writer of female-oriented novels, Senior? I read a variety of genres. I enjoy anything well-written, she replied. Oh, he mused, considering that Shun Shutong didn't seem as cold as the rumor suggested. Yet, their acquaintance was still shallow, leaving Fu Chuan struggling to find a topic of conversation, and he fell into silence, contemplating how to borrow the key to the art studio from the administrator. Have you read any of my books? Shun Shutong suddenly inquired. I have, Fu Chuan replied. In his past life, once he entered university, he had acquired a mobile phone. He had heard of this campus belle and talented writer who was quite the sensation at G City No. 1 High School, although they had never met. Shun Shutong's pen name, Endless Oranges, was well known. Fu Chuan had read her novels, which spanned various genres, historical, fantasy, and palace intrigue, each one impressively crafted and well-received. I'm planning to write a fantasy novel. Do you have any suggestions? Shun Shutong's words sparked a memory in Fu Chuan. In his past life, Shun Shutong had completed a fantasy novel. In this life, she had yet to embark on that journey. Hearing the hint of uncertainty in her voice, Fu Chuan recognized the challenge she faced as a writer accustomed to female-oriented fiction, attempting to venture into the expansive realm of fantasy. Instead of offering the cliched encouragement of I believe in you, Fu Chuan drew upon his memories of reading Shun Shutong's fantasy works and attempted to analyze potential entry points for her. Shun Shutong's eyes suddenly lit up. That's exactly what I was thinking. You articulate it so well. It felt gratifying to assist her, even as Fu Chuan felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he was merely sharing insights gained from his past experiences. Yet, he wondered, am I helping myself? Although he had considered becoming a ghostwriter, words were not his forte. He only remembered fragments of plots, while the finesse of writing had long since faded from his mind. A novel without polished prose was akin to scattered sand. It would fall apart with the slightest breeze. Ultimately, Fu Chuan resolved to dedicate this life to honing his skills in painting, aspiring to become a renowned artist. As the bus arrived at their destination, Shun Shutong remained beside Fu Chuan, eagerly urging him for more insights. Every suggestion Fu Chuan offered regarding entry points and plot developments resonated deeply with her, as if he had tapped into the very essence of her creative spirit. The more they conversed, the more animated Shun Shutong became. Fu Chuan hesitated to divulge too much information, fearing it might disrupt Shun Shutong's train of thought. Otherwise, the tried-and-true methods that had guaranteed success in his previous life could be rendered ineffective by Fu Chuan in this one, leading to utter dismay. The students of City No. 1 High School were astonished, witnessing the usually aloof campus belle, Shun Shutong, engaging in lively conversation with Fu Chuan. Could their eyes be deceiving them? With an increasing crowd around, Shun Shutong felt a bit uneasy and softly stated, Junior, I shall return to the classroom now. Until next time, goodbye, Senior. Upon Fu Chuan's arrival in the classroom, just as he set down his backpack, a chubby boy approached him. Fu Chuan, were you with Senior Shin this morning? Fu Chuan nodded. We happen to take the same bus. The boy Fong Kai Wei, Fu Chuan's desk mate, came from a family engaged in the retail business and had always been astute. Surprisingly, he had a keen interest in painting and possessed considerable talent, proving that life is full of unexpected turns. Fu Chuan's relationship with Feng Kai Wei could be described as average. Had it not been for Shun Shu Tang's attention this morning, Feng Kai Wei likely wouldn't have initiated a casual chat, merely exchanging nods and acknowledgement otherwise. "You rascal," Feng Kai Wei remarked with a mischievous glint in his eye, playfully patting Fu Chuan's shoulder. Fu Chuan felt uneasy under Feng Kai Wei's scrutinizing gaze. It was unlikely that Feng Kai Wei regarded him with such intensity out of jealousy over his rapport with Shun Shu Tang. "What is the matter? Fu Chuan, you are quite handsome, albeit from a less-than-privileged background. However, you possess talent. With a little refinement, you could be the epitome of an ideal persona. Even Senior Shun is not immune to your allure. Let me tell you, her family is incredibly wealthy. She is a true example of a rich beauty." Huh? Fu Chuan was bewildered by the implications regarding Shun Shu Tang's family. He only knew that she was an exceptionally gifted individual, a renowned online novelist, and part of the affluent elite. Despite her fame, she still took the bus to school, seemingly unaccustomed to having a personal driver. Yet, Feng Kai Wei suggested she was a rich beauty? That's all I have to say. Seize this opportunity. If you manage to win over Senior Shun and change your fate, remember to give me a red envelope, Feng Kai Wei added with a knowing glance before falling silent. Fu Chuan could only smile helplessly. Regardless of Shun Shu Tang's wealth, it had no bearing on his life. They were merely acquaintances, a senior and junior at best, with no deeper connection. During the lunch break, Fu Chuan sought out the teacher in charge of the painting computer room. After much persuasion, he finally procured the key and began creating the illustration requested by his patron. With the conceptual framework he had developed the previous night, this creative endeavor felt remarkably effortless. Once he had layered the images, he sent them to last night's Rain and Wind, an unorthodox comic artist. "Patron, is this painting satisfactory?" "Chepterotto, Futsi, Chen Fins." Before long, last night's Rain and Wind replied, "The artwork is splendid. Do you have any availability for more commissions? I would like you to create a few more pieces." What a lucrative patron. An unorthodox comic artist. Absolutely. After recording the patron's requests, the payment was promptly settled, and 3 additional commissions were placed, with the price per commission rising to 1,500 yuan. The Picasso platform charged a 10 withdrawal fee. If Fu Chuan were to cultivate a closer relationship with patrons like last night's Rain and Wind, he could arrange private commissions, thus avoiding platform fees altogether. However, Fu Chuan insisted on accepting orders through the platform to enhance his visibility and reputation, hoping to attract more attention to his work. It was indeed a stroke of luck for Fu Chuan to find such a prominent patron on his very first day registered on the Picasso platform. Typically, a new account like his would struggle to meet the minimum commission requirement of 1,000 yuan, as patrons could easily find established artists with significant transaction histories and favorable reviews. Unless Fu Chuan was willing to compromise by creating risque content, such as 3D interpretations of popular characters, he would risk attracting unwanted attention from law enforcement. Fu Chuan withdrew the funds from the platform into his bank account and planned to purchase an Android phone from the second-hand market after school, as managing orders and responding to patrons would be cumbersome without one. The second and third periods in the afternoon were dedicated to specialized courses still taught by Fu Qin. This time, Fu Qin couldn't help but fixate on Fu Chuan's artwork. The day's theme was nude models, compared to the relatively immature creations of other students. Fu Chuan was wholly engrossed, effortlessly capturing the essence of an ancient Greek beauty emerging from a bath with just a few strokes. Without a doubt, Fu Chuan stood out as the most exceptional student in the entire class. His painting skills were remarkably advanced, and his approach to conceptualization was instinctive. The vitality imbued in his creations left a profound impact, as if a once dusty gem had begun to shine. The disparity between Fu Chuan's work and that of his peers was stark. Had Fu Chuan truly painted this well in the past? Fu Qin racked her brain, realizing she had scarcely known Fu Chuan. Despite their blood connection, the brother she had painstakingly sought to reconnect with remained a mystery to her. Had she ever truly endeavored to understand his joys and sorrows, his talents and aspirations? "Teacher, I am finished." Fu Chuan's voice broke through Fu Qin's reverie. In specialized classes, students could leave early if they completed their assignments to a satisfactory standard. Fu Chuan was eager to buy a phone promptly. "You may go." Fu Chuan left without a moment's hesitation. An unusual feeling washed over Fu Qin. It seemed that in Fu Chuan's world, she had become inconsequential. Was it truly Fu Chuan's deliberate distancing, or merely Fu Qin's misperception? Fu Chuan paid no mind to Fu Qin's transformation. After leaving school, he first visited the bank to withdraw cash, then headed to the second-hand market, where he purchased a Samsung phone at a bargain price of 800 yuan. After testing the camera and Wi-Fi functions to ensure they were operational, Fu Chuan departed with satisfaction. He found a place where he could indulge and downloaded various applications, even extravagantly opting for a discounted package on a certain yellow app. He decided to have dinner out that evening. Fu Chuan had no intention of notifying his family, regardless of whether he returned for dinner. They would not wait for him nor care about his absence. Their sole focus was on Fu Zichen. This aligned perfectly with Fu Chuan's current mindset. He aimed to avoid his family as much as possible, and when unavoidable, he adopted a nonchalant attitude. Ultimately, everything would conclude after the college entrance examination. While Fu Chuan was preoccupied with his phone, he failed to notice Shun Shutang entering the establishment. She purchased an ice cream sundae and settled into a secluded seat to savor it slowly. Alongside, she took out her phone and sent a message to an unorthodox comic artist. "Could you share with me how you conceptualize the frames?" As Shun Shutang savored a spoonful of the sundae, sweetness filled her heart, and her eyes sparkled. It was a pleasant surprise to discover another emerging artist capable of producing such vibrant and life-infused works, aside from Fu Chuan. Given her family's background, she held exceptionally high standards for artistic appreciation. Anything that did not meet her taste was promptly dismissed. Under her pen name, several of her books had already sold their copyrights, yet the comic rights remained unsold, as no artist had been able to align with her vision. Shin Shutang poured her heart into every novel she created, meticulously researching details for the protagonists and even supporting characters, crafting extensive backgrounds and turning points with great care. Every novel is akin to a child into which Shun Shutang has poured her heart and soul. She cannot simply disregard it after selling the rights. What Shun Shutang desires is nothing less than the finest artist who resonates with her vision. A rather unconventional illustrator promptly responded. The two engaged in lively conversation, with Fu Chuan showing no hesitation in sharing his creative thoughts with the patron. In Fu Chuan's eyes, the appreciation and admiration for his work is an unparalleled joy. Even if his ideas were to be shared and exposed, without Fu Chuan's innate talent and diligence, they would amount to mere empty discourse. Each artist possesses their own unique habits and eccentricities. To forcibly mimic another's work would only yield a superficial imitation, devoid of true essence. Moreover, Fu Chuan is merely an emerging artist. Who would even think to plagiarize his creations? With minimal exposure, they are scarcely visible. Unexpectedly, the patron's taste aligned perfectly with Fu Chuan's, and their discussions about art grew increasingly animated. Shun Shutang sat behind Fu Chuan, separated by the couch, completely unaware that they were the individuals facing each other across the digital expanse. Fu Chuan noticed his phone was running low on battery. He informed the patron that he needed to take the bus home and rose to leave. Last night's rain was heavy. He advised caution on the road. Unbeknownst to him, he had conversed extensively with an unconventional illustrator. True friends exist even across vast distances. Shin Shutang couldn't help but smile slightly, recalling the novel suggestions Fu Chuan had provided earlier. Inspiration surged within her like a gushing spring, and she hastily retrieved a notebook from her bag to jot down her thoughts. By the time Fu Chuan returned to the Fu residence, it was already 8 in the evening. To his surprise, the house was completely empty. The butler happened to encounter Fu Chuan and, astonished, exclaimed, "Young Master Fu Chuan." Master Zichen suddenly collapsed and was rushed to the hospital. "How did you return so quickly?" "Didn't he call me?" Fu Chuan replied expressionlessly. It turned out that Fu Zichen was in dire straits. The terminal illness afflicting him was currently untreatable by modern medicine, leaving him with only a few short years to live, requiring meticulous care to sustain his life. A moment's negligence could lead to emergencies like today's. Were it not for the Fu family, he would likely have passed long ago, in a previous life. Even if the Fu family had disregarded him, Fu Chuan would have pedaled his bicycle to the hospital to visit Fu Zichen. However, that was no longer his concern. With the Fu family's care, what need was there for Fu Chuan? His presence would likely invite scorn and disdain. Even if Fu Zichen were to be reborn, gaining so much, the most crucial aspect, his life, remained beyond salvation. Perhaps this is what one might call karmic retribution. Fu Chuan silently ascended the stairs, returned to his room, and began contemplating the task assigned by the patron. The butler could only sigh softly. She had witnessed the injustices Fu Chuan endured within the Fu household and could not comprehend why the family treated the long-lost son they had so painstakingly found with such indifference. Even though Fu Zichen's plight was indeed pitiable, it was illogical to favor one while coldly neglecting the other. Fu Chuan was their blood relative. Abducted as a child, Fu Chuan had endured a miserable existence. Shouldn't he be compensated tenfold? Chapter 9. Defeating Magic with Magic. Fu Xinling and Fu Qingxing returned to the Fu residence at 11 o'clock at night, having insisted on returning only after Fu Zichen regained consciousness. The other sisters were working in distant locations, and their parents, upon hearing the news, had flooded them with video calls from abroad. Upon awakening, Fu Zichen was remarkably composed. Despite feeling unwell, he smiled, signaling everyone not to worry. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the Fu household. It was unrealistic to expect everyone to drop their responsibilities and rush back to care for Fu Zichen. Fu Linger stated she would remain at the hospital in the VIP room for the night, as it was closer to her workplace. With top-tier medical resources and Fu Linger's attentive care, Fu Xinling and the others felt a slight sense of relief before returning home. Sister, did we forget something? Upon arriving home, Fu Xinling felt an inexplicable void, yet she could not pinpoint what was missing. Fu Qing lowered ergaze. Fu Chuan didn't come. Yes, that wretched Fu Chuan. How could he not visit Fu Zichen in the hospital after such a grave incident? Fu Xinling suddenly recalled Fu Chuan's absence, and her anger flared. Second sister, don't you think Fu Chuan has been acting strangely lately? Fu Qingqing couldn't help but voice her feelings. If Fu Chuan were attempting to play hard to get, he was certainly exhibiting remarkable restraint, whether at school or home. It seemed as though he had completely disregarded his sisters. Fu Xinling scoffed. It's just because I broke his family portrait and gave him a cold shoulder. Honestly, it was just a photograph. Second sister, you broke Fu Chuan's family portrait? Fu Qingqing was taken aback. Why would you do that? Fu Xinling recounted the events of that night. Fu Chuan clearly knew that Fu Zichen was gravely ill, yet he scolded him. I was merely standing up for Fu Zichen and, in front of Fu Chuan, shattered the frame. I didn't even realize it was a family portrait. But Fu Chuan didn't care at all. He even told me to throw it in the trash. What a petty man. He has nothing compared to Fu Zichen. Did Fu Chuan truly not care about that family portrait anymore? Fu Qingqing felt an unsettling sensation in her heart. The old Fu Chuan would never have been so indifferent. He had once declared that it was a treasure he would cherish for a lifetime. The exuberance in his expression and the sparkle in his eyes had been unmistakably genuine. What had caused Fu Chuan to transform into someone so different? Just then, Fu Chuan emerged from the kitchen, coincidentally running into Fu Xinling and Fu Qingqing. He remained expressionless, his wings yet to fully unfurl, still needing to navigate life within the Fu family for another year. Such circumstances were inescapable. Fu Chuan merely nodded and greeted them with second sister, fifth sister, before proceeding to pour himself a glass of water. Observing Fu Chuan's cold demeanor, Fu Xinling clenched her teeth. Fu Chuan, did you know that Fu Zichen fainted? Fu Chuan took a sip of water. I know. Then why don't you go to the hospital to check on Fu Zichen? The last time I visited the hospital, you said I shouldn't come again, lest I upset Fu Zichen and worsen his condition. Fu Chuan replied nonchalantly, defeating magic with magic. Fu Xinling looked at Fu Qingqing in bewilderment, as if to say, did I say that? Fu Qingqing nodded. Not only had Fu Xinling said so, but so had the third and fourth sisters. All seven sisters were apprehensive that Fu Chuan's presence would exacerbate Fu Zichen's illness. Fu Chuan attempted to bypass Fu Xinling and Fu Qingqing, heading upstairs. Fu Xinling felt her dignity as an elder sister was at stake. It was unacceptable for her to lose face here. She quickly interjected, then can't you at least inquire about Fu Zichen's condition? He is your brother. You were the one who said to leave Fu Zichen alone. With that, Fu Chuan ascended the stairs without looking back. You, Fu Chuan. Fu Xinling could hardly believe such words had come from him. In the past, Fu Chuan would never have dared speak to her in such a manner. What happened to the respectful brother? The truth had now been laid bare, revealing his coldness towards Fu Xinling. Damn, that insufferable brother. Fu Xinling found herself perplexed. Ever since Fu Chuan dismissed the family portrait, treating it as mere refuse to be discarded, she had been in a constant state of agitation whenever faced with him, losing the composure that once characterized her as the formidable attorney she was. Perhaps it was the very essence of her profession that had ingrained in her the understanding that the crux of legal battles lay in exploiting the adversary's vulnerabilities. If Fu Chuan showed indifference towards familial bonds, what leverage could Fu Xinling possibly wield against him? Unable to contain her frustration, she exclaimed, "Fifth sister, will you allow Fu Chuan to remain so arrogant, without uttering a single word?" Fu Qingqing, with a resigned tone, replied, "We were the ones who made that statement initially." And Fu Chuan complied. What more can I say? Fu Xinling felt an urge to howl at the heavens. When had she ever felt so stifled? Especially by someone who once endeavored to please them at every turn? Fu Qingqing softly inquired, "Second sister, have you seen Fu Chuan's paintings? What could possibly be appealing about his mediocre artwork? I'm off to take a shower." Fu Qingqing retorted angrily before storming out. Chapter 10. Truly a Clown. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan had spent several hours in his room, sketching the outlines of a few paintings for his benefactor. The characters, a lowly heroine with blood-red eyes and black hair, and a male supporting character clad in night attire, took shape under his deft hands. Once finished, he sent the drafts to Zuyi, who had been tempestuous the night before. "Dear benefactor, does this evoke the desired sentiment?" Despite their prior collaboration, Fu Chuan had yet to fully grasp his benefactor's preferences. The previous artwork had suffered destruction at the hands of Fu Zichen, and with fresh conditions in place, it was imperative to confirm the composition with Zui. After all, a single word from the client could spell the difference between triumph and despair for the artist. Zui took a full 10 minutes to respond. I have scrutinized your work. The composition is quite commendable, with a heroine and supporting character brimming with life. Truly captivating. However, I believe certain details could be refined. The heroine's earring should be transformed into intricate, hollow-carved drops, and the supporting character's weapon ought to be a tang broadsword. Zui not only validated Fu Chuan's artistry, but also suggested enhancements, providing reference images for the modifications. Fu Chuan relished the collaborative process with Zui. It was entirely normal for clients to voice their preferences, yet what truly mattered was the clarity of communication. Unlike vague rejections, Zui's specific suggestions and accompanying visuals allowed Fu Chuan to swiftly improve his work, resulting in a mutually beneficial partnership. By the time Fu Chuan completed the revisions, as per his benefactor's specifications, it was already the dead of night. He dispatched the final piece via a green bubble message and, unable to resist fatigue, succumbed to slumber, knowing he had school the following day. Shun Shutong, adorned with black-rimmed glasses that concealed her petite face, her long hair, cascading elegantly, opened the window and settled beside it with her notebook. The night sky sparkled with stars, and a man-made lake nestled within the villa district lay before her. A gentle breeze tousled her hair as the glow from her computer screen illuminated her features, her fingers dancing across the keyboard in a flurry of inspiration. After conversing with Fu Chuan the previous day, Shin Shudong found her creative wellspring overflowing. In no time, she had crafted an abundance of character profiles. Upon receiving a piece from a rather unconventional illustrator, she was immediately drawn to it. After a thorough examination, she expressed her satisfaction and requested the final product for confirmation of the commission. Simultaneously, her curiosity piqued regarding this unconventional artist. Such an outstanding and talented newcomer was a rare gem indeed. If Fu Chuan could not secure the collaboration, perhaps she should invite this illustrator to adapt her work into a comic. The prospect felt promising. After stretching and invigorating herself, she resolved to pull an all-nighter. The following day, as Fu Xinling and Fu Qingqing descended for breakfast, Fu Chuan had already risen and was quietly nibbling on bread in a corner. Fu Xinling felt an awkwardness upon seeing him and chose to ignore him, opting for a seat elsewhere. Just as Fu Chuan prepared to leave, wishing to avoid the discomfort of mutual disdain, Fu Qingqing unexpectedly called out, "Fu Chuan, wait a moment." Fu Chuan remained silent, regarding her with an indifferent gaze. "Fifth sister, what are you doing?" Fu Xinling asked, bewildered by the sudden shift in her sister's demeanor. Ever since Fu Chuan's transformation, Fu Qingqing had begun to change as well. Their conversations had dwindled to a mere handful since his return to the family, and now her increasing concern for him was evident. What was this strange turn of events? Fu Qingqing shifted uncomfortably, clearing her throat. "Fu Chuan, you mentioned a painting you wanted me to critique. I now have the time. Please show it to me." The paintings Fu Chuan had created at school were astonishing in their artistic merit and aesthetic appeal, captivating all who beheld them. In comparison, the works of his peers appeared juvenile and unrefined. Most students in the elite art class at City No. 1 High School were prodigious talents from G City, many having been nurtured by elite education and artistic masters, born into artistic families. Yet, Fu Chuan, who had grown up in an orphanage, eclipsed them all. It was undeniable that Fu Qingqing found herself drawn to Fu Chuan's talent. She recalled how he had once sought her opinion on a painting he had created specifically for her. His eyes had sparkled with anticipation, a memory that lingered in her mind. Yet, she had chosen to brush him off with an excuse, not wanting to deepen their connection. At that moment, Fu Chuan's expression had dimmed, and he had forced a smile, promising to wait until she was free to review his work. Surely, Fu Chuan had not forgotten this incident. Fu Qingqing yearned to explore his artistic prowess. Perhaps he had indeed earned his place in City No. 1 High School through sheer merit, rather than familial connections. After all, the school administrators were not fools. Fu Chuan was a rare talent. Is that really the case? Fu Chuan replied coolly. It truly is. Fu Qingqing was aware that Fu Chuan was feigning ignorance, seeking to retaliate for her previous indifference. However, she was eager to see that painting he had crafted for her. Could it possibly be more soul-stirring than his recent school submissions? I remember that incident as well, haha. Upon Fu Qingqing's mention, Fu Xinling recalled that Fu Chuan had also presented her with a painting, which she had callously discarded into the trash before his eyes, admonishing him not to attempt to win her over with such tactics. She had been resolute in her stance, dismissing his efforts. At that time, Fu Chuan's face had gone pale, his hands clenched, lips trembling as he repeatedly apologized, his humility etched into her memory. Fu Xinling could not help but chuckle. How could a brother who had once been so subservient transform into someone so defiant? Surely, Fu Chuan was employing a strategy of feigned indifference, deliberately seeking to capture the attention of his elder sisters, intending to divert the affection and attention away from Fu Zichen. How close he had come to ensnaring them in his ploy. At this moment, Fu Xinling seemed to occupy a position of supremacy, looking down upon Fu Chuan with an air of condescension. Fu Chuan, stop pretending. You prepared a painting for our entire family back then, and now you feign ignorance? Don't you think it's too late for that? Second sister, those are merely the discarded remnants you threw into the trash without a second glance. I find it entirely justified. Trash belongs where trash should be, and I've long since discarded it. Fu Xinling was taken aback by Fu Chuan's audacity. Her anger flaring. Fu Chuan, do you even have the qualifications to call yourself an artist, claiming your own work is garbage? That was your remark, second sister. I merely reiterated your words. The piece is gone, and I have no further business here. I need to catch the bus. Farewell. You. Without waiting for Fu Xinling to respond, Fu Chuan turned and left, showing her no courtesy at all. The things are lost, Fu Qingqing murmured. Had Fu Chuan truly lost them? Unbeknownst to her, a tinge of regret washed over her. It wasn't because Fu Chuan failed to cherish the painting intended for her, but rather because Fu Qingqing felt deprived of the opportunity to further comprehend Fu Chuan's talent. Forget it, fifth sister, what worth could Fu Chuan as paintings possibly have? I can procure any world-renowned masterpiece you desire. She scoffed, as if to dismiss any notion of value. Second sister, Fu Chuan's art is genuinely exceptional. You should take a look. Fu Qingqing retrieved her phone, displaying a photograph of Fu Chuan's painting to Fu Xinling. Upon viewing it, Fu Xinling was momentarily stunned. Is this truly Fu Chuan's work? Right under my nose, without a doubt. Second sister, you must see the spirit in Fu Chuan's painting. The composition is exquisite. This is merely a photo. To witness the actual painting would be even more astonishing. Fu Chuan is undoubtedly a genius. What about Brother Zichen? At the mention of Fu Zichen, Fu Qingqing hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Their indifference towards Fu Chuan stemmed from a desire to shield Fu Zichen from unnecessary thoughts, fearing it might trigger the onset of his illness. Fu Zichen was indeed exceptionally bright, despite lacking the Fu family lineage. He excelled academically and was on track to gain admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Yet, even so, he was merely a standout among ordinary talents, not an irreplaceable prodigy. The 7 women of the Fu family all graduated from world-renowned universities, making Fu Chuan incomparable. Given Fu Chuan's current artistic creations, if nurtured, he would undoubtedly become a historical figure in the art world. Chapter 11. The senior who first recognized me, Fu Chuan, was oblivious to the shift in Fu Xinling and Fu Qingqing's attitudes. Even if he had known, he would have paid it no mind. Boarding the bus, which was less crowded that day, Fu Chuan found a seat and began to memorize vocabulary from his English textbook. After a few stops, a graceful figure boarded the bus, immediately spotting Fu Chuan, who was diligently studying. With a slight smile, she took the empty seat beside him. Unbothered by the identity of his seatmate, Fu Chuan focused intently on his English phrases. When you love someone, your eyelashes jump from the inside out, little star. You pronounced inside out incorrectly. Shen Shudong interjected suddenly, startling Fu Chuan. What a coincidence, senior, he replied, glancing up at her lovely face. Did I scare you? My apologies. Shen Shudong propped her chin on her hand, her bright eyes fixed on Fu Chuan's heavily annotated English textbook. Are you aiming for Xingman Art Academy? Fu Chuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. How did you know, senior? With your painting skills, you wouldn't need to excel in academic subjects to enter any art university. Your current rigorous studies suggest you're aiming for Xingman Art Academy, which has certain cultural score requirements. Shen Shudong articulated her reasoning logically, generously praising Fu Chuan, who was the artist that aligned with her aesthetic sensibilities. She firmly believed that if Fu Chuan persevered, he would one day become a world-renowned artist. Absolutely. Getting into Xingman Art Academy is my dream, he confessed, revealing that it was also a way to rectify the regrets of his past life. With a mere 2-point difference, a chasm of 1,000 miles lay between him and his aspirations. In this rebirth, Fu Chuan was determined to gain admission to the university of his dreams and embark on a new chapter of his life. How fortuitous, our goals align. Fu Chuan paused for a moment. Didn't T receive a direct admission, senior? I haven't T agreed yet, but it's fine to delay. That way, the teachers 1T need to oversee my studies. As Fu Chuan was recognized as an artist by Shen Shudong and had provided her with suggestions for her novel, a lively conversation ensued between them, with Shen Shudong sharing her aspirations of attending Xingman Art Academy to fulfill someone else's unfulfilled dream. Though she did not specify who that person was, a hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. Observing her animated demeanor, Fu Chuan couldn't help but comment softly. It seems you aren't as aloof as the rumors suggest. Realizing he had inadvertently spoken out of turn, he quickly added, Senior, please don't misunderstand. That is not what I meant. Qin Shutong's cheeks flushed slightly as she clenched her fists, turning away to avoid looking at Fu Chuan, as if she were offended. Oh no! Fu Chuan felt a surge of panic. He recognized he had misspoken but lacked experience in soothing a girl's feelings. Embarrassingly, in his past life, many girls had confessed to Fu Chuan, who was handsome and artistically inclined, a combination that usually captivated young admirers. Yet, he had been solely focused on his family, showing little interest in other girls. Thus, he remained single across both lifetimes. As for Qin Jian, she had never regarded Fu Chuan with any seriousness. Fu Chuan didn't fancy her either. His indifference stemmed from the fact that Fu Zichen had rejected her, leading to an engagement that Fu Chuan had no intention of fulfilling. He wouldn't bother to appease Qin Jian, and she would merely mock him for aspiring to something beyond his reach. Had it not been for the fortuitous circumstances where Fu Chuan's work had revived the Qin family, would Qin Jian have ever been so eager to ingratiate herself with him? Senior, please don't be upset. I didn't mean to offend you. Fu Chuan stammered, his clumsy words inadvertently bringing a smile to Qin Shutong's face. Fu Chuan, I'm not aloof. I just have a bit of social anxiety. I don't like crowded places filled with strangers, nor do I enjoy unfamiliar people initiating conversation. Over time, this has earned me a bad reputation, Qin Shutong explained. Then why did you choose to greet me? Fu Chuan inquired, puzzled. Surely it wasn't because my good looks attracted her? He chuckled inwardly. Fu Chuan wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that. Given Qin Shutong's status as a talented beauty from a wealthy family, she could have her pick of men. In his past life, Fu Chuan and Qin Shutong had been like parallel lines. Why, in this life, was she choosing to approach him? Was it the butterfly effect of his rebirth? I need a favor from you, Fu Chuan. Qin Shutong took a deep breath, summoning her courage. I would like to invite you to be the illustrator for the adaptation of my novel into a comic. Huh? Fu Chuan could scarcely believe his ears. Senior, you're a best-selling novelist. Surely many art studios are eager to acquire the rights for adaptation. Why choose me? It's you. Qin Shutong lightly bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with determination as she interrupted Fu Chuan before he could finish his sentence. The 4 simple words she uttered conveyed her unwavering resolve. It must be Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan, this task can only be accomplished by you. I have faith in you. The girl's exquisite profile was illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the bus window, creating a dazzling spectacle that made one's heart flutter. This profound feeling of being chosen and trusted instilled a sense of bewilderment in Fu Chuan. Never before had anyone fixed such a steadfast gaze upon him, expressing confidence in his ability to undertake a task, asserting that only he could fulfill it. Qin Shutong was the first. Her voice had inadvertently risen, garnering the attention of the other passengers on the bus. Observing the striking pair of Qin Shutong and Fu Chuan, some could not help but exclaim, "Youth is truly wonderful." Realizing she had overreacted, Qin Shutong awkwardly coughed a few times and turned her face away. Fu Chuan fell silent for a moment before asking, "Senior, may I inquire why you chose me?" He recalled having seen her artwork, which resonated deeply with him. Though her style appeared somewhat immature compared to established artists, it possessed a unique essence that many lacked. In short, he was enamored with her work. "I wish for you to be the illustrator for the adaptation of my work," she expressed. What could be a more significant reason than this? Having poured her heart and soul into her creations, akin to raising a beloved child, it was only natural for Qin Shutong to seek the most suitable artist to bring her vision to life. Fu Chuan was taken aback by the realization that Qin Shutong had been aware of him long before this moment. While he felt a surge of joy, his rationality prevailed, and he shook his head. "I'm sorry, Senior, but I must prepare for the college entrance examination this year. I simply do not have the time to assist you with the adaptation." Engaging in commission work for clients was merely a matter of completing a painting, provided both parties were satisfied, and it did not consume an excessive amount of time. However, adapting a novel into a comic series was a different matter entirely. Especially with a popular work like Qin Shutong's, it could potentially lead to years of serialization. Once he entered university, he would have the time to accept such projects. But currently, he did not want to jeopardize his future during this critical exam preparation phase. Fu Chuan aspired to be a refined, self-interested individual, prioritizing his own future over fleeting sentiments for others, lest he squander his prospects. What difference would that make compared to a past life of foolishness? Qin Shutong quietly replied, "So, does that mean you're agreeing?" "Huh?" Fu Chuan was taken aback. His refusal had been quite clear, had it not? "I'm not asking you to be my illustrator during your final year. What matters is after the exams, right?" Chapter 12 Teacher. This question is too difficult. I can't solve it. Qin Shutong, valuing Fu Chuan's talent, would not impose on him during such a crucial time. It would have to wait until after the exams. Once Fu Chuan was admitted to his desired university, there would be ample time. Fu Chuan pursed his lips. That would require a year. I can wait. Qin Shutong responded without hesitation. After all, she had already decided it would be Fu Chuan. Just 1 year. She could afford to wait. Thank you for your trust, senior. If you change your mind, please let me know in advance. I will understand. With this, Fu Chuan ceased his refusals. He was in dire need of money. After the college entrance examination, he would sever ties with the Fu family, and the expenses for university, living, and tuition were not trivial. If the publishing house responsible for the adaptation could afford to pay, Fu Chuan would gladly work for Qin Shutong. After all, earning money is still earning money, regardless of its source. All right, it's settled then. With a weight lifted from his mind, Qin Shutong lazily yawned and closed her eyes to rest. Observing this, Fu Chuan quietly put away his English book and turned to a mathematics book to delve into formulas. Unbeknownst to him, a soft weight leaned against his shoulder. Huh? Fu Chuan instinctively glanced to his side. Qin Shutong had fallen asleep, her profile resting against his shoulder, softly murmuring like a sleepy kitten. The floral scent of her hair wafted into Fu Chuan's nostrils. Coughing softly, he buried his face in the mathematics book, feeling a surge of chaotic thoughts racing through his mind. Teacher, this question is too difficult. I can't solve it. When the bus arrived at G City No. 1 high school, Fu Chuan noticed that Qin Shutong showed no signs of waking. After much internal conflict, he finally spoke up. Senior, we've arrived. Please wake up. Huh? Are we having strawberry cake for dessert today? Qin Shutong stirred, rubbing her eyes. Fu Chuan, unable to wait for her to fully comprehend the situation, quickly pulled her off the bus. The wind revived her, and recalling what had just transpired, she hurriedly apologized to Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan, I'm so sorry. I fell asleep. Fu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Qin Shutong quickly concocted an excuse and hurried away. Had she not pulled an all-nighter to meet a deadline, she would not have fallen asleep on the bus, leaning against Fu Chuan. She hoped she and T caused him any undue inconvenience. Senior, you're actually quite adorable, Fu Chuan thought to himself, genuinely appreciating her charm without any ulterior motives. Such an exceptional woman. He could hardly fathom who would be fortunate enough to win her heart. The man who could marry Qin Shutong must have saved the galaxy in a past life. After morning classes concluded, Fu Chuan finished his bread and yogurt before attempting to borrow the art studio key from the administrator. This time, the teacher was adamant about refusing, looking at Fu Chuan with a hint of suspicion. Fu Chuan, last time you said it was urgent to use the computer, which is why I lent it to you. What is your reason this time? As a senior, you should be focusing all your energy on your studies to get into a good university, not thinking about other matters. Sighing, Fu Chuan realized that the same approach couldn't be applied twice. Faced with the administrator's firm stance, he had no choice but to plan on seeking out an art institution after school to borrow some equipment, even if it meant spending some money. Completing the client's task was essential, so he decided to return to his studies during lunch. Teacher Lee, could you lend a key to Fu Chuan? He really has something important to attend to, and I can vouch for him. A serene voice interrupted. Qin Shutong, holding some documents and wearing glasses, stepped forward to advocate on Fu Chuan's behalf. Upon seeing Qin Shutong, Teacher Lee's demeanor softened. The stern lines on his face relaxed, revealing a warmth in his expression. Since Qin is willing to vouch for you, Fu Chuan, do not betray our trust. Please do not damage the equipment in the classroom. Yes. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, senior. This was the first time Fu Chuan had witnessed Teacher Lee in such a light, and he gratefully accepted the key to the computer room as he exited the office. Once Qin Shutong emerged, Fu Chuan sincerely thanked her again. She waved her hand dismissively. I was just delivering documents to Teacher Lee. Consider it a trade for you letting me rest on your shoulder during the bus ride. By the way, what do you need the computer room key for? I want to create a few illustrations, he replied playfully. All right, then hurry up. The lunch break is short. Make the most of it. Okay, senior. With that, Fu Chuan dashed off to the art computer room. It was certainly advantageous to have someone like Qin Shutong vouch for him. He could now borrow the computer room for his illustrations in the future. Now, completing commercial orders has become considerably more convenient for Qin Shutong. For the time being, she had not connected Fu Chuan with an unorthodox illustrator. What are the odds of such a coincidence in this world? Fu Chuan had promised Qin Shutong that he would become her novel illustrator once the college entrance examination concluded. However, Fu Chuan alone would not suffice. He needed to enlist a few capable assistants. An unconventional illustrator, possessing a style and quality that harmonizes with Fu Chuan's, could be recruited to collaborate with him in illustrating Qin Shutong's novel. The only uncertainty lies in whether this unconventional illustrator would be willing. At the moment, while Fu Chuan was engrossed in his work in the illustration computer room, Fu Qingqing happened to visit Teacher Lee to retrieve a key. Noticing the door to the illustration computer room ajar, she curiously peered inside, calling, "Teacher Lee, are you there? I'm here to pick up the key to the multimedia classroom." It was then that she unexpectedly encountered Fu Chuan. "Fu Chuan, what are you doing here?" she inquired, her brows furrowing slightly. "The illustration computer room is not open to students during lunch breaks." "I have business," Fu Chuan replied, taken aback by the encounter. He was not inclined to engage in conversation with Fu Zichen, fully absorbed in his creative endeavor. After all, he had not snuck in. He had obtained permission from the teacher. Fu Zichen would not be able to create any trouble. Observing Fu Chuan's diligence, Fu Zichen pondered the peculiar situation of him borrowing the key from teacher Lee. Knowing Lee's character, she was aware that he was not one to grant students any leniency. If a problem were to arise, it could lead to complications. Was it possible that Fu Chuan had secretly revealed to teacher Lee that he was the young master of the Fu family? Perhaps, out of respect for their status. Teacher Lee would be more accommodating. In the past, Fu Zichen would have turned around to clarify matters with teacher Lee, and if Fu Chuan had resorted to such underhanded tactics, it would surely earn them a severe reprimand from their sisters. This time, however, Fu Zichen was inexplicably drawn to approach Fu Chuan's work. "What are you doing?" Fu Chuan immediately shut off the screen, eyeing her warily. "Are you engaged in something illicit? Am I not allowed to come and take a look?" Fu Zichen, despite her usually composed demeanor, was now incensed. How could Fu Chuan treat her like this? He was merely drawing, yet upon her approach, he hastily concealed the screen, as if he were deliberately guarding against her. "Teacher Fu, this is my personal privacy. Teacher Lee is in his office. If you wish to speak with him, you should go there. If it were an ordinary piece of work, it would be one thing. But this was an artwork intended for a client, classified as contractual personal privacy. Even Fu Chuan would have to wait for the client to make the artwork public and grant permission before posting it on his personal page. If Fu Zichen were to catch a glimpse of Fu Chuan's creation and divulge it, he had no desire to inform his family about his clandestine commercial endeavors. Should word reach the client, jeopardizing such a promising collaboration, to whom could Fu Chuan turn for solace? One can never be too careful. Chapter 13. They treated Fu Chuan and Fu Zichen differently. What puzzled Fu Chuan was that Fu Zichen had always been indifferent to his affairs. Recently, he had been aligning himself with her wishes, completely disregarding the Fu family, not leaning on them as sisters, and no longer begging for their favor. Wasn't this what Fu Zichen desired? So why now did she feel the need to dictate terms to Fu Chuan? It was truly vexing. Fu Zichen sensed the distrust in Fu Chuan's gaze and straightened her expression. "Fu Chuan, I am seriously suspecting that you are secretly using the school's computer for something illegal. I demand an immediate investigation." This accusation could lead to Fu Chuan's expulsion from G City No. 1 High School. Fu Zichen was determined to uncover what Fu Chuan was so secretive about, convinced that he must be up to no good. Yes, she believed that such words would instill fear in Fu Chuan. To her surprise, however, she saw a look of shock in his eyes. Shock at Fu Zichen's audacity and her unscrupulous means. In their past life, Fu Zichen had merely ignored Fu Chuan. In this life, Fu Chuan had seen through Fu Zichen's true nature, stripped of familial bias. Her seemingly cool and beautiful exterior revealed an individual willing to resort to any means to achieve her goals. Upon encountering the emotions reflected in Fu Chuan's gaze, Fu Zichen regained her composure, equally astonished that she had spoken such words. Fabricating unfounded accusations against another and insisting on their confession, particularly against her own younger brother, was a stark departure from her former indifference. With the proverbial arrow knocked, she had no choice but to relent. Fu Zichen attempted to soften her tone, but Fu Chuan interjected, "If we open the computer and find that it is not as teacher Fu described, will you apologize to me?" Fu Chuan spoke with a chilling detachment, deeming the indignation toward the Fu family unworthy of his anger. Fu Zichen felt a sense of distance growing between them. At that moment, she had no retreat and could only acquiesce to Fu Chuan's terms. "All right, if I have wronged you, I will apologize." Only then did Fu Chuan step aside. Fu Zichen opened the computer screen and beheld Fu Chuan's artwork. He had indeed committed no illicit acts. He was simply painting. The work remained impeccable, beyond critique, and remarkably expressive. The blood-red eyes and ebony hair of the lowly figure radiated nobility, her cold gaze contemptuous of the world. Adorned with intricate lace earrings that captured attention, while a moonlit glow illuminated the scene. Fu Zichen inhaled deeply and turned to Fu Chuan. "I apologize, Fu Chuan. I was merely speaking out of anger." In the past, Fu Zichen would not have felt the need to explain herself, let alone apologize. For Fu Chuan would have unconditionally forgiven her. This time, however, she was not oblivious. She distinctly sensed Fu Chuan's emotional withdrawal and indifference. She had no choice but to lower her head and offer an apology, embracing her role as an elder sister. Fu Chuan's voice was icy as he remarked, Once we step outside, do not speak carelessly, Teacher Fu. I trust you would not want the misunderstanding regarding your student to become common knowledge at G City No. One high school, would you? Fu Chuan, why do you practice here instead of at home? Surely you have the space to practice there? Where would I find the equipment at home? Fu Chuan nearly laughed aloud. This sister, sharing his bloodline, was utterly ignorant of his circumstances. Such a foolish question. Fu Chuan had assumed that Fu Qingqing possessed some intelligence, but it was evident that familial bias clouded her judgment. Fu Qingqing fell silent, realizing that they had not even provided him with essential devices like smartphones or computers, let alone tablets, electronic drawing boards, or styluses. They had merely supplied him with basic drawing boards, assuming that would suffice. Fu Chuan, I understand that you may harbor some resentment, but as a senior preparing for university, you are in a critical phase. If you were to indulge in electronics and your grades were to plummet, what would happen then? We're doing this for your own good. Fu Qingqing resumed her role as the concerned teacher and sister, speaking earnestly to Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan retorted coldly, the school provides these tools for art students. Are you genuinely afraid I will stray from the path? Teacher Fu, I sense your true concern lies in fearing I might spend too much of the Fu family's money. What nonsense are you spouting? Fu Chuan, our family provides you with food and shelter. Is that not enough? If it weren't for the Fu family, you would still be in the orphanage. You wouldn't even have the opportunity to attend such a prestigious school as G City No. 1. If we were concerned about expenses, we would never have brought you back in the first place. Fu Chuan shot back. Then are you not concerned about Fu Zichen going astray? You coddle him so much. So he should be the one kept away from such things. Fu Chuan, I have come to realize that you harbor jealousy towards your younger brother Zichen, constantly measuring yourself against him in your heart. Do you possess no self-awareness whatsoever? Zichen's achievements are indeed exceptional, while you, as for me, I gained admission to G City No. 1 high school through my own merit. No matter how much you despise me, reason has still awarded my work full marks. Fu Zichen is formidable, yet I am not inferior. The differential treatment is evident. You all favor Fu Zichen and disdain me. Why not be forthright about it? Why must you feign a sisterly facade that is utterly nauseating? Without hesitation, Fu Chuan pierced through Fu Qingqing's facade. You, Fu Laosher, if you have nothing to do, please leave, do not disturb my painting. Fu Chuan plopped down onto a chair, resuming her work. The interruption caused by Fu Qingqing had squandered a considerable amount of her time. She intended to finalize 2 business deals during the lunch break, hoping to meet the deadline. You. Fu Qingqing stomped her foot in anger, her face flushed before turning to leave, quickening her pace as if fleeing in disgrace. Deep within, a voice echoed in Fu Qingqing's mind, affirming Fu Chuan's words. They indeed differentiate between Fu Chuan and Fu Zichen, as Fu Zichen is the brother they acknowledge. Fu Chuan possesses nothing beyond their blood relation. She should not have been welcomed back into the Fu family, disrupting their harmonious existence. Previously, Fu Qingqing had thought and acted in this manner. Fu Chuan, by not seeking their approval, should have pleased Fu Qingqing instead. When did Fu Qingqing begin to care about Fu Chuan's thoughts? Her steps gradually slowed. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Qingqing concluded that she had developed a fondness for Fu Chuan. It would be a tremendous loss if someone as gifted as Fu Chuan were to fade into obscurity. As an educator, she could not bear to witness such a tragedy. Perhaps she should treat Fu Chuan a little better. Just a little. It wouldn't reach the point of inciting Fu Zichen's illness while still cherishing Fu Chuan's talent. Fu Qingqing needed to maintain this balance. After 2 classes in the afternoon, they were dismissed. The process for art students differs from that of regular students. Many gain university admission through their artistic specialties, with minimal requirements in academic subjects. Some universities even waive them entirely. Consequently, numerous parents strive to enroll their children in painting, sports, music, and other specializations, aiming for prestigious institutions to secure better job prospects in the future. The 2 significant drawbacks of art students are the high tuition fees and the difficulty in finding jobs in their field. After class, Fu Chuan secretly ventured into the painting computer room to finish her work and sent the completed pieces to the client. Last night's gentle rain and gusty winds. I'm quite satisfied. The business deal is confirmed. An unorthodox comic artist. Thank you, boss. Congratulations. Last night's gentle rain and gusty winds. By the way, comic artist, are you interested in participating in a comic copyright adaptation? Another comic copyright adaptation? Fu Chuan instinctively thought of Shun Shu Tang. However, it was not surprising for a website as renowned as Picasso to have comic editors scouting for artists. Popular second games like Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail often collaborate with well-known artists during promotional events to create fan art. And it must be said that MiHoYo's compensation for such promotional illustrations is quite generous. In her previous life, Fu Chuan earned several tens of thousands from just a few commissions. Now, however, Fu Chuan remained obscure on Picasso, just a minor player, and naturally could not attract the attention of large companies like MiHoYo. She would take it step by step. Earning money this year was crucial, but the primary focus remained on the college entrance examination. A year from now, she had promised a senior to assist with the copyright adaptation of her novel's comic. Until the senior changed her mind, Fu Chuan could not go back on her word. Sorry. Fu Chuan simply replied with 2 words. Last night's gentle rain and gusty winds. Such a pity. Shen Shutang inevitably felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to help Fu Chuan find a few suitable assistants. An unorthodox comic artist. Boss, will we be able to collaborate again in the future? Chapter 14. The senior is truly adorable. For the sake of her future and promises made, Fu Chuan had no choice but to decline. She feared offending last night's gentle rain and gusty winds. Wah! I really do not want to miss out on such an accommodating and communicative client who shares a similar artistic taste. Last night's gentle rain and gusty winds. Of course, we can collaborate again. I don't have any current needs, but I can recommend you. An unorthodox comic artist. Thank you, boss. The client confirmed the business deal, and they both gave each other 5-star reviews. Fu Chuan also improved a few illustrations and uploaded them to her personal homepage on Picasso. By the time she finished, it was already 6 in the evening. After locking the painting computer room, she happened to run into Shen Shutang. Junior, I saw a light in the painting computer room and thought it might be you, so I came over to take a look. Senior, I'm immensely grateful to you. Fu Chuan said sincerely. Had it not been for Shen Shutang's support, she would have been at a loss regarding how to obtain the key to the painting computer room. You need not worry about returning the favor from this morning. Fu Chuan rubbed the back of her head. How about I treat you to a meal, senior? Fu Chuan merely intended to be polite. Shen Shutang had mentioned that she experienced slight social anxiety and disliked crowded places. As a wealthy and attractive person, she would hardly want to dine with Fu Chuan. Little did she expect Shen Shutang to agree without hesitation. Sure, Junior, dinner is on you tonight. I'll wait. Fu Chuan had only been speaking casually, yet Shen Shutang took it seriously? How awkward. What? Are you not pleased? I am more than pleased. Let us go, senior. Fu Chuan thought to herself that it was fortunate she had received the payment from the client, so she could splurge a bit tonight. Thus, Fu Chuan walked side by side with Shen Shutang out of the campus, their laughter and conversation once again shocking the entire G-City No. 1 high school. Senior, how about we go to Wanda Plaza for Kobe beef? As it was Fu Chuan's first time treating a girl to dinner, he lacked experience. He recalled Fong Kaiwei's advice and thought that choosing a nearby, elegant, and high-end establishment suited Shen Shutang's status. Why eat there? It's both expensive and scant. Fu Chuan scratched the back of his head. What does senior wish to eat? Surely she wouldn't attempt to extort from Fu Chuan, the so-called impoverished student, right? Haha. Follow me. Shen Shutang led Fu Chuan to a barbecue restaurant. Once they found a seat, Shen Shutang skillfully ordered a series of skewers and handed the menu to Fu Chuan. This place's barbecue is both inexpensive and delicious. Take a look and see what you like. Senior actually enjoys this? She had ordered so many. Fu Chuan was not concerned about the money. Rather, he pondered that given Shen Shutang's beauty, figure, and status, she ought to steer clear of such greasy foods, right? Shen Shutang couldn't help but laugh at Fu Chuan's expression. Do you take me for a celestial being who abstains from earthly delights? I too require sustenance. That was a valid point. Fu Chuan realized he knew far too little about Shen Shutang. Most of his impressions were gleaned from the idle gossip of others. Shen Shutang was known as the aloof senior, a celestial being who shunned human interaction. Yet, in reality, she was far from the cold persona others described. She possessed a gentle and charming side. It was merely her anxious disposition coupled with her striking appearance that made her seem distant, like a snow lotus that one could admire from afar but not approach. Contemplating this, Fu Chuan couldn't help but speak. I suppose you and I are friends now, senior? Shen Shutang pressed her lips together and mused. Though separated by vast distances, true friends remain close at heart. With a playful tone, she continued, Junior, initially, it was your work that caught my eye. Upon getting to know you better, I discovered we share a great deal in common. A select few genuine friends are all one truly needs, and I sincerely hope I have already secured a place as one of your good friends. She beamed a radiant smile at Fu Chuan, her brows arched like crescent moons, her eyes sparkling like a field of flowers, illuminating the starry expanse within the young man's gaze. Fu Chuan nodded appreciatively. I am honored that you do not disdain me, senior. So, let us discuss the plot of your novel further. After our last conversation, a surge of inspiration engulfed me, compelling me to write through the night. Let us hasten the pace, he exclaimed, laughter punctuating his words. Yet, Fu Chuan could only manage a wry smile, for while ideas flowed, he feared that if Shen Shutang became overly knowledgeable, it might muddle his thoughts and lead to a disastrous tale, tarnishing her illustrious creative history. In that scenario, he would be cast as the villain throughout history. Fu Chuan could only reveal snippets of his plot. To his surprise, Shun Shutong grew increasingly animated, tugging at him with unrelenting enthusiasm, akin to an ever-chattering little rabbit. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with excitement, her breaths quickening. She craved more and more of his ideas. Fu Chuan felt overwhelmed. "Senior, I truly have nothing left to give. Please do not drain me further." Just then, the barbecue arrived, providing Fu Chuan an excuse to silence Shun Shutong momentarily. In the next moment, Fu Chuan was taken aback. Shun Shutong consumed the barbecue with a rapidity reminiscent of a whirlwind. Fortunately, her extraordinary beauty shone through as she stuffed her cheeks, chewing with an adorable charm. Much like a hamster hoarding its food, grease adorned her lips, rendering them a luscious red, evoking an irresistible urge in the men around her to steal a kiss. With Shun Shutong's captivating allure and her joy in eating, even if she never became a novelist, she would undoubtedly thrive as a food broadcaster, captivating the entire internet. Fu Chuan felt his appetite surge at the sight. These were delicacies he seldom dared to indulge in. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to savor every bite. Sipping on his sugary beverage, he remarked, "I never imagined you were such a foodie, Senior. Have you not read the introduction to my author column? One must never neglect good food and true companionship," she teased. "If not, you shall be punished to write it 100 times." Fu Chuan smiled broadened. Realizing her earlier slip, Shun Shutong coughed lightly. "My apologies. I tend to get carried away when I'm happy. Please do not take it to heart. You are truly delightful, Senior," Fu Chuan declared, offering a sincere compliment. While outsiders might be drawn to Shun Shutong's talent, beauty, and status, those who knew her well discovered an abundance of endearing qualities: her occasional silliness, her love for food, and her engaging conversations. Shun Shutong, sensing Fu Chuan's lack of ulterior motives, took a sip of her drink and affirmed, "I feel the same, of course. You are quite handsome, Junior. What girl wouldn't appreciate genuine praise?" Fu Chuan smiled knowingly. "To receive commendation from you, Senior, is indeed a privilege. Your eloquence suggests you might have the potential to become a novelist," she mused. "Spare me, Senior. Writing an essay is already a monumental task for me, let alone a novel." Fu Chuan pleaded earnestly. "Indeed, you are better suited for painting, destined to become a renowned Da Vinci. I have great faith in you, Junior," Shun Shutong remarked with unwavering conviction, her gaze brimming with trust, infusing Fu Chuan with newfound vigor. "I shall strive for that, Senior. Here's to the future great painter, and to your literary success." Their drinks clinked together, producing a crisp sound that resonated with the essence of youthful romance. At that moment, two figures entered the barbecue restaurant. "Sister, I've heard from classmates that this barbecue place is truly exquisite," one exclaimed. "You, despite the doctor's advice, must refrain from indulging in too many fried foods." The other cautioned, "It's all right, sister. If my time is indeed limited, I wish to live freely and joyfully, rather than prolonging my existence in a state of restraint. That would be far too regrettable." "Do not speak nonsense," the sister interjected sharply. Sensing her anxiety, the brother lowered his head in remorse. "I'm sorry, sister. A rare treat now, and then isn't so bad." She ruffled his hair affectionately. The doctor had informed them that the current medical approaches were ineffective for his condition, and they could only strive to improve his mood and ensure timely checkups, prolonging his life. This was the reason she had agreed to take him out for barbecue. Typically, she restricted his outings, fearful of his health deteriorating. Yet despite her strict control over his diet, his condition showed little improvement. Thus, she decided to follow the doctor's advice, hoping that lifting his spirits might yield some benefit. "Wait, isn't that Fu Chuan?" the brother suddenly exclaimed, pointing in his direction. "Fu Chuan?" the sister echoed, momentarily taken aback, and upon following his gaze, indeed spotted him. The restaurant was crowded, and while they noticed Fu Chuan, he remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in conversation with Shun Shutong. The brother instinctively stepped closer, and upon realizing that Shun Shutong was the one engaging with Fu Chuan, his expression soured. "Senior Shun? She is actually with Fu Chuan?" Chapter 15. I shall not bear this blame. Senior Shun Shutong? The sister's realization dawned upon her. The illustrious beauty of G City High School, a genius novelist, and the cherished daughter of the Shun family. She had encountered her twice at social gatherings. Why had Fu Chuan cultivated such a relationship with her? Could it be through his identity as a young master of the Fu family? "Sister, perhaps we should refrain from interrupting," the brother suggested, jealousy simmering within him. A girl as remarkable and beautiful as Shun Shutong had captured the hearts of many boys at G City High School, including the brother himself. Aware of his limited time, and having never garnered her attention, he once attempted to write her a love letter, only for it to vanish without a trace. He felt utterly unworthy of pursuing someone like her. Seeing the seemingly perfect rapport between Sun Shutong and Fu Chuan was a painful reminder of his own inadequacy. Zichen, you should find a place to sit while I greet them, the sister instructed. Sister, before the brother could protest, she strode over. He felt a flicker of delight, thinking perhaps she intended to stir trouble. Hopefully, she would make Sun Shutong thoroughly detest Fu Chuan. Shutong, it's been a while. The sister's voice rang out cheerfully. Fu Chuan fell silent, surprised to encounter her here. Hadn't she always looked down on such places? Sun Shutong nodded coolly. Hello? Lingia. As the daughter of the Shun family, she was well aware of the sister's notable deeds and acknowledged her with polite pleasantries. Fu Linger exchanged a few polite words with Shun Shutang before turning her attention to Fu Chuan. Shutang, is he your boyfriend? Shun Shutang felt a twinge of displeasure at Fu Linger's remark. Fu Chuan is my friend. Ah, you two enjoy your meal. I shall not disturb you. Having gleaned enough, Fu Linger pivoted back to the table occupied by Fu Zichen. Sister, why? Fu Zichen expressed his dissatisfaction. You barely spoke. Wasn't Fu Linger trying to disrupt Fu Chuan's date with Shun Shutang? Sister has her own plans. Zichen, order whatever you wish. Following this awkward interlude, Fu Chuan and Shun Shutang soon settled their bill and departed. The two walked side by side to the bus stop, where Shun Shutang flashed a gentle smile at Fu Chuan. Thank you, Junior. I had a delightful time, thanks to you. I might end up staying up late tonight. She gestured towards her dark circles. Senior, please take care of your health. No worries. I can take the 773 bus. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After Shun Shutang boarded the bus, Fu Chuan waited an additional 10 minutes before his bus home arrived. Just as he settled into his seat, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he frowned imperceptibly and answered. What is the matter? The caller was Fu Qingqing. Why aren't you home yet? I ate out. Fu Chuan replied coldly. Previously, Fu Qingqing had shown no concern for him when he was out. She would likely have rejoiced at his demise, as it would eliminate any threat to Fu Zichen. Now that Fu Chuan dined out, Fu Qingqing's call, given her recent behavior, could only be interpreted as a desire for retribution against him. In any case, come home quickly. Fu Qingqing concluded abruptly before hanging up. Fu Chuan's heart was as still as water. First Fu Linger, then Fu Qingqing. Ah, whatever. Fu Chuan remained indifferent, unperturbed, and unwilling to dwell on it. Once the college entrance examination concluded, he would promptly vacate the Fu residence, thus liberating himself from this torment. Upon returning home, Fu Xinling deliberately approached Fu Chuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if he were an alien. Her gaze prompted Fu Chuan to sense that something had transpired in his absence. Is there something you need? What exactly happened between you and the fifth sister today? Why did she buy you so many things? Fu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. What's going on? At that moment, Fu Qingqing descended the stairs. No, it's too much. Fu Chuan's room is small and can't accommodate all this. Fu Chuan guardedly inquired. What exactly do you intend to do? Aren't you upset that we treat you and Zichen differently, refusing to buy you the necessary equipment, like computers? Now I'm buying all the latest models for you. You can use these from now on. Fu Chuan regarded Fu Qingqing with incredulity. He had assumed she was deliberately creating trouble for him, wanting to make his stay at the Fu residence unbearable. If it truly became unbearable, Fu Chuan would not cling to his place. He would simply pack his belongings and leave. If not for the pivotal moment of the college entrance examination, he would have no desire to linger in the Fu household. Yet, Fu Qingqing had actually purchased these items for him. How absurd. Fifth sister, is that your sole rationale? Fu Xinling also found it hard to believe. Hadn't they, the seven sisters, already conspired to treat Fu Zichen better than Fu Chuan? They feared that if Fu Zichen saw Fu Chuan living well in the Fu household, he might feel disheartened, leading to a relapse. If their kindness towards Fu Chuan resulted in any misfortune befalling Fu Zichen, they would never forgive themselves. I don't need it, take it back. Fu Chuan, how can you refuse when the fifth sister is so kind to you? Are you out of your mind? If you're being treated, well, causes something to happen to Zichen. Wouldn't I become the eternal sinner of the Fu family? I refuse to bear that blame. This had always been an unspoken understanding among the Fu family. Now, with Fu Chuan brazenly exposing it, Fu Xinling and Fu Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed. I have made my decision. Despite everything, Fu Chuan, you are still our brother. I don't want anyone to say that we, as sisters, are too heartless towards you. Although it was impossible to compare his status with Fu Zichen's, Fu Qingqing was willing to invest in Fu Chuan's future for the sake of their blood relationship. Fu Chuan replied coldly, Fifth sister, why make it so difficult? There's no need. I don't covet it, nor will I thank you. Fu Qingqing disregarded Fu Chuan's words and turned to Fu Xinling, second sister. I want to set up a study for Fu Chuan. His room isn't big enough for all these items. You've already bought him so many things, and now you want to furnish a study? What audacity does he have? Fu Xinling couldn't help but retort, yet was silenced by a look from Fu Qingqing, who pulled her aside for a whispered conversation. When Fu Chuan was brought back to the Fu residence, they had given him a servant's room, naturally small in size. Now, reflecting on it, they realized that if outsiders discovered Fu Chuan's true identity and saw him living in such conditions, it would be quite embarrassing for them. Fu Qingqing had previously neglected Fu Chuan's existence, focusing solely on her beloved brother, Fu Zichen. However, now captivated by Fu Chuan's talent, she increasingly felt that even if it weren't for Fu Chuan, for the sake of their family's reputation, they ought to treat him better to avoid gossip. Fu Xinling reluctantly accepted this reasoning. What will happen when Zichen returns and learns all of this? And what about the eldest sister? Our kindness towards Zichen will not be any less than towards Fu Chuan. He is a good boy. He has always wanted us to treat Fu Chuan better, and he will understand. I will do my best to persuade the eldest sister. Chapter 16. I don't covet it, nor will I thank you. With Fu Qingqing having said this, Fu Xinling fell silent, indicating her agreement with Fu Qingqing's perspective. One cannot deny that merely viewing Fu Chuan's paintings and photographs left Fu Xinling astounded. He indeed had the potential to become an extraordinarily accomplished artist. However, Fu Qingqing doubted that Fu Linger would approve of her actions. Fu Chuan, uninterested in this assembly of venomous sisters, took his backpack and ascended the stairs. Regardless of Fu Qingqing's intentions, he would not utilize any of their possessions. He wanted to avoid a situation where, upon leaving the Fu household, they claimed he owed them something. Shortly thereafter, Fu Linger returned with Fu Zichen. Upon noticing the servants organizing an unused study and boxes lining the second-floor corridor, Fu Linger inquired, "Second sister, fifth sister, what are you doing?" "Sister, Fu Chuan needs some equipment for painting, and his room is too small, so I am preparing a study for him." As she spoke, Fu Qingqing covertly gauged Fu Zichen's expression. Fu Zichen felt ajolt. His innate green tea act allowed him to quickly regain composure as he seamlessly replied, "Second sister, I've heard that brother Fu Chuan requires many items for his art studies. Since he only has one room and no study, this will surely be beneficial for him." "Zichen, your understanding is the best." Fu Qingqing misread the situation, wholeheartedly believing in Fu Zichen's kindness. Now all that remained was Fu Linger's decision. Fu Linger nodded. "Fifth sister, your decision is sufficient." "Huh?" Fu Xinling stared at Fu Linger in astonishment. How could the eldest sister have agreed? It was clearly her stance in the past that devices such as phones, computers, and the internet were strictly off limits for Fu Chuan. Her intention was to make Fu Chuan acutely aware of his lack of status within the family, ideally pushing him to leave. This would pose no threat to Fu Zichen, alleviating any concerns they had about Fu Chuan's ulterior motives. Fu Qingqing had meticulously prepared a series of arguments, which proved utterly futile, despite the circumstances. She could only acquiesce with a nod. Fu Zichen was on the verge of exploding with rage. What was happening? Why had the eldest sister so readily consented? Ever since she observed the burgeoning relationship between Fu Chuan and Shun Shutong, her demeanor had turned inexplicably strange. Damn it! Was she attempting to curry favor with the young lady of the Shun family through Fu Chuan? Meanwhile, Fu Chuan was in his room, diligently studying. Fortunately, the foundation he established in his previous life had not been entirely forgotten, allowing him to navigate through the textbook with relative ease in search of formulas. A knock echoed through the air. With an impassive expression, Fu Chuan opened the door, expecting to find Fu Qingqing, only to be greeted by Fu Ling. "Eldest sister, is there something you need?" Fu Chuan did not step aside, his voice laced with a chilling detachment, intentionally signaling Fu Linger his intent to dismiss her. "Not letting your eldest sister come in for a moment? My space is a bit chaotic, and I wouldn't want to trouble you. If there's something to discuss, we can do so here." Ever since that fateful day when Fu Linger personally escorted Fu Chuan to the police station, he had changed. Fu Linger believed that this transformation was for the better. It spared her the sight of Fu Chuan groveling for their approval, which was indeed quite bothersome, and it would not burden Fu Zichen with any emotional weight. "Now, what is your relationship with Shun Shutong?" Fu Chuan understood immediately. The reason Fu Linger sought him out was indeed for Shun Shutong, for the power that lay behind Shun Shutong. Fu Chuan was unaware of Shun Shutong's background. She had not divulged it, and he had not pressed for details, maintaining the unspoken understanding between friends. However, Fu Linger was evidently here to discuss the formidable strength of Shun Shutong's family. Just ordinary friends. You should continue nurturing your relationship with Shun Shutong. She is the cherished daughter of the Qin Group, and the Fu Group may soon engage in several significant collaborations with them. Remember, your name is Fu Chuan. You bear the blood of the Fu family. Fu Linger spoke with purposeful brevity. Even Fu Chuan, no matter how dim-witted, could not fail to recognize the implications at play. As long as Fu Chuan obediently ingratiated himself with Shun Shutong, Fu Ling'er would be inclined to regard him more favorably, acknowledging him as part of the Fu family. Was this not what Fu Chuan had longed for? Previously, he had never been afforded such an opportunity, but now luck had smiled upon him, entwining him with Shun Shutong. This was a most fortuitous chance. I am merely a student, and my primary focus is on gaining admission to a prestigious university. This matter exceeds my capabilities. Please seek assistance elsewhere. I must return to my studies. Fu Chuan resolutely closed the door. Fu Ling'er was left momentarily stunned, her intentions seemingly failing to resonate. All right then. Eldest sister, this is Fu Chuan's current disposition. I've already advised fifth sister against pursuing this, as Fu Chuan will not appreciate it. Yet she insists on disregarding my counsel. At that moment, Fu Xinling happened to ascend the stairs and witnessed the scene unfold. She had not anticipated Fu Ling'er would take the initiative to approach Fu Chuan, only for Fu Chuan to reject her outright, offering her no semblance of respect. Oh my goodness, what on earth has transpired? This cannot be right. Fu Ling'er's pride, as the eldest sister, was undeniably at stake. Within the Fu household, she had always commanded authority. Her younger siblings were exceedingly obedient. Even their parents often deferred to her judgment. Fu Ling'er had inherited her parents' exceptional business acumen. Rising from a mere employee of the Fu Group to her current position as president, no one could contest her capabilities. The once obsequious Fu Chuan was now indifferent to Fu Ling'er, and the sight of Fu Xinling confronting him further undermined Fu Ling'er's dignity as the eldest sister. She glared furiously at the closed door of Fu Chuan's room before turning to leave, unbeknownst to her that Fu Zichen was lurking in the shadows, observing the entire exchange. Fu Ling'er's overture towards Fu Chuan was indeed a maneuver to please Shun Shutong. But what was with Fu Chuan's attitude? Could it be that the butterfly effect of Fu Zichen's rebirth had altered everything? Once Fu Ling'er and Fu Xinling departed, Fu Zichen deliberately approached and knocked on Fu Chuan's door. A sliver of the door opened. Is there something you want? Fu Zichen fiend, a armless demeanor. Brother, Fu Chuan. I wish to have a word with you. I'm not available right now. Perhaps another time. Brother Fu Chuan, are you still upset? I truly did not intend to break your painting, Mountain Water Spring Love, which was a gift from eldest sister. To make amends, I willingly took on the engagement with Qin Jian. Isn't that sufficient? If you desire, I can return everything to you. Well then, please do return it. Fu Zichen was taken aback by Fu Chuan's response, his expression freezing. Those were all his belongings. How could he genuinely return them to Fu Chuan? I can inform eldest sister, but I fear she might become angry. Dear Zichen, I was merely jesting. You needn't take it to heart. I have matters to attend to, so I shall close the door now. With a resounding thud, Fu Chuan shut the door, denying Fu Zichen any opportunity to ensnare him. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had failed to perceive Fu Zichen's duplicitous nature, suffering several setbacks. This time, did he think he could waltz into Fu Chuan's room? Not a chance. As anticipated, Fu Zichen began to feign illness at Fu Chuan's door, his antics quickly attracting the attention of Fu Ling'er and the others. Fu Xinling anxiously inquired, Zichen, are you all right? With a pale complexion and a feeble voice. Fu Zichen replied, Second sister, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Fu Chuan, Fu Xinling furiously bounded on Fu Chuan's door. What are you doing? Fu Chuan opened the door with calm composure. What have you done to Brother Zichen? Why has he ended up like this? No, second sister. It has nothing to do with Brother Fu Chuan. It is my own issue. Brother Zichen, you needn't defend Fu Chuan. It is undoubtedly his doing. Fu Xinling played the role of the accuser, while Fu Zichen feigned innocence, a familiar dynamic reminiscent of their past. In the previous life, Fu Zichen had often fallen ill, and Fu Chuan had borne the brunt of the blame each time. This time, I did nothing. Fu Chuan wasted no time presenting the video evidence. The events that had just transpired were laid bare for all to see. Fu Zichen's complexion grew even more ashen. How could Fu Chuan, that fool, have recorded a video? When had he even changed his phone? With the video evidence in hand, Fu Chuan had indeed done nothing, leaving Fu Xinling at a loss for words as she resorted to verbal assaults. If you hadn't barred Brother Zichen from entering your room, he would have fallen ill. If he had entered and subsequently became ill, wouldn't I be beyond redemption? Second sister, let us not forget the times this has happened before. You once said to keep Brother Zichen out of my room, believing it to be bad luck. Fu Xinling was rendered speechless. She had indeed made such comments. Upon reflection, the frequency with which Fu Zichen had encountered problems in Fu Chuan's room was rather alarming. Fu Ling'er and Fu Qingqing exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly perplexed. It was evident that they were beginning to recognize this peculiar pattern. Previously, they had placed unwavering trust in Fu Zichen and harbored disdain for Fu Chuan, which had prevented them from delving deeper into the matter. Now, however, With Fu Chuan's transformation and the possession of video evidence, alongside the incidents that had unfolded, they were compelled to reconsider their perspectives. Fu Zichen, fearful of revealing his true feelings, weakly spoke, "Sisters, I'm fine. I'm just lying in bed to rest. Please take my younger brother Zichen back to his room first." As for Fu Chuan, he promptly closed the door after resolving the troublesome matter, uninterested in witnessing the drama of the Fu family. Chapter 17. Fu Zichen panicked. Upon returning to his room, he lay on the bed to recuperate, and his pallor soon eased. The family doctor arrived swiftly, examined Fu Zichen, and confirmed that there were no abnormalities, which finally allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Second sister, it was rather inappropriate of you to blame Fu Chuan without discernment just now. Fu Qingqing unexpectedly reproached Fu Xinling on behalf of Fu Chuan. Perhaps even Fu Qingqing herself was unaware of her shifting attitude towards Fu Chuan. Fu Xinling found herself at a loss for words, forced to silently endure the situation. Upon reflection, it was indeed Fu Xinling who had acted excessively. It was Fu Xinling who had instructed Fu Chuan not to let Fu Zichen into the room, coupled with the video evidence. How vexing. Second sister is only looking out for me. I apologize for causing trouble. Fu Zichen lamented, taking all the blame upon himself. Zichen, this is not your fault. It is I who have erred. Fu Xinling had no choice but to concede this truth. When did Fu Chuan change his phone? Fu Linger suddenly inquired. Fu Zichen was contemplating how to steer the conversation in that direction when Fu Linger brought it up, secretly pleased. I remember Fu Chuan's phone wasn't this model. Where did he get the money to change it? Fu Chuan had saved a little from his time in the orphanage. He must have economized on his living expenses. I noticed that Fu Chuan's previous phone was quite old, likely a second-hand one. Eldest sister. Although it was for Fu Chuan's education, in this digital age, features like WeChat and a camera are vital, especially for someone like Fu Chuan, who is pursuing a profession. This expense cannot be overlooked. Fu Qingqing interjected, defending Fu Chuan. Fu Linger accepted this explanation without probing further. Fu Zichen's fist clenched in silent frustration. Today, it seemed he had not only failed, but had also inadvertently aroused suspicion among his sisters, leading them to favor Fu Chuan. The following day, Fu Chuan was the first to rise. Grabbing some milk and bread, he greeted the butler and prepared to leave. Lately, Fu Linger and the others had become increasingly enigmatic, leaving him perplexed. Thus, it was best to avoid them. Just as Fu Chuan reached the door, he collided with Fu Qingqing, who was returning from her morning exercises. Observing Fu Chuan with a piece of bread in his mouth and yogurt in hand, Fu Qingqing frowned slightly. Do you so desperately wish to leave the Fu family? Don't misunderstand. I simply have an early appointment at school, Fu Chuan replied, attempting to sidestep Fu Qingqing. I've given you everything you wanted. What more are you dissatisfied with? Fu Qingqing's irritation flared. If she had made a mistake yesterday, she had already apologized and even bought numerous gifts for Fu Chuan. What more could he want? Surely she had done far more than eldest sister and second sister combined. Fu Chuan halted. Return your gifts. I never asked for them. Well, I wanted in the past. You could not provide. Now, I have no desire for them. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Fu Qingqing stared blankly at his retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of panic welling within her. Fu Chuan was no longer a brother she could easily control. Fu Chuan, I have never taken back what I have given. You can either accept it or not. Do you think I'm a scavenger? Fu Qingqing spat in frustration, her heavy heart leading her back to the Fu residence. Noticing that Fu Linger and the others had yet to come down, Fu Qingqing, not wanting to eat breakfast alone, found herself inexplicably drawn to the art studio prepared for Fu Chuan. Although she had claimed not to want to waste Fu Chuan's talent, she felt a twinge of responsibility as an elder sister. This art studio had been meticulously arranged by Fu Qingqing. She had cleared out unnecessary items, organizing the computer, desk, and other supplies to be neat and pristine, even placing several potted plants by the window for aesthetic appeal. It was undeniably a room that a boy would appreciate, especially one as talented as Fu Chuan. Fu Qingqing found herself somewhat eager to see Fu Chuan's reaction upon entering the studio. Conflicting thoughts swirled in her mind, causing a slight headache. Fifth sister, are you all right? Fu Zichen entered, concern etched across his face. He had noticed Fu Qingqing's change in attitude towards Fu Chuan and realized that he needed to assert control over her. I'm just feeling a bit dizzy. Zichen, could you help fifth sister with a massage? I still remember how soothing your technique was when you helped me alleviate a hangover last time. Ah, Fu Zichen suddenly exclaimed. Is something wrong, Zichen? Fu Qingqing assumed he was hesitant. No, it's nothing. Just sit down, and I'll help you, he said, noting that there was still time before school. All right. Fu Qingqing, oblivious to Fu Zichen's awkwardness, settled into a chair in the studio while he stood behind her, taking a deep breath before beginning the massage. The more Fu Zichen pressed, the more he felt something was amiss. His technique was off. During the previous instance, when Fu Qingqing had returned home with a headache after a gathering, he had effortlessly alleviated her discomfort, allowing her to sleep soundly through the night. This time, however, his hands felt clumsy, despite his understanding of key pressure points. Fifth sister, is this comfortable? Fu Zichen asked cautiously. Very, Fu Qingqing replied, unwilling to dampen his spirits, merely responding with a forced agreement. At that moment, Fu Xinling peeked her head around the door. What are you two doing? It's time for breakfast. All right, Zichen, let's head down for breakfast. Fu Qingqing quickly concluded the topic of the massage. After Fu Zichen's attempt, Fu Qingqing's headache had not only failed to subside, but had intensified, requiring her to pause for a moment. How peculiar. Why had Fu Zichen's technique diminished so drastically this time? Fu Zichen lowered his gaze, biting his lip. As they descended the stairs, Fu Xinling asked, Fifth sister, have you seen Fu Chuan? Recalling the events of the morning, Fu Qingqing's expression darkened slightly. He's gone to school. Oh. Fu Xinling responded with a slight click of her tongue, feeling a mix of relief and discomfort. Fu Chuan had arrived at school early, missing the opportunity to meet Shun Shudong on the bus. A few scattered students were present in the classroom, casting envious glances at Fu Chuan as he entered. News of Fu Chuan's cheerful interactions with Shun Shudong the previous day, followed by their dinner together, had circulated on the school forum, igniting a flurry of excitement. The rumor that the aloof and beautiful senior, the school's belle, was now with Fu Chuan spread like wildfire throughout G City High. They could not deny Fu Chuan's striking looks. If Shun Shudong was a beauty enthusiast, she would undoubtedly be captivated by Fu Chuan's handsome visage. A face so stunning it could earn him a place as a star. It was far better than the image of a senior being wooed by some sleazy rich heir, tarnishing her pure reputation. Just as Fu Chuan set down his backpack, Fong Kaiwei entered with a yogurt in hand, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Fu Chuan. He rushed over, producing a stash of treasured snacks and eagerly offering them to Fu Chuan. This operation completely bewildered Fu Chuan. Kaiwei, what are you doing? Idol, as your devoted fan, this is my duty. He quickly managed to win over the legendary school belle, the senior sister. Please impart your romantic wisdom. Fong Kaiwei gave thumbs up. Fu Chuan furrowed his brow ever so slightly. Don't misunderstand. My relationship with the senior sister is merely that of ordinary friends. Oh, Chuan Ge, in 4 years at G City No. 1 High School, no boy has ever gotten as close to Senior Shun, laughing and chatting like that. Otherwise, do you think she earned the title of Ice Goddess for nothing? You are the one, a paragon among men, a true warrior in the pursuit of love. Fu Chuan was too disinterested in Fong Kaiwei's flattery. Being the subject of such rumors didn't bother him much, but he feared it might trouble Shun Shutang. Just as he decided to text Shun Shutang to clarify the rumors, he realized he had forgotten to add her green bubble. Awkward. He would have to wait until class ended to find an opportunity to discuss how to resolve this matter with Shun Shutang. Chuan Ge, don't worry. Although Senior Shun is wonderful, my heart belongs to Senior Yu. I must strive to get into Xingmon Art Academy. I won't be Senior US Junior. Fong Kaiwei clenched his fist, gazing at Fu Chuan with admiration. Once I enroll in Xingmon Art Academy, I'll definitely need you to impart your romantic wisdom. Chuan Ge, rest assured, regardless of success or failure in my pursuits, I will surely owe you a favor. Chapter 18. How fortunate to know the senior sister. Senior Yu actually enrolled in Xingmon Art Academy? Fu Chuan exclaimed in surprise. In his previous life, Fu Chuan didn't get into Xingmon Art Academy, and thus he was unfamiliar with Yu Ying-er's situation. Yu Ying-er was quite renowned at G City No. 1 High School. She was the president of the student council and a close friend of Shun Shutang. Although slightly less stunning than Shun Shutang, she remained a remarkably beautiful girl. Energetic, approachable, gentle, and academically outstanding. A true prodigy, undoubtedly the recipient of countless love letters from admirers. If Shun Shutang was likened to the moon, then Yu Ying-er was the sun. The two beauties often walked to school together, forming a picturesque scene at G City No. 1 High School. Despite her excellent academic record, Yu Ying-er chose to attend Xingmon Art Academy. Although Xingmon Art Academy was developing across all majors, and G City intended to elevate it to a 985 status by investing significant resources and recruiting distinguished professors, it still paled in comparison to Tsinghua and Peking universities. Ultimately, it was the art programs at Xingmon Art Academy that truly excelled. So Chuan Ge, it seems fate has conspired to bring us together. Senior Yu, wait for me. I'm coming soon. Sensing Fong Kaiwei's determination in pursuit of romance, Fu Chuan didn't want to dampen his spirits and encouraged him. Good luck. He secretly sighed to himself. Youth is truly a splendid thing. Ding dong. Fu Chuan's phone vibrated. Last night, Rain and Wind had sent a WeChat message regarding Picasso. Only then did Fu Chuan notice a new order on the Picasso app. The name of the person placing the order was Heavy Sleep Cannot Erase the Remnants of Wine. How moist, how moist. Clearly, a good buddy of the benefactor. Fu Chuan, in need of funds, immediately clicked accept, and the order details appeared. Recommended by Shu Shu, add a green bubble for detailed discussion. Shu Shu. The name heavy sleep cannot erase the remnants of wine instinctively reminded Fu Chuan of Shen Shu Tang, whose name also contained the character Shu. What a coincidence. Upon reflection, Fu Chuan felt fortunate to encounter the senior sister after his rebirth. First, he found a benefactor whose values aligned with his own. And then the senior sister had even helped him obtain the key to the painting computer lab, granting him ample time to complete the order. The senior sister seemed to be his lucky star. Having added the green bubble, the benefactor had not yet accepted. Picasso had not responded. So Fu Chuan set his phone aside and sent a thank you emoji to last night's rain and wind. Your talents deserve it. Initially, Fu Chuan had feared that rejecting the benefactor's offer for comic rights yesterday might incur their disdain, but now he realized he had been overly cautious. After class, Fu Chuan sought out Shen Shu Tang in the repeat class. The senior sister by the window, a fourth-year student, noticed Fu Chuan and teased, "Junior, here, hit to find a school bell, Shun." Fu Chuan's face turned slightly red. Could you please inform Senior Shen that I am here? And just to clarify, my relationship with her is not what you might think. Got it. Shu Tang, someone is looking for you. Okay. Shen Shu Tang stepped out of the classroom, and upon seeing Fu Chuan, her expression turned serious. Junior, you arrived at the right time. I need to talk to you. Fu Chuan's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the senior sister was already aware of the rumors circulating at school today. If this caused her unnecessary trouble, Fu Chuan would feel quite remorseful, even though he was also a victim in this situation. Once they reached the rooftop, Shen Shu Tang deliberately locked the door behind them. The blue sky, white clouds, and a vast emptiness around them created a scene reminiscent of a standard battleground for male protagonists in urban anime, the very spot where Changgu heroically fell years ago. The difference lay in Fu Chuan's mood. Senior, I'm aware of what happened today, and we must find a way to clarify this misunderstanding. From a male perspective, Fu Chuan felt compelled to speak first, yet he did not believe this was his fault. Their positions must be made clear, and he could not unjustly take on the blame simply because Shen Shu Tang had aided him. I'm sorry, Junior. Shen Shu Tang unexpectedly offered Fu Chuan a sincere apology. This left Fu Chuan utterly taken aback. It was my fault for causing you trouble. I suggested treating you to a meal and bringing you to the barbecue stall near the school. I didn't expect it to escalate like this. Shen Shu Tang, displaying such rationality and a self-reproachful expression, greatly increased Fu Chuan's fondness for her. Seeing her so earnest, despite being the victim, Fu Chuan felt shy and scratched the back of his head. No, Senior, I share some responsibility too. We need to find a way to clarify this. Let us post on the school forum. Just the idea I had in mind. Together, Fu Chuan and Shen Shu Tang simultaneously posted on the school forum using their verified real names, clarifying that they were merely a senior and junior, without any romantic implications as rumored. They urged their fellow students to focus on their studies and not spread misinformation, with the main parties stepping forward to dispel the rumors. The forum administrator personally intervened to delete posts and pinned Fu Chuan and Shen Shu Tang's clarifications at the top. Although discussions about their romantic involvement continued, the impact would be minimized, preventing any need for the teachers to intervene. After all, the relationship between a senior and junior was harmless, and with the fall of the Qin dynasty, there was no reason for interference, unless their academic performance was affected, in which case the teachers would have to step in, especially with the college entrance exams approaching. Senior, would it be possible for you to add a green bubble? Fu Chuan wished to avoid the awkwardness of wanting to contact Shen Shu Tang only to find he could not. Oh, how could I forget? Shen Shu Tang stuck out her tongue, took out her phone, and scanned Fu Chuan's QR code. Shen Shu Tang added Fu Chuan using her personal account. Last night's rain and wind was an online alias, not her private one. It displayed as a new friend. However, Fu Chuan's profile picture and nickname, wasn't he just a rather unserious doujin artist? Senior? Fu Chuan's voice snapped Shen Shu Tang back to reality. Fu Chuan, are you taking orders on the Picasso platform? Is there something wrong? Shen Shutong messaged Fu Chuan from another WeChat account. Ding dong. Last night's rain and wind were quite fierce. Look ahead. Ahead? Isn't that Senior Shun? Wait a moment. Fu Chuan suddenly realized something. Senior, are you the financial benefactor? Indeed. It is quite a coincidence, isn't it? Shen Shutong smiled softly. No wonder a rather unorthodox artist resonates so well with Shen Shutong's interests and personality. From his work, Shen Shutong discerned the essence of Fu Chuan. It was merely more mature and exceptional than before, imbued with a powerful artistic aura. It turned out to be the same person who created it. Fu Chuan was somewhat taken aback. Damn, this is truly astonishing. Fu Chuan, why haven't you registered a work-related WeChat account? You frequently take orders on the Picasso platform. Without distinguishing between your work and personal accounts, it can lead to confusion. To be honest, I only have one SIM card. The registration for Green Bubble requires a phone number to be linked, and this has put Fu Chuan in a bind. Fu Chuan didn't want to spend money now, preferring to make do with his personal WeChat for the time being, planning to buy another SIM card later to register 2 Green Bubbles to avoid any mix-up. Little did he expect that his very first client would be Shun Shutong. The vastness of the online world is indeed remarkable, presenting such unexpected connections. What surprised Fu Chuan even more was that in his previous life, he had engaged in a commercial transaction with Shun Shutong, and neither recognized the other. Reflecting on his thoughts about Shun Shutong from the morning, he softly murmured, "Senior is truly fortunate." What did you say? Shun Shutong didn't quite catch that. Ever since I met you, Senior, I have felt incredibly lucky. If it weren't for your appreciation of my work, I might have been waiting a long time on Picasso to receive an order. Bruce, you lent me the key to the drawing computer room, resolving my work issues. I'm currently in need of money. Fu Chuan spoke his sincerity. The most arduous initial phase was satisfactorily resolved with Shun Shutong by his side. To regard Shun Shutong as the brightest star in Fu Chuan's life is not an overstatement. Once they enter university, they may not meet as frequently as they do now at G City No. 1 High School, engaging in deep conversations. Fu Chuan will forever cherish the fleeting moments of their senior year. What could possibly shine brighter and warmer than that radiant moon amidst the endless night? Chapter 19. It is impossible to gain Fu Chuan's acknowledgement. Fu Chuan, everyone has their struggles, but your work has truly moved me. Thus, the money you earn is well-deserved. I believe that more and more people will come to appreciate your creations. You will be the future master like Da Vinci. Just don't forget about your senior when that time comes. Shun Shutong, hands behind her back, tilted her face up, smiling and praising Fu Chuan. Her voice was sincere and brimming with trust, brighter than the March sun, touching the heart. Fu Chuan nodded earnestly. With your encouragement, Senior, I will surely succeed. I believe you will become the next J.K. Rowling. How do you know that my dream is to write a book as renowned as Harry Potter? Shun Shutong recalled that she hadn't mentioned this to Fu Chuan. J.K. Rowling's achievements are likely the dream of every novelist. Her story is so legendary. Just like you likening yourself to Da Vinci. I merely spoke off the cuff. Fu Chuan hurriedly explained. This comparison was something Fu Chuan had inadvertently come across while perusing Shun Shutong's published works in a previous life. He mentioned it casually now, unaware that Shun Shutong had never disclosed it. Shun Shutong couldn't help but smile, which only made Fu Chuan feel bashful, scratching the back of his head. A blush creeping up to his ears, warmed by the sunlight. Shun Shutong pressed her hand to her chest, transmitting her fervent heartbeat, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Fu Chuan, you are truly remarkable. Many of your unintentional words resonate deeply within me, like a clear mirror. It is genuinely wonderful to know you and to have encountered you. Fu Chuan nodded in agreement. Me too. Meeting you, Senior, is indeed a blessing. Upon returning to the classroom, Fu Chuan received a green bubble from Shun Shutong. Now aware of the true identity of his benefactor, Fu Chuan naturally changed the name from benefactor to Senior Shun, adding both her main and alternate accounts. Senior Shun, have you figured out the name yet? Sneaky smile. This was the question left behind by Shun Shutong during their rooftop separation. Fu Chuan, got it, will comply. The phrase last night's rain and wind were quite fierce is derived from Li Qingzhao's poem Like a Dream. The latter part includes lingering sleep cannot dispel the remaining wine. I asked the curtain roller, but he says the begonia remains the same. The characters Shu and Tang in Shun Shutong's name are taken from this poem. Fu Chuan sent his answer to Shun Shutong and received a congratulatory emoji in return. Junior, I'll treat you to the limited caviar salad hot dog bread in the school cafeteria at noon, if you could help your senior with something. That might not be appropriate, Senior. That's settled then. If you're worried about what others might say, it doesn't matter. The innocent will clear themselves. All right. After all, it's the benefactor. Fu Chuan dared not offend. Brother Chuan, you're amazing. Fang Kaiwei's voice lingered by Fu Chuan's ear like a ghost. Fu Chuan was left with 3 black lines across his forehead. Don't misunderstand. I clarified things with Senior. In my memory, you're the first person who can synchronize posts with Senior. Even if you two aren't together, be cautious on your way home after school. You wouldn't want to be stabbed by a jealous man. After the 3rd class, Fu Chuan sat at his desk, gazing out at the scenery outside the window, pondering what urgent matters Shun Shutong wanted to discuss with him at noon. If he were a typical boy, he would have already been floating due to his good relationship with Shun Shutong. However, having experienced so much in his rebirth, Fu Chuan remained indifferent to such matters. Desiring too much and clinging to emotions like greed and expectation only ensnared oneself in a web of suffering. Just as Fu Chuan had longed for his biological family to notice him, even if just for a moment, the fleeting warmth was sufficient. In the end, It was merely Fu Chuan's delusion, having been ruthlessly cast aside by his family. Fu Chuan, someone is looking for you. At that moment, a classmate called out from the classroom. Understood. Fu Chuan stepped out and found it was Fu Zichen. An instinctive wariness arose within him. Fu Zichen lowered his head. Speaking softly, Brother Fu Chuan, do you have a moment? He had heard about the rumors circulating on the school forum regarding Fu Chuan and Qin Group. Seeing their matching photos only intensified his envy and jealousy. Fu Chuan maintained a distant tone, creating space between them. What brings you here? Can we talk privately for a moment? Whatever you have to say it here. Fu Zichen's intention to isolate Fu Chuan and potentially feign a fainting episode was not lost on Fu Chuan. He was not that naive. Little did he know that Fu Qingqing happened to be nearby. From a distance, Fu Qingqing was startled to see Fu Zichen and Fu Chuan together. Although she had intended to find Fu Chuan, his unpleasant demeanor had dissuaded her from engaging with him. However, upon noticing the recent posts on the school forum regarding Fu Chuan and Qin Group, Fu Qingqing felt compelled, both as an elder sister and a teacher, to remind Fu Chuan that his priority should be to focus on his studies and gain admission to a prestigious university, rather than indulging in romantic entanglements. It would be a grievous waste of his exceptional talents. The students in the corridor, well aware of Fu Qingqing's strict teaching style, instinctively retreated into their classrooms to avoid any confrontation, stealing glances at her strikingly beautiful yet authoritative visage. Was she seeking her younger brother, Fu Zichen? Fu Zichen was preoccupied with thoughts on how to broach a subject with Fu Chuan and momentarily failed to notice Fu Qingqing approaching them. Lowering his voice, he remarked, Brother Fu Chuan, about the massage technique you taught me last time. Fu Chuan recalled the incident and replied, I wrote down the key points for you. But I find it so difficult to learn. Fu Zichen lamented. The techniques are right there. You're clever enough to master them, Fu Chuan retorted dismissively. Besides, you want to perish from not knowing how to massage for a while. He swiftly diverted the conversation, preventing Fu Zichen from continuing. The topic of massage evoked painful memories for Fu Chuan. During his time in the orphanage, life was far less favorable than it is now. With limited access to resources and a high level of poverty, the children there often suffered from hunger and cold. To secure an education, Fu Chuan seized every opportunity to learn from those who visited the orphanage for charitable purposes, like parched soil desperately absorbing water. At the age of 8, a retired doctor from the imperial capital arrived at the orphanage to provide aid. Initially unaware of the doctor's true identity, Fu Chuan persistently sought to learn from him. Thanks to his keen intellect and the skills imparted by this esteemed physician, Fu Chuan was able to assist at the orphanage, thereby securing his chance to continue his education. Without such opportunities, he would have remained illiterate, with no hope of attending G-City No. 1 high school to pursue his passion for art. He probably wouldn't even grasp the basics of composition. Brother Fu Chuan, that's fifth sister. How could you say that? Fu Zichen exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. He could hardly fathom such callous words emanating from the brother who held such reverence for his sisters. Fu Chuan's indifference towards the Fu family was becoming a source of irritation for Fu Zichen, who found it increasingly difficult to trap Fu Chuan in any schemes. A person who harbors no vulnerabilities is, after all, the most formidable opponent. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Fu Chuan spoke nonchalantly. I'm merely stating the truth, am I not? Standing at 178 centimeters, Fu Zichen was significantly shorter than Fu Chuan, who towered at 188 centimeters. Being so close to Fu Chuan, he sensed an unusual tension in the air, especially as the number of students in the corridor dwindled. Fifth sister. Fu Zichen suddenly noticed Fu Qingqing standing not far behind Fu Chuan, her expression a stormy shade of anger, prompting him to exclaim in shock. Oh no, did she overhear our conversation? Turning around, Fu Chuan caught sight of Fu Qingqing's furious countenance and initially assumed she had misunderstood the situation once again. He remarked coolly, I'm heading back to class now. Given that Fu Zichen was unharmed and had approached him voluntarily, Fu Chuan felt no fear of being misinterpreted. Unless Fu Qingqing chose to stir up trouble, he was prepared to let the most promising teacher at G-City No. 1 high school tarnish her own reputation. Without casting Fu Qingqing another glance, he strode away, as though their previous relationship had been irrevocably altered. No matter her actions, Fu Qingqing could no longer expect Fu Chuan's acknowledgement. In that moment, Fu Qingqing's heart ached with a sudden pang. The once expectant, respectful gaze that Fu Chuan had held for her had vanished, leaving only a chilling indifference, as if he were staring a stranger. Apart from a nod and a brief address of fifth sister, there was no further response. Someday, when Fu Chuan left the Fu family, even such gestures would cease to exist. Why did Fu Chuan's cold demeanor cause her such distress? The brother she had always recognized was solely Fu Zichen, only Fu Zichen. Fifth sister, are you all right? Fu Zichen's worried voice pulled Fu Qingqing back to reality. She managed to muster a forced smile. I'm fine, Zichen. Why did you come looking for Fu Chuan? Didn't I tell you to avoid him at school? She was concerned about what would happen if Fu Chuan's true identity were revealed. Hearing her words, Fu Zichen relaxed slightly, relieved that Fu Qingqing had not overheard their earlier exchange. I came to find brother Fu Chuan about something. Just then, the bell for class rang. Fu Qingqing did not press further and urged Fu Zichen to hurry back to his class on the second floor. Once Fu Zichen had departed, Fu Qingqing took a deep breath, her tightly clenched fists slowly relaxing. Her nails had dug painfully into her palm. She had heard everything. All those times she had been drunk, unwell, or in a daze with headaches, someone had been there to massage them away. Not Fu Zichen, but Fu Chuan. Moreover, her elder sister, Fu Ling had long suffered from migraines. It was Fu Chuan who had taught Fu Zichen how to assist Fu Ling with her headaches. No wonder Fu Ling had once mentioned that during her most intense episodes, Fu Zichen's massages would alleviate the pain. Sometimes she would even ask Fu Zichen to massage her while awake, but it yielded little effect. Fu Ling had never held high hopes, given that her migraines were long-standing, and even the most advanced medical technology failed to uncover any underlying issues. It turned out that Fu Zichen's massages were ineffective. Only Fu Chuan's touch had any real impact. Fu Qingqing dared not confront Fu Zichen about this, fearing it might hurt his fragile, sensitive heart. As she contemplated this, she glanced out of the classroom window to see Fu Chuan chatting with his desk mate, Fong Kai-wei, completely oblivious to Fu Qingqing's gaze. His indifference was palpable. Knowing it was inappropriate to seek Fu Chuan out at that moment, Fu Qingqing opted instead to text him. Fong Kai-wei inquired, Brother Chuan, what did Fu Zichen want from you? Just a minor matter, Fu Chuan deflected. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had yearned to reveal his true identity as the scion of the Fu family, to escape the stigma of being an orphan, and to embrace the familial bonds he had. He detested the looks of pity, sympathy, and scorn. In this life, Fu Chuan was determined to sever ties with the Fu family, wishing to keep his identity hidden. Fu Zichen's terminal illness had become Fu Chuan's best shield, preventing any unnecessary complications once he severed relations with the Fu family after the college entrance examination. I have heard that teacher Fu dotes on her younger brother the most. Just now, when I saw teacher Fu's face darken as she walked past, I thought something terrible might happen. Thankfully, all is well. However, Chuan, you also share the Fu surname. What a coincidence, haha. Fu Chuan's phone vibrated slightly. It was a message from Fu Qingqing. Come to my office during the lunch break. Fu Chuan chose not to reply. He still needed to meet his senior at noon and had no time to engage with Fu Qingqing. Ignoring the message was the best course of action. As the fourth period ended, the classmates surged towards the cafeteria with great haste. Today, the limited edition caviar, salad, hot dog buns, and golden fried chicken legs were available. If one were even a moment late, not only would the limited buns be sold out, but one might also wait in line for their meal until they felt faint. Just as Fu Chuan was about to message Shin Shutong, he received another notification. Junior, come to the phoenix flower tree on the playground. Okay. Fu Chuan hurried to the designated spot. From a distance of 10 meters, he could see her graceful figure drawing closer. Shin Shutong stood with her hands behind her back, clad in a short skirt uniform that accentuated her fair and slender legs. As always, her hair was styled in a ponytail, a red ribbon woven through her dark locks. Deep in thought as she gazed at the now withered phoenix flower tree. Upon hearing footsteps, Shin Shutong turned around and, upon seeing Fu Chuan, smiled gently. Junior, you've arrived. She then pulled out a packaged limited edition bun from her bag and handed it to Fu Chuan. Here, the promised caviar salad hot dog bun, still warm. Senior, how did you manage to buy it so quickly? That's the privilege of being a direct admit. Shin Shutong playfully winked at Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan felt a wave of realization wash over him. He had almost forgotten that Shin Shutong was already guaranteed admission to university, allowing her the freedom to skip classes and queue up for the limited edition buns. How enviable. Give it a try, see how it tastes. This was Fu Chuan's first experience with this bun. In his previous life, he had lived in G City No. 1 high school in a state of financial struggle, as the allowance provided by the Fu family was meager, ostensibly to train him. He often had to dip into the small savings he earned from working at an orphanage during his free time and took part-time jobs at McDonald's during holidays. This limited edition bun was a school subsidy for students, sold only once every half month at a price of $300, with quantities extremely limited due to the inclusion of precious caviar. The moment he took a bite, Fu Chuan fell in love with the flavor, and before he knew it, he had devoured it entirely. Oh no, it's gone. Fu Chuan lamented, drawing a chuckle from Shin Shutong. Shin Shutong handed him a tissue. Wipe your mouth. Fu Chuan quickly accepted the tissue. I apologize, senior, for making you witness this. Seeing you like this reminds me of my first encounter with this bun. Inspiration strikes again. Thank you, Junior. I'm glad to help. What does Senior need my assistance with? Could you create a painting of our school's blooming phoenix flowers for me? Fu Chuan paused, slightly taken aback, of course. Is that all the enthusiasm you can muster? Junior, I appreciate your confidence, Qin Shutong said lightly. And Fu Chuan could sense her nostalgia for the past. As the gentle breeze stirred Qin Shutong's hair, she reached up to smooth it down, her gaze imbued with longing and affection. Fu Chuan could feel the significance of this phoenix flower tree to Qin Shutong. By the way, Junior, did you know? My name was given by my mother. Last night, the rain fell heavily, and I could not shake off the lingering effects of wine. I wondered if the begonia still blooms. My mother graduated from G City No. 1 High School. She has said that her favorite thing is this very phoenix flower tree, as it was under this tree that she met my father. As she spoke, Qin Shutong's gaze dimmed momentarily. If only this tree could bloom eternally. How beautiful it would be. Unfortunately, it only blossoms from May to July. I will create the peace you desire, Senior. Fu Chuan spoke earnestly. Having heard Qin Shutong's few words, Fu Chuan felt his creative juices begin to flow. Then I shall entrust this to you, Junior. Qin Shutong's eyes sparkled with deep trust in Fu Chuan, for he was the rare talent she had finally discovered. Chapter 21. The devoted one loses everything in the end. By the way, has the lingering effects of wine responded to you yet? Not yet, Senior. Is her true identity? Sure. Qin Shutong made a gesture for silence. Revealing the mystery too soon would spoil the fun. In any case, I look forward to your work, Junior. Fu Chuan nodded. After parting ways, he returned to the classroom, contemplating the upcoming professional class and how he could simultaneously complete the school assignment while helping his senior with a painting of the phoenix flower tree. After listening to Qin Shutong's words, Fu Chuan felt an outburst of inspiration. Such a feeling had been absent for far too long. Closing his eyes, he began to vaguely sketch the outline of the blooming phoenix flower tree, the girl beneath it, the sunlight, the azure birds, the background composition, and the strokes of the pencil. At that moment, Fu Chuan had never felt such intensity before. He wished to start class immediately and dive into creating this piece. The memories of his past life had sparked inspiration in Qin Shutong, who could very well be regarded as Fu Chuan's muse. Many of his works had been shaped by Qin Shutong's suggestions, and together they reached a harmonious perfection. Fu Chuan rested his hands behind his head, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. The early autumn sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping him in warmth and comfort. True friends are found across the seas. Distance is but a neighborly distance. In this lifetime, to truly know his senior was a blessing indeed. As for Fu Qingqing's message, Fu Chuan had long since forgotten it entirely. Fu Qingqing had been waiting in her office all this time, missing lunch in her anticipation. Fu Chuan did not come and had not responded to Fu Qingqing's message. She suspected he would not show up, but she dared not be certain, fearing that she might miss him if she went to eat, giving him a legitimate reason to openly reject her inquiry into the truth. The feeling of being ignored was far more painful than she had anticipated. It was still the once dismissed younger brother Fu Chuan. Infuriating. Fu Qingqing slammed her palms down on the table. Suddenly standing up, she stormed towards Fu Chuan's classroom. Fu Chuan was currently dozing at his desk, already immersed in his creative dreams. Just a little more, just a bit more. In his dream, Fu Chuan's brush danced across the canvas with vigor and enthusiasm. Xuan Ye. Chuange, wake up. Huh? Fu Chuan groggily stirred awake. Chuange, Teacher Fu is looking for you outside the classroom. Teacher Fu. Fu Qingqing. Got it. Fu Chuan yawned, rubbed his eyes, and lazily made his way outside the classroom, confronting the seething anger of Fu Qingqing. Fu Chuan maintained an expressionless demeanor. Teacher Fu, is there something you need? Seeing Fu Chuan's nonchalant attitude only fueled Fu Qingqing's anger further. Her fists clenched. Did you not see the message I sent you? What message? Fu Chuan feigned ignorance. Fu Chuan, I don't believe you didn't see it. In the past, Fu Chuan had set special alert tones for messages from the Fu family, never daring to overlook any communication. Whenever a member of the Fu family sought him out, he was always prompt in his response, ever ready to assist. That was the Fu Chuan of yesteryears. But now, has he truly become indifferent to their messages? Completely unconcerned for his family? When did their relationship devolve to such a state? Teacher Fu, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Fu Chuan's voice carried a hint of impatience. Awakened from a beautiful dream, no one would be in good spirits under such circumstances. We are all adults, after all. The unspoken understanding among us is palpable. When Fu Chuan claimed not to have seen the message and failed to keep the appointment, how could Fu Qingqing possibly misunderstand his implication? It was precisely because she understood that her anger surged, typically aloof and indifferent towards Fu Chuan. Fu Qingqing now found herself entangled with him, only serving to irritate him further. Truly, a desperate admirer, left with nothing in the end. Anyone in his position would exhibit the same attitude. There was no love left, nor hatred. Only an unbearable indifference, more painful than 1,000 deaths. Fu Chuan, Fu King exclaimed, her frustration spilling forth. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. Fu Linger had advised her to keep her true identity concealed at school. Teacher Fu, if you insist on pursuing this, it will be detrimental to you, to me, to the Fu family, and to Fu Zichen. You now dare to call my sister by her name? I merely fear that walls have ears. Every excuse Fu Chuan provided was impeccable. Yet deep down, Fu Qingqing understood. Fu Chuan's heart had begun to drift away from the Fu family. Reflecting on the conversation between Fu Zichen and Fu Chuan, she bit her lip. Fu Chuan, come to my office right now. I have something very important to ask you. It's almost time for class. Teacher Fu, whatever it is can wait until we return home tonight. The bell rang. Fu Chuan turned and headed back to the classroom. In that moment, Fu Qingqing felt utterly powerless. Unable to intervene, forced to watch Fu Chuan depart. It turned out that Fu Chuan, who ignored her counsel and treated her with disdain, was indeed so difficult to manage. Fu Qingqing was not as elated as she had anticipated. After all, this was precisely what she had wished for. Why then? Unbeknownst to her, had she truly developed brotherly feelings for Fu Chuan? Had she simply failed to recognize it until now? During the specialized class, Fu Chuan prepared his tools and earnestly began working on the assignment Fu Qingqing had assigned. She could no longer restrain her gaze, fixating on the sight of him painting. And she couldn't help but acknowledge one undeniable truth. Fu Chuan looked remarkably handsome while painting. His focus exuded the aura of a master. Moreover, the perfection of his work left Fu Qingqing with no room for critique. From the perspective of an audience member or judge, witnessing Fu Chuan's creations was a profoundly delightful experience. The artistic fervor within Fu Qingqing surged with anticipation for Fu Chuan's artistry. It was no longer the relationship of a sister to her brother, but rather that of an art enthusiast yearning to see her idol's creations come to life. Not just Fu Qingqing, but the other classmates were quietly observing Fu Chuan. First and foremost, he was undeniably handsome. Secondly, he shared a close relationship with Shun Shutan. Thirdly, as students of the art department, it was impossible not to notice Fu Chuan's remarkable progress, which had elevated him to a level beyond their reach. All of them were students in the senior art class at G City No. 1 High School. Initially, when Fu Chuan had forcibly transferred in after passing the entrance examination, they had speculated about his identity, wondering how someone could achieve what others found so difficult. They had studied Fu Chuan's works. At that time, the gap between them was not substantial. Fu Chuan, being orphaned, could not leverage connections to enter G City No. 1 High School. They had even questioned why Fu Chuan deserved to break tradition and transfer in. Now, however, they were beginning to comprehend the principal's intentions. Fu Chuan's talent was unparalleled. If given a stage and an opportunity for growth, his ascent would far surpass that of the privileged art students among them. After completing the assignment, Fu Chuan hardly had a moment to breathe before plunging into the creation of his next piece. This painting was the one he had longed to pour all his inspiration and passion into. The blossoming phoenix flowers, the radiant sunshine, the lush green grass. There stood a girl with a ponytail beneath the phoenix tree, gazing upward, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes filled with tenderness and infatuation. As the wind tousled her hair, fueled by an outpouring of passion, Fu Chuan completed this piece in one breath. When he finally set down the brush, he collapsed in his chair, panting heavily. It was then that he noticed all eyes were on him. What was going on? Fu Chuan felt a shiver run down his spine under the scrutiny of his classmates. Wow, Brother Chuan, you're incredible. You completed 2 paintings in such a short time, and each one is remarkable. You must be a monster. Fong Kai Wei was the first to voice his astonishment, filled with admiration and excitement. How had Fong Kai Wei not recognized Fu Chuan's brilliance before? He had truly been blind to the greatness before him. Chapter 22. My hands are dirty. She is disgusting. The moment had arrived. Under normal circumstances, Fu Chuan could never paint so swiftly. Details required meticulous consideration. This time, however, his work on Shun Shutang's painting flowed effortlessly, uninterrupted. The sensation of inspiration and boundless creativity was incredibly comforting, a moment every artist dreams of. Brother Chuan, you painted the phoenix flower tree at our school, didn't you? Who was the girl in the painting? Duh, it must be Senior Shun. Who else could it be? Fu Chuan, I've admired you for so long. Give me a chance, will you? The students in the class regarded Fu Chuan as an idol. With his exceptional talent and speed, he was undoubtedly a genius of the art department. Competition aside, when true talent emerged, they could only feel genuine admiration and envy. They certainly wouldn't resort to maliciousness, risking their futures in the process. Such antics belonged to the realm of fantasy. No one was that reckless. Cough. Fu Qingqing cleared her throat loudly. The class realized it was still lesson time and hurriedly returned to their seats. Fu Chuan was in no rush to leave. He held his brush, examining his work closely. Since it was a gift for Shan Shutong, Fu Chuan was determined to make it perfect. As Fu Qingqing observed Fu Chuan's demeanor, thoughts raced through her mind. Fu Chuan had painted 2 pieces. The first was for class, while the second, who was it intended for? Shan Shutong? In the past, Fu Qingqing would have assumed Fu Chuan intended to gift it to some other sister. She would not have intervened. She would have simply looked down on Fu Chuan's audacity from the depths of her heart. No matter how Fu Chuan tried to please them, they would never acknowledge him as their brother. Yet this time, Fu Qingqing felt a deep discomfort. Fu Chuan's fervor was no longer directed at them, but rather towards another woman. Damn it, Fu Qingqing couldn't help but curse inwardly. Why did it bother her so? Once Fu Chuan was satisfied with his work, he nodded in approval, took a photo, sealed the piece, and submitted it as his class assignment before preparing to leave. Fu Chuan, please wait a moment. Fu Qingqing instinctively spoke up. Fu Chuan, cradling his artwork, furrowed his brow imperceptibly and replied, Teacher Fu, is there something you need? Fu Qingqing approached deliberately and inquired, why did you create 2 pieces? Is there a problem? I completed the class assignment first before painting the additional piece. I'm merely concerned about you. Is that not acceptable? Fu Chuan nearly burst into laughter at her words. Concern for Fu Chuan? Huh. Did Fu Qingqing not find such statements repugnant? Fu Chuan, as a senior in high school, you are at a pivotal juncture in your life. I hope you focus more on your studies rather than indulge in frivolous thoughts. Do you understand? Fu Qingqing feigned a serious tone. Understood. May I leave now? Stay. I have something to entrust to you. Fu Chuan truly wished to retort. In the past, when he sought to please her, she was indifferent. Now that he chose to disregard her, she felt entitled to be offended. However, not wanting to give Fu Qingqing any ammunition against him, Fu Chuan conceded, Teacher Fu, if it's inconvenient to speak now, may I first deliver my items? It won't take long. Perhaps it would be best to reveal his true identity. After all, it was Fu Qingqing who had provoked him. Yet, exposing his identity would serve little purpose. Fu Qingqing remained the teacher, and Fu Chuan, the student, his status unchanged. He still had to diligently study at G City No. 1 high school and prepare for the college entrance examination. The cursed teacher-student relationship. Given no other option, Fu Chuan placed his sealed artwork in a corner and waited. Fortunately, the school bell rang soon after, and the students submitted their work before departing. Once the room was empty, Fu Chuan turned to Fu Qingqing. Teacher Fu, feel free to speak plainly. There's no need for you to be so deliberately unpleasant. Fu Chuan, I don't understand what you mean. Don't forget your surname. You are someone's younger brother. Fu Qingqing regretted her words as soon as they left her lips. What was wrong with her to say such things to Fu Chuan? She cautiously observed his expression, her heart inexplicably yearning for his happiness upon hearing her words. Huh, Teacher Fu at school. You expect me to pretend not to know you and call you teacher, so as not to affect Fu Zichen's reputation. Now you feign sisterly affection? I've stopped seeking your approval and have chosen to be myself, yet you remain dissatisfied. I truly cannot comprehend what it is you desire. Fu Chuan had already endured enough, playing the role of the good younger brother in the eyes of his sisters. Consequently, Fu Qingqing became displeased. Fu Linger, seeing Fu Chuan grow close to Shan Shutong, believed she could manipulate him to secure a contract with the Qin Group, assuming Fu Chuan would still cater to her whims. And what of Fu Xinling? She still harbored disdain for Fu Chuan. So what did that make Fu Qingqing? Among the 7 sisters, she was the most indifferent, ignoring Fu Chuan's existence. Now she attempted to bind him with sisterly expectations. Was she experiencing a split personality? What is it that I desire? Fu Qingqing momentarily froze. She could not provide an answer to Fu Chuan's question. Indeed, she was at a loss regarding her own desires. Avoiding his gaze out of guilt, she turned the conversation to other topics. Fu Chuan, I am aware of your situation with Shan Shutong. We're just friends. She is the daughter of the Shun family, and even my eldest sister strives to please her. Do you truly believe she would take an interest in a like me? I am 17. Do I really need Teacher Fu's approval to make friends? Fu Qingqing recognized that Fu Chuan's words were laced with sarcasm. She was acutely aware of Shan Shutong's background, and Fu Chuan's self-description as a ger was a pointed jab at the demands placed upon him by the family to conceal his identity at G City No. 1 high school. They had searched for Fu Chuan for 3 years, yet could not even host a public gathering to reveal his true identity, leaving others to believe that the real young master of the Fu family had yet to be found. Fu Chuan, could you refrain from saying such things? What I said is the truth. Fu Chuan coldly interrupted before Fu Qingqing could finish. This time, he had firmly seized control of the situation. Once a subservient figure, he now stood resolute, shedding the image of a sycophant that Fu Qingqing could easily manipulate. She had never anticipated such fortitude from Fu Chuan in her presence. completely unable to reconcile this version of him with the Fu Chuan she once knew. Fu Qingqing shrank back, unable to meet the unyielding gaze of his eyes. And from the depths of her heart, she began to wish for him to revert to his former self. Fu Chuan, was it you who helped me with my hangover headaches several times? That was Fu Zichen's doing. It has nothing to do with me, Fu Chuan replied without hesitation, distancing himself from the situation. You were the one who did it. Why are you afraid to admit it? Your skills in providing care would also greatly benefit my eldest sister, who suffers from migraines. Every time you massage her, you alleviate her pain. Why do you attribute all the credit to Zichen? It seemed that Fu Qingqing had overheard the earlier conversation between Fu Zichen and Fu Chuan. All right, I won't pretend any longer. Teacher Fu Linger once said my hands were dirty. If I touched her, it would disgust her. Chapter 23. As long as the senior sister is pleased. Fu Chuan's words were chillingly indifferent, each syllable striking with lethal precision. Fu Qingqing felt an overwhelming sense of despair, unable to counter Fu Chuan's assertions, for he spoke the truth. This was indeed something Fu Linger would say to Fu Chuan. Even when Fu Chuan treated Fu Ling, he had to do so under the guise of Fu Zichen, in secrecy. Zichen monopolized all the credit, and they held no suspicion, attributing all the good to him while harboring disdain for Fu Chuan. Who was to blame? Fu Chuan? Fu Zichen? No. At this point, the blame lay squarely on them. The sisters. Fu Qingqing recognized her regret. She lamented not having acknowledged Fu Chuan's talent sooner, wishing she had acted with kindness towards him to prevent their relationship from deteriorating to this point. Fu Chuan, I can speak to my eldest sister on your behalf. As long as you demonstrate your worth, she will surely accept you. Worth? So in your eyes, those deemed worthless do not deserve to be your brother? Fu Chuan calmly articulated the family's true sentiments. Fu Chuan, I admit that I may have overstepped in my actions, but could you refrain from misinterpreting my intentions? You know that was not my meaning. Teacher Fu, farewell. Remaining any longer would only subject him to Fu Qingqing's tiresome rhetoric. Fu Chuan had no time for such things, and he departed with his belongings. Now, Fu Qingqing was adopting the guise of a sister, hoping to mend their relationship. Was it simply because Fu Chuan could assist in treating Fu Linger as migraines? How presumptuous. Fu Chuan had no interest in such familial ties. Fu Qingqing could only watch helplessly as Fu Chuan walked away, yearning to utter words of reconciliation, but his coldness rendered her voice futile. Her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Fu Chuan truly no longer desired her as a sister. He had arranged to meet Shen Shutong on the rooftop of the senior building. The sunset painted the clouds a fiery crimson, a scene reminiscent of an anime backdrop for a fateful encounter between the protagonists. Shen Shutong arrived first, standing before the railing, her dark hair billowing in the wind as she closed her eyes to savor this moment of tranquility and beauty, an exquisite sight to behold. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned to see Fu Chuan approaching, a smile gracing her lips as she greeted him. Junior. Senior, this is what you requested, he replied, presenting her with the artwork. Shen Shutong opened it with reverence, her eyes sparkling as she traced the contours of the dried canvas with her fingertips, finally resting on the image of the girl in white. Satisfied, she accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Junior. You have captured precisely what I wish for. I shall treasure this painting for a lifetime." As long as Senior is pleased, Fu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief internally. He held confidence in his work, yet felt a flicker of anxiety when presenting it to its rightful owner. He had painted countless pieces, receiving admiration from many, and thought he had long since quelled such feelings. Yet, the desire to truly become an artist was a path he must traverse. Perhaps, in his heart, Shen Shutong occupied a unique position. He cared about her opinion, which unnerved him. Shen Shutong possessed a discerning eye and remarkable artistic acumen, sharing interests with Fu Chuan that could lead to invaluable guidance along his artistic journey. With her hands clasped behind her back, she turned her gaze playfully. "You've helped me immensely, Junior. I must repay this kindness." Fu Chuan hurriedly declined. "No need, Senior. A limited edition pastry for a painting? I feel I've come out ahead. It was truly the best bread I've ever tasted. Without you, I doubt I would have ever had the chance. Junior, I see you often engrossed in your studies. With your talent, gaining admission to the Xingmon Academy of Arts should be within your grasp. The key lies in your cultural studies. If there is anything you struggle with, I can help you during the break. What do you say?" Huh? Fu Chuan was taken aback. "Don't let my appearance fool you. I take great pride in my academic achievements," Shen Shutong declared, a confident smile illuminating her face. "Tsinghua and Peking University? A mere flick of the wrist." Fu Chuan was aware of Shen Shutong's academic prowess. With her assistance, many of his challenging problems could be resolved. He had no funds for tutoring, and seeking help from the Fu family was out of the question. Yet, would it be too much of a bother for her? "I have my own motives in offering tutoring. Sometimes when I hit a creative wall, chatting with you helps broaden my perspective. More importantly, I wish to attend the Xingmon Academy of Arts with you. Senior. Fu Chuan's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Calm down, Fu Chuan. You are a soul who has lived 2 lifetimes. Do not act like an inexperienced high schooler enamored with a girl. How could such an exceptional woman ever regard him? He must not become a fool over a fleeting comment from her. Witnessing how far Junior could go is what I wish for both now and in the future. Did I frighten you with my earlier words? Qin Shudong suddenly realized her previous comments had been too ambiguous and quickly sought to clarify. Her cheeks reddening as if kissed by the setting sun. I was a bit startled, haha. Thankfully, I know my place. I realize you could never harbor feelings for me. Fu Chuan spoke lightly, attempting to exhibit a man's generosity. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shudong unexpectedly uttered 2 words, fool. Huh? Senior. What did you just say? Nothing. Shall we meet tomorrow during the break? The only respite for high school students came on Sundays. All right, I'll contact you then. Qin Shudong departed, cradling the artwork Fu Chuan had gifted her. As she reached the stairway corner, she recalled her own slip of the tongue, fool. She set down the piece and gently patted her flushed cheeks, attributing the warmth to the sun. Why am I overthinking? This is not like me. The emotions had simply bubbled forth, nothing more. Fu Chuan returned home, catching the tail end of Fu Zichen excitedly discussing his first date with Qin Jian. Maintaining a facade of indifference, he almost smiled, knowing that once Fu Zichen truly got to know her, he would discover the meaning of a nightmare. Fu Jian's foul temper would be insufferable even to Fu Chuan, who had once willingly endured humiliation for his family's sake. What more could Fu Zichen endure? Fu Chuan placed his backpack down at the dining table's edge, allowing the Fu family to revel in their merriment, unaffected by their dynamics. He pondered where he and Qin Shudong would meet for their study session, as he had a multitude of questions he wished to explore with her. They had promised to attend the Xingmon Academy of Arts together, and Fu Chuan was determined to fulfill this commitment as it represented his most significant dream in this lifetime. Lost in thoughts of tomorrow's tutoring, he failed to notice the shift in Fu Ling'er and the others' expressions upon his entrance. Unlike their previous indifference, Fu Ling'er's eyes shimmered with unspoken thoughts, while Fu Xinling felt awkward after unjustly accusing Fu Chuan of harming Fu Zichen, her conscience troubled by her profession as a lawyer. Fu Zichen observed his sister's reactions and feigned concern. Big brother Fu Chuan, why are you sitting so far away? Do you find us distasteful? Fu Chuan replied with an unperturbed demeanor. Zichen, you needn't overthink. I'm simply accustomed to sitting here during meals. Unperturbed by the Fu family sentiments, Fu Chuan understood that Fu Zichen posed little threat to him in this rebirth. What did not belong to him would forever remain outside his grasp. Fu Zichen need not compete. A single word could reclaim what was his. Fu Chuan's status within the family had not altered. The only change was his resolve to live solely for his own life from now on. As long as his heart remained clear, relinquishing unrealistic fantasies, Fu Chuan would thrive, perhaps better than in his previous life. Chapter 24. What does it matter to Fu Chuan? Fu Ling'er opened her mouth, seemingly about to speak, but ultimately fell silent, returning to her meal. Big brother Fu Chuan, ISN T5th sister, supposed to be tutoring you this afternoon? Why hasn't she returned yet? I've called, but there has been no response. I don't know. Fu Chuan replied dismissively. What does it matter to me? He finished his meal quickly, intent on retreating to his room to avoid witnessing Fu Zichen's theatrics. Fu Zichen fid somevat bewildered. Fu Chuan's indifference stripped away the thrill of the game. Relying on the Fu family's affection, Zichen found no satisfaction from Fu Chuan. The tactics that had previously worked like a charm now failed to elicit any response from him. He could not witness Fu Chuan's embarrassment or despair. Why did Fu Zichen feel at a disadvantage when he was the one who had monopolized the family's affection? Big brother Fu Chuan, I'll finally meet Qin Jian tomorrow. If only Fu Chuan. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness with Miss Qin. I'm full, Fu Chuan declared, setting down his chopsticks and ascending the stairs, leaving no opportunity for Fu Zichen to respond. Zichen felt as though he had just swallowed something vile. Questioning whether the butterfly effect of his rebirth had truly transformed Fu Chuan into someone so fundamentally different from before, he cast a pitiful glance towards Fu Ling'er and Fu Xinling. Second sister, I think big brother Fu Chuan is angry. In the past, Fu Zichen would not have received any feedback from Fu Chuan, but his sisters were unlikely to remain passive this time. Zichen, my younger brother, you are to meet Qin Jian tomorrow. If you find affection, consider being together. If not, do not force it. Indeed, Zichen, this betrothal was initially meant for Fu Chuan. But now that you have taken it, refrain from discussing Qin Jian in his presence to avoid any awkwardness. Fu Zichen was left utterly astonished. Fu Ling'er no longer criticized Fu Chuan's cold demeanor as she once did. Fu Xinling even seemed to lean slightly in favor of Fu Chuan. Could it be that last night, Fu Zichen's schemes against Fu Chuan had truly caught the attention of the sisters? Dreadful. Just then, Fu Qingqing returned. She had been alone at school, lost in thought for an exceedingly long time. Ultimately, it was Fu Xinling's call that brought her back to reality, allowing her to finish her remaining tasks before returning home to the Fu residence in a daze. Fu Qingqing truly wished to avoid Fu Chuan, to evade the gaze that no longer reflected the presence of his sisters. Today, upon seeing Fu Chuan's submitted assignment, she was once again astounded, particularly by the painting of the phoenix flowers blooming at G City No. 1 High School. To whom was it dedicated? Was it for Shun Shatong, fifth sister? Are you all right? Fu Linger immediately sensed something amiss with Fu Qingqing and approached her side. Fu Qingqing forced a smile. I'm fine, elder sister. Perhaps I'm just a bit tired. I'll head upstairs to rest. All right, I'll instruct someone to keep the food warm for you. Come down when you feel like eating. Thank you, elder sister. As she watched Fu Qingqing ascend the stairs, Fu Xinling voiced her concern. Elder sister, is fifth sister truly okay? I noticed something off about her during breakfast. Zichen, do you know what has transpired? Ah. Fu Zichen suddenly recalled the morning when he had massaged Fu Qingqing. She must have sensed something. Furthermore, given that Fu Zichen's conversation with Fu Chuan at school was not concealed from Fu Qingqing, he could only shake his head. I do not know. Adults carry their own burdens, so do not worry. I will have a good talk with fifth sister. Fu Xinling felt somewhat reassured by Fu Qingqing's words. In truth, Fu Xinling herself harbored worries regarding Fu Chuan. Should she apologize to him or not? Not apologizing made her feel uncomfortable in Fu Chuan's presence, while apologizing made her feel as though she were losing her dignity as an elder sister. He was but a younger brother who only knew how to placate them. What a scoundrel Fu Chuan had become, showing no respect for his sisters. If only the old Fu Chuan were still around, Fu Xinling could have gracefully accepted his assistance. Elder sister, let me accompany you to find fifth sister. I'm also worried about her. But you are to go on a date with Qin Jian tomorrow, so prepare well. Fu Qingqing's room was on the 4th floor, while Fu Chuan's was on the 2nd. The 2nd floor was entirely comprised of servant quarters, including the computer room that Fu Qingqing had specially prepared for Fu Chuan, which had been converted from an unoccupied servant's room. Gazing at Fu Chuan's closed door, Fu Qingqing was overwhelmed with a sense of melancholy. She was genuinely fatigued, yearning to return to her room and collapse on her bed for a restful slumber. Yet, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the computer room she had prepared for Fu Chuan, harboring a glimmer of hope. If only Fu Chuan were there, admiring the new computer she had arranged for him. Fu Qingqing would never mock him. Rather, she would perceive it as a sign of his willingness to forgive her. The painting Fu Chuan had gifted her was something she would treasure dearly. She longed to understand her exceptionally talented younger brother better. Although she could not promise Fu Chuan anything comparable to Zichen, Fu Qingqing would assist him in nurturing his talent to its fullest potential, ensuring the world beheld Fu Chuan's artistry and that he became a source of pride for the Fu family. Just as Fu Qingqing entertained these thoughts, she approached the computer room, where she noticed the door ajar, lights spilling out. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart skipped a beat. Could truly be Fu Chuan. The instant she envisioned catching him in the computer room, her steps quickened, and she hurried towards the door. Fu Chuan, she began to utter, but upon seeing a servant inside, she was taken aback. Why is it you? The servant exchanged bewildered glances with Fu Qingqing, utterly perplexed by her reaction. Huh? Fifth miss, I came to tidy up the room. Yesterday's preparations were too rushed, and some areas were left uncleaned. How dare you touch anything in this room without my permission? Her hopes dashed. Fu Qingqing felt as though she had become a clown, unable to control her rising anger. And she erupted at the servant. The servant dared not utter a word. She had merely come to fulfill her duties. Unable to comprehend how the usually composed and graceful Fu Qingqing had transformed into such a fury. What are you doing? Fu Chuan had just returned from the restroom when he heard Fu Qingqing's outburst at the computer room door. Initially, he intended to ignore it, but since he needed to return to his room, passing by the computer room was unavoidable. This meant he would have to confront Fu Qingqing. Observing her in a fit of rage, he recalled her recent changes. It was evident that her anger stemmed from Fu Chuan's dismissive attitude, leading her to unleash her frustration upon an innocent party. Such behavior would have been unthinkable for the former Fu Qingqing. Was this a butterfly effect resulting from Fu Chuan and Fu Zichen's rebirth? Had it completely altered the once composed and emotionally restrained fifth miss of the Fu family? Fu Chuan, disinterested in deciphering Fu Qingqing's peculiar thought process, simply wished to coast through until the college entrance examinations concluded, leaving the Fu family behind, hoping for peace and to be left undisturbed. I apologize, fifth miss, I will leave immediately. The servant hurriedly exited the computer room, wiping her tears and fleeing. Fu Qingqing, panting heavily, gradually regained her composure. With reddened eyes, she glared at Fu Chuan. This is all your fault. Are you satisfied now? Chapter 25. Just words of anger. Fu Chuan wore an expression of utter confusion. How could Fu Qingqing blame him for her inability to control her emotions? It was utterly ludicrous. Fu Qingqing fell silent. Her earlier words had been spoken in anger. It was her fault for losing control in front of the servant, who was merely doing her job. Now, to direct such words at Fu Chuan was indeed unreasonable on her part. Fu Chuan, I will return to my room now. Fu Chuan, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Fu Qingqing, uttered this line and turned to head to his room. His nonchalant demeanor only served to infuriate Fu Qingqing further. Can you not listen to me properly? You live in the Fu house, and I am your fifth sister. Why do you treat me with such disrespect? Are you certain you want to say that? If your Zichen brother hears it and starts to overthink, leading to some illness, do not place the blame on me. As long as you accept it, I am willing to listen. Fu Chuan had played his trump card, leaving Fu Qingqing at a loss for words. Zichen, her Zichen. Previously, Fu Qingqing had ignored Fu Chuan's existence solely for the sake of Zichen. Fu Chuan was engulfed in torment, forced to wear a facade of smiles to curry favor with Fu Qingqing. How could he be so cold-hearted, using his younger brother Zichen as a shield? The seething anger within Fu Qingqing was stifled deep inside her, an unbearable burden. How could he treat her, his elder sister, with such disdain? What had transpired? Fu Ling'er and others, hearing the commotion from downstairs, hurriedly ascended. Oh, it's fifth sister. Enough. Fu Chuan, return to your room. I will handle my matters, she asserted. Fu Chuan shrugged, disinterested in further discourse. He had longed to escape, striding directly toward his room. Upon seeing Fu Chuan approach, Fu Xinling instinctively lowered her head, immediately regretting this action. Why should she fear encountering Fu Chuan? It was merely a misunderstanding on her part. Her concern for Fu Zichen's reaction was unintentional, yet it left her appearing vulnerable. Throughout this, Fu Chuan's gaze never once fell upon Fu Xinling. He simply retreated to his room, closing the door, as if sealing off the entire world. Fu Xinling's heart sank in tandem with the door's closure. Dam Fu Chuan, how could he disregard his biological sister? How could he act so? Fu Ling'er, choosing not to address Fu Chuan for the moment, turned to Fu Qingqing. Fifth sister, what is the matter? You spoke so loudly just now that we could hear you downstairs. This is not like you. The four words remained unspoken, yet Fu Ling'er's eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. Today, Fu Qingqing was behaving strangely, unlike her usual self. Were it not for her unchanged appearance, Fu Ling'er might have thought her sister had been possessed. Eldest sister, perhaps I am simply exhausted. I will apologize shortly. Fu Qingqing departed in dismay. Fu Zichen wished to say something, but was silenced by Fu Ling. It seems fifth sister is truly fatigued. Let us save our discussions for tomorrow. While Fu Ling'er and the others were puzzled, Fu Chuan hummed a tune in his room, organizing the questions he intended to ask Shen Shudong during tutoring the following day. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, thinking it was a message from Shen Shudong. He opened it to find it was from his benefactor. Sorry, Junior, I've been quite busy today and only now have time to check my phone. Ors, Fu Chuan replied, cough, Senior Yu Inga, your disguise has fallen away. Initially, Fu Chuan wished to maintain an air of mystery, but Senior Yu's greeting of Junior revealed his true identity, clearly learned from Shen Shudong. Who else could call Fu Chuan Jr. and maintain such a close relationship with Shen Shudong, if not Yu Ying, the celebrated student council president from last year at G City's first high school? Haha, Tang Tang asked me to play along and see if you could guess, but I forgot while replying. Please don't let Tang Tang know, or she'll definitely call me silly. All right, Senior Yu. What would you like me to draw? Please illustrate this photo in a comic style. She casually tossed a group picture to Fu Chuan. It was a snapshot of Yu Ying with the first-year student council members at Xingmon Art Academy, alongside several teachers. ISNT, that Professor Hao Zhe in the center. Fu Chuan exclaimed. Professor Hao Zhe, a national treasure-level artist at Xingmon Art Academy, renowned for his unique painting style and receiving state benefits, had made a significant mark in the art world, earning recognition both domestically and internationally. He was a prominent figure even at foreign art exhibitions. Fu Chuan, having studied various styles, favored realism, occasionally incorporating imaginative elements into vibrant new art. Currently, domestic innovations in the realm of two-dimensional art were significantly influenced by Japanese culture. Art knows no borders. One must learn to appreciate both strengths and weaknesses in others. Even at over 60, Professor Hao Zhe continued to explore new artistic forms, with each of his works shining brightly, adored by countless admirers. The reason Xingmon Art Academy stood as a leader in art education was due to the presence of such esteemed masters. Professor Hao Zhe was Fu Chuan's idol. In his previous life, he had only been able to attend Hao Zhe's public lectures, gaining immense insights. Indeed, it took my second uncle quite a while to convince Professor how to take this photo with us. Yu Inger replied with a huff. Fu Chuan couldn't help but gasp. Who would have thought that the esteemed Professor Hao Zhe was Yu Ying'er's uncle? Such connections were terrifying. I heard Tang Tang mention your goal for the college entrance exam is Xingman Art Academy. Keep it up, Junior. Tang Tang believes in you, and I do too. Thank you, Senior Yu, for your kind words. Leave this commission to me. Do you have any other requests? Just make everyone look beautiful and happy. Something eye-catching and innovative. Is that too vague? Not vague at all. Wait for my finished product. After discussing some details with Yu Ying'er, Fu Chuan focused on the blank canvas for a full 20 minutes, glancing at the photos she sent, ideas swirling in his mind as he began to draw. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Ying'er was currently sprawled on Shun Shutong's bed, barefoot, her fair legs swinging above the plush mattress, blissfully scrolling through IELTS English questions on her tablet. Shun Shutong sat at her desk, her fingers dancing over the keyboard as she outlined her new novel. The blue light from the screen reflected off her glasses, illuminating her delicate features. Suddenly, she deleted the entire outline she had just typed, removed her glasses, propped her legs onto an ergonomic chair, tilted her head back to gaze at the ceiling, and closed her eyes, surrendering to relaxation. Yu Ying'er set her tablet down, tiptoeing to Shun Shutong's side, wrapping her small hands around her neck. What is wrong, Tang Tang? You seem distracted tonight, deleting everything you wrote all evening? Shun Shutong rubbed her temples. Not enough inspiration. Nothing I wrote feels right. By the way, did Fu Chuan reply to you? Hee, Tang Tang, you're so perceptive. Are you missing your junior Fu Chuan? Which is why you're feeling uninspired. Aren't you two going on a date tomorrow? Yu Ying'er teased mischievously. It was a historic moment to witness. The aloof goddess, revered for her social anxiety, had evidently developed feelings for her junior. Wow, your junior must be exceptionally charming. Yu Ying'er thought to herself, eager to meet him. Shun Shutong playfully ruffled Yu Ying'er's hair. It's just tutoring. Ying'er, stop jumping to conclusions. Oh, Tang Tang, if you dare ambush me, just wait and see. Just as Yu Ying'er prepared to playfully retaliate against Shun Shutong, a notification chimed. Your precious junior has sent a message. I'll pause my attack to take a good look. Yu Ying'er dashed to the bed, grabbed her tablet, and gasped at the illustration Fu Chuan had sent. Oh my, this is so interesting. Tang Tang, look. Chapter 26, Fu Chuan, Misori. Shun Shutong lifted her gaze. Witnessing Fu Chuan's creative transformation of the student council group photo into characters reminiscent of a national comic. The small canvas highlighted the unique characteristics of each student and teacher. A beaming, exaggerated smile graced the face, imbued with a distinctive charm reminiscent of the illustrious creator of One Piece. It is a remarkably accomplished piece of art. To my astonishment, despite my vague praise, Fu Chuan managed to craft such an impressive rendition. Indeed, he is a worthy junior, as Tang Tang has keenly observed. Yu Ying'er promptly replied to Fu Chuan. Both Tang Tang and I are quite fond of this, junior. You are truly exceptional. Fu Chuan, taken aback by the realization that Yu Ying'er was beside Shun Shutong, hastily inquired. Did Senior Shin offer any suggestions? Unable to suppress her amusement, Yu Ying'er chuckled. Why does it feel like our junior has a slightly clueless, bro-like demeanor? Come on, Tang Tang. Our junior seeks your advice. Sen Su Dang, momentarily setting aside her playful banter with Yu Ying'er, thoughtfully responded. Adjust the colors on the computer to be more vibrant and increase the contrast. This would better align with your taste. All right. Yu Ying'er conveyed Shin Shutong's words verbatim and added. This is the invaluable advice from your most cherished senior Shun. Yu Ying. Yeah. Shin Shutong could no longer contain herself, seizing Yu Ying'er for a spirited reprimand. The following day, their meeting with Shun Shutong was scheduled for 10 in the morning. Fu Chuan indulged in a rare, leisurely morning, waking at 8:30. Balancing work and rest leads to greater efficiency. After packing his belongings into his backpack, Fu Chuan descended the stairs, only to encounter Fu Xianling. Upon seeing Fu Chuan, her expression momentarily darkened. Damn, what a coincidence to run into Fu Chuan. Second sister, Fu Chuan acknowledged with a slight nod as he passed by her. Fu Xianling, suppressing her frustration, clenched her fists before finally speaking. Fu Chuan. Ignoring her, Fu Chuan quickened his pace down the stairs. Fu Chuan, I am speaking to you. Didn't you hear me? Ah. Fu Chuan turned back. Is there something you need? You clearly heard me. Why do you refuse to stop? An elite lawyer and a top scholar. How can you not comprehend even the simplest adult rejection? Not responding is a deliberate avoidance. You simply don't wish to engage. This mirrors the past behavior of Fu Qingqing and Fu Xianling towards Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan remained silent, and Fu Xianling seemed to sense something, her lips twitching in frustration. Indeed, Fu Chuan's intentional disregard for Fu Xianling indicated his desire to sever ties with her. When did their relationship become so strained? It was once Fu Chuan who was the eager admirer. Now, it feels as though Fu Xianling is the one desperately trying to hold on to Fu Chuan. Fu Xianling realized she must resolve the incident from that evening. Otherwise, she would forever feel indebted to Fu Chuan. Her pride as a lawyer prevented her from holding her head high. Fu Zichen pursed her lips. Fu Chuan, that night. I was overly anxious regarding Zichen and misunderstood you. I owe you an apology for that. The reluctance in Fu Zichen's apology was palpable. This was her first time ever apologizing to Fu Chuan. Previously, when upset, she had used Fu Chuan as a tool, forcing him to leave the Fu family. When Fu Zichen lay unconscious in Fu Chuan's room, Fu Zichen had lost control of her emotions and slapped Fu Chuan, who had responded with a submissive demeanor. Like a stray dog, even kneeling before her, repeatedly assuring her, terrified that she would no longer accept him as a brother. To apologize to a brother she had once taken for granted felt as uncomfortable as swallowing a fly. Oh, for someone like Fu Zichen to apologize to Fu Chuan was truly a rare occurrence. Yet, she remained the same Fu Zichen in Fu Chuan's memories, having wronged him countless times, even when evidence was presented. She would still act as though Fu Chuan owed her a debt of life and death, maintaining an air of superiority. This first apology felt so begrudging. Fu Chuan had long since abandoned any hopes regarding the Fu family. He descended the stairs and left. Whether Fu Zichen apologized or not was of little consequence to him. There were no expectations, no love, no hatred. Only the indifference of strangers remained. Fu Zichen was taken aback. She had lowered her head and proactively apologized to Fu Chuan. Why was his reaction so indifferent? The image of Fu Chuan, filled with gratitude and tears, had disappeared. By the time Fu Zichen regained her composure and chased after him, Fu Chuan had just encountered Fu Zichen at the door. Fu Zichen, noticing Fu Chuan with his backpack, paused momentarily before a mischievous glint flickered in his eyes. Brother Fu Chuan, are you going out too? Shall we go together? Fu Chuan replied coolly, uncharacteristically agreeing to Fu Zichen's suggestion. Just as Fu Zichen was about to speak, he noticed Fu Zichen rushing out. Second sister. Zichen, weren't you supposed to go out with Qin? Why are you still here? I'm just about to leave, Fu Zichen replied, his face slightly flushing. Not out of youthful infatuation, but rather with thoughts of winning over such a rare beauty and indirectly securing the entire Qin Group. Reclaiming the fortune Fu Chuan had fortuitously acquired in a past life, he felt elated. From the photographs, Qin appeared quite attractive, fitting Fu Zichen's preferences. With his commendable attributes, good looks, and being the favored son of the Fu Group, Qin would undoubtedly shower him with affection. Once Fu Zichen subtly maneuvered to win her over, he could anticipate the Qin Group's meteoric rise, reaping the rewards effortlessly. Only the reborn Fu Zichen knew of this. Fu Chuan remained oblivious. Observing Fu Chuan's stoic expression, Fu Zichen suspected he was still reveling in the notion of having snatched away the waning Qin Group's heiress, thus avoiding an unwanted engagement with the Qin family. With foresight into the future, Fu Zichen felt a surge of delight. With Fu Zichen present, Fu Zichen refrained from discussing much with Fu Chuan, opting instead to shower Fu Zichen with sisterly advice, all the while secretly observing Fu Chuan's reactions. Yet, Fu Chuan remained unfazed, not departing but gripping his backpack strap, his head lowered in contemplation. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Fu Zichen felt a flicker of happiness at seeing Fu Chuan in this state. It appeared he had not completely lost faith in them, his sisters, as he still seemed to care for Fu Zichen. Fu Chuan's lowered head suggested he did not wish for Fu Zichen to perceive her kindness towards Fu Zichen, perhaps unable to suppress a hint of jealousy. Fu Chuan departed de Fu residence alongside Fu Zichen. This scene unfolded before Fu Linger, who was watching from the third-floor window of Fu Qing's room. Fu Linger drew the curtains and observed her slightly dazed sister. Fifth sister, what transpired yesterday? Nothing, elder sister. Fifth sister, do you still wish to hide it from me? I know everyone has their little secrets, myself included. If you choose not to share, I won't press you. But seeing you like this truly worries me. Faced with Fu Linger's earnest words, Fu Qing's lips quivered as she contemplated for a long while before finally divulging the events of the previous day, deliberately omitting the fact that Fu Chuan was the one who had alleviated Fu Linger's headache. Otherwise, Fu Qing feared that Fu Linger would see Fu Zichen in a drastically diminished light, no longer as the endearing younger brother in need of protection, but rather as a deceitful charlatan who had usurped Fu Chuan's credit. Chapter 27. The Pinnacle of Domestic First Love. Is Fu Chuan's work truly that remarkable? Fu Linger raised an eyebrow. She had heard Fu Qing mention it to Fu Zichen. However, the notion that Fu Chuan's talent could lead to such a transformation in Fu Qing's perceptions was something Fu Linger had never anticipated. Once, to a certain extent, Fu Qing's disregard for Fu Chuan surpassed that of Fu Linger, rendering any reversal difficult. Fu Qingqing presented photographs of Fu Chuan's artwork to Fu Linger. Upon viewing them, Fu Linger was momentarily dazzled, and after a pause, remarked, "Indeed, he is an exceptionally rare genius. It is no wonder you personally crafted a painting studio for Fu Chuan." Fu Chuan's talent shone brilliantly without excessive refinement, illuminating all around him. At such a pace, Fu Linger could scarcely fathom the heights Fu Chuan might reach in his field, envisioning him as a source of pride for the Fu family. Yet, Fu Chuan seemed indifferent to this. "How peculiar, elder sister. I had wished for Fu Chuan's disappearance. His disdain for us was preferable, sparing us the burden of his flattery. Yet, seeing him transform into this, I cannot help but feel discomfort." Fu Qingqing gazed at Fu Linger, her eyes clouded with confusion. If she truly cherished Fu Chuan's talent, she would not allow his demeanor to alter her essence. She could simply observe him from afar, ensuring he did not stray from the right path. Fu Linger, having deduced something, placed a reassuring hand on Fu Qingqing's shoulder and stated firmly, "You merely value Fu Chuan's talent. But, there's no but, fifth sister." Fu Linger interjected before Fu Qingqing could finish. Without confronting Fu Chuan with such thoughts, Fu Linger foresaw a grim fate for Fu Qingqing, one where she would regress to her former self, a sycophant devoid of dignity, ultimately inflicting pain upon herself. It was indeed astonishing that the typically indifferent Fu Qingqing harbored such sensitive affection for Fu Chuan within her heart. "Elder sister, how should I face Fu Chuan?" Fu Qingqing inquired despondently. "Face him as you must, fifth sister. Whether it be familial love, friendship, or romance, the one who shows weakness first is the ultimate loser. You surely do not wish to revert to that undignified, obsequious version of Fu Chuan, do you?" Recalling how Fu Chuan had once desperately sought their approval, devoid of self-respect. Behaving like a jester, Fu Qingqing felt an overwhelming surge of regret followed by fear. She did not want to become that way. Yet what could she do about her uncontrollable feelings for Fu Chuan, that desire to make amends? However, you have provided me with crucial information. Fu Chuan shares a remarkably close relationship with Shen Shutong, who has requested him to create artworks for her, indicating that she recognized his talent quite early on. Fu Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as she was contemplating how to establish a favorable relationship with the Qin Group, she had initially held little hope for Fu Chuan. She had subtly suggested to Fu Zichen to approach Shen Shutong, yet the latter appeared completely oblivious to Fu Zichen's existence. If even someone as outstanding as Fu Zichen could not get close to Shen Shutong, how could Fu Chuan possibly succeed? It was indeed a slap in the face for Fu Linger, yet she felt elated that this development might bring her closer to the Shen family. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan and Fu Zichen had stepped outside. Fu Zichen had arrived in a luxurious Maybach, while Fu Chuan took the bus. "Brother Fu Chuan, where are you headed?" "Let me take you there," Fu Zichen offered insincerely. "No need," Fu Chuan replied, having already witnessed the outcome of Fu Zichen's first date with Qin Jian. Although curious about the details, Fu Chuan's destination remained the rendezvous point with the senior. As Fu Chuan departed, Fu Zichen scoffed internally, thinking Fu Chuan was foolishly unaware of the impending transformation of the Qin Group, still believing it would remain stagnant. With the support of the Fu family, he was convinced the Qin Group would rise swiftly, leaving Fu Chuan only to grovel in envy and resentment. "Let go, driver," Fu Chuan instructed as he arrived at the plaza where he was to meet Shen Shutong. He took out his phone and sent a message. "Senior, where are you?" "Over here by the fountain," came the reply. "Okay." Shen Shutong, donning a beret and clad in light-washed jeans paired with a pink blouse, radiated youthful vibrancy as she crouched down to feed a few white doves gathered at the fountain square. Glancing around, she spotted Fu Chuan approaching and smiled, waving him over. "Junior, over here." "Senior," Fu Chuan called as he approached, pondering how splendid it would have been to capture that moment if she hadn't noticed. Secretly taking a photo that might inspire his new work, a girl frolicking with doves by the fountain, a picturesque scene from many a window. There's a Luckin Coffee nearby with ample seating. "Shall we go there to study?" "Sure, senior. What would you like to drink?" "I'll order first to avoid the long queue." Fu Chuan pulled out his phone. "Do you have the X-Fish app? They often have coffee promotions. Order an orange sea Americano there." "Edo." Following Shen Shutong's guidance, Fu Chuan searched for Luckin Coffee on X-Fish and found it. Over 9 yuan for a customizable coffee, quite a bargain. After placing his order, he gave Shen Shutong a thumbs up. "Thank goodness you discovered this channel. It will save us quite a bit on coffee in the future." Shen Shutong playfully flipped her hair, remarking, "If there is a discount and you don't take advantage, that would be foolish, Junior. Remember, the wealthy are always shrewd." "Noted." "Senior, let me help you with your bag." "All right." Fu Chuan took the initiative to carry Shen Shutong's bag, guiding her to walk on the inside of the sidewalk, embodying the essence of a gentleman. Shen Shutong chuckled softly. "Junior, which movie did you learn this from?" Hee, you've seen through me, senior. It's my girlhood. You seen it too? They both exclaimed in unison. Of course, it's the pinnacle of domestic first loves. How could I not? Qin Shutong continued. Seeing your actions earlier reminded me of a scene from the film. The playful banter between Qin Shutong and Fu Chuan drew numerous glances from passers-by. The sunlight bathed the handsome youth and beautiful maiden, exuding the sweet fragrance of youthful affection, prompting many weary souls, burdened by the trials of life, to sigh. Youth is truly wonderful. After securing their coffees, Fu Chuan and Qin Shutong found a secluded table in a corner. Fu Chuan took out the practice notebook he had prepared and began to inquire about the subject matter in detail. Qin Shutong's explanations were straightforward and easily comprehensible. And with Fu Chuan's inherent aptitude for learning, their synergy in tackling the problems grew ever more seamless. Junior, it seems you're not only talented in drawing, but also quite clever, Qin Shutong observed, resting her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she took a sip of her orange sea Americano. Fu Chuan humbly responded while solving equations on a piece of scrap paper. It's all due to your excellent teaching, senior. Do you think this method is correct? Qin Shutong glanced at the scrap paper and marked it with a red pen, stating, if every student were like you, I would want to become a teacher. But didn't you aspire to be a world-renowned novelist? Because not every student can possess your level of intelligence. This dream is destined to remain unfulfilled. Wow, senior, your praise truly honors me. Just as Qin Shutong and Fu Chuan were engrossed in their conversation, the door of the coffee shop swung open and two figures entered. On our first meeting, you brought me to such a place? Qin Jian's voice dripped with disdain. Chapter 28. What a ridiculous situation. What's wrong? Is it unacceptable? Fu Zichen replied gently, intending to temper Qin Jian's sharpness. Qin Jian is a quintessentially spoiled young lady, often viewed as a pampered heiress. Despite the Qin Group's current decline, its legacy remains intact. In the past, during the Qin Group's heyday, Qin Jian believed that the heavens would bend to her whims, and thus she developed a lavish lifestyle and a temper that disregarded the feelings of others. Fu Zichen, on the other hand, seeks the benefits that a transformed future for the Qin Group could bring, relishing in the discomfort of Fu Chuan, yet he has no intention of appeasing the ill-tempered heiress. Qin Jian. Unlike Fu Chuan from his previous life, Fu Zichen occupies a position of utmost favor within the Fu family. To curry favor with the Fu Group, the Qin family, aware that Fu Zichen suffers from a terminal illness, has resigned itself to the prospect of their daughter living a widow's life and arranged for Qin Jian to meet him. I'm a Qin family heiress, and you're a young master from the Fu family. I don't expect a Michelin star dining experience, but you bringing me to this place is embarrassing. I find it disgraceful, Qin Jian muttered under her breath. You ought to be careful with your words. If my sister's over here, it could lead to unfavorable consequences. They disapprove of girls who squander their family's wealth without restraint, Fu Zichen remarked, thinking that such a warning would instill fear in Qin Jian. Surely, Uncle Qin had advised her not to display any petulance before Fu Zichen, fearing it would aggravate him and worsen the already precarious situation for the Qin Group. Well, I don't care if they dislike it. I certainly don't wish to marry you, Qin Jian retorted, showing no deference to Fu Zichen. Had it not been for her father's repeated pleas, she would never have consented to meet him. Why should she be expected to marry a man suffering from a terminal illness? It was absurd. Fu Zichen's expression froze in disbelief at Qin Jian's audacity. Given the stark contrast between the Qin and Fu family's fortunes, he could not fathom her blatant disregard for his feelings, especially in his presence. Taking a deep breath, Fu Zichen reminded himself that women, after all, require proper training and taming. If they complied from the outset, it would be no different than raising a dog. Perhaps, through time, she might come to appreciate his merits. You can't even bear to spend money on me, bringing me to this dreadful place on our first date. What do you expect me to find appealing? She huffed. Despite her father's earnest entreaties, Qin Jian refrained from expressing her discontent too harshly, wishing merely to conclude the date swiftly. She settled into a seat, clutching her limited edition Chanel handbag, pinching her nose in disdain for the lowly cafe environment. Even Starbucks was beneath her. She only indulged in the finest, handcrafted coffee from elite baristas. The thought of consuming mass-produced coffee made her stomach churn. Fu Zichen, despite his polished demeanor, struggled to maintain his composure, ordering 2 Americanos curtly from the staff. Meanwhile, Qin Shutong, seated across from them, observed the unfolding drama and whispered, Junior, there's a quarrel over there. Fu Chuan, engrossed in solving a problem, turned to see Fu Zichen's face contorted in displeasure. To his astonishment, Fu Zichen and Qin Jian had both chosen to frequent this cafe. Shouldn't individuals of their standing opt for a more upscale venue for a date? Realizing that Fu Zichen had been reborn and was likely attempting to temper Qin Jian's arrogance, Fu Chuan smirked. If Qin Jian were truly that easy to tame, she would not be Qin Jian. Her arrogance was deeply ingrained. Even if the Qin Group were to falter, she would never bend the knee. Oblivious to Fu Chuan and Shen Shudong's presence in the corner, Fu Zichen presented a carefully prepared cup of coffee to Qin Jian, stating, "Try it. It's an iced Americano with 7 parts sugar and 2 creamers, just how you like it." It was evident he had done his homework on her preferences. However, upon taking a sip, Qin Jian's face contorted into disgust as she spat the drink all over Fu Zichen. "What is this? It tastes terrible." The commotion drew astonished glances from other patrons. Yet Fu Chuan remained unfazed. Having witnessed Qin Jian's true nature, he regarded this episode as merely an appetizer for Fu Zichen. It was clear that Fu Zichen's memories from his previous life had misled him into believing he could win over Qin Jian and secure the future of the Qin Group, unaware that entangling himself with her would lead to greater misfortune. Soaked in iced Americano, Fu Zichen felt the heat of humiliation wash over him. "I can't believe it. You bring me to such a horrid place to drink this abomination. It's a blatant disrespect," Qin Jian declared, indifferent to Fu Zichen's feelings as she stormed off, leaving him in stunned silence. The cafe staff approached cautiously. "Sir, are you all right? I apologize for my girlfriend's temperament. How much are the damages? I will cover it all." Fu Zichen forced a smile and, with a gentlemanly demeanor, settled the bill. Shen Shutong remarked, "That man is such a sycophant." Fu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Rather than being a mere sycophant, Fu Zichen was aware of the potential resurgence of the Qin Group. He was merely biding his time. Deep down, he likely wished to inflict 1,000 cuts on Qin Jian, yet she remained a cherished gem in the Fu family's eyes. This was Fu Zichen's first experience of such public embarrassment, all at the hands of a woman. Reflecting on his past experiences, Fu Chuan realized that Fu Zichen, in his rebirth, was naively attempting to control the narrative, only to find himself ensnared in a cycle of karmic retribution. Junior, a man should never be a sycophant. True love is a mutual endeavor. It cannot be one-sided. Such relationships are neither enduring nor fulfilling, Shen Shutong murmured softly. Indeed, this applies not just to romantic love, but to familial and platonic bonds as well, Fu Chuan added. This sentiment seemed to unlock a secret within Shen Shutong, who nodded with newfound conviction. "You're right. The ideal in my stories is a lifelong partnership, isn't it?" Fu Chuan had perused countless novels penned by Shen Shutong, which often lacked male protagonists and focused on pure love, avoiding harem tropes. Eventually, she transcended to write in male-dominated genres. Yet her sole foray into romance depicted a childhood love story, a lifelong partnership. How beautiful it is, isn't it? Indeed. Just then, Fu Zichen noticed Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong in the corner, his heart dropping. Damn, how did they end up here? When did they arrive? A flurry of questions swirled in his mind. He had not anticipated the closeness between Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong, especially not to the extent of dating on a Sunday. The aloof goddess, Shen Shutong, should not be within reach of someone like Fu Chuan, who had no standing in the Fu family. Why did it seem that Fu Chuan had everything going for him, while Fu Zichen was consumed by jealousy? What a farce of monumental proportions. Chapter 29. The Art of Heartless Murder, or perhaps it's the senior sister who truly excels. If only Fu Zichen could win over Shen Shutong, he would gladly forsake the opulence of the Qin family. Yet, as Fu Zichen finds himself unable to pursue her and unwilling to let Fu Chuan benefit, he resorts to a secondary strategy, seizing the marriage prospects of the Qin family. Observing the camaraderie between Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong, Fu Zichen feels as though he has fallen several paces behind Fu Chuan. With a twitch of his lips, he ultimately approaches them, feigning surprise at their closeness. Senior Fu, Senior Sister Shen, what a coincidence. Shen Shutong winked at Fu Chuan. Do you know him? Before Fu Chuan could respond, Fu Zichen, with a pitiful expression, interjected. Senior Sister Shen, do you not remember me? His expression was so woeful, complemented by his somewhat feminine features and pallid complexion from illness, that he could easily garner sympathy. Fu Chuan mused that Fu Zichen could easily secure a role in the Oscars of a lighthouse nation, with his talent for evoking pity and shedding tears, surpassing even the most skilled actresses in his performance. Unfortunately, this strategy was met with Shen Shutong's bewilderment. I have no recollection. Shen Shutong was aware that many people knew her, yet she had little memory of most, including the current Fu Zichen. Since he addressed her as senior, he must surely be a student from G City No. 1 High School. Fu Zichen instinctively clenched his teeth. Previously, he had received hints from Fu Linger to pursue Shen Shutong, yet she had dismissed his advances. Logically, after having crossed paths so many times and attended various high society gatherings, she should have had some recollection of him. The fact that she appeared so perplexed was not an act. It was painfully evident that Shen Shutong held no interest in Fu Zichen, to the extent that she was unaware of his very existence. Was there anything more humiliating than this? None at all. Fu Chuan nearly adopted in lauter. When it came to the art of emotional devastation, Shun Shutong was unmatched. Fu Zichen feigned a wounded expression, yet Shun Shutong entirely disregarded his theatrics, turning her attention to Fu Chuan. Junior, have you completed your problems? Yes, I have, Fu Chuan replied, handing her the draft paper. Shun Shutong meticulously reviewed it, nodding in satisfaction. You've done very well on this question. Let us move on to the next one. Shen Shutang ignored Fu Zichen entirely. Due to her slight social anxiety, she often regarded those around her as mere air. Otherwise, she would instinctively become tense. This demeanor led many to perceive her as aloof. Are the seniors discussing coursework here? Fu Zichen's mood lifted slightly. If Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong were indeed in a romantic relationship, he would consider throwing himself off a cliff. How could his unattainable ideal, the moonlight of his heart, have any interest in a worthless person like Fu Chuan? Yet, reconsidering, how did Fu Chuan manage to receive personal guidance from Shen Shutong? What had gone awry? In the past life, Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong were mere parallel lines. If Fu Zichen's reincarnation had caused a butterfly effect that favored Fu Chuan, was it not too generous? Not only had the once affectionate Fu family grown distant, but Fu Chuan had also entangled himself with Shen Shutong, illuminating his future. Senior, I'm struggling with this question. Could you assist me? Fu Zichen rolled his eyes, deliberately speaking to disrupt Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong's interaction. Why aren't you pursuing your girlfriend? What are you doing here? Shen Shutong glared coldly at Fu Zichen. She wished to enjoy her time with Fu Chuan undisturbed. This made Shen Shutong feel acutely uncomfortable. Fu Zichen's heart raced as he hurried to clarify. Senior sister, please don't misunderstand. She is not my girlfriend. You just told the staff she was your girlfriend, and now you deny it. A sycophant is a sycophant, dare to act, but not to own it, which is utterly contemptible. Shen Shutong's words, devoid of any vulgarity, struck with brutal precision. Fu Zichen's face flushed with embarrassment, and he cast a pleading glance toward Fu Chuan. Fu Zichen could hardly believe that Fu Chuan would not come to his aid. Otherwise, he would surely inform his sisters about today's events, and they would not easily forgive Fu Chuan. Actually, I prefer not to have distractions while I'm with senior sister. Could you keep your distance? Fu Zichen's performance as a sycophant was unconvincing enough without the need for supplementary tutoring. It was clear that Fu Zichen's presence was unwelcome. With such an evident dismissal, Fu Zichen could no longer cling to his facade. Anger coursed through him, shaking him uncontrollably. First came the humiliation from Qin Jian, followed by Shen Shutong's indifference. And now even Fu Chuan dared to treat him so callously. Fu Zichen silently vowed to remember this grievance and would certainly report it to his sisters later. I'm truly sorry, senior sister, I must take my leave, Fu Zichen said, his final shred of stubbornness propelling him to finish this act before he fled in disarray. Junior, is there something between you two? The astute Shen Shutong sensed something amiss. Senior, he is of no significance to me. His worth pales in comparison to this potential examination math problem. Fu Chuan replied calmly, revealing his true feelings. It was not just Fu Zichen. The rest of the Fu family held the same sentiment. Fu Chuan's sole ambition now was to gain admission to Xingman Art Academy and fulfill this life's aspirations. Everything else was inconsequential and unworthy of concern. Understood. Shen Shutong recognized that Fu Chuan's words stemmed from the heart. Those unimportant to him indeed did not warrant further discussion. As their tutoring session concluded, Fu Chuan checked the time. It was only 3 in the afternoon. Senior, thank you so much for today. May I treat you to something? No need. We can eat this. Shen Shutong retrieved a thermos lunchbox from her bag. Upon opening it, a delightful aroma wafted forth. Sushi, Fu Chuan exclaimed in surprise. Did you make this yourself, senior? Yes, give it a try. Fu Chuan took a piece of tuna sushi, and after tasting it, his eyes sparkled. Delicious. If it's good, eat more, Shen Shutong encouraged, savoring an octopus sushi slowly. When will you upload Ing-er's work to the computer? I'll do it after I finish with the senior, Fu Chuan replied. Or you could operate it while I watch. I've only seen you paint, but Haven T observed how you handle the computer. Shen Shutong had studied similar techniques, yet she had never seen Fu Chuan's operation firsthand. Naturally, she held great admiration for Fu Chuan's live painting skills. His aesthetic sense, color, and composition were unparalleled, resonating deeply with her. If the senior is interested, it would be my pleasure. All right, eat well, then let us get started. After Fu Chuan found a suitable painting studio, he paid the borrowing fee. Leveraging the artwork from last night through Ing-er, he quickly produced a finished digital image on the computer. With Shen Shutong's suggestions, he adjusted the brightness and contrast, then sought her confirmation. Junior, would you mind if I took a turn operating it? Of course, senior. Fu Chuan saved the original image and stepped aside, allowing Shen Shutong to take the reins. Shen Shudong skillfully manipulated the software tools, brightening the composition further. Junior, do you think this looks better? Senior, I didn't expect you to have a talent for being an artist as well. Fu Chuan's compliment was sincere. After Shen Shutong's adjustments, the composition indeed appeared more appealing, aligning perfectly with Yu Ing's notion of happiness. Before meeting the junior, I had always created the covers for my novels myself. Senior, you are truly remarkable. Fu Chuan felt a genuine admiration welling up within him as he extolled Shen Shutang's virtues. Achieving fame at a tender age, hailing from affluence, possessing an ethereal beauty, excelling academically, and demonstrating proficiency in digital artistry. Fu Chuan recognized that these were merely the tip of the iceberg when it came to Shen Shutang's capabilities. She was a veritable treasure, and the deeper one delved into her character, the more profound the admiration became. She was indeed a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the creator, in stark contrast to the lackluster efforts of others. I graciously accept your commendation, Junior, Shen Shutang said, a playful smile gracing her lips as she rose and pointed a delicate fingertip at Fu Chuan. Having you as my personal artist suffices. Prior to her encounter with Fu Chuan, Shen Shutang had personally handled the covers of her novels. However, after meeting him, she could confidently entrust all character designs and cover art to Fu Chuan, who was able to perfectly resonate with her vision and produce the finest works. There was no one better than Fu Chuan. Meeting his gaze, filled with expectation and trust, Fu Chuan felt an immense responsibility and nodded vigorously, declaring, I will never betray your trust, Senior. In Chapter 30, Sister, it turns out you can feel pain too, after sending the original image to Yu Ing. She soon responded with an excited voice message. It's absolutely perfect, Junior. This is precisely what I wanted. You truly are a genius, just as Tang Tang said. All credit goes to Senior Shen. Fu Chuan humbly replied, informing Yu Ing of the events that had transpired earlier. Oh, how was your date with him today? If it had been a video call, Fu Chuan would undoubtedly have caught sight of the mischievous grin on Yu Ing's face. Senior Yu, I was merely studying with Senior Shen. Oh, come on. We're all adults here, I understand, she teased. Let me share a secret with you. You're the first boy who has made Tang Tang care so much. I previously thought she was into girls. And here's another juicy tidbit. Tang Tang absolutely adores facial cleansers. I must run now. Facial cleansers. Was it the same one Fu Chuan was thinking of? He instinctively glanced at Shen Shutang, who offered him an innocent smile. Don't pay attention to the foolishness. It might make you foolish too, Junior. Fu Chuan had a premonition that Senior Yu might suffer a rather unfortunate fate. Upon returning to the Fu residence, he was summoned as he passed through the living room. Fu Chuan, come in, came the voice of Fu Zichen, tinged with irritation. Fu Chuan had already surmised that Fu Zichen had likely complained about him, so he entered the living room with an air of calmness. There he found Fu Zichen, Fu Zichen, and Fu Qingqing present. Upon seeing him enter, Fu Qingqing lowered her gaze. In the past, she would have regarded Fu Chuan with a cold, merciless stare, especially since he had embarrassed her beloved younger brother, Fu Zichen, earlier that day. But now, Fu Qingqing sought to follow Fu Ling Er's guidance, approaching Fu Chuan with a sense of appreciation for his talent, devoid of any other emotional undercurrents. Yet, upon facing Fu Chuan, her heart raced uncontrollably. She was unprepared for such an encounter. Fu Chuan, why is your phone turned off? Have you been up to something shameful? Fu Xin inquired. It simply ran out of battery. Fu Chuan replied, nonchalantly, hands in his pockets, exuding an aura of indifference despite the scrutiny of the others. Fu Xianling's frustration flared. Do you dare to utter such a thing? Did you meet with my younger brother today? Why would you humiliate him in front of so many people? Did Zichen tell you that? Fu Chuan shota glance at Fu Zichen. Brother Fu Chuan, I didn't want to say anything. Fu Zichen feigned a pitiful demeanor, prompting Fu Xianling to interject. Don't you dare blame my brother. I had to pry it out of him. The moment he returned home, he locked himself in his room, crying and refusing to say a word. I knew something was amiss, but I never anticipated it was you who had caused this. Fu Zichen had recounted the events to Fu Xianling, and she was instantly furious. How could Qin Jin disregard Fu Zichen's dignity so blatantly, publicly spraying coffee in his face and then fleeing? Later, when Fu Zichen discovered Fu Chuan with Shen Shutang in the cafe, Fu Chuan had not only failed to console him, but had collaborated with Shen Shutang to completely humiliate Fu Zichen. Just hearing this made Fu Xianling's heart ache. Her precious younger brother, whom she and her sisters had protected so fiercely throughout his life, had been turned into a jester before so many eyes, and she could not allow that to stand. She was determined to help Fu Zichen reclaim his dignity. I was merely studying with my senior. I did not wish to be disturbed. It is as simple as that. You, seeing Fu Chuan show no remorse. Fu Xianling, was seething with rage and raised her hand to strike him. Sister. Fu Qingqing was taken aback by Fu Xianling's intent to strike Fu Chuan. In the past, Fu Xianling had slapped Fu Chuan on several occasions, and Fu Qingqing had relished the satisfaction of defending Fu Zichen, believing Fu Chuan's actions to be unforgivable. Yet this time, her heart twisted in a knot, wanting to intervene but finding herself too late. Fu Zichen's eyes gleamed with a hint of triumph. Fu Chuan, this is the price for making me look foolish in front of Shun Shutang. In the next moment, Fu Chuan seized Fu Xianling's hand mid-swing, standing at a height of 188 meters in the prime of his youth. He towered over Fu Xianling, who was only 166 meters tall. She had to look up to strike him, and her petite arm posed no threat to him unless he willingly allowed it. However, Fu Chuan was no longer the submissive boy who would grin and curry favor with his sisters after being scolded. With a slight exertion of strength, Fu Xianling cried out in pain, "Fu Chuan, have you gone rogue?" Fu Chuan remained silent, applying more pressure, causing Fu Xianling's delicate features to contort in agony as she cried out, "Fu Chuan, let go." Fu Qingqing and Fu Zichen rushed forward to intervene. "Ah, so you can feel pain too, sister," Fu Chuan remarked coldly, releasing Fu Xianling. Fu Zichen, acting like a concerned cushion, approached her. "Sister, are you all right?" "I am fine." Fu Xianling's hand throbbed painfully, and she could only muster a forced smile at Fu Zichen's worried expression, glaring at Fu Chuan in frustration. "Fu Chuan, you were the one who struck first." She had hoped Fu Chuan would still behave like the past, refusing to retaliate or speak back. Huh. Fu Chuan, with an eye on the future, recognized that he would not allow himself to be pushed around without consequences. If Fu Xianling wished to act against him again, she would have to face repercussions. "You have truly grown wings, daring to retaliate against your own sister. The Fu family can no longer accommodate you. You should leave." The words "leave the Fu family" held a mysterious weight that halted Fu Xianling's impulse to speak them. Meeting Fu Chuan's emotionless gaze, she sensed that if she uttered those words, he might indeed turn and walk away, never to return to the Fu family again. And yet, she yearned for Fu Chuan to depart the Fu family, believing it would safeguard Fu Zichen's position, allowing their family to return to the happiness they once shared. However, it was only when Fu Xinling realized the futility of raising her voice in front of Fu Chuan that she hesitated to express her desire to expel him. In that fleeting moment, she found herself unable to utter a word. Such a villain was not a role she wished to embody. "Indeed, it must be so. Second sister, please refrain from speaking further," Fu Qingqing quickly interjected, providing Fu Xinling with an escape route. The hues of embarrassment and anger mingled on Fu Xinling's face, rendering her particularly striking. "What has transpired?" came the displeased voice of Fu Linger. Having just returned from the company, the housekeeper informed her of the commotion in the living room, urging her to investigate. "Eldest sister, your timing is impeccable." Fu Xinling hastily relayed the events that had unfolded to Fu Linger. Fu Linger arched an eyebrow and turned her gaze to Fu Chuan. "Did you meet with Shen Shutong today?" "Yes," Fu Chuan replied softly, already surmising Fu Linger's true intentions. "If there is nothing else, I shall retire to my room." "You may go," Fu Linger permitted, and almost as soon as she spoke, Fu Chuan exited the living room. Fu Xinling was left dumbfounded. "Eldest sister, you're simply letting Fu Chuan leave like that?" Fu Linger did not rush to respond. Instead, she focused her attention on Fu Zichen. "Brother Zichen, Qin Jian's actions towards you are indeed excessive. I shall seek justice from the Qin family. In the future, if you see Fu Chuan with Shen Shutong, do not approach them." Fu Zichen's expression darkened considerably. He had anticipated that, with Fu Linger's return, she would impose a severe punishment on Fu Chuan for his earlier transgressions. Yet, she let him go so easily. Was Shen Shutong truly that captivating to Fu Linger? "I understand." Fu Zichen, though seething, still maintained the facade of a good younger brother, lowering his head and departing with an air of desolation. This time, however, he found no compassion from Fu Linger. "Eldest sister, today, Fu Chuan has clearly wronged Brother Zichen so grievously, and yet you." Chapter 31. Fu Chuan has a more significant engagement. "Shun Shutong," Fu Linger uttered those 3 words, interrupting Fu Xinling. "For the sake of the Fu Group's interests, we must embrace all factors that could foster a relationship with the Shun Group, including this proud daughter of the Shun family. The closer Fu Chuan is with Shun Shutong, the more likely the Shun Group will recognize Fu Chuan's true identity, which could be a decisive factor in their decision to collaborate with the Fu Group." Fu Xinling exclaimed in disbelief. "What? Eldest sister, do you intend to unveil Fu Chuan's true identity? What about Brother Zichen?" Even Fu Qingqing was taken aback. How crucial was Fu Zichen's position in Fu Linger's heart? For the sake of the Shun family, Fu Qingqing seemed willing to disregard Fu Zichen's feelings. "If necessary, I will do so." To speak frankly, While the Fu Group is currently thriving, its growth has reached a plateau. To ascend further, collaboration with the Qin Group is indispensable. We have no choice but to align ourselves with the Qin family, who have many options. Fu Ling spoke pointedly, with her words laid bare. Neither Fu Xinling nor Fu Qingqing could feign ignorance. For the Fu Group, cooperation with the Qin Group represented an unparalleled opportunity. Should they miss this chance, it could be ages before another such opportunity arises. Fu Linger had always been cognizant of many matters, often favoring others while disregarding Fu Chuan's feelings due to her belief that Fu Chuan held no value for the Fu family, but rather posed a volatile risk. Now that Fu Chuan had established a connection with Shun Shutong and displayed remarkable artistic talent, he had proven his worth, inevitably earning Fu Linger's respect. What would Brother Zichen think? In the past, whenever such incidents occurred, they would rally to support Brother Zichen. Now, with his temperament, would he not harbor resentment? In any case, I will have a serious discussion with Uncle Qin regarding the matter with Qin Jian. From now on, you must not interfere in Fu Chuan's dealings with Shun Shutong. As long as Fu Chuan wishes to maintain his status as a young master of the Fu family and be regarded with importance, he knows how to ingratiate himself with Shun Shutong. With that, Fu Linger departed. Fu Xinling sat on the sofa, her eyes glazed over, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in her arm. The wounds inflicted by Fu Chuan earlier still lingered. Upon rolling up her sleeve, she discovered deep bruises. It was evident just how forcefully Fu Chuan had acted. Without regard for Fu Xinling's status as his elder sister, he had recklessly inflicted harm. Second sister, let me help you tend to your wounds, Fu Qingqing offered, bringing over a first aid kit and carefully applying ointment to Fu Xinling's injuries. Fifth sister, what are your thoughts on eldest sister's words? I don't know, Fu Qingqing responded, feeling utterly confounded. Her feelings towards Fu Chuan were complex. Her concern for Fu Zichen intertwined with the emotional turmoil between her two brothers, leaving her in a state of chaos. Fu Zichen remained the same as ever, while Fu Chuan was no longer the boy he once was. I fear that if eldest sister truly reveals Fu Chuan's identity, it will jeopardize the Fu Group's interests, and our parents will undoubtedly acquiesce. Brother Zichen will have no foothold at home or school. He has always been strong, concealing many grievances that he dares not share with us. What if he succumbs to despair? Fu Xinling's every word was laced with profound concern for Fu Zichen. Fu Qingqing bit her lip. Second sister, your earlier actions against Fu Chuan were indeed unwarranted. We could have communicated amicably. Fifth sister, I had struck Fu Chuan several times before, and you never objected. Now, are you truly so biased toward Fu Chuan that you would oppose me? Your own second sister? Second sister, that is not my intention. I merely believe that violence is not the answer. Oomph. Fu Xinling huffed in anger, retracting her hand. What does this matter? I shall retire for the night. Second sister. Meanwhile, Yu Inger had confirmed the order and even generously tipped Fu Chuan 500 yuan. Upon seeing the money, Fu Chuan quickly sent a message. Senior Yu. Why the need for a tip? Because I truly admire your work. Work hard for your senior, and there will be ample rewards. She replied playfully. Then, I shall treat you to a meal someday, Fu Chuan suggested. Of course, Junior. Love you, Ma. After deducting the platform fees, Fu Chuan earned over 2,000 yuan. With the savings, he now had a total of 6,000 yuan. With the Picasso platform accommodating business orders, even if he had a fallout with the Fu family and had to move out, he would at least avoid starvation, albeit with some added strain. Fearing it might affect his college entrance exams, contemplating Shun Shutong and Yu Inger, his expectations invigorated Fu Chuan, prompting him to pull out his error notebook and continue reinforcing his knowledge through practice. Starry Art Academy, onward. Once Fu Chuan had solidified his understanding of the day as challenging problems with Shun Shutong, he stretched contentedly and stepped out to use the restroom. However, upon passing the computer room, he noticed the door ajar and the light still on. Was it Fu Qingqing? Wishing to avoid an encounter with her, Fu Chuan swiftly turned ahead to the restroom on the first floor, only to bump into Fu Xinling, who was sipping milk. Remaining calm, after all, such encounters were commonplace in the Fu household. Fu Chuan chose to ignore Fu Xinling and proceeded into the restroom. Yet, Fu Xinling blocked his path, gritting her teeth as she spoke. You have won. One? Fu Chuan regarded Fu Xinling with a perplexed expression. You have successfully forged a bond with Shun Shutong. This strategy is indeed quite astute, even earning you the admiration of elder sister. Fu Chuan, I must warn you, if anything were to happen to your younger brother Zichen because of you, I shall never forgive you, not in this lifetime. Observing Fu Xinling's self-satisfied demeanor, as if she held the reins of Fu Chuan's fate, he felt an utter lack of emotion, even suppressing a chuckle. Do as you wish, he retorted nonchalantly, brushing past Fu Xinling on his way to the restroom. The affections or animosities of the Fu family bore no relevance to Fu Chuan. More pressing was his future. A significant promise awaited him, to attend Qingman Art Academy alongside his senior. He yearned for her to witness his accomplishments. Do not attempt to thwart his aspirations. As Fu Xinling watched Fu Chuan depart, she clenched her arms, the wounds still throbbing with pain. In the past, Fu Chuan would never harm himself to inflict pain on Fu Xinling. Yet now, he acted with complete indifference, even flippantly. If Fu Chuan were truly so cold-hearted, why had he concealed his emotions with his head bowed when Fu Xinling had comforted Fu Zichen that morning? Little did she know that Fu Zichen, perched on the stairs, overheard Fu Xinling's words, his teeth nearly grinding in fury. It was indeed because of Shun Shatong. Otherwise, Fu Chuan's egregious actions towards Fu Zichen would have incited Fu Linger's wrath, leading her to send him straight to the police. In the previous life, such a scenario would have been unthinkable. Fu Chuan had always been at the mercy of Fu Zichen. Now reborn, it was Fu Zichen who should have benefited, not Fu Chuan. Everything that should have been reclaimed from Fu Chuan had been retrieved by Fu Zichen. This lifetime should have been one of prosperity for him. After Fu Chuan finished in the restroom, Fu Xinling remained rooted in place, but he had no inclination to acknowledge her and simply walked past. Suddenly, Fu Xinling let out a pained cry. Fu Chuan instinctively quickened his pace, turning back with a furrowed brow to regard her, wary of any potential fabrications she might conjure to malign him. What are you still doing there? Aren't you the one who inflicted this injury on my arm? Quickly fetch the first aid kit to tend my wound. Her tone lacked anger and instead softened. He recalled a time when Fu Xinling was injured, and Fu Chuan had been the first to discover it, his anxiety palpable as he frantically searched for a first aid kit to assist her, only to receive a slap from Fu Xinling, who insisted he mind his own business. With tears brimming in his eyes, Fu Chuan had stood by, watching her treat her wounds before leaving with her tail between her legs. This time, Fu Xinling was the one to solicit his assistance, her demeanor unexpectedly cordial. One might assume Fu Chuan would feel elated. However, guilt still gnawed at him for having hurt her. How could he not pause? Fu Xinling should have been confident, reveling in Fu Chuan's submissive demeanor. Yet uncertainty crept into her heart. Chapter 32. I truly don't care anymore. I don't know where to put this. Just then, the butler passed by, and Fu Chuan handed Fu Xinling's mess over to him before proceeding upstairs. Fu Chuan, didn't he know? How could that be? He had sought the first aid kit countless times before. He was well aware of its location. Could it be that Fu Chuan truly fell indifferent to Fu Xinling's injury? When the butler returned with the first aid kit and inquired about Fu Xinling's condition, she disheartenedly replied, "No need, just leave." The butler was taken aback. What on earth was happening? The following day, Fu Chuan was once again in his corner, having breakfast. Fu Zichen and the others had congregated, and the atmosphere had evidently shifted. Fu Linger and the others no longer showered Fu Zichen with the same unreserved affection as before. As Fu Chuan neared the end of his meal, Fu Linger rapped her knuckles on the table, announcing, "I have something to declare. Fu Chuan, Zichen, you are now in high school, and with studies becoming increasingly demanding, expenses are piling up. I've decided to raise your allowance by 1,000 yuan. An increase of 1,000 yuan? Fu Zichen's expression darkened. To him, that amount was hardly significant, although it appeared that both he and Fu Chuan were receiving the same allowance. In reality, the Fu family frequently showered Fu Zichen with gifts, fulfilling his every desire. The worth of those gifts far surpassed 1,000 yuan. While the allowance seemed to benefit both, it ultimately favored Fu Chuan. Fu Linger was indirectly offering her support to him. Fu Zichen understood this well, yet he had to maintain an appearance of overwhelming joy. "Thank you, elder sister. But Fu Chuan and I are still in high school. We have no need for so much money." "All right, Zichen, just listen to your elder sister." Fu Linger interrupted before he could finish. Fu Zichen had no choice but to close his mouth. "I'm full. I'm off to school." Fu Chuan tidied up his dishes, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he departed. He neither refused nor accepted Fu Linger's words. Regardless, he had no intention of spending the Fu family's money. Once the college entrance exams were concluded, he would repay what he owed, ensuring that, after severing ties, the Fu family wouldn't shamelessly claim he owed them anything. After Fu Chuan left, Fu Zichen said, "Yesterday I informed Uncle Qin about your incident with Qin Jian. He was furious and will bring Qin Jian over to apologize to you tonight." Fu Zichen, recalling how Qin Jian had disrespected him the day before, felt a surge of indignation. Yet, given that Qin Jian was a flower of wealth and fortune, and considering the future of the Qin Group, he could only endure. Upon arriving at school, Fu Chuan had just set his backpack down when Feng Kaiwei approached him with a mischievous grin. "Bro Chuan, how's it going with Senior Shun?" Fu Chuan found himself exasperated. "How many times must I tell you? Xin Shutong and I share merely a senior-junior relationship. Oh, come on. Yesterday, people saw you two at the coffee shop in Wanda Plaza. ISNT that a date? Who told you that? Fu Chuan's forehead broke out in sweat. Was G City truly that small? The Wanda Plaza in Li District was in the opposite direction from their school. Fu Chuan and Shun Shutong were diligently working on their assignments in a corner of the cafe. How could this have come to the attention of a student from G City number 1? This was absurd. Hey, bro Chuan, don't doubt the reliability of my sources. Your expression says it all. You're hiding something from your brother. How inconsiderate. Fong Kaiwei shot him a knowing look. She's just helping me with my studies. Nothing more. All right, bro Chuan. When it comes time to pursue Yu Shuejia, I'll be counting on you. From now on, I, Fong Kaiwei, will be your loyal subordinate. Just say the word, and I'll comply immediately. As he spoke, Fong Kaiwei thrust a large assortment of snacks into Fu Chuan's hands. Would Fu Chuan tell Fong Kaiwei that he already had Yu Ing'er's WeChat and that they had been getting along splendidly? Wouldn't that drive him mad? Fu Chuan, Teacher Li wants to see you in his office. The art computer management teacher, Li? Fu Chuan's heart raced as he nervously made his way to Teacher Li's office. Previously, it was only with Shan Shutong's endorsement that Fu Chuan had been able to borrow the key to the art computer management room. Now, did Teacher Li wish to revoke that privilege? Fu Chuan, you've arrived. Please have a seat. Upon Fu Chuan's arrival, Teacher Li pulled out a chair for him, followed by presenting a contract. Fu Chuan gazed at the contract, momentarily taken aback. Teacher Li, this position at school is designated for work-study opportunities, and in principle, it is not accessible to third-year students. However, given your status as an orphan, you are an exception to this rule. Student Shun has informed me of your circumstances, and I considered that frequently providing you with keys might tarnish my reputation if seen by others. Yet, with a work-study position, you can earn additional income while also enjoying complimentary access to the art computer lab. Is that not a splendid arrangement? Truly, Fu Chuan was filled with exhilaration. The work-study role overseeing the management of the art computer lab is indeed a delightful one. It merely requires punctuality in opening and closing the doors, as the maintenance and cleanliness of the equipment are handled by others. Furthermore, as G City number 1 High School is a premier institution, the government provides substantial subsidies, amounting to 2,000 yuan per month for work-study positions. Fu Chuan, having entered the school temporarily, had missed the chance to enroll in these positions as they were already filled. Now, with the ability to use the art computer lab during his free time, he no longer needs to fear being unable to borrow keys from Teacher Li. Upon confirming his intentions, Fu Chuan picked up a black pen and inscribed his name on the contract. I will take this to the Academic Affairs Office for confirmation. Here, this is the key to the art computer lab. Once you receive official approval, you can start working. In the meantime, feel free to use it. Thank you, Teacher Li. Fu Chuan stood and bowed deeply to Teacher Li. Teacher Li coughed lightly. Ahem, Fu Chuan, you should express your gratitude to Student Shun. Without her intervention, this opportunity would not have been available to you. Make sure to seize it. Senior sister. A warm current surged within Fu Chuan. Upon exiting the office, he promptly retrieved his phone and sent a green bubble message to Shun Shutang. Senior sister. Thank you. Bowing. Just as Fu Chuan lowered his head, eagerly anticipating a response from Shun Shutang, her message arrived. Junior, don't be a head-down person. It's easy to become an old grandpa. Fu Chuan lifted his gaze, and there was Shun Shutang ahead, waving to him with a smile that illuminated her pure and simple school uniform, her ponytail swaying, her beautiful legs bathed in light, exuding an ethereal glow. Senior sister. Junior, no need for excessive words. Just make the most of it. Shun Shutang graciously patted Fu Chuan on the shoulder. Standing at 188 meters, Fu Chuan towered over Shun Shutang, who stood at 166 meters, requiring her to tiptoe to reach his shoulder. The disparity in their heights was palpable. Shun Shutang stuck out her tongue, remarking, boys really do grow taller easily. I will not disappoint your expectations, senior sister. Having received so much help from Shun Shutang, Fu Chuan felt he could only repay her by keeping his promise to excel in his studies and secure admission to Xingman Art Academy, proving her foresight was not misplaced. Very well. Shun Shutang's eyes sparkled, meeting Fu Chuan's passionate gaze, and for a fleeting moment, the air seemed to thrum with warmth, a tingling sensation coursing through their hearts. Oh, and there is one more thing I must share with you. Shun Shutang pulled out her phone, scrolling through her albums to show Fu Chuan. He was taken aback upon seeing a photo of Yu Ing'er bound to a bed, pleading for mercy. Senior sister. This is. Shun Shutang gently tapped her lips. A ritual to punish foolishness. Junior, truly do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of fools. They can lead to misfortune. I understand. Senior sister. Fu Chuan, feeling a jolt of nervous energy, nodded fervently. No, Fu Chuan, do not dwell further on this. It would be too embarrassing to have a nosebleed. As night descended, Fu Chuan returned home to the Fu residence, noticing several unfamiliar pairs of shoes at the entrance. The butler approached. Young Master Fu, Mrs. asked for you to come to the living room. Chapter 33. The despair bestowed by one's biological parents. I understand. Fu Chuan had an inkling of what awaited him, changing into slippers and calmly proceeding to the living room. Indeed, there they were, Qin Haoren and Qin Jian, facing Fu Ling and Fu Zichen. Upon Fu Chuan's arrival, the expressions of Qin Haoren and his companions shifted slightly. In truth, Fu Chuan was the preferred choice for son-in-law in Qin Haoren's eyes, not merely due to the betrothal arranged in childhood, but also because Fu Chuan was handsome and healthy. Even though Fu Chuan was not favored within the Fu household, they had no intention of dissolving the engagement. Given the current influence of the Qin family, it was unlikely they would initiate a dissolution, which meant the marriage must come to fruition. Qin Haoren's thoughts were solely on Fu Chuan, not on the frail Fu Zichen, who could perish at any moment, leaving Qin Jian to a life of widowhood. It was inconceivable that Fu Zichen would pass the marriage proposal to Fu Chuan upon his return, as Qin Haoren had been led to believe. Yet, Fu Zichen did not do so. Qin Jian gazed at Fu Chuan's handsome visage, her disdain for Fu Zichen growing. It would be far better for Fu Chuan, with his charm, to engage in a romance than for the ailing Fu Zichen. Qin Haoren inhaled deeply, realizing the gravity of the situation. Knowing it was too late to turn back, he could only go with the flow. I sincerely apologize, Zichen. My daughter has been spoiled since childhood and lacks understanding. I have reprimanded her at home. Today, I brought her to apologize to you. Qin Jian, quickly apologize. You have created this trouble. Soda. Qin Jian could only obediently lower her head to admit her fault. She could easily see through Qin Jian's insincere act, feeling a surge of defiance within. Uncle Qin, while it is true that the Qin and Fu families have a betrothal, I believe that Zichen and Qin Jian truly cannot get along. If that is the case, perhaps we should cancel the engagement. Given the current decline of the Qin Group, it has little utility for the Fu Group. If Fu Zichen and Qin Jian could get along, it would be acceptable, but given the significant misunderstanding during their first meeting, how could they possibly continue? As for passing this on to Fu Chuan, not only is he currently unable to accept it, but he also has the important task of endearing himself to Shun Shu Tang, and thus he cannot accept. Really, Qin Jian could not suppress her inner joy and exclaimed. Qin Haoren, equally astonished by the sudden turn of events, trembled as he spoke. Your parents, it is not suitable. They would not force it either, for delaying the happiness of both parties would be a grave sin. I will handle it properly, elder sister. Fu Zichen abruptly interrupted Fu Ling. I truly like Qin Jian. I did not want to give up just like that. Qin Jian, I know our first meeting was fraught with unpleasantness, but I wish to spend time with you and hope you can learn more about me as well. Huh? Qin Jian regarded Fu Zichen with the expression of one observing a madman. What is this? Fu Zichen has fallen head over heels? If Fu Zichen were a normal person, Qin Jian might have felt a glimmer of happiness. Who wouldn't he enjoy being pursued by someone they liked? Especially a pampered and handsome young master like Fu Zichen? Alas, Fu Zichen is but a frail being. He is destined to perish. If he does not let go, does he truly wish for Qin Jian to become a widow? Dream on. This Qin Haoren looked at Fu Ling with difficulty. Fu Ling had not anticipated Fu Zichen's deep affection for Qin Jian, unable to extricate himself from it. Logically, he would not typically favor a girl who is unreasonable and arrogant, but fate is indeed a curious thing. Only Fu Chuan understood Fu Zichen's true intentions. He sought to seize the wealth and glory that the Qin family had acquired in the previous generation. To that end, even if Qin Jian were a tough nut to crack, Fu Zichen would endure and swallow his pride. Unexpectedly, the dramatic scene unfolded with Fu Zichen and Fu Chuan's dual rebirth. Fu Chuan was acutely aware that Fu Zichen was forcefully bound to Qin Jian, and his life would only descend further into misery. Fu Ling naturally harbored affection for Fu Zichen. Since that is the case, why not give it another try? What? Zista Ling. Qin Jian felt the weight of her predicament as Qin Haoren continually signaled her, compelling her to swallow her anger and turn her head away. Biting her lip tightly. Qin Jian, I understand that you harbor many misconceptions about me, but we are still young and have ample time. I shall gradually allow you to understand me. Time? What time do you possess? You, a sickly wretch, truly wish for me to marry you and live as a widow? Dream on. Qin Jian retorted mercilessly, storming out of the living room. Qin Jian. Qin Haoren nearly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. Such words could be uttered in private, but to speak them in front of Fu Zichen and Fu Ling, if the Fu family truly became incensed, what would become of the Qin Group? Uncle Qin, this is too much. Qin Jian is being utterly disrespectful. Fu Ling interjected coldly, appalled at Qin Jian's audacity to harm her beloved younger brother in her presence. It's fine, elder sister. I am well aware of my physical condition, and know I am unworthy of providing Qin with a happy future. Yet, I fell for her at first sight, and I genuinely do not wish to relinquish my feelings easily. Regardless of Qin words, I am mentally prepared. I shall make her fall for me, Fu Zichen declared earnestly, causing Qin to feel a twinge of embarrassment, sighing deeply. Zichen, is this truly necessary? Fu Zichen gazed at Qin with pleading eyes. Uncle Qin, please allow me one more chance. If my life truly is as fleeting as it seems, the girl I most desire to be with is Qin. I will speak with Qin. I sincerely apologize for today's events. With that, Qin departed. Having witnessed the farce, Fu Chuan intended to leave as well. Regardless of the motive, once one becomes a sycophant, escape becomes implausible. Even Fu Zichen, who basked in the Fu family's affection and wielded influence, was no exception. Fu Chuan could vaguely sense the grim future awaiting Fu Zichen, though it had no bearing on him. Fu Chuan, come here. Fu Linger called out, blocking Fu Chuan's path as he attempted to leave. Fearing he might feign ignorance and walk away, Fu Chuan pressed his lips together. Is there something you need? Our parents are returning soon. Oh, if there is nothing else, I shall head upstairs to study. With an impassive expression, Fu Chuan departed. Fu Linger observed Fu Chuan's retreating figure, her thoughts deepening. It was strange. While it was understandable for her sisters to be indifferent, their parents had been abroad developing the Fu Group's overseas business, and Fu Chuan had always been thrilled at the prospect of their return. Yet, he still bore that unresponsive demeanor. Little did she know, in her past life, Fu Chuan had experienced profound despair and sorrow at the hands of his biological parents, far surpassing any despondency inflicted by his 7 sisters. Fu Chuan had once grappled with intense suicidal ideation and had succumbed to depression, all thanks to his biological parents. Chapter 34. One cannot always rely on senior sisters. Elder sister, what is it? Fu Zichen inquired, noticing Fu Linger's peculiar expression. Nothing. Meanwhile, Yu Inger shared Fu Chuan's artwork in their group chat, receiving unanimous praise from all. She also sent it to her second uncle. Uncle, I commissioned an artist to create a comic version of our photo. As a professor in the Xingman painting department, could you provide your insights? After sending the message, Yu Inger resumed her studies, rubbing her chest. Yesterday, she had been abruptly bound to her bed by Shen Shutong, who had vigorously applied facial cleanser, leaving her with lingering discomfort. Haoze sipped his black coffee as he perused comics. As a master artist, his style leaned toward traditional painting, yet he welcomed the artistry of Japanese manga, enjoying the narrative and visual aesthetics of works such as Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece, which garnered worldwide acclaim. He believed that the creativity and skill of the authors were paramount and irreplaceable, embracing the philosophy of learning from others. Haoze never stagnated in self-satisfaction, which contributed to his recognition as a world-class master. An hour later, upon discovering Yu Inger's message, he removed his glasses and clicked on her artwork, his eyes widening in astonishment. While laymen appreciate the overall impression, connoisseurs scrutinize composition and line work. This piece was seamless, captivating both casual viewers and experts alike. Most importantly, Haoze sensed a powerful vitality emanating from the artwork, a somewhat abstract statement, but simply put, it conveyed the creator's intended emotions effectively to the audience. Upon concluding his analysis, he immediately called Yu Inger. Uncle, what's wrong? Inger, who created this piece? Haoze's voice conveyed urgency. A junior from G City No. 1 High School. ISNT it marvelous, uncle. You've struck gold. Quickly, introduce me. Huh? Yu Inger was taken aback. What is this? You anticipated my anticipation? Having finished his studies, Fu Chuan prepared to retire for the night. Yu Inger messaged him. Junior, are you asleep? Not yet, senior sister. What is up? My uncle wants to arrange a meeting with you. Is that convenient? Professor Hao Osha. Fu Chuan's heart raced. That was his idol. The sensation was akin to a fan being chosen for a meet and greet with their beloved star. In that moment, Fu Chuan understood the fervor of those who idolize celebrities. Now, Fu Chuan's fingers trembled with excitement as he struggled to type, taking several deep breaths to compose himself. Through Yu Inger, they arranged to visit Professor Haoze's home the following Sunday. Fu Chuan leaped onto his bed in exhilaration. To meet his idol so soon, and in such an intimate setting, countless thoughts raced through his mind about what he wished to share with Professor Haoze. Oh, he must share this joyous news with Senior Shen first. Fu Chuan quickly sent a green bubble message to Shen Shutong, unaware that she was the first person he wanted to share his delight with, rather than anyone else. Shen Shutong swiftly replied, Ying inform me. Junior, seize this opportunity. If you encounter any difficulties, reach out to me. Understood, senior sister. At that moment, Fu Chuan noticed Shen Shutong had shared a post on her social media. It was about a gathering for prominent authors in H City. Upon reviewing it, he realized her posts were solely about author events, with no glimpses into her daily life. Contemplating Shan Shutan's personality, he hypothesized that she was not the type to share her life enthusiastically on social media, a refreshing rarity in modern society. After a moment's thought, he decided to send a message. Senior sister, safe travels. 10 seconds later, Shan Shutong replied with a selfie. Dressed in a mask and seated on a high-speed train, she flashed a yet gesture toward the camera. Releasing her ponytail, her flowing tresses cascade gently over her shoulders, accompanied by a pair of crescent-shaped brows. Imbued with a hint of mirth, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Fu Chuan could not resist saving this photograph into the privacy album on his phone. Ahem, who wouldn't be enamored by such beauty? Time flashed forward to Saturday. Fu Chuan, please solve this problem, the mathematics teacher called. Lost in thought, Fu Chuan was caught off guard by the sharp-eyed teacher and summoned to the blackboard to tackle the problem. Alas, this was troublesome. Fong Kaiwei wished to offer Fu Chuan a hint, but the complexity of the problem was akin to scaling a mountain, fitting for the final question in the mathematics examination for top students. Helplessly, Fu Chuan, having been distracted, had not paid attention to the teacher's explanation and now found it utterly impossible to solve the question. To make matters worse, the teacher, in her 40s and experiencing the trials of menopause, had seized upon Fu Chuan's daydreaming, and failing to solve the problem would surely lead to a scathing reprimand. As anticipated, the teacher pounded the desk, her tone laced with sarcasm. Students, you are now in your senior year, the most critical turning point in your lives. Even if you're art students, you should not neglect your cultural studies. Otherwise, missing out on your dream university by a few points will be a lifelong regret. The teacher, believing Fu Chuan incapable of answering this challenging question due to his inattentiveness, proceeded to use him as a negative example to admonish the class. Little did she know that Fu Chuan, armed with chalk, examined the problem for a moment and swiftly inscribed the solution on the blackboard. Observe this Fu Chuan. I have watched him for a long time, always lost in thought during class, failing to pay attention. Haven't he achieved good results like this? Teacher, I've finished. Step aside. The teacher, initially expecting Fu Chuan's answer to be a mere pretense, was rendered speechless upon seeing his flawless solution, concise and impeccable, with no faults to be found. That's correct. May I leave now, teacher? Yes, you may. The teacher's expression instantly morphed into one of complexity, a breath of frustration lodging in her throat. But Fu Chuan had perfectly stifled it, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. Returning to his seat, Fong Kaiwei whispered in admiration, Wow, Brother Chuan, you excel in cultural studies? You could solve that problem? Listening to the teacher felt like deciphering a foreign language. I simply didn't understand. I happen to have studied it before. During a previous encounter with Shan Shutong at a cafe, she had explained a similar problem to Fu Chuan. Recalling his past mathematics examination, he recognized this question as the grand finale, a stroke of fortune that saved him from a certain rebuke from the math teacher. Finally reaching the lunch break. With no specialized classes in the afternoon, Fu Chuan found little joy in the early dismissal. He was at a loss for what kind of gift to present to Professor Hauser. Scrolling through the chat history with Greenbubble, he sighed deeply. Fu Chuan had consulted Yuing who suggested he bring a sample of the student council group photo drawn by her to Professor Hauser's home, assuring him that she would handle everything else. Fu Chuan habitually saved a sample of every artwork he deemed satisfactory, so that was not a problem. Yet, from an adult's perspective, visiting Professor Hauser's home empty-handed felt terribly inappropriate. He could not afford anything extravagant, and offering something too inexpensive would be unsuitable. Moreover, he was uncertain of Professor Hauser's preferences. How could he leave a lasting impression on the esteemed professor? Fu Chuan's fingers lingered over the chat box with Shan Shutong. Unable to glean any information from Yuing, he contemplated reaching out to Shan, but as he typed, Are you there? He immediately regretted it and retracted the message, later claiming it had been sent by mistake. He couldn't always rely on senior sister Shan. Should he perhaps bring another piece of his work? But would Professor Hauser even appreciate it? Just as Fu Chuan was mulling over these dilemmas, a notification chimed. Ding dong. A caring message from Shan Shutong appeared. Come up to the rooftop, Junior. Senior sister, you're back? Fu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly sent an okay and made his way to the rooftop of the senior building. As he beheld the sun-kissed silhouette ahead, his steps involuntarily quickened. Senior sister. Shan Shutong turned around, holding a bag in her hand. As she approached Fu Chuan, she extended the bag towards him. Here, Junior. Fu Chuan, puzzled, asked, What is this? With a gentle smile, Shan Shutong replied, A gift for Professor Hauser. He will surely appreciate it. Senior sister. How did you know when you last messaged me and deliberately changed the topic? I understood you were troubled. Your thoughts are spot on. Ing is Professor Hauser's niece, and she visited him empty-handed, yet he welcomed her with a smile. Of course, that doesn't mean you wouldn't be welcomed without a gift, but it's best to bring something he likes. This is a rare opportunity. Fu Chuan was astounded by Shan Shutong's thoughtfulness, as she had directly alleviated his urgent predicament. How much is it, senior sister? I'll transfer you the money. It's not worth much. But senior sister, just listen to me, silly junior. Shun Shudong playfully tapped Fu Chuan's arm, winking. This is a strategic investment. I believe you will achieve great success. Just remember to not forget your senior sister when you become famous. She then made a gesture of encouragement. Professor Hauser rarely praises anyone so highly. You truly are the junior I recognize. Seize this opportunity and don't let yourself down. Okay? Senior sister Fu Chuan felt a pang in his nose, warmth blooming in his heart. Each time he faced difficulties, it was senior sister who came to his aid. He genuinely didn't know how to repay her kindness. No one had ever treated Fu Chuan so well throughout his life, always providing timely assistance when he needed it most. How could he not be moved by such affection? You still have the nerve to say that. Huh? Weren't you the one who messaged me, saying to reach out if you had trouble? And yet I had to guess what it was if I guessed wrong. Wouldn't that waste both our time? Shun Shutong pouted in annoyance, resembling a dumpling, making one want to poke her. Do you understand your mistake? It turned out that when senior sister was angry, she appeared quite adorable. With this thought in mind, Fu Chuan nodded vigorously. I understand, senior sister. I want to do it again. Shin Shutong playfully punched Fu Chuan's arm a few times, her lips curled in a slight pout, still harboring some irritation. Just so, you know, I'm not yet calmed down. You'll have to treat me to barbecue for lunch. Fu Chuan cheerfully replied. As long as senior sister's happy, I'll do anything. Silly junior, it seems I've been too good to you. You'd better treat me to something nice for lunch. Even if it means you'll eat me out of house and home, you silly. As night fell, Fu Chuan, with his backpack slung over his shoulder and the gift bag from Shun Shutong in hand, cheerfully returned home. Just as he intended to sneak upstairs to avoid everyone, a figure emerged from the living room. Upon meeting, both their expressions soured as if they had just tasted something foul. Where have you been? You're only just now returning. The speaker was Fu Chuan's third sister, Fu Yuqing. With a sharp tongue and a straightforward nature, Fu Yuqing epitomized the archetype of a privileged young lady from the Fu family, possessing the audacity to clash with others. Despite her innocent-looking baby face, she was a classic case of appearances being deceiving. Fu Yuqing's profession as a middleman entails receiving budgets and procurement plans from the client, profiting from the price differences. Over the years, she has thrived in this role, establishing her own company. Fu Yuqing is not one to remain confined within a corporate structure. Her free-spirited nature craves liberty. Fu Chuan, however, shows her no courtesy. What business is it of yours? What? Could you repeat that? Fu Yuqing could hardly believe her ears. How dare Fu Chuan utter such disrespect towards her? Had he grown so brazen? If he relished meddling in others' affairs, perhaps he should concern himself with the plight of African refugees. Want to hear more? Fu Chuan obliged. With that remark, he brushed past Fu Yuqing and ascended the stairs. Since Fu Chuan's return to the Fu family, every word he uttered was laced with vulgarity, offensive references to genitals, explosive familial sentiments, and an array of other distasteful remarks. Even Fu Linger, unable to bear it any longer, chided him. Fu Yuqing, with her inherently wild disposition, could not amend her behavior. The fact that someone of such low character shared the same blood as Fu Chuan repulsed him immensely. The most insufferable individuals are those devoid of decorum. Fu Yuqing stumbled from the impact, seething with rage as she charged after Fu Chuan. You son of a third sister, what are you doing? Just then, Fu Linger descended the stairs, reprimanding Fu Yuqing. Elder sister, that bastard Fu Chuan just disrespected me and even shoved me. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll surely grow even more arrogant. Accustomed to her own brashness, Fu Yuqing could hardly tolerate her once subservient younger brother now exhibiting such audacity, even attempting to lord it over her. She resolved to give Fu Chuan a thorough thrashing to vent her frustrations. Fu Chuan, you go upstairs first. Fu Chuan, with a stoic expression, ignored both Fu Linger and Fu Yuqing as he departed. Elder sister, why do you let that insufferable fool go unpunished? Silence. I implore you. Fu Yuqing, you are an adult. Can you not compose yourself and articulate your thoughts with clarity before speaking? Chapter 36. Senior, don't self-sabotage. Listening to Fu Yuqing's tirade left Fu Linger with a throbbing headache. Were it not for the DNA test confirming their sisterly bond, Fu Linger might have wondered if Fu Yuqing had been adopted without their knowledge. Having a foul temper was one thing, but her penchant for foul language, particularly directed at Fu Chuan, was unbearable. Fu Yuqing felt no shame, but Fu Linger was thoroughly embarrassed. Let us not forget the presence of servants and a housekeeper. What a disgrace if this were to leak. I have this temper, and I cannot change it. An elder sister, have you gone mad? You are actually siding with Fu Chuan against me. Fu Yuqing, if you do not wish to be expelled from this house, then close your mouth. Seeing Fu Linger genuinely upset, Fu Zichen, under her elder sister's authoritative pressure, withdrew slightly. Fine, I shall seek out my younger brother Zichen. With that, Fu Zichen hurried upstairs. Fu Linger rubbed her temples, perplexed by Fu Yichen's behavior. She felt powerless to manage her. The following day, Fu Chuan descended the stairs carrying a gift bag from Shun Shutong, ignoring the Fu family members were having breakfast as he prepared to leave. Witnessing this, Fu Yichen's temper flared, and she hurled her chopsticks at Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan, you can't even greet us when you see us? You think you're so important, don't you? Ahem. Fu Linger acquiesced loudly. Even Fu Xinling and Fu Qingqing found Fu Yichen's language appalling. Elder sister, please do not restrain me this time. Last night, Fu Zichen had visited Fu Zichen's room to discuss recent events. Fu Chuan had indeed changed significantly, but in Fu Yichen's eyes, he remained that insufferable younger brother, particularly disrespectful towards his sisters, causing Fu Zichen embarrassment. Had Fu Zichen not intervened firmly, Fu Zichen would have confronted Fu Chuan long ago. This morning, Fu Zichen had intended to focus on important matters and not stoop to Fu Chuan's level, yet he had audaciously ignored her, as if he owed her no regard. Fu Zichen, Fu Linger spoke coldly. Either you leave this house and amend your foul temper before returning, or you keep your mouth shut and eat in peace. Elder sister, I give you 3 seconds to consider. Fu Yichen's face flushed with anger, her lips quivering, yet she ultimately refrained from further outbursts. Elder sister has indeed changed, just as Zichen said, due to Fu Chuan's involvement with Qin Group. The Fu Group now requires collaboration with the Shun Group to elevate its standing, hence Fu Linger's shifted attitude towards Fu Chuan. Had Fu Linger, even in her dissatisfaction with Fu Zichen, ever dared to speak of her in Fu Chuan's presence? Fu Linger had never regarded Fu Chuan as a member of the Fu family. How could she allow Fu Zichen to be humiliated before him? What a fool. Fu Chuan had labeled Fu Zichen in his mind and left without a glance back. With Fu Zichen as a scapegoat, Fu Chuan now had a legitimate excuse to disregard the Fu family. Fu Zichen lowered his gaze, having never expected Fu Zichen to inflict any meaningful damage upon Fu Chuan. Now favored by Fu Linger. Among the 7 sisters, Fu Zichen was the least liked, and Fu Zichen harbored a strong disdain for his uncouth third sister. Still, he felt obligated to maintain the facade of a dutiful younger brother. After breakfast, Fu Zichen dragged Fu Qingqing and Fu Xinling to complain about Fu Linger's favoritism. Elder sister has truly lost her mind. We all agreed to oppose Fu Chuan, and now she has put me in a position where I cannot hold my head high before him. Is it really that crucial just because of the Shun Group? Fu Qingqing sighed softly. Third sister, elder sister is not intentionally favoring Fu Chuan. Your temper truly needs adjusting. Indeed, third sister, you may harbor all the grievances you wish, but at the very least, refrain from using such coarse language. Can't you express yourself properly? Fu Xinling, who prided herself on her elegance, could hardly tolerate Fu Yichen's demeanor. Her words dripped with barbs. Second sister, your arm was injured by Fu Chuan. Fifth sister, you showed compassion by preparing a computer room for him, and he dismisses it. Yet, you still defend him? Have you all fallen under Fu Chuan's spell? Fine. I can no longer endure this household. I am leaving. Fu Zichen, nearly apoplectic with rage, stormed out of the Fu residence. Fu Qingqing attempted to interject, but Fu Xinling restrained her. Fifth sister, do not concern yourself. If third sister cannot amend her ways, I genuinely do not know how to interact with her. I fear the Fu family may face grave consequences because of her. Fu Qingqing could only watch with worry as Fu Zichen departed. Fu Chuan took the bus, following the navigation to Professor Hao Zhe's residence. It was a teacher's apartment located in the most prosperous area of G City, complete with a complete range of amenities, including a kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school, all of which held prestigious standings in G City. Land was a precious commodity, and prices soared to over 100,000 per square meter. The building's exterior had been renovated, yet due to its age, no elevator could be installed. Professor Hao's home was on the 4th floor. Fu Chuan climbed the stairs, pressed the doorbell, and steadied his racing heart with several deep breaths. Click! The door swung open, revealing the stunning visage of Yu Inger. Oh, Fu Chuan, Jr., come in. Come in. Yu Inger's voice was cheerful, reminiscent of a lark, instantly uplifting the spirits of those who heard it. As the top high school in G City, the student council was akin to a miniature power center. Yu Inger had decisively secured the presidency through a landslide vote, showcasing her innate leadership and approachability. Contrasting her with Shun Shutong, who embodied a different type of woman. Yu Inger is a radiant little sun, an innate presence that invites affection. Coupled with her stunning beauty, she is nothing short of a walking embodiment of allure, which explains why her desk was inundated with love letters daily during her school years. On the other hand, Shun Shu Tang is a gentle little moon, seemingly aloof and unapproachable. Yet upon deeper acquaintance, one realizes she possesses the ability to dispel the darkest night. Akin to the singular bright moon in the sky, an existence more amiable than this is hard to find. As Fu Chuan gazed at the petite and adorable Ying, who stood at 166 meters clad in a white dress, he respectfully addressed her, "Senior Yu. It is amusing to think that this is our first encounter." Haha. Fu Chuan, as I envisioned, is indeed dashing. "Let's take a selfie first, say cheese." Huh? Before Fu Chuan could react, Yu Inger had already pulled him in for a selfie. Even without a posed expression, Fu Chuan exudes undeniable charm in the photograph. This is just a candid shot. In reality, Fu Chuan could debut on the spot. His height, looks, and physique are impeccably managed. Coupled with his years of studying art and a serene demeanor from having seen through the complexities of life, his aura eclipses that of any superficial pretty boy. Yu Yingya, satisfied, stowed her phone away. "Okay, I'll send this to Tang Tang later so she can feel a bit jealous." Fu Chuan scratched the back of his head, recalling the photo Shen Shutang had shown him of Yu Inger tied to a bed. Ahem. Shouldn't he advise Yu Inger against reckless behavior? Chapter 37. Call the police. Fu Chuan has arrived. Hao Zhe's cheerful voice rang out. Without waiting for Yu Inger to introduce him, he lifted her as if she were a little chick, disregarding her panda-like face of frustration. Through his glasses, his eyes, bearing the wisdom of experience, locked onto the tall, handsome youth before him, and he nodded in satisfaction. Although it is about the matter and not the person, who does not enjoy the sight of delightful handsome faces? Just Fu Chuan's appearance alone leaves a remarkable impression, even in humble attire. "Professor Hao." Fu Chuan suppressed his excitement as he presented a gift. "It's truly an honor to meet you. Just your presence is enough. There is no need for gifts." Hao Osh replied. After placing the gift down, he engaged Fu Chuan in conversation, discovering that Fu Chuan's creative thoughts and philosophies closely mirrored his own. This was not a mere attempt to please Hao Zhe, but a genuine pursuit of the path laid out by Hao Zhe himself, refined through Fu Chuan's unique style. As Yu Inger stood aside, her prepared speeches to recommend Fu Chuan to her uncle became utterly useless. Observing the camaraderie between Hao Zhe and Fu Chuan, one might wonder if Fu Chuan was indeed Hao Zhe's nephew, for their rapport surpassed even that of a father and son. Yu Inger had never witnessed her cousin engage in such lively banter with her uncle before, making her presence feel rather superfluous. This sense of grievance was intolerable for Yu Inger. She promptly snapped a photo and sent it to Shen Shutang, entering her rant mode. After venting, she felt liberated. "Don't worry, Tang Tang. The junior's getting along splendidly with my uncle. I'm heading to the milk tea shop downstairs to find you." Shen Shutang was already at the shop below. As Fu Chuan entered the faculty building, Shen Shutang spotted him but chose not to greet him. Instead, she bided her time, ready to intervene should the conversation between Professor Hao and Fu Chuan falter, stepping in as the final trump card to ensure Fu Chuan's triumph. It seemed now that neither Yu Inger nor Shen Shutang was needed. What was that about the junior managing on his own? In truth, she was quite worried. Yu Inger smiled to herself, a hint of mischief in her thoughts. It appeared that her socially anxious friend had genuinely developed feelings for the junior, making them the most promising couple. The prospect of indulging in her friend's romantic exploits was simply delightful. She planned to tease Shen Shutang when they met later, a playful smirk on her lips. Casting another glance at the engrossed Hao Zhe and Fu Chuan, she thought, "All right, you men share a bond that leaves little room for women. I understand." Just as Yu Inger was about to exit, a figure abruptly appeared at the door, none other than Fu Yueqing, bearing expensive gifts. Yu Inger discreetly furrowed her brow. "And you are?" "I am Fu Yuqing, one of the 3 daughters of the Fu Group. I have come to visit Professor Hao today," she declared, introducing herself. When Fu Yueqing refrains from cursing and manages her temper, her seemingly innocent doll-like face can indeed be deceptively charming. Had it been anyone else, they might have been fooled by her initial impression. However, Yu Inger, experienced in such matters, recognized that Fu Yueqing, uninvited and laden with gifts, was clearly there to curry favor with Hao Zhe, especially since he was specifically hosting Fu Chuan that day. Yu Inger politely responded, "I'm sorry, but my uncle is currently quite busy and unable to receive guests. Please come back another time." The unspoken message was clear in her words. However, Fu Yueqing had no intention of backing down. She had tried to meet Hao Zhe several times without success, and hearing him speak inside, along with another familiar voice, strangely reminiscent of that rascal Fu Chuan, only fueled her determination. Seeing Fu Yueqing's refusal to leave, Yu Inger decided to step outside and close the door. But Fu Yueqing preemptively slammed her hand against the door, forcefully pushing her way inside. Yu Inger stumbled, hitting her elbow painfully, and a sharp pain coursed through her, eliciting a cry of distress. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of Fu Chuan and Hao Ze. Fu Chuan, why are you here? Fu Yuqing exclaimed, her mind racing as she never anticipated Fu Chuan would be associated with Professor Hao. What gave him the right? Senior Yu. Fu Chuan rushed over to examine Yu Ying'er's injury. Are you alright? Yu Ying'er, her face pale from the pain, shook her head gently. I'm fine. Yu. Hao Ze was furious, having doted on his niece since childhood, protecting her as if she were made of glass. The audacity of this unknown woman to storm into his home and injure Yu Ying'er was beyond infuriating. I'm so sorry. I was overly excited just now. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Fu Zichen, one of the 3 daughters of the Fu Group. I don't care who you are. Hao Osha, pulling out his phone, immediately called the police. Hello? Is this 110? A mad woman has broken into my home and injured someone. Please send help. Oh my gosh. Professor Hao. Fu Zichen, in a moment of panic, let slip a curse, rushing to stop Hao Ze, only to be firmly restrained by Fu Chuan. Apologize, he commanded, his crimson eyes glinting like a ravenous wolf, ready to devour Fu Zichen whole. You little brat. Fu Zichen instinctively wanted to retort, shocked that her younger brother dared to demand anything from her. Who did he think he was? Yet, faced with Fu Chuan's predatory gaze, an innate fear gripped Fu Zichen, leaving her momentarily speechless. It was as if a sentient creature instinctively feared for its life. Once she regained her composure and saw Yu Ying'er's injury, she finally spoke. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now. I truly apologize. It wasn't fear of Fu Chuan that prompted her apology, but rather the recognition that she had acted inappropriately. Despite her usual arrogance, Fu Zichen was not foolish enough to cause a scene in someone else's home, especially not in the residence of the esteemed Hao Ze, whom she admired. She had come to discuss a significant business deal and meet her idol. If this incident were to reach her sisters, she would undoubtedly face severe reprimand. Can you let go of me now? In a bid to demonstrate her fearlessness towards Fu Chuan, Fu Zichen glared fiercely at him, though in reality, her wrist was nearly dislocated from his grip, causing her excruciating pain. No, even if she were to be defeated by the entire world, Fu Zichen would rather die than concede to Fu Chuan. Gritting her teeth against the agonizing pain, she maintained her gaze locked onto Fu Chuan's terrifying eyes. Fu Chuan, calm down, Yu Ying'er. Fearing that Fu Chuan might act rashly and harm Fu Zichen, worried that it could later be defined as mutual combat, especially since Hao Ze had already reported the incident to the police. Once they arrived, Fu Zichen would undoubtedly face consequences. Yu Ying'er forcibly pried Fu Chuan's hand away from Fu Zichen, who immediately withdrew her hand to her pocket, letting out a quiet gasp of pain. Mentalicarcing Fu Chuan's ancestors. They had forgotten that they were, in fact, siblings sharing the same lineage. Chapter 38. Taking advantage of her misery, the police arrived swiftly. Hao Ze's location was a priority area, boasting ample police resources. Given his status, any report he made would naturally prompt immediate action to mitigate potential threats. Alongside them came Shen Shutong. After waiting downstairs for Yu Ying'er to appear and seeing 2 officers hurriedly ascend the teaching building, she realized something was amiss and quickly followed. Upon entering the room, Shen Shutong looked at Yu Ying'er with concern. Ying'er, are you alright? I'm fine, dang. Yu Ying'er covered her arm, feigning strength, prompting Shen Shutong to pull her into an embrace, softly reassuring her. The lead officer, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, approached Hao Ze. Professor Hao, what seems to be the issue? Xiao Huang, you're just in time. This woman trespassed into my home and harmed my niece. You must arrest her immediately. Hao Ze was infuriated, struggling to maintain his composure. Officer, I truly didn't mean to. It was an emergency, and I was injured too. It's all his fault. Fu Zichen hastily shifted the blame onto Fu Chuan, casting him a meaningful glance. If Fu Chuan were willing to intercede on her behalf, she would consider treating him with more kindness in the future, potentially even facilitating a business deal for Fu Zichen and fostering a better relationship with Professor Hao. Wouldn't that be a win-win? She barged in and injured Senior Yu. I thought she was going to attack Professor Hao, so I acted to stop her. Fu Chuan unhesitatingly placed the blame squarely on Fu Zichen, taking advantage of her misfortune. How dare you accuse me of wanting to harm Professor Hao? You're slandering me. Fu Zichen could no longer contain herself, launching into a furious tirade peppered with expletives. Shen Shutong seemed to sense a connection. Fu Zichen appeared to know Fu Chuan, and given their shared surname, could they be related? Miss, please come with us to the police station. Officer Huang understood the significance of Professor Hao in the art world and deemed Fu Zichen's actions necessary to investigate thoroughly, ensuring accountability for Professor Hao. I am innocent. Fu Chuan, you'll pay for this. Silence, or I'll place you in handcuffs. As Fu Zichen continued her tirade, the officers escorted her away. We still need cooperation for the record, Professor Hao, if you Let us go. Tang Tang, I leave Inger in your care. Shen Shutong nodded in agreement. At the police station, the officers took statements from Hao Zhe and Fu Chuan. Based on Inger's injuries, they concluded that they did not even amount to a minor injury. If the parties involved were unwilling to reconcile, they could only detain Fu Yueqing for a day. Upon hearing this, Fu Yueqing exploded. Detain me? Do you know who I am? Go ask about the Fu Group. Everyone who comes in here claims they didn't mean to do anything wrong. If apologies sufficed, what need would there be for police? Officer Huang slammed his hand on the table. You. Though Fu Yueqing projected defiance, inwardly she was terrified. If her sisters found out about this. Talp. Captain Huang, the family of the suspect has arrived. What did you say? Before Officer Huang could respond, Fu Yueqing interjected, for such a trivial matter. Why are you involving my family? If we don't involve your family, how can we secure a guarantee to release you? Officer Huang looked disdainfully at Fu Yueqing, clearly irritated by her entitled demeanor, especially with her seemingly innocuous appearance. No, don't involve them. Let me go. This is illegal confinement. Huang was uninterested in Fu Yueqing's protests and exited the holding room. Fu Linger and Fu Xinling anxiously awaited in the police office. Upon seeing Officer Huang, Fu Xinling signaled to Fu Linger, indicating that she, as the elite lawyer, should take charge. She stepped forward to inquire, Officer, I am a lawyer. What is the status of Fu Yueqing's situation? With a lawyer present, Huang detailed the events that had transpired. Fu Xinling and Fu Linger were nearly driven to despair by Fu Yueqing's reckless behavior, this troublesome youngest sister of theirs. It was only a matter of time before her personality would lead to trouble. Just because they had managed to coexist peacefully until now did not mean she could act with impunity. It was merely that others had tolerated her due to the Fu family's reputation. Without the Fu family, Fu Yueqing would not have survived many missteps. Now, with the victim unwilling to resolve matters amicably, we can only detain Miss Fu Yueqing for one day and seek compensation. She cannot be detained. If this news gets out, where will the Fu family's reputation go? Officer Huang shrugged. Then you must seek the victim's forgiveness. Please, officer, take us to meet Professor Hao. Very well. As Fu Linger and Fu Xinling entered the lounge and saw Hao Zhe and Fu Chuan sitting together, both were momentarily stunned. Why was Fu Chuan here? Fu Chuan did not acknowledge them, focusing on calming Hao Zhe's distress, then turned away, remaining silent. Professor Hao, I am Fu Linger, the president of the Fu Group and Fu Yueqing's elder sister. Fu Linger stepped forward, adopting a sincere demeanor. Although Hao Zhe had encountered Fu Linger a few times at banquets and appreciated her beauty and decisiveness, the recent debacle involving Fu Yueqing had tainted his view of the Fu family. To raise such a troublesome daughter, it seemed the Fu family was not as esteemed as he once thought. Professor Hao, my sister has indeed made a mistake, and we are willing to do everything possible to make amends. I do not require your compensation. My niece is the apple of our family's eye. No one dares to let her be harmed. The police have already made their decision. I want her detained for one day. Fu Chuan, let us go. All right. Hao Zhe took Fu Chuan and prepared to leave. Please wait, Professor Hao. Fu Xinling stepped in front of them. I have heard that you are fond of Gu Kaiji's nymph of the Luo River. We are willing to present the authentic piece to you as an apology. Oh, nymph of the Luo River. I thought the genuine artifact had fallen into the hands of a certain collector. I did not expect it to belong to the Fu family. As soon as Fu Xinling noticed Hao Zhe hesitating and wavering in his stance, she seized the opportunity and pressed on. As long as Professor Hao is willing to forgive my sister's actions, we are prepared to present you with the authentic masterpiece. Fu Xinling's proposal aimed not only to minimize the influence of Fu Yueqing, but also to curry favor with Hao Zhe. How could an artist of Hao Zhe's caliber resist the allure of such a priceless treasure? Surely, he possessed a wealth of resources and connections. Although it may entail a loss, it was certainly preferable to allowing Fu Yueqing to be detained for even a day, which would leave a permanent record. Fu Chuan was taken aback by Fu Xinling's willingness to trade such a precious gem for Fu Yueqing. Deep down, Fu Xinling held a certain disdain for the brash and arrogant Fu Yueqing, yet she was reluctant to let her suffer in front of outsiders. Were Fu Chuan in her position, he could well imagine that Fu Linger and Fu Xinling would not have come to his aid. They could easily send him to prison and then turn the tables, questioning his sense of right and wrong. A glint of cold indifference and mockery flashed in Fu Chuan's eyes, mirroring Fu Xinling's inner turmoil. Suddenly, Fu Xinling felt a pang of discomfort. This was a moment for negotiating with Hao Zhe, and, as a lawyer, she had to cast aside her excess emotions and maintain an appearance of integrity and rationality, suppressing any thoughts about the meaning behind Fu Chuan's gaze. However, I refuse. Chapter 39. A pinky swear for 100 years, never change. Hao Zhe's demeanor shifted instantaneously. Fu Xinling, who had harbored a flicker of hope, was now rendered speechless. Professor Hao, the one you should be seeking forgiveness from is not me, but my niece. If you Inger does not forgive you, even the emperor himself would be in vain. Seeing that Hao Zhe was impervious to both persuasion and intimidation, Fu Linger could only cast a glance at Fu Chuan. Although she was unaware of how Fu Chuan had come to be in Hao Zhe's presence, he could not remain a passive observer. As a member of the Fu family, he should understand that their fates were intertwined. This was the moment for Fu Chuan to prove his worth. Yet, Fu Chuan completely disregarded Fu Linger and followed Hao Zhe away. The very sight of Fu Linger and Fu Xinling attempting to morally bind him made Fu Chuan feel nauseated. Fu Linger and Fu Xinling could only watch helplessly as the situation unfolded. They could not reveal Fu Chuan's true identity if Fu Zichen were to discover its sister. How did Fu Chuan come to be associated with Professor Hao? Fu Xinling could not help but inquire. This younger brother, who had always prioritized the Fu family, had suddenly transformed. After that day, Fu Linger had personally delivered him to the police station. He seemed indifferent to the Fu family and had even formed ties with Qin Shudong and Hao Zhe. How is this possible? They were not the type of individuals that someone like Fu Chuan could approach. I do not know, second sister. You stay here and see if you can prevent the third sister from being detained. I must return to the company to prepare for whatever might ensue. If word of Fu Yueching's incident gets out, the consequences would be unfathomable. As the president of the Fu Group, Fu Linger must be ready for any eventuality. I understand Fu Chuan escorted Hao Zhe back to the faculty building. Yu Inger had already been taken to the hospital by Qin Shudong for treatment of her wounds. The doctor assured that it was merely a bruise, nothing serious. And after applying ointment and bandaging, all she needed was to avoid water. I never expected such an incident today, Fu Chuan. Next time you visit my home, we must have a good chat. Of course. Before parting, Hao Zhe proactively exchanged contact information with Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan hurried to the hospital, just in time to see Qin Shudong and Yu Inger exiting. Oh dear, Tang Tang, am I really that precious? Do I need a full body examination? This is ridiculous. Seeing Fu Chuan approach was like a beacon of hope for Yu Inger. She immediately hid behind him. Junior, save me. Calling your junior for help is futile. Inger. Money is trivial, but health is paramount. Do you understand? Oh, the doctor said it's unnecessary. It's just a minor injury. I'll take my leave now. Bei seizing the opportunity, Yu Inger slipped away quickly. If Qin Shudong caught her, she would end up undergoing a full examination and would likely be stuck in a hospital all day. Senior, I'm sorry. Fu Chuan lowered his gaze, a flicker of resentment passing through his eyes. This resentment was not due to his concern for the Fu family, but rather for their harm towards those who treated him kindly. Junior, this is not your fault. Why apologize? Fu Chuan opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to articulate something, but found himself unable to speak. He felt an instinctive aversion to the notion of being a part of the Fu family. This family, focused solely on self-interest, disregarded their own flesh and blood, even inflicting harm upon Senior Yu. Fu Chuan constantly contemplated breaking free from the Fu family. Even for his future, Fu Chuan could no longer remain. He wished to transfer his household registration away from the Fu family and formally sever ties with them. Recently reborn, Fu Chuan had no money or certainty to rely upon, leading him to adopt a stance of indifference. Now, thanks to Shun Shutong's assistance, he had a chance to escape the Fu family's clutches. Gazing at the concerned expression of the girl before him, Fu Chuan took a deep breath. In his heart, Shun Shudong was a trustworthy presence. Without her, he would have no means to leave, the opportunity to work with Picasso, to meet his idol, and the job that aligned with his needs were all facilitated by Shun Shutong. Senior, actually, I with the Fu family show. Qin Shudong suddenly placed a finger on Fu Chuan's lips. Thank you for your willingness to be candid, Junior. If it's something distressing, then you need not speak of it. Senior, while I may be saddened, I do not wish to hide anything from you, Junior. Secrets to me mean exchange. If you share yours, I feel compelled to share mine. We are equals. I cannot be the only one privy to your secrets while I must conceal my own. I am still contemplating as she spoke. Sadness that could not be contained flickered in Qin Shutong's eyes, even as she wore a smile tinged with bitterness. Fu Chuan had only recently met Qin Shudong, but had already sensed that she harbored undisclosed secrets. She appeared to be a quintessential rich girl, seemingly perfect in the eyes of many, yet she exhibited subtle social anxiety, a cool demeanor, and reluctance to engage with strangers, traits that reflected her sensitivity to the external world. Senior, when I become the kind of man you acknowledge and wish to confide in, I will be a loyal listener by your side. The brightness in the youth's eyes stirred Qin Shutong's heart, creating ripples of emotion. She bit her lip and extended her pinky. All right, this is a promise. Their pinkies intertwined. Fu Chuan's voice was resolute. A pinky swear for 100 years, never to change. Qin Shudong smiled faintly, withdrawing a couple of steps, hand behind her back. gazing at the sky beyond the hospital. Junior, is there still time? Although today has been disheartening, I do not wish to return home, yet coincidentally, I do not wish to return either. Fu Chuan had made up his mind. It was time to start looking for a place outside of school. Chapter 40. There's no need for a reason to treat someone well. To completely silence the Fu family, Fu Chuan needed to prepare meticulously, harboring no expectations for their unscrupulous actions, especially since Fu Zichen was still a teacher at G City No. 1 High School. This woman had shown Fu Chuan nothing but indifference in her past life. Now, if Fu Chuan were to sever ties, it could provoke her wrath and lead to her scheming against him. He could not afford to jeopardize his chances of being self-admitted. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had irrevocably ruined his own existence for the Fu family. Now, with the opportunity to be reborn, Fu Chuan found himself unable to alter the blood that coursed through his veins. At the very least, he resolved that this life must be different. No more unforeseen calamities. Walking alongside Shen Shutang by the riverbank, they observed numerous individuals on the opposite lawn flying kites. Sen Sutang pauset momentia. Suddenly turning to regard the pensive Fu Chuan. Junior, I wish to make another promise with you. Fu Chuan, momentarily startled, responded, Sen Sutang stipet gelo, compellingly grasping his hand, their pinkies entwined. If you find yourself in trouble, you must seek my help. Fu Chuan offered a faint smile. It seems you mentioned this before on the rooftop. You are a boy, and naturally possess a bit of pride, reluctant to bow to a girl. It's prudent to have some assurance. Why do you treat me with such kindness? Fu Chuan couldn't restrain his curiosity, a question that had lingered in his mind for ages. What could possibly draw such a distant and esteemed girl to a mere grain of sand in the mundane world? Shen Shutang playfully poked her finger against her cheek, tilting her head with a hint of mischief in her gaze. If I said it was because you were handsome, would that make you happy? Fu Chuan chuckled. That would indeed bring me joy. In truth, being kind to someone requires no justification. The desire to be kind is simply that straightforward. Shen Shutang rose onto her toes, tugging at Fu Chuan's cheeks, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light. Do you not understand such a simple truth? Silly Junior, having you by my side is truly wonderful. Indeed, kindness requires no reason, and cruelty requires even less. It is akin to how Shen Shutang, a chance encounter, became the moonlight that redeemed Fu Chuan's life. Meanwhile, his blood relatives, connected by the same lineage, would rather see him descend into hell. With heartfelt prayers, Fu Chuan wished for a lifetime where he could stand beside Shen Shutang, guarding this girl. As night fell, Fu Chuan returned to the Fu family home. With each step, his body resisted the familiar air, which filled him with revulsion. Just as he contemplated ascending to his room without a word, an individual rushed to intercept him. It was the duplicitous Fu Zichen. Brother Fu Chuan, things aren't as you say, are they? No matter what. Third sister could never intentionally harm anyone. Precisely like that, Fu Chuan coldly interrupted, his words severing Fu Zichen's sentence. Fu Zichen's heart leaped with joy, eager to provoke Fu Chuan, knowing that such conflict would unite the Fu family against him. Recently, their attitude towards Fu Chuan had become increasingly peculiar. Despite their unwavering favoritism towards Fu Zichen, he sensed this was a bad omen and needed to devise a plan to rekindle their indifference towards Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan, no matter what, Fu Yuqing is still your third sister. You bear the Fu family blood. You are clearly acquainted with Professor Hao Zhe. Even if you chose not to mention it before, why won't you plead for her when she is misunderstood? Must you ensure she bears a stain by sitting in jail? Fu Xianling emerged from the living room, glaring at Fu Chuan. Because she deserves it. You. Faced with Fu Chuan's indifferent demeanor, Fu Xianling instinctively recalled the contempt in Fu Chuan's eyes earlier that afternoon at the police station. Not wanting a fierce confrontation, she curbed her temper. You've been back in the Fu family for 3 years. You should know third sister has a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Although her words may be harsh, we are a family, bound together. Fu Chuan interrupted with a cold laugh. Fu Xianling, what are you pretending for? I'm not pretending at all. And this is our home. You should call me second sister. For reasons unknown. Fu Xianling was averse to Fu Chuan addressing her by name. It was strange, as she had once been irked by his casualness in calling her sister. Fu Yuqing was the least favored within the Fu family, despised by all for her unrestrained words and domineering behavior, particularly by Fu Xianling. Naturally, she could not be compared to one who was merely cast aside for a slight misstep and sent to the police station. Fu Chuan had intended to maintain his facade until after the college entrance examinations, but with such events unfolding, he could no longer assist Fu Yuqing in bullying Yuing Air. The Fu family would undoubtedly exploit this incident, so he might as well lay everything bare. Moving out of the Fu family was a viable option. Fu Chuan, you are slandering me. Slandering? Yes, you despise Fu Yuqing, but deep down, you still regard her as a sister. She harmed Senior Yu, caused a ruckus at Professor Hao Zhe's residence, and was detained for a day. Yet you were willing to trade a priceless treasure for her release. And here I am, sent to the police station without bowing my head, forever marked by this life. Thanks to you all. Is that what you call slander? If it were before, Fu Zichen could have boldly claimed that Fu Chuan, an outsider, had no right to compare himself to Fu Yuqing. Despite her disdain for Fu Yuqing, she could not erase the bond forged in their shared upbringing and bloodline. This time, Fu Zichen was at a loss for words. Fu Chuan would not be lenient, and he would indeed move out of the Fu family. Though this was precisely what Fu Zichen desired, she found herself hesitating, her own feelings unclear. Second sister, brother Fu Chuan, please cease your quarrel. Fu Zichen immediately interjected, feigning weakness, while inwardly yearning for a spectacle of bloodshed. He wished to see Fu Chuan humiliated by Fu Zichen and cast out of the Fu family. Only then would his position be secure. Second sister, where has your fighting spirit gone? Hurry up and deal with Fu Chuan. To Fu Zichen's astonishment, Fu Zichen indeed took the bait. Forget it. I'm too tired to argue with you. With that, she turned and retreated into the living room, leaving Fu Zichen dumbfounded. Is that it? Second sister, weren't you supposed to be strong? Why have you suddenly changed? Fu Chuan ignored them and ascended the staircase, encountering Fu Qing with a complex expression at the corner. Speak up if you have something to say. Fu Chuan's voice was chilling and venomous, causing Fu Qing's heart to tremble violently. Despite her promise to remain unperturbed by Fu Chuan, she now felt an overwhelming sense of injustice at his disrespect. Fu Chuan, could you be reasonable? This is not my doing. Then get lost. Fu Chuan's words bore no weight of guilt. He merely recounted the actions of the Fu family towards him. What? Could they not endure the truth? Huh. With Fu Yuqing's return, the fuse had been lit for Fu Chuan. He no longer cared for their opinion. Should they be enraged enough to expel him from the Fu family, he could easily move out, severing ties and renting a place near the school. Initially, he had tolerated their presence, wishing for a peaceful coexistence, refraining from being a sycophant, hoping they would allow him to navigate his crucial final year of high school in peace. But now they had crossed his line, and Fu Chuan would no longer play the servant. Chapter 41, Fu Ling Effins. How can you speak to me like this? I am your fifth sister. Fu Qing, is this not what you wish for? You spoke so sweetly, but did you ever treat me like a brother? In my heart, you are nothing now. It was as if a thunderclap had struck Fu Qing. Fu Chuan had never uttered such callous words to her before. Today, he did, with an air of indifference, as if he longed to sever all ties with the Fu family. Ignoring the stunned Fu Qing, Fu Chuan strode straight back to his room. The sound of the door closing jolted Fu Qing back to reality. Is this what I've been hoping for? Yes, it is what I wish for. So why does it hurt so much? Why? Fu Qing should be delighted. She ought to smile. Yes, smile. Finally, Fu Chuan would no longer pester her like before with his infatuation, yet her attempts at joy were far more tragic than tears. Meanwhile, Fu Linger faced her greatest fear. The scandal of Fu Yuqing trespassing into Professor Hao Zhe's home and injuring his niece had erupted. Fortunately, the public relations department of the Fu Group acted swiftly, suppressing the news as soon as it hit the trending topics, diverting attention with gossip about some celebrity. Several major companies were vying for a partnership with the Qin Group, and such negative news could not be allowed to tarnish their chances before a deal was secured. As Fu Linger managed to fall out from Fu Yuqing's actions, she felt regret that she hadn't treated Fu Chuan better when she learned he could connect with Shen Shutang. Now, Fu Chuan had become unyielding. Even with Fu Yuqing detained, he would not advocate for her. How could she persuade him to win over Shen Shutang for the Fu family? After a night of dealing with the consequences of Fu Yuqing's actions, Fu Linger returned home at 6 in the morning, just as dawn began to break. The butler, having received a call earlier, had prepared a nutritious breakfast for her to help regain her strength before she would return to the office. Just as Fu Linger was having her breakfast, Fu Chuan had already come downstairs. Fu Chuan, come join me for breakfast, she called. I don't feel like it, he replied, grabbing his backpack and making to leave. Fu Linger bit her lip, immediately rising to intercept him. Fu Chuan regarded her coldly. Rest assured, Fu Chuan, I am not here to blame you for your actions yesterday. What your sister did was indeed excessive, and it's only natural you wouldn't plead for her. Fu Linger, I no longer require your approval for my actions. She struggled to contain her frustration. Despite her humility, Fu Chuan remained ungrateful. In the Fu household, as the eldest sister, her word was law, and none of her younger siblings dared to defy her like this. She persisted, I understand you harbor much resentment. Let's sit down and discuss it. There's nothing to discuss. I bear no grievances, having never expected anything from you. I feel no disappointment. I will move out of the Fu home and find a place near the school. Move out of Fu home, Fu Linger exclaimed, incredulous. Fu Chuan smirked coldly. Why are you surprised? Haven't you all along wished to rid yourselves of me? I used to cling desperately. Now, as you desired, you should be pleased. You moving out? Where will you find the money for rent? And what about living expenses? Those concerns do not require your attention. I am capable of taking care of myself. I will find a place and move out immediately. Indeed, if Fu Chuan were to leave, Fu Linger used to be overjoyed, as it would prevent any interference with Fu Zichen. Yet now, she needed Fu Chuan to charm Shun Shutang to secure the partnership with the Qin Group. She could not allow him to leave so easily. Fu Linger asserted her authority as the eldest sister. I forbid you from moving out of the Fu home. Why? Are you afraid that your precious younger brother Zichen might succumb to his illness because of my presence? Fu Chuan, regardless of my recognition, you are still my brother. After finally finding you, you would just leave? What will people say? That the Fu family mistreated you? It's disgraceful. Fu Chuan couldn't suppress a laugh. Fu Linger realized her argument was absurd, especially after she had previously sent Fu Chuan to the police station for Fu Zichen's sake. Now, confronted with Fu Chuan's mocking smile, she found herself at a loss for words. My staying here only brings discord. Moving out would be better for everyone. You 1T have to bear the sight of me, and I 1T have to endure your constant bickering. Fu Chuan was not pleading with Fu Linger. He was stating fact. Even Fu Linger felt unsteady in her stance. Her words held no power over him. She could only watch helplessly as Fu Chuan walked away. In a scenario where Fu Chuan was no longer bound by familial ties, what authority did Fu Linger possess to command him? Should she tie him to the Fu home with a rope? That would be utterly futile. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Fu Linger's head, prompting her to clutch her temples and cry out in agony. The butler, hearing the commotion, rushed over and found Fu Linger collapsed like a kite with severed strings. Miss. On the 765 bus, Shun Shutang stepped aboard, her light footsteps catching the attention of Fu Chuan, who was seated by the window. She removed her headphones and approached him. Junior. Senior. Once Shun Shutang settled beside him, Fu Chuan quietly inquired, how is you senior doing? You seem quite concerned about her. Why not ask Green Bubble yourself? Shun Shutang teased, oblivious to the slight bitterness in her tone. Fu Chuan cast his gaze downward. Well. All right, it's just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about. That's good to hear. What about you? Are you dealing with something troubling? Do you need help from your senior? Shen Shu Tang perceptiva licenst Fu Chuan esse distress. Senior. Fu Chuan pondered for a moment, then decided to share. I want to move closer to the school. Finding a place isn't the issue, but I need to apply for the housing permit from the teachers. In G City No. 1 High School, unlike other high schools, students were required to live on campus unless they had a designated off-campus residence for safety and academic focus, especially for seniors. The scrutiny was stringent, and since Fu Chuan had joined midway, the school had not provided him with dormitory accommodations, leaving him to seek off-campus housing. Fu Chuan could no longer endure living with the Fu family, although he did not forcefully sever ties. He wished to avoid being subjected to their disdain during his crucial final year of exams. Moving out would spare him from the countless insincere faces. It was baffling how Fu Linger and the others viewed his departure as a regretful loss. They had yearned for him to leave. Yet now that he refused to be their devoted servant, they began to reconsider their stance. Chapter 42. The Obedient Junior. Noticing Shun Shutang's silence, Fu Chuan thought he had perhaps burdened her and quickly added, if you think it's unfeasible, then never mind. Junior, you're quite obedient now, Shun Shutang remarked, ruffling Fu Chuan's hair. A good child who can acknowledge mistakes. Was Shun Shutang treating him like a child? How embarrassing. Fu Chuan felt an inexplicable urge to assert his maturity. Shun Shutang flashed an okay sign. Leave this matter to me. Senior, aren't you curious about why I want to move? Choosing to relocate to a residence near the school during such a critical year seems like a sorrowful decision. What more is there to ask? Shun Shutang's tone softened, contrasting sharply with her earlier cheerfulness, now laced with an undercurrent of profound sadness. Fu Chuan se bret ich. He felt he could glimpse the sorrow concealed beneath Shun Shutang's exterior. Could it be that she too, like him, bore the weight of solitude? In that moment, their two hearts, entwined by the tendrils of loneliness and marred by scars, seemed to draw closer together. Fu Chuan recalled a line from Dragon Tribe, where Ares said, "We are all little monsters, destined to be vanquished by the righteous Ultraman." They appeared to be ordinary people, yet felt like outcasts shunned by those closest to them. At the very least, the little monsters gathered around the campfire can provide warmth and protection for one another. When Fu Chuan entered the classroom, Fang Kaiwei immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Chuan Ge. Kaiwei, I have something to ask you. Do you know of any affordable rental apartments near the school? Oh, Chuan Ge, you've come to the right person, Fang Kaiwei exclaimed, his excitement palpable. I have a place for rent nearby, close to the school, in the Sinan community. The environment is pleasant, quiet, and convenient for dining and shopping. Sinan community? Isn't that a bit pricey? It is somewhat expensive, but there are 2 rooms shared with others, and just 1 small room available. The current tenants hardly ever stay there. I can ask if they still need someone. If you're interested, the monthly expenses, including utilities, would be around 600. 600 is acceptable. Living in Sinan community for 600 is an incredible bargain. After all, this is a bustling area of G City, primarily favorable for students nearby. For Fu Chuan, having a place to sleep suffices, and he could manage even the tiniest room that the servants of the Fu family deemed unworthy. The only concern is whether the current tenants would accept him, or if we need to search for another place. During class, an unexpected announcement came from the school. Fu Zichen had to take a leave of absence due to unforeseen circumstances, and there would be a half-day break in the afternoon for specialized classes. Fu Chuan's brow furrowed imperceptibly. What could have happened for Fu Zichen to take leave? If it were to pick up Fu Yueqing, she would need to take a special day off. Never mind, it's not Fu Chuan's concern. This way, he even has time to look for suitable housing outside of school. With his earnings from taking orders for Picasso and a work-study income of 2,000, living modestly through his final year of high school is not difficult. Given how poorly the Fu family treated him before, he managed to survive. Now, it's merely a matter of financial strain, and at least he no longer has to endure the oppression from his family. After school, Fu Chuan stepped out of the campus, intending to explore more affordable rental options when a venomous voice cut through the air from his left. Fu Chuan. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Fu Yueqing, her face twisted with distress and disarray, prompting him to click his tongue in irritation. She truly is a persistent nuisance. Fu Chuan thought to himself, wondering how Fu Yueqing had not been sentenced to life imprisonment. Every member of the Fu family was utterly despicable to him, and Fu Yueqing, with her blatant nature, was no exception. The sight of this so-called elder sister incited a wave of revulsion within him. Having just been released from the police station, Fu Yueqing found herself abandoned by the entire Fu family, a surge of fear of being forsaken engulfing her. Even she now felt the anxiety. Her character had made her the least favored in the family. If Fu Ling, and the others were disappointed in her, would they cast her aside? Taking a deep breath, she approached Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan, I have something to ask of you. The words came out with reluctance, as if someone were forcing her at gunpoint to plead with him. I don't have time, Fu Chuan replied coldly, already guessing what she wanted. How could this woman be so shameless? Fu Yueqing's lips twitched in frustration, cursing inwardly. How dare you be so brazen? In a bid to avoid disappointment from her elder sisters and becoming invisible in the Fu family, she clenched her fists. If you help me, I can acknowledge you as my brother. Surely that counts for something. Fu Chuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. What delusion made Fu Yueqing think he cared for her sisters? Observing her unwillingness, he felt as though he were looking into a mirror, seeing the version of himself who had once been a pitiable clown, groveling before Fu Yueqing, begging for affection. The pain was too much to bear. Fu Chuan, stop grinning foolishly and help me explain things to Professor Hao Zhe. If that doesn't work, kneel before him and beg. Just make sure he tells my sister that this matter is resolved. Kneel? You're the one who enjoys begging. Why don't you do it yourself? Without allowing Fu Yueqing to finish, Fu Chuan interrupted her, gesturing an obscene sign before turning to leave. What do you mean, Fu Chuan? Don't you relish kneeling before others for my sake? I've offered you such a generous proposition, and you still dare to insult me. Each of Fu Yueqing's words struck Fu Chuan like a death knell, reminding him of his past, where he had demeaned himself to seek approval from blood relatives, only to become their tool for manipulation. Students passing by paused to watch the spectacle, whispering among themselves. Fu Chuan's close relationship with the campus beauty, Shan Shutan, coupled with his handsome appearance and artistic studies, had made him a prominent figure at G City No. 1 High School. Now, Fu Yueqing's public confrontation with him at the school gate, alongside her loud accusations of his past humiliations, turned into a scandal of monumental proportions. What are you doing? The security personnel of G City No. 1 High School rushed over upon witnessing a student being harassed by an outsider. How dare you touch me? Do you know who I am? Get away. With Fu Yueqing spiraling into madness, shouting and attacking the approaching security guards, they had no choice but to forcibly restrain her. Fu Chuan had already slipped away. Fu Yueqing causing a ruckus at G City No. 1 High School was just perfect. The more trouble she stirred, the more it would distract Fu Ling, and the others, allowing Fu Chuan to enjoy his freedom. Although Fu Yueqing's antics would affect him to some extent, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. He had endured enough disdain, coldness, and discrimination throughout his life. He had built immunity to it. If he lived his life concerned about others' opinions, he might as well have ended it long ago. An hour later, at the Kongha private hospital, an investment of the Fu Group, Fu Ling gradually regained consciousness in a luxurious ward. Upon opening her eyes, her consciousness returned to her body, and a sharp pain pierced through her head. Fu Ling could not contain a cry of agony. Elder sister. Doctor, come quickly. Elder sister is awake. Your call cannot be connected. Please try again later. The doctor hurriedly examined Fu Ling and administered pain relief, alleviating her headache. Fu Qingqing pulled the doctor aside. Anxiety etched on her face. Doctor, how is my elder sister? Alas, headaches can be influenced by numerous factors, especially for someone like the president, where even an MRI cannot reveal any issues. Either there are no symptoms, or when they do occur, it's unbearable. I can only do my best. The doctor hesitated to provide any guarantees. Despite advancements in science, humanity has yet to conquer even 1/10 of diseases. 9/10 remain insurmountable, and headaches and dizziness are particularly challenging, with mainstream medications proving ineffective and burdensome to the body. Miss Fu Qingqing, wasn't the president's headache much better before? It hadn't recurred for a while. Did something stimulate it today, causing such severity? Fu Qingqing's expression darkened at this. She had heard from the butler that Fu Ling's headache flared up after a quarrel with Fu Chuan regarding his decision to move out of the Fu family. However, Fu Qingqing did not believe that her elder sister would be so affected by this matter, for Fu Ling hardly regarded Fu Chuan as significant. If anyone were to be a disappointment, it would be Fu Yueqing. And there was one more crucial detail. In the past, Fu Ling had long suffered from debilitating headaches, which were alleviated only when Fu Chuan masqueraded as Fu Zichen to provide her with massages. Gradually, her afflictions ceased to recur frequently. However, since Fu Chuan's transformation, he has refrained from impersonating Fu Zichen for her massages, and it has been precisely a month since this change. The confluence of various factors has led to a resurgence of Fu Ling's headaches. Doctor, may I inquire whether traditional Chinese massage can alleviate my elder sister's headaches? We have explored both traditional and Western medical approaches for the president, yet they yielded little effect. Nevertheless, I remain open to the possibility that a skilled practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine might provide some relief for her condition. I understand. We shall await Fu Qingqing's return to the ward. Fu Xinling and Fu Zichen stood anxiously by the bedside, their eyes filled with concern for Fu Ling. The intensity of her pain had diminished, and she offered a reassuring smile to her younger siblings. I'm fine. You haven't disclosed this to anyone else, have you? Fu Xinling shook her head no. Fu Qingqing entered the room, prompting Fu Zichen to rise and ask, Sister 5, what did the doctor say? Fu Qingqing fell silent. After all, it was an old ailment. What more could be said? Fu Ling had long come to terms with her condition, having spent years trying countless remedies, ultimately concluding that modern medicine could not resolve her headaches. Strangely, for the past year, her headaches had inexplicably ceased, coinciding with the periods when Fu Zichen administered her massages on a regular basis. Upon reflection, Fu Ling realized she had not sought Fu Zichen's massages for an entire month. In the past, Fu Zichen would suggest the sessions, encouraging her to prepare by lighting calming incense in the family's moxibustion room. During her drowsy state, the combination of massage and moxibustion effectively prevented the onset of her headaches. However, after Fu Chuan's sudden change and the myriad of events that transpired within the Fu family, Fu Ling had forgotten this practice altogether. Thinking of this, Fu Ling turned to Fu Zichen. Zichen, could you come massage me for a moment? Huh? Fu Zichen, caught off guard, froze momentarily. Fu Qingqing was acutely aware that it was Fu Chuan, not Fu Zichen, who had been responsible for Fu Ling's massages. If this continued, the truth would be revealed, placing Fu Zichen in an awkward position. Just as she contemplated how to alleviate the tension, Fu Xinling's phone rang. After answering, she exchanged a few words with the person on the other end, her expression betraying an uncontrollable anger. I understand, she said curtly before hanging up. What happened? Fu Ling inquired. Work-related matters, sister. Go ahead, Fu Ling encouraged with a reassuring glance. Nodding in agreement, Fu Xinling prepared to leave, but Fu Qingqing interjected. Zichen, you need not worry. I will take care of elder sister. You may also leave. All right, elder sister, fifth sister, please take care of yourselves, Fu Zichen replied. Having always preferred to present himself, well, before his sisters, he felt a sense of trepidation. Should Fu Ling continue to request his massages, it would surely betray the distinct techniques employed by Fu Chuan. For now, he could conceal the truth. Once Fu Xinling and Fu Zichen had departed, Fu Ling turned to Fu Qingqing. Fifth sister, please speak openly. It cannot be concealed from elder sister any longer, Fu Qingqing admitted, her heart heavy. Fu Ling had already sensed the significance of Fu Chuan's massages in alleviating her headaches, and it was inevitable that she would seek Fu Zichen's assistance again, leading to an uncomfortable revelation. Thus, Fu Qingqing relayed the entire situation to Fu Ling. As expected, Fu Ling's complexion paled. Are you saying that the one who has been massaging me for the past year is not Zichen, but Fu Chuan? Fu Qingqing remained silent. Why has Fu Chuan never mentioned this? Fu Linger clenching her fists, anxiety flooding her mind. Given the current strained relationship with Fu Chuan, what if he refused to treat her headaches? Perhaps he believed that revealing this fact would result in her ceasing to request his assistance, especially since they had previously pressured him to distance himself, which had been utterly intolerable. Fu Qingqing's heart ached as she spoke those words. At this juncture, who could she blame? It was merely the consequence of their own actions. Fu Qingqing was uncertain whether she cherished Fu Chuan's talents or had simply grown accustomed to his attempts to please her. When Fu Chuan employed the same tactics that he had used on his sisters with Fu Qingqing, she felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. How painful it was. Was this how Fu Chuan had felt before? Now that she had lost him, Fu Qingqing truly regretted her past actions and wished to cherish him. Yet, Fu Chuan would not grant her this opportunity. He had emotionally withdrawn to the extent of contemplating leaving the Fu family altogether. Is Fu Chuan mad? How could I possibly refuse? His massages genuinely alleviate my headaches. Initially, Fu Linger had not given this much thought. In fact, she had nearly forgotten the tormentor of her suffering from the past year. With the return of her headaches, she recognized Fu Chuan's massages as her lifeline and hastily dialed his number, her heart fervently pleading, "Fu Chuan, please answer. Come and treat my headaches. As long as you can prevent them from recurring, I will acknowledge you as a valuable brother and accept you as part of the Fu family." However, the response was disheartening. "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Chapter 44. The white moonlight in my heart. Fu Linger attempted to call several more times, only to encounter the same issue. Was Fu Chuan's signal poor? Fu Qingqing recalled that she had received the same response on multiple occasions when attempting to reach him. In this day and age, with so many signal towers, and considering that Fu Chuan was a student, it seemed improbable that he would be in an area with poor reception. Could it be that he had blocked them? Fu Qingqing and Fu Linger exchanged glances, both coming to the same unsettling conclusion. At that moment, they felt as if they were jesters. The laughter of their own disdain now returned to haunt them. Once so dismissive of Fu Chuan, they were now facing the repercussions of their actions in a different guise. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan was sweating profusely as he searched for accommodation near the school, having to purchase a large bottle of iced mineral water from a convenience store, draining nearly half in one go. Finding a place was indeed no easy feat. Without exception, the prices were exorbitant. After all, G-City No. 1 high school was situated in the most bustling area of the city. Even a small studio was priced at 2,000 yuan, comparable to the cost in a metropolitan area. The school mandated that students apply for off-campus housing, which required them to reside nearby. While there were subsidies for on-campus accommodation, the application process was slow, and there were no available beds for Fu Chuan. For many affluent students at G-City No. 1, this was not a problem. They could rent the finest houses nearby, or, in many cases, their parents had already purchased properties. For Fu Chuan, however, every penny was a struggle. As the rain poured throughout the night, my love overflowed like the rainwater. Just then, Fu Chuan's phone rang. Seeing that it was Fong Kaiwei calling, he answered. "Kaiwei, what is the update? I've given your phone number to them. They will add you to the group for further contact." All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Chuan received a notification on his phone. "Last night, the rain was sparse and the wind was fierce. I've added you to the group." Last night, the rain was sparse and the wind was fierce. Fu Chuan paused momentarily. Once he entered the group, he noticed 2 members named last night. The rain was sparse and the wind was fierce, and heavy sleep cannot alleviate the residual alcohol. Sister Shun, Sister Yu, is that you? Wow, it's actually a junior. Yu Inger was the first to jump in, accompanied by a meme of you are so beautiful. Guessed it. Shin Shudong simply sent 3 words. A student from G-City No. 1 high school suddenly needed to share a rental. By November, students had already settled their accommodations and submitted their applications. Coupled with the matter that Fu Chuan had entrusted to Shin Shudong today, it was highly likely that it was indeed Fu Chuan, which also explained why Shin Shudong was willing to engage in conversation. Otherwise, she would have simply declined by offering money. Shun and Yu, both seniors, were sharing a rental in the Sinan community. Fu Chuan couldn't help but ponder how Fong Kaiwei would feel knowing his beloved Yu goddess was residing in a rental unit under his family's ownership. Yu Inger, I can solve this problem. I rented it last year and didn't expect there to still be a small room available. How absurd. She sent a meme of a scholar looking flustered. Shun Shutong, I've inquired about the price they offered you, and it's quite reasonable. You should go ahead and rent it. Junior, plus, your rental application has been approved. Fu Chuan, no, it's inconvenient for 2 girls to share with a boy. Yu Inger, come on. I haven't even lived there. I just still have the lease, and Shin Shutong is unaware. Shun Shutong, I barely stayed there, merely paying for it as a backup place. You can confidently rent it, Junior. For both Yu Inger and Shun Shutong, the cost was trivial. This rental unit encapsulated the beautiful memories of their previous cohabitation. Even before Fu Chuan officially graduated from G City number 1 high school, it still held a sense of nostalgia. For Fu Chuan, being able to rent such a splendid place for 600 yuan felt like a windfall, alleviating his urgent predicament. All right, I'll head over to take a look. Fu Chuan abandoned his pride as a man, having already sought Qin Shutong's assistance. It was evident that his means were insufficient to afford housing near the school. For the sake of the college entrance examination and the promises made to the seniors, accepting this offer was Fu Chuan's wisest choice. Clinging to a misguided sense of self-respect while rejecting the warmth offered by others was nothing short of folly. Qin Shutong instructed Fu Chuan to wait for her downstairs at the 10th floor of the Sinan community while she brought along the application form to find him. Arriving first, Fu Chuan thought Qin Shutong would take her time, so he busied himself flipping through an English book, memorizing vocabulary. When Qin Shutong arrived, she found Fu Chuan squatting at the stairway, engrossed in his English reading. The sunlight illuminated the youth's brows. His eyes were focused, his lips moving fluidly as he pronounced, "I love you 3,000 times, a sight most delightful." Qin Shutong suddenly felt a peculiar inspiration. What should she do? She wanted to write a youthful campus narrative. Fu Chuan was the perfect candidate for the protagonist. Upon noticing Qin Shutong staring blankly at him, Fu Chuan packed his English book into his backpack and waved at her, "Senior." His smile was charming. Qin Shutong had already envisioned the template for her male lead. All that remained was to manifest it. As Fu Chuan approached, Qin Shutong mumbled softly, "Huh? Senior, what did you say?" "Nothing. Let us go upstairs." "All right." Following Qin Shutong into the elevator, they reached the 16th floor. What greeted them was a 180 square meter apartment featuring 2 large rooms, 1 small room, 2 bathrooms, and even a small balcony adjoining the smaller room. The spacious balcony at the entrance's west side boasted ample sunlight, high floors, and picturesque views, while the kitchen was furnished with a refrigerator, washing machine, and all necessary amenities. "These 2 rooms are where Inger and I used to stay, but they're locked now. Your room is here, and you can use this bathroom. We haven't used it. The kitchen and living room are shared, and you can manage your own waste. When we're not around, feel free to use the large balcony for drying clothes, and when we are, you can use the small balcony." The rules of cohabitation had to be clearly stated by Qin Shutong, even though Inger no longer lived there. Officially, it was still 2 girls sharing with 1 boy. Were it not for her trust in Fu Chuan's character, Qin Shutong would have preferred to pay an additional 600 yuan to secure the room entirely. Fu Chuan nodded, "I understand, senior." Qin Shutong lightly brushed her fingertips across the sofa in the living room, which had accumulated a layer of dust from disuse. "It's been a while since we stayed here. I should hire a cleaning service." "Senior, why don't I do it? I can clean." "Fool, do you really have the nerve to enter our room?" Flustered, Fu Chuan scratched his head, "Then I'll clean my room. The cleaning service covers the entire apartment. So even if you clean, I'll still be paying." "No worries. When we're not here, keeping the common areas tidy will be a huge help. So I'm leaving it to you, Junior." "Thank you, Senior. You've truly helped me out. Otherwise, I would." "All right, tonight take me out for some skewers. Give me more creative inspiration, and I'll reward you handsomely." The better Fu Chuan's relationship with Qin Shutong became, the more she revealed her carefree and charming side. A stark contrast to the aloof senior he remembered. Fu Chuan's gaze gradually softened. No matter how Qin Shutong transformed, as long as she remained Qin Shutong, it was enough. She would always be the irreplaceable moonlight in Fu Chuan's heart. Chapter 45. Fu Chuan would not lose his Qin Shutong. Having resolved the rental issue, Fu Chuan was just about to call Fang Kaiwei when he received a call from him. "What a coincidence." Fu Chuan answered, "Kaiwei, I've finalized the corental arrangement." "What the heck?" "Xiran Yi, I just learned that the one living in the Sinan community is Senior Qin. Renting required a contract and an ID. And Fang Kaiwei usually returned home, never considering living in his own apartment." With all that had transpired, Fang Kaiwei had not given it much thought. If it weren't for Fu Chuan wanting to rent today, he wouldn't have inquired about this matter at home. As a result, he was taken aback. Who would have thought the one filling out the forms was Qin Shutong? Last year, Qin Shutong was a senior at G City number 1 high school. Known for her cool demeanor, the only close friend she had was the student council president, Yu Inger, Fang Kaiwei's goddess. Qin Shutong as co-renter must be Yu Ing. Fang Kaiwei, who prided himself on being the information hub of G City number 1 high school, failed to notice that the campus belle and goddess were renting in his family's apartment. What a disgrace. Realizing this, Fu Chuan did not conceal the truth, explaining Qin Shutong and Yu Inger's situation. "I missed my chance. I'm such a fool. What a golden opportunity to get closer to the goddess Yu." Fang Kaiwei lamented. Initially despondent, Fang Kaiwei suddenly shifted to a remarkably calm tone, leaving Fu Chuan bewildered. "Kaiwei, are you all right? With my current circumstances, my looks, my physique, how could the goddess Yu possibly take an interest in me?" Countless men pursue her at G City #1 high school. I should at least wait until I get into Xingman Art Academy and improve myself before attempting to court her openly. Well, that's all right. It's good that you've come to terms with it. Regarding Fong Kaiwei's ability to self-reflect, Fu Chuan could only offer a two-word evaluation: impressive. His clarity in recognizing his own shortcomings without being blinded by societal expectations was remarkable. This young man was destined for greatness. Shun Shudong accompanied Fu Chuan to the property management office to process the electronic card and sign the contract for moving in. The entire process took an hour and a half. Stepping out of the office, Fu Chuan bowed deeply to Shun Shutong. "Thank you so much, senior. If it weren't for your assistance, I would have been stuck just trying to obtain the school's rental approval, let alone finding such a suitable place to live." Since his rebirth, Fu Chuan considered meeting Shin Shudong to be the most fortunate event. Without her, he would have had no means to leave the Fu family. Shin Shudong delicately brushed her hair aside, glanced at her watch, and smiled. "Junior, there's still some time before dinner. I truly appreciate your gesture. Could you give me a painting? What does senior want? Don't say just one. I can create as many as you desire." For Fu Chuan, this was not only a professional alignment, but also the best way to repay Shin Shutong. Currently, Fu Chuan was merely a penniless student, and if it weren't for Shun Shutong's admiration for his talent, their paths would remain as parallel lines, never to intersect in their lifetimes. "Here, this one." Shin Shutong produced her phone and selected a picture to hand to Fu Chuan. The image captured him reading an English textbook, with dappled sunlight casting gentle rays upon his hair and face. "Senior, when did you?" "Just a casual snap. The angle isn't perfect, but you're the artist I trust. Surely, you can deliver a satisfactory piece." I envision a character design reminiscent of a novel cover, inspired by this photograph. Titled Friend, Fu Chuan observed the photograph, marveling at the perfect timing of the shot, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Senior, you truly adore your lie in April, don't you?" You seen it too?" Friend A is the name Kaori Miyazono uses for Cozy Eye Arima, weaving a beautiful lie of unrequited love through a non-existent April. It's captivating. Indeed, she boldly intruded into Friend A's life, becoming the light that redeemed his dark existence as a pianist. "Do you know?" In the end, Kaori smiled at Cozy Eye and asked, "Will you forget me?" It brought me to tears. Without Kaori, even the most splendid cherry blossoms would pale for Cozy Eye. The emotional resonance from the first time she pursued that anime lingered in Shun Shutong's memory, as she felt joy and sorrow for a fictional character and a heart-wrenching love story. This was the very impetus for her ambition to become a writer. She longed to craft stories that would transport readers into a realm of imagination, allowing them to roam freely. I have always believed that to be a great writer, one must first possess sensitivity and then the ability to unearth the resonances within their work. Not just Your Lie in April, but also titles like Clannad Full Metal Alchemist, Brotherhood. I have explored countless renowned manga, anime, and light novels that have captivated the world. There must be something admirable about them. Shin Shudong shared her creative inspirations with Fu Chuan as if she were unveiling a treasure gem. Fu Chuan listened attentively. The words she spoke resonated like a rainbow in his heart, leaving an indelible mark. Unbeknownst to them, Shin Shutong's gentleness and support had woven her way into Fu Chuan's heart. He yearned to muster the courage to ask whether the male protagonist in the photograph was indeed him, and if creating a piece titled Friend A for Shun Shutong implied that she regarded him as Cozy Eye Arima, the man who had profoundly impacted a terminally ill girl's life. Ultimately, Fu Chuan could not voice these thoughts. Friend A is simply Friend A. He was acutely aware of the final answer. Friend A was simply Friend A, and nothing more. Fu Chuan only contemplated the day he would let Shun Shutong know. Meeting Shin Shutong in October had dazzled Fu Chuan throughout the summer, filling his life with vibrancy. This time, it was not Your Lie in April, regardless of what the future held for Fu Chuan and Shun Shutong. He hoped for her presence in this October, next October, and the October to come. Cozy Eye Arima would lose Kaori Miyazono, but Fu Chuan would not lose his Shin Shutong. Chapter 46. It turned out Fu Chuan was even colder and more heartless than he had imagined. "By the way, are you all right?" Shin Shutong suddenly inquired. Fu Chuan, somewhat perplexed, responded, "Senior, I'm perfectly fine. I meant about the incident at noon when someone was bothering you at the school gate. I moved on. She's the one who should be worried," Fu Chuan replied, feeling liberated. No matter what his family did, it would no longer affect his mood in the slightest. In fact, with Fu Yiqing repeatedly creating such chaos, she was bound to face dire consequences. Regardless of how united the Fu family appeared, they could not allow Fu Yiqing to become a parasite. Escalating matters further. "Moved on, huh?" Shin Shutong softly echoed, her gaze betraying an uncontainable yearning. She then smiled at Fu Chuan. "Hurry back to school and finish your drawing. I feel like I'll be quite hungry tonight and want to eat a lot." Fu Chuan nodded vigorously. I'll do as senior says. At 9 o'clock that evening, after parting ways with Shun Shutong, Fu Chuan took the bus home. Arriving at the Fu residence with minimal belongings, he reflected on how, over the years, he had toiled tirelessly without receiving anything substantial from the family. Most of his wardrobe consisted of school uniforms and some inexpensive items, hastily packed into a suitcase along with the essential tools for his art. However, as soon as he stepped into the Fu household, two figures appeared before him. Fu Ling'er and Fu Qingqing. Fu Chuan remained remarkably calm, stating, I have already obtained the application for off-campus housing and found a place. I will pack my things tonight and move out, so I won't be a nuisance to you any longer, nor will I put your precious younger brother Zichen in any trouble. Fu Chuan. Fu Qingqing had intended to confront him about why he had blocked her number. Little did she know how many times she and Fu Ling'er had called him that day, unaware of his whereabouts. Since Fu Qingqing had taken the afternoon off, she couldn't even call the school to inquire, fearing it would reveal Fu Chuan's true identity. Yet, Fu Chuan preempted her, delivering his statement and effectively silencing her. Guilt washed over Fu Qingqing like a tidal wave, leaving her unable to think clearly, while her emotions surged uncontrollably, putting her at a distinct disadvantage. You can't move out. Fu Chuan. Fu Ling'er firmly rejected. Fu Ling'er, Fu Qingqing. I discarded my dignity to please you, toiled like a beast, and received not even a glance from you. Now, I wish to let go entirely, just as you desire. And yet you have changed your tune and won't allow me to leave? What is it? Are you reluctant to part with me? Fu Chuan calmly articulated these words, tinged with irony. Fu Ling'er cut straight to the point. Fu Chuan, the one who helped alleviate my headaches through massage, is it you? I don't know what you're talking about. You need not hide it. I know it wasn't Zichen who helped me. It was you. Then you can bring Fu Zichen here to confront me. I did nothing of the sort. Fu Chuan's words struck directly at the heart of the matter. Once assertive and confrontational, Fu Ling'er was suddenly at a loss for words. Bring Fu Zichen over for confrontation? If the truth were to come out, what if it caused Zichen too much distress, triggering his illness? Fu Chuan ceased to waste words and headed upstairs to pack his belongings and leave. However, as he reached for his door, he realized something was amiss. His bedroom door was locked. Fu Ling'er approached, her tone softened. Fu Chuan, let's make a deal. You help me with my headaches, and I can let you go live elsewhere. Haha, how peculiar. The one who massages you is Fu Zichen, not me. If something goes wrong, wouldn't you blame me? Your headaches have baffled every renowned doctor. What can a high school student like me do? Upon witnessing Fu Chuan's steadfast refusal to admit the truth, Fu Ling'er realized that the most effective way to expose his deceit was to confront him with Fu Zichen. However, such an action would inevitably harm Fu Zichen, and she pondered whether it was worth it for the sake of her own headaches. After all, he was her beloved younger brother. Fortunately, Fu Chuan had already come to know the depths of the Fu family's shamelessness. Within the Fu household, there was little he truly needed to take with him. His basic living requirements could be resolved with a mere 1,000 yuan. With that thought, he proceeded to leave. Just as Fu Chuan stepped out, Fu Ling'er suddenly called out, Fu Chuan, if I were to bring Zichen to confront you, would you be willing to strike a deal with me? Fu Chuan's silence implied agreement. If Fu Ling'er was willing to harm Fu Zichen for the sake of her so-called headaches, then it seemed that the brother she deemed more important than life itself was merely a pawn in her pursuit of personal gain. By undermining the bond between Fu Ling'er and Fu Zichen while using her headaches as leverage, Fu Chuan effectively rendered the Fu family powerless to interfere in his impending college entrance exams. Coupled with the ticking time bomb that was Fu Yueqing, the Fu family would be left in disarray, unable to disrupt Fu Chuan's life. It appeared that Fu Chuan had also learned to be cold and calculating, meticulously planning his moves. As long as he was not blinded by familial affection and discarded unrealistic fantasies, he could even unearth greater benefits from the Fu family. Yet, he found it all repulsive. Fu Qingqing initially wished to refrain from interfering in the conversation between Fu Ling'er and Fu Chuan, but upon hearing Fu Ling'er's words, she could no longer remain calm. Elder sister, are you serious? I believe Zichen would understand. Fu Ling'er seemed to be speaking to Fu Qingqing while simultaneously reassuring herself. Today, her headaches had returned with a vengeance, rendering her miserable. She would gladly trade anything for a glimpse of relief, not wanting to endure the torment of fear and despair that her illness had previously wrought upon her life. When Fu Xinling returned to the Fu residence with Fu Zichen, it was already 11 o'clock at night. The butler hurried over. Second miss, young Master Zichen. The eldest miss has asked for you to join her in the living room upon your return. Understood. Fu Xinling glanced at the Fu Zichen, signaling him to keep their earlier discussion from Fu Ling'er, lest Fu Yueqing face dire consequences. Freshly released from the police station, Fu Yueqing had brazenly harassed Fu Chuan outside the school, and her ignorance of the gravity of her actions was embarrassing enough for Fu Xinling. Who felt ashamed to share the same bloodline with such a foolish sister? Had there been a genetic mutation? Now, Fu Yueqing was gripped by fear, even too afraid to return home, dreading punishment from Fu Linger. Serves her right. When Fu Xinling and Fu Zichen arrived in the living room, they were taken aback to find Fu Chuan already present, with his hands tucked into his pockets. The moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows cast an aura of icy detachment around him, as if everything about to unfold was of no consequence to him, merely an observer in the unfolding drama. Fu Zichen timidly spoke. Elder sister, fifth sister, brother Fu Chuan. Zichen, I have something to ask you. Fu Linger interrupted, taking a deep breath. Was it you who helped me with my massages at the pharmacy this past year? Fu Zichen stared at her in bewilderment, his gaze flitting towards Fu Chuan. Was this something Fu Chuan had revealed? Fu Chuan, however, averted his eyes, feigning disinterest. Elder sister, I don't understand what you mean. Fu Xinling had assumed that Fu Linger had summoned them to discuss Fu Yueqing's harassment of Fu Chuan, only to find the topic had shifted to massages. If it wasn't Fu Zichen who had been administering them, then who could it possibly be? Fu Zichen opened his mouth, and tears the size of peas began to spill from his eyes, cascading down his sickly pale cheeks. Elder sister, it seems you already know. The one who helped you was brother Fu Chuan, not me. What did you say? Both Fu Linger and Fu Qingqing had long since discerned the answer and reacted little, while Fu Xinling's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it possible to switch who does the massages? No, elder sister, fifth sister, did you not have any inkling? Fu Linger and Fu Qingqing remained silent, and it was indeed astonishing that they had not noticed this over the past year. Perhaps their unwavering trust in Fu Zichen had blinded them to the truth. Suddenly, Fu Zichen dropped to his knees. Zichen, seeing him in such a state, Fu Linger and the others rushed to assist him. I'm sorry, sister. I never intended to deceive you. I saw that brother Fu Chuan's massages were truly effective, and I feared you wouldn't accept it if I told you outright. So I conspired with him. I know, I understand. Zichen, please get up. Just as Fu Linger was about to lift him, Fu Chuan foresaw what would transpire next. 3, 2, 1. He collapsed. As anticipated, Fu Zichen began to convulse in Fu Linger's embrace, rolling his eyes back and frothing at the mouth. This is bad. Zichen is in trouble. Quickly, to the hospital. A flurry of panic ensued as they hastily departed. Entirely, disregarding Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan had witnessed this performance countless times before. Whenever circumstances turned against him, Fu Zichen's feigned illness served as a shield. As long as he put on a show, the Fu family would become his devoted followers, entirely at his beck and call. It was akin to Fu Zichen shattering Fu Chuan's family portrait, feigning a cough and spitting blood, which had compelled Fu Linger to send Fu Chuan straight to the police station. If even Fu Chuan could see through Fu Zichen's facade, how could the Fu family remain oblivious? This stark disparity in their positions cast a shadow over all of them. Had Fu Chuan recognized this sooner, perhaps he would not have found himself in this cycle of rebirth. After transporting Fu Zichen to the hospital, Fu Linger stood at the ward's entrance, guilt-ridden as she lamented. It's all my fault. I caused Zichen to end up like this. Elder sister, even if you knew the truth, was it necessary to expose it so brutally before Zichen? This doesn't seem like you. Did Fu Chuan threaten you in some way? Fu Xinling could not help but interject, wondering if Fu Chuan had deliberately revealed this to regain the Fu family's attention at the expense of Fu Zichen. All the disdain Fu Chuan had shown toward them, as sisters, might have been an act. Here, as how it is. Fu Qingqing elucidated the significance of Fu Chuan's massages in relation to Fu Linger's headaches, leaving Fu Xinling in stunned silence. Is it true? A problem that even renowned neurologists could not diagnose was resolved through Fu Chuan's massages? How could that be possible? It was a fact that Fu Linger's headaches had indeed subsided significantly over the past year. Second sister, surely you wouldn't want to see elder sister suffer further due to her headaches? Wait, I completely forgot about Fu Chuan. Fu Linger immediately retrieved her phone to call the butler. Uncle Li, where's Fu Chuan? Young master, Fu has left. Where did he go? He didn't say. Fu Linger hung up the phone and quickly attempted to reach Fu Chuan. The number you have dialed is not reachable. Please try again later. Fu Ling, suddenly recalled. She had been blocked by Fu Chuan. Finding him now felt like an insurmountable challenge. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan had returned to the apartment he shared with Shen Shutong and others, having purchased a plethora of essential supplies from the supermarket downstairs, content to manage for the night in his room. After his rebirth, the attitude of the Fu family towards Fu Chuan strayed from the expected path, complicating his plans to move out of the family home. He resolved to take things one step at a time, at the very least. Not becoming a sycophant to the Fu family in this lifetime was Fu Chuan's greatest advantage, ensuring he would not be toyed with as he had been in his previous life. Sleeping in his new room, far from the Fu household, Fu Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of stability and peace, allowing him to enjoy a rare, restful night. The following day, after the second class at school, Fu Qing summoned Fu Chuan for a conversation. Eventually, the inevitable confrontation arrived, yet Fu Chuan remained unperturbed. Setting aside unnecessary emotions, he recognized that each member of the Fu family had vulnerabilities, particularly Fu Zichen. As long as Fu Zichen continued to be a sickly, pitiful figure eliciting sympathy from the family, Fu Chuan's plans would be insurmountable. Upon seeing Fu Chuan's calm demeanor, Fu Qingqing recalled his resolute attitude from the previous day. Lowering her gaze, she refrained from hastily addressing the matter of Fu Linger and instead inquired about his whereabouts the night before. Fu Laosher, just say what you need to say. This is none of your concern, Fu Chuan replied dismissively. How could not be? She countered. I wish to fulfill my duty as an older sister by showing concern for you. Is there something wrong with that? Oh, then why must you whisper? Fu Qingqing bit her lip. The reason was clear to both of them. This very understanding left Fu Qingqing at a distinct disadvantage whenever Fu Chuan subtly mocked her with the truth. Fu Laosher, Fu Zichen is your brother. I am not worthy of that title anymore, nor do I desire it. You need not continue pretending to be the caring sister before me. It's quite nauseating, Fu Chuan declared indifferently. The image of the once reverent Fu Chuan, whose eyes sparkled at the sight of Fu Qingqing, repeatedly flashed through her mind. Am I wrong for wanting what I desire? I wish to make amends, for I have realized that you are also my brother. I admit I treated you harshly before. Too coldly, I was wrong, and I apologize. However, Zichen is gravely ill and may not have long to live. Should I not treat him with more kindness than I do you? Zichen bears the Fu surname too. He is your brother as well. As she spoke, Fu Qingqing reached out to grasp Fu Chuan's hand, but he evaded her grasp without a second thought. Chapter 48. Your face is quite flushed. In that fleeting moment of misconnection, Fu Qingqing felt her heart constrict as if gripped by an invisible hand. The distance that had once been easily bridged now felt like an insurmountable chasm. It dawned on Fu Qingqing that she had irrevocably lost her blood-related brother, and there was no way to reclaim him. I no longer need sisters like you. I can thrive on my own. Your thoughts about me are irrelevant. I am no longer your brother, and Fu Zichen is no brother of mine either. You must be here to serve as a mouthpiece for Fu Linger, correct? I have prepared my conditions, Fu Chuan stated, handing a pre-prepared note to Fu Linger. Have Fu Linger review it and respond. It is for our mutual benefit. With that, Fu Chuan turned to leave. Fu Qingqing remained rooted to the spot for a long while, only returning to reality when a passing student reminded her, prompting her to flee in disarray. Meanwhile, Fu Linger, engaged in work at the CEO's office, received a message from Fu Qingqing containing green bubbles. This is Fu Chuan's request. Elder sister, please take a look. Upon opening the image and enlarging it, Fu Linger noted the first condition. Fu Chuan would provide her with a massage once a week at a location of his choosing. The second condition stated that Fu Chuan would move out of the Fu household without demanding a single cent from them, and any expenses incurred while living there would be calculated and repaid after he was accepted into university. The third condition mandated that the Fu family could no longer interfere with Fu Chuan's life in any way, and if necessary, would assist him in transferring his household registration and signing a severance agreement with the family. In the past, Fu Chuan's voluntary submission of such a contract would have been a dream come true for Fu Linger. Now, however, she hesitated. What if Fu Chuan left the Fu family and, harboring resentment for their past actions, spoke ill of them to Shun Shutong, jeopardizing the Fu family's collaboration with the Shun family? Despite such concerns, Fu Linger lacked the bargaining power to negotiate with Fu Chuan. Her relief from migraines depended on him, and the collaboration with the Qin Group hinged on Fu Chuan's goodwill. Previously, they could summon Fu Chuan at will because he held Fu Linger in high regard. Yet now, in his heart, she no longer occupied a place of significance. Fu Linger never anticipated that one day she would find Fu Chuan's indifference so challenging to navigate. Standing by the window on the 50th floor, gazing down at the unending flow of traffic below, Fu Linger ultimately resolved to act. On the rooftop, Fu Chuan and Shun Shutong were sharing bread while discussing her new writing project. Fu Chuan casually asked, Senior, when do you plan to publish your work? Inger helped me with a divination. She suggested creating the new piece on Christmas Eve, with updates on Christmas Day. Shun Shutong replied. Inger can divine? Fu Chuan inquired, intrigued. Yes, her predictions have proven quite accurate. The first time I published on tomato novels, it was on a date, she suggested, Shun Shutong explained, tilting her head slightly as if she had made a discovery. She then pulled out a tissue and handed it to Fu Chuan, gesturing toward his mouth. Fu Chuan took the tissue, wiping his mouth carefully, and awkwardly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior. You haven't cleaned it thoroughly, Shun Shutong remarked. producing another tissue to help remove the crumbs from his cheek. As she leaned in closer, Fu Chuan could hear his heart skip a beat, feeling a bit parched. Once Shen Shudong finished cleaning up, Fu Chuan quickly turned away, pretending to nonchalantly sip his soda to cool down. Having been reborn, Fu Chuan, no matter how naive, understood the nature of his feelings. Who could resist the gentle moonlight that breaks through the darkest moments of life? It was this very light that imbued him with the courage to break free from the morally corrupt Fu family and embrace a life truly meant for him. Without Shen Shudong, the current version of Fu Chuan would not exist. He believed that if he did not fall for such a girl, he would lose his capacity to love as a human being. However, he thought this cannot be. Fu Chuan and Shen Shudong belonged to entirely different worlds. By not taking the initiative, he would shield himself from hurt. By not harboring expectations, he would avoid disappointment. Having grown up in an orphanage, Fu Chuan had witnessed enough cold stares. After being reclaimed by the Fu family and enduring years of subservience, leading to a tragic end, he was hesitant to hope for love, especially knowing the vast disparity between him and Shen Shudong. Maintaining their current relationship was sufficient for Fu Chuan. As for whether Shen Shudong would ever learn of his feelings, that would only be possible once he was accepted into the Qingman Art Academy and became a capable artist. Without achievements, what talk could there be of marriage? It was not a matter of inferiority, but rather Fu Chuan's understanding that only by becoming a better version of himself could he openly share his life with the finest girl. Junior, are you all right? Your face is quite flushed, Shen Shudong remarked, noting the rare coolness of mid-November, devoid of much sunlight. She had invited Fu Chuan to the rooftop for lunch and to discuss new inspirations for her book. Just moments ago, he had seemed fine, yet now his face was growing increasingly red. I'm fine. By the way, Senior, we were discussing the traits a female protagonist should have, right? Let's continue. Fu Chuan deflected with a casual laugh. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a new message. Elder sister has agreed. You should return to the Fu home tonight. It read, from an unfamiliar number, likely Fu Qingqing, whose number Fu Chuan had blocked and had yet to release. At this moment, Fu Chuan noticed that the green bubble displayed a red dot notification. It was Fu Qingqing who had proactively added Fu Chuan's green bubble, revealing her identity and requesting Fu Chuan to accept her. In the past, Fu Chuan would have been taken aback by such an initiative. His family had forbidden him from accessing the internet, and the only time he managed to register a Picasso account was at an internet cafe, where he created a green bubble. He was aware that they had their own close-knit family group, and the excuse of wanting Fu Chuan to excel in his studies was utterly baseless when it came to Fu Zichen. Fu Zichen possessed the latest iPhone 16 Pro Max, had a green bubble and access to the internet, which, in a way, spared Fu Chuan the trouble of deleting their green bubbles. Without hesitation, Fu Chuan declined to block them and sent a text to an unknown number to ascertain the situation. All right, Junior, it's almost time for lunch. Why don't you head to the classroom for a bit of rest? You have a major course this afternoon. After all, time is on your side. Yes. Shen Shudong attempted to rise, but suddenly felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away. Senior? What's wrong? Perhaps I've been sitting too long. I'm having a bit of trouble getting up. At this, Fu Chuan instinctively extended his hand toward Shen Shudong. She smiled faintly, intending to take his hand to stand. Suddenly, a warm liquid trickled from her nose. Senior. Chapter 49. You wouldn't want our relationship to be exposed to others, would you? Fu Chuan watched as Shen Shudong began to bleed from her nose, frantically grabbing tissues to assist her in stemming the flow. Senior, let me take you to the infirmary. Okay. Shen Shudong's complexion appeared pallid, lost in her thoughts. In the afternoon, during their major course, Fu Qingqing seemed somewhat distracted. After Fu Chuan's reply, she leaned against another teacher's phone to send a few messages to him, only to receive no response. Fu Qingqing attempted to add Fu Chuan through his green bubble, but he likely blocked her upon noticing it. When did their relationship deteriorate to such an irreparable state? Fu Linger was correct, regardless of the reasons. Once Fu Qingqing felt guilt, remorse, or a desire to make amends towards Fu Chuan, she became the loser, destined to experience the same fate Fu Chuan had endured as a sycophant in the Fu family without receiving any acknowledgement. Fu Qingqing understood everything, yet contemplating Fu Chuan's cold indifference, coupled with the obligation to teach him at school, was nothing short of torment for her. With the college entrance examination in June next year, students from the arts department would be opting for independent enrollment, which meant submitting their materials starting in March. Given Fu Chuan's exceptional talent in painting and his connection with Professor Hao Zhe, the prime choice would be Qingman Art Academy, commencing its independent enrollment at the end of May. Moreover, she would have to interact with Fu Chuan at school for another half a year. Teacher Fu, we are all here. The class monitor quietly called out to Fu Qingqing. Ah. Fu Qingqing snapped back to reality, her gaze involuntarily scanning the room, only to find Fu Chuan absent. Where's Fu Chuan? Fong Kaiwei immediately raised his hand. Teacher Fu Chuan is in the infirmary. He took a leave today. Fu Chuan is in the infirmary? Is he ill? Fu Qingqing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Many students in the class found it odd. Wasn't Fu Qingqing supposed to be aloof and unapproachable? It seemed she genuinely cared for Fu Chuan. Fu Qingqing lost her focus on the class, hastily assigning the painting theme for the major course before leaving in a rush. In the infirmary, Shen Shudong's nosebleed had ceased, and after an examination, there were no significant issues, though her complexion remained somewhat pale. Fu Chuan drew back the curtains, sitting by Shen Shudong's side, softly inquiring, "Senior, are you all right?" "It's an old issue. My nasal blood vessels are weaker than average, causing frequent nosebleeds during childhood. The doctor said it should resolve by my 20s. But you mentioned I could handle being alone in the infirmary, yet here you are, not attending class? How could I possibly attend class when you're in front of me like this?" Fu Chuan replied earnestly. Even if he forced himself to attend class, his mind would be elsewhere, unable to produce any work, as his heart was tethered to Shen Shutong. Shen Shutong knew Fu Chuan was a man of deep loyalty. She said nothing more, closing her eyes on the bed to rest. Fu Chuan remained quiet, allowing her to drift into a peaceful slumber. Unbeknownst to him, after he left, Shen Shutong opened her eyes, revealing an unspoken sorrow and fear within. Upon exiting the infirmary, Fu Chuan gently closed the door, only to hear hurried footsteps approaching. "Fu Chuan." Fu Qingqing rushed up to him, breathless, her small hands pressed against her chest. Fu Chuan unconsciously frowned. "What are you doing here? I heard you took leave this afternoon and were in the infirmary, thinking you might be sick." "Teacher Fu, you've crossed the line of a teacher's concern for a student. You wouldn't want our relationship to be exposed to others, would you?" Fu Qingqing's heart ached profoundly. She could not reveal their sibling relationship, as it would place Fu Zichen in a very awkward position in G City No. 1 High School. He was the only publicly acknowledged young master of the Fu family, yet overshadowed by Fu Chuan. Fu Zichen's health had been unstable. Any significant stress could lead to a situation akin to yesterday's hospitalization, a burden no one could bear. "Fu Chuan, could you please refrain from this? You clearly see that I am making an effort to make amends. Your talent needs guidance, and your life requires protection. As your sister, I have the ability to help you, provided you do not compare yourself to Zichen. Can't we coexist harmoniously? One more word, and my agreement with Fu Ling'er will be completely nullified." Without waiting for Fu Qingqing to finish, Fu Chuan interrupted her directly. He shoved his hands into his pockets, coldly walking away from her without looking back or hesitating. Fu Qingqing stood alone in the empty corridor at the infirmary door, her shoulders shaking, tears welling in her eyes. Speechless. As night fell, Fu Zichen and Fu Xinling remained in the hospital, expected to return tomorrow. Fu Qingqing's whereabouts were unknown, leaving only Fu Ling'er at home. This provided the perfect opportunity for Fu Chuan to have a serious discussion with Fu Ling'er. In the study, Fu Ling'er sat on the sofa, waving her hand at Fu Chuan, "Have a seat." To keep it brief, Fu Ling'er. Fu Chuan discreetly activated the recording function on his phone, stating, "You will agree to my conditions, won't you?" Chapter 50, The Sorrow in Her Gaze. Fu Ling'er found the Fu Chuan before her to be utterly unfamiliar. When did the Fu Chuan, whose heart and mind were solely fixated on her, transform into this? Was it because Fu Ling'er had sent him to the police station? She hadn't forcibly imprisoned him. She merely wanted him to recognize his mistakes. Previously, he had reacted much less dramatically. It was quite puzzling. "I have one more condition. You must not speak ill of the Fu Group to Shen Shutong. Should I discover otherwise, the contract will be rendered void." Fu Ling'er explicitly stated, knowing that Fu Chuan's efforts to please Shen Shutong would foster collaboration between the Fu Group and the Shen Group. It was evident that Fu Chuan would never acquiesce, making her words a mere waste of breath. It would be better to settle for a lesser goal and simply have Fu Chuan refrain from causing trouble. Fu Chuan let out a cold laugh. "My relationship with my senior is entirely innocent. Your adult matters should not interfere with us students. And one more thing, please give me a massage." Fu Ling'er was uncertain whether Fu Chuan's massage would be effective, but it was a perfect opportunity to test it, especially since she had been experiencing a slight discomfort in her head. Fu Chuan refrained from idle chatter and, after sanitizing his hands, approached Fu Ling'er from behind. Fu Ling'er, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, cleared her throat softly. As Fu Chuan's hand rested upon her head, a tremor coursed through her body, and she barely suppressed the urge to leap up. Fu Ling'er had long grown accustomed to her disdain for Fu Chuan and said with a hint of nonchalance, "I've sanitized my hands. I wouldn't dare soil your precious form. I just find it unsettling when others touch me. Especially you, Fu Chuan," she thought. An involuntary wave of revulsion akin to a cockroach crawling across her face washing over her. However, in her quest for relief from her headache, Fu Linger had to endure this discomfort, taking deep breaths and mentally reassuring herself. With a slight increase in pressure, Fu Chuan's ministrations elicited a cry of pain from Fu Ling. "Why does it hurt so much? Can't you be gentler?" she exclaimed. Was Fu Chuan taking this opportunity to exact revenge on her? "Your headache has intensified. How could it not hurt? If you wish for my assistance, you must obediently keep quiet." In the past, when Fu Chuan had massaged Fu Linger, he had meticulously prepared for the session, requiring an hour and a half just to help her relax enough to endure the treatment without discomfort. But now, he seemed indifferent to her pain. After all, their agreement stipulated a weekly massage, and Fu Chuan cared little for the efficacy. Only Fu Linger felt the agony. Realizing she could not expect Fu Chuan to coddle her as he once had, Fu Linger bit her tongue and endured the pain, gasping for air as cold sweat soaked her body, her complexion paling. After a torturous 15 minutes, Fu Chuan finally withdrew his hands, leaving Fu Linger slumped on the couch, gasping for fresh air. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, while the acupoints he had massaged ached, the nagging pain in her head had indeed subsided somewhat. After a moment, she inquired, "Where's the key to my room?" "In the second drawer on the left," Fu Chuan replied, walking over to retrieve it. Just before departing the study, he coldly added, "Next week, same day, I'll decide the time and place." With Fu Chuan's parents returning home soon, he muttered, "My father is one thing, but my mother adores you. If she knew you had moved out of the Fu household, she'd surely go mad." At the mention of his biological mother, Fu Chuan's expression hardened, revealing a terrifying intensity in his gaze. "Just tell her, she doesn't deserve to be my mother. Adore me? Huh, what a laughable notion. She's nothing but a complete pervert." Fu Linger was taken aback. She had not expected Fu Chuan to be so callous toward his mother, who had always treated him well. It was clear that Fu Chuan had stayed with the Fu family, like a devoted dog eager to please them, primarily motivated by his mother's affection. What could have happened to transform him into this version of himself? It was utterly abnormal. Fu Chuan returned to his rented apartment, having taken only his textbooks and clothes, leaving everything else behind in his room, items belonging to the Fu family, which he felt unworthy of taking with him. Whatever belonged there should remain there. Upon entering the apartment, he was momentarily startled by the sound of the television. Approaching the living room, he found Shun Shutang seated on the couch with her beautiful legs crossed, watching Crayon Shinchan, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Junior, would you care for some soda?" She greeted him amiably. Fu Chuan set his suitcase by the door and moved to sit beside Shun Shutang, casually accepting the soda she offered. "Senior, I hope you're feeling much better now." "I'm perfectly fine, full of vitality," she replied, making a gesture that signified she was fully revived. Unbeknownst to her, this display made Fu Chuan somewhat uneasy. This was not the Shun Shutang he was familiar with. She had never behaved this way in his presence, resembling more than nature viewing her. The only plausible explanation was that Shun Shutang was trying to spare him worry. Today, she had appeared weak and had a nosebleed. It seemed as if she had experienced such episodes frequently and was accustomed to it. "Junior?" Shun Shutang called softly, pulling Fu Chuan back from his thoughts. "Yes, I'm relieved to hear that." He smiled at her, twisting open the soda bottle and taking a generous gulp. Shun Shutang's concealment surely related to the secret she had mentioned. Remembering the sorrow that had flickered in her eyes during their interactions, a heavy stone lodged itself in Fu Chuan's chest, creating a sense of unease. "Junior, please don't tell Inger about today. I don't want her to worry." Shun Shutang suddenly broached the topic. "I understand. This was Shun Shutang's private matter, and Fu Chuan had no intention of prattling about it." He confirmed to himself that Inger must be aware of the sadness concealed within Shun Shutang's gaze, given their long-standing friendship akin to sisters. Fu Chuan longed to uncover Shun Shutang's secret, but he sensed it was not the right moment. He had not yet penetrated the depths of her heart to be fully accepted. They remained merely friends, nothing more. One day, Fu Chuan would learn the truth. And when that moment arrived, he would not allow the most significant person in his life, his white moonlight, to weep. "Senior, aren't you going home tonight?" "No, I don't wish to return," Shun Shutang replied. Fu Chuan's inquiry seemed to touch upon something she was desperately trying to conceal, causing her to hug her pale legs tightly, her long hair cascading down to shield her beautiful eyes. The sorrow that lingered between her brows resurfaced, hinting at the myriad concerns she harbored within. Fu Chuan could sense that Shun Shutang was grappling with many hidden thoughts, yet he could not decipher their significance. He did not arrogantly assume that Shun Shutang was merely seeking to stay close to him in the Sinan community. Rather, it was possible she wished to avoid her family's scrutiny after her health scare today, deliberately remaining in the neighborhood instead of returning home. Previously, Fu Chuan had encountered her daily on the bus, indicating her usual punctuality in returning home. "Senior, what secrets linger in your heart? Will you share them with me?" Shen Shu Tang glanced at Fu Chuan's suitcase by the door and asked, "Did your family give you any trouble after moving out? I initially thought my departure would be a long-awaited relief for them, but now I can't comprehend what they are thinking. I used to strive desperately to understand them and to earn their affection, but now I find it unimportant," Fu Chuan replied, chuckling self-deprecatingly. "For this utterly absurd life. For these incomprehensible relatives connected by blood. I'm sorry, Junior." Shen Shu Tang spoke softly, not intending to bring up painful memories for Fu Chuan. He smiled slightly. "Senior, it has nothing to do with you. Rest early. I need a shower and prepare for school tomorrow. Good night, Junior." Fu Chuan returned to his room with his suitcase, glancing back to see Shen Shu Tang still fixated on Crayon Shinchan, her eyes shimmering with light. It seemed that only by immersing herself in the humor of the animated series could she momentarily escape the chaos of reality. As the daughter of a privileged family with every advantage, what troubles could Shen Shu Tang possibly be facing? With this thought in mind, Fu Chuan knew he would not sleep soundly that night. As expected, after finishing his shower, Fu Chuan reviewed his studies and promptly went to bed at midnight. Yet, by 2:30 in the morning, sleep eluded him. His mind was ensnared by the melancholic gaze of Shen Shutong and her condition earlier that day. With his hands cradling the back of his head, he sighed deeply. The prolonged wakefulness had left his stomach grumbling with hunger, prompting him to rise and venture downstairs for instant noodles, hoping to catch a breath of fresh air to clear his mind. After all, a sleepless night would render him unfit for class the following day. Gently pushing open the door, Fu Chuan cast a glance at the adjacent senioress room. Its door firmly shut, indicating that she had likely succumbed to slumber. A faint sound drifted from the living room, causing Fu Chuan to pause in surprise. Quickening his pace, he entered the living room to find that Crayon Shinchan was still playing, the glow from the television illuminating Shen Shutong as she dozed on the sofa. Had she fallen asleep there? Senior Fu Chuan softly tapped her shoulder, calling her name gently. Shen Shutong murmured, suddenly blurting out her sleep. No, Mom, no." It seemed as though something terrifying haunted her dreams, her voice tinged with urgency and distress. "Senior," fearing she was trapped in a nightmarish realm, Fu Chuan shook her awake with determination. Shen Shutong gradually opened her eyes, still enveloped in the fog of her dreams, tears spilling from her eyes without her awareness, cascading down her cheeks. Seeing her tears, Fu Chuan's heart tightened. "Are you all right, Senior?" Shen Shutong, regaining her composure, wiped her tears away. "I can't believe I fell asleep on the living room sofa. I'm sorry, Junior, for worrying you. I just had a terrible nightmare." With that, she climbed off the sofa and stretched. "I'm going to take a shower and wake up properly." All right, Fu Chuan felt powerless to comfort or question her. He lacked the standing to do so, and could only watch her retreating figure, suppressing the unease brewing within him. Once downstairs, Fu Chuan purchased a bowl of pickled cabbage noodles along with a can of Qingdao beer. Standing at the convenience store entrance, he cracked open the beer and took a deep swig, releasing a sigh of relief. Had he known how to smoke, he would have procured a pack, for the pent-up frustrations within him felt insurmountable. There were matters concerning the Fu family and Shen Shutong alike. Ultimately, one cannot sever all emotional ties in this lifetime. No matter how one strives to let go, there will always be lingering attachments that haunt the heart. Fu Chuan mused himself, believing that after enduring the familial bonds of his previous life, he had lost the capacity to trust others in this one. Yet, an unexpected variable named Shen Shutong had emerged. Her pain resonated within him, leaving a profound impact. Fu Chuan yearned to share her burdens, even if he currently felt powerless and unworthy. This was unlike his one-sided devotion to the Fu family. Shen Shutong had aided him immensely, and now it was his turn to reciprocate. With this resolve, Fu Chuan had devised a plan. The next day, as Shen Shutong emerged from her room, she was greeted by a rich, enticing aroma. "Junior?" Fu Chuan, wearing an apron, was frying eggs. Upon seeing her approach, he smiled warmly. "Senior, you're awake. Breakfast will be ready shortly." "Junior, did you wake up this early?" Shen Shutong noted the pink Hello Kitty apron adorning Fu Chuan, a sight that struck her as somewhat incongruous, especially given his tall stature and athletic build. It was a delightful contrast that nearly made her laugh. "I'm used to it. I noticed there were eggs in the fridge, and these utensils hadn't been used much, so I thought I'd whip up a simple breakfast. This apron was bought by you, Senior." "Indeed? Did she really struggle that much in the kitchen?" Shen Shutong inquired, incredulous. Fu Chuan chuckled. "Absolutely. She burnt the eggs more than once and nearly set the kitchen ablaze." With a nod, Shen Shutong affirmed, "That's quite alarming." By then, Fu Chuan had finished frying the eggs and, along with fresh vegetables and slices of bread, prepared a makeshift sandwich. "Senior, are you lactose intolerant? Some people have issues with milk, so I thought I'd check." "No, I'm fine." "Great. Sandwiches and milk should suffice for breakfast." Fu Chuan removed his apron and sat across from Shen Shutong, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "Senior, give a try." "All right." Qin Shutong took a bite of the sandwich, her eyes sparkling. "Junior, should I give you an exaggerated compliment or a simple one?" Realizing her creative spirit had sparked, Fu Chuan cleared his throat. "A balanced approach will be best. The egg is perfectly cooked, spread with a layer of butter, complemented by the sweet and sour vegetables and tomatoes. Along with the bread's texture, it's simply delightful," Qin Shutong declared, finishing her sandwich while sipping on some milk. The white liquid stained her lips, and she playfully licked them clean with her pink tongue, resembling a kitten. "I'm glad you like it." Fu Chuan smiled, pleased by her satisfaction. "Junior, do you spend much time preparing breakfast?" "It's not complicated. I keep it simple, especially since it's the final year of high school." Were it not for his desire to see Qin Shutong happy, Fu Chuan would hardly have ventured into the kitchen. Although making a sandwich seemed straightforward, it consumed time better spent grabbing a bun nearby. His culinary skills had been honed in the orphanage. Given the chance, he could whip up a lavish feast. Watching Fu Chuan leisurely savor his sandwich, Qin Shutong rested her chin on her hand, a playful smile curling her lips. "Junior, how about we strike a deal?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "From now on, you prepare an extra breakfast for me, and I'll cover your rent of 600 yuan. "What? No way. Senior, I'm happy to make it for you, for free." Fu Chuan quickly objected. Considering current prices, a freshly made sandwich could fetch around 15 yuan. Especially given how delicious his were, it felt wasteful to squander precious time in high school. "Trust me, unless you don't want to make it for me, then I have nothing else to say." Qin Shutong crossed her arms, puffing up her cheeks in mock annoyance, a sight that was undeniably adorable. Fu Chuan could only ruffle the back of his head in exasperation. "Senior, don't you eat breakfast at home when you return?" "I haven't had breakfast at home in a long time," Qin Shutong replied softly, her tone devoid of inflection. Fu Chuan cursed himself inwardly for his thoughtlessness. To make amends, he quickly adjusted his words. "All right, senior, then I'll take care of your breakfast during this time in senior year." "Thank you, junior. I'll make sure to come over for breakfast whenever I can, and I'll let you know if anything comes up." "Sound good. Good boy." Pat on the head. Qin Shutong leaned across the table, affectionately patting Fu Chuan's head. Whether it was Fu Chuan's imagination or not, he sensed a depth of emotion in her gaze that transcended mere happiness. Gratitude lingered within. As they exited the apartment and stepped into the elevator, Qin Shutong adjusted her backpack and suddenly spoke. "Junior, I wasn't lying earlier. It truly has been a long time since I've had breakfast at home." I trust the words of my senior. The reason I persevered to attend school despite being granted a direct admission spot was to find an excuse to escape from home. As long as I was away from there, I would be content, whether it be at school, a cafe, or the square. Although I cannot often stay away for long, I possess my reasons for wishing not to return. This was the first time Qin Shutong confided in Fu Chuan about her circumstances. In that moment, Fu Chuan experienced a peculiar sensation, reminiscent of Naruto and Sasuke from Naruto. From a young age, they had acknowledged each other, finding solace in one another's existence. Being kindred spirits, they naturally cared for and gravitated towards each other. They transcended all labels to become soulmates, inseparable by anyone's interference. Only they could stand side by side, understanding and validating one another, seeking warmth in companionship. After all, how could Naruto have pursued Sasuke for over 700 episodes? That encapsulates the youth of countless boys and girls. "Senior, I believe I understand your feelings." Fu Chuan spoke softly. Did his sorrow mirror that of Qin Shutong? Like Naruto and Sasuke. Just then, the elevator arrived. As the doors opened, a beam of sunlight streamed in, and Qin Shutong turned her head, her eyes sparkling with life. Her smile akin to blooming peach blossoms, igniting warmth in Fu Chuan's eyes. "I know, and that's why I've been contemplating how fortunate it is to have met you, Junior. Selecting you as the illustrator for my comic adaptation is truly wonderful. Mustering the courage to befriend you has been an absolute delight." Chapter 53. Christmas is approaching. Qin Shutong placed her hand on her chest, sincerely expressing her heartfelt sentiments. Through their time together, she had begun to sense that Fu Chuan was akin to her. Both troubled by their familial backgrounds, both aspiring to enter Xingmon Art Academy through the same college entrance examination, and both harboring countless expansive dreams. They shared a profound sadness of wanting to leave, yet feeling compelled to stay. Hence, she genuinely expressed how fortunate she felt to have encountered Fu Chuan. Yu Inger, Qin Shutong's closest friend, could not intimately comprehend the depths of Qin Shutong's anguish and sorrow. She came from a privileged family and could never truly understand Qin Shutong's despair and nightmares. Yu Inger's attempts at consolation could not genuinely heal Qin Shutong's wounds. Fu Chuan nodded. "Senior, I feel the same way. Without you, I would still be isolated, constrained within the Fu household. Meeting you has been the most fortunate occurrence of my life, far exceeding what I could offer you." "Cough, are you two coming out?" The delivery guy waiting outside the elevator was inexplicably inundated with a mouthful of dog food. Seeing that Qin Shudong and Fu Chuan showed no intention of exiting the elevator, he had no choice but to play the role of an unwelcome third wheel. Wah! Though I feel a pang of jealousy, Qin Shudong and Fu Chuan are such a visually stunning pair. Is this what it feels like for girls to ship a couple? I'm slightly in love. Qin Shudong and Fu Chuan exchanged glances, catching a glimpse of each other's youthful smiles, sweet and tangy, leaving an indelible mark on their hearts. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. Fu Chuan and Fu Linger scheduled weekly therapy sessions, and despite the process being excruciating for Fu Linger, it ultimately yielded some effect. At least her migraines were less frequent, and her complaints dwindled. She even hoped for 2 sessions per week to expedite her treatment. But Fu Chuan declined. The adage more haste, less speed resonated with him, and he instinctively recoiled at the thought of seeing Fu Linger twice a week. Repulsive? Fu Linger needed Fu Chuan's assistance, which deterred the rest of the Fu family from bothering him. In truth, Fu Chuan's departure from the Fu household was something they had long desired. Everything seemed to fall into place. Not to mention, Fu Zichen's illness had been relatively dormant, as he chased after Qin Jian daily, acting like a lovesick puppy, which brought him immense joy. Fu Qingqing remained Fu Chuan's professional course instructor, her artistic taste and refinement highly esteemed among her students. Her teaching demeanor remained characteristically aloof, succinct, and her skills were unparalleled, surpassing those of the previous instructor, Teacher Zhang. Regarding Fu Chuan, Fu Qingqing reverted to her former self, silent and unapproachable. Fu Chuan was pleased to see her return to that state, as it spared him from the earlier annoyance. Gradually, Fu Chuan began to receive commissions on the Picasso platform, bolstered by Qin Shudong and Yu Inger's recommendations, alongside a modest stipend from his work-study job, sufficient to sustain him until the college entrance exams concluded. He planned to apply for government assistance once he entered university. The future was blossoming beautifully, and Fu Chuan had never felt such freedom, unencumbered by constraints. During morning self-study, the supervising teacher was Fu Qingqing, who sat at the podium in a white down jacket, hands in her pockets, seemingly lost in thought. Fu Chuan was engrossed in the equations Qin Shudong had taught him last Sunday when Fang Kaiwei stealthily leaned in closer, whispering, "Brother Chuan, tell me honestly, do you have a relationship with Teacher Fu? Why do you say that? Did you not notice? While you were solving problems, Teacher Fu secretly glanced at you 5 times. Plus, you both share the surname Fu. I was wondering if you might be distant relatives? Surely, Teacher Fu isn't infatuated with our little handsome boy, right? Ha! I have no connection with her." Fu Chuan did not intend to deceive Fang Kaiwei. Severing ties with the Fu family was inevitable. To Fu Chuan, Fu Qingqing was merely a teacher providing professional instruction, nothing more. As long as she refrained from bothering him, she could perceive things however she wished. It wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Given Fu Chuan's response, Fang Kaiwei chose to remain tacit, grinning and saying as long as that's the case. The bell rang, signaling the end of morning self-study, and class monitor Tang Qian promptly ascended the podium, clad in a pristine school uniform. Her youthful visage radiated vitality, reminiscent of a neighborly sister, earning her the title of Class Beauty in Class 27 among the boys. "Classmates, Christmas is approaching, and the school has assigned us a task. Our class must submit a piece related to Christmas. Students whose works are selected will earn extra credits. Anyone with ideas can come to me." After announcing this, Tang Qian deliberately approached Fu Chuan. "Fu Chuan, do you have any thoughts about participating? I think I'll pass." Extra credits were inconsequential to Fu Chuan. He wasn't a member of the student council vying for a presidency, and with graduation nearing, many council members had already stepped down. "Fu Chuan, I can see that your skills are the best in our class. Class 28 has been consistently competing with us. We can't afford to lose face. If you agree to participate in this Christmas project, Class 28 won't stand a chance against us." Fu Chuan's prowess was acknowledged as the pinnacle within the class. To ease the pressure on him, Tang Qian intentionally lowered her voice. "Indeed, Brother Chuan, those kids in Class 28 are insufferably arrogant. If you don't step in to teach them a lesson, I fear they might overstep their bounds." It was rare for anyone to boast about being able to defeat Class 28, as one of the 2 specialized art classes in G-City High School. Each class contained several exceptionally talented individuals. Fang Kaiwei uniquely believed that Fu Chuan could outshine them. Reluctantly, Fu Chuan considered that he had been reborn, possessing far more experience than the current art students in their senior year. This felt somewhat akin to an adult bullying a child. However, he recognized the importance of fostering a good rapport with the class monitor for future matters. With that in mind, Fu Chuan nodded. "All right, I will participate." "All right." With the presence of Class 28's Fu Chuan, the members of Class 28 can no longer act so arrogantly. Tang Qian left with a cheerful demeanor. Fu Qingqing gazed at Fu Chuan with a complex expression. Fu Chuan had now become the focal point of the class, forging numerous new friendships. Fu Qingqing could sense that Fu Chuan was drifting further away from her, and there was no longer a place for her by his side. It hurt profoundly. Fu Qingqing struggled to contain her heartache. Fu Linger had advised Fu Qingqing not to bow her head, urging her to revert to her former self. But it was too late to turn back. As Fu Chuan's teacher, witnessing his extraordinary talent and his aloof demeanor, Fu Qingqing felt her heart slipping from her grasp. Chapter 54. Is your heart truly made of stone? Upon returning to her office, Fu Qingqing retrieved her phone and opened her photo album. Flipping through pictures of Fu Chuan's artwork, each piece was flawless, a manifestation of extraordinary talent that belied his age, resembling a sword honed through countless trials on the battlefield. A genius among geniuses. As Fu Qingqing stumbled upon a candid shot of Fu Chuan during class, a flicker of pain crossed her eyes. She realized she had no photographs of Fu Chuan from his life at the Fu household, and she had even forgotten the expression on his face when he called her fifth sister. Would Fu Chuan's smile ever bloom before her again? Reduced to this state, who could she blame? Only herself. Teacher Fu? Teacher Fu. A voice suddenly erupted beside her. Fu Qingqing instinctively tucked her phone away and turned to see Director Zhang, offering an awkward smile. Director Zhang, what brings you here? With a beaming smile, Director Zhang inquired. Were you just looking at a student named Fu Chuan? Yes. Caught. Fu Qingqing was about to explain when Director Zhang interrupted. Perfect timing. I have news for you to relay to Fu Chuan. He has been selected to participate in the provincial high school art competition. Here, the registration form. What? Fu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Director Zhang, normally, high school seniors aren't allowed to participate. G-City boasts the prestigious Shanghai Academy of Arts. Thus, the provincial art competition is particularly grand. And without a recommendation from a significant figure in the domestic art scene, one cannot directly leap into such a provincial contest. They must first build a reputation through children's competitions, county-level contests, and citywide events. Fu Chuan had never participated in these competitions before. How could he suddenly be chosen for the provincial art contest? It was Professor Hao Zhe from Shanghai Academy who recommended him. To think that Professor Hao discovered such a promising talent and is willing to nurture him. If Fu Chuan achieves an impressive ranking, Professor Hao could very well endorse him for direct admission to Shanghai Academy, effectively snatching up a brilliant student before others. It is not uncommon in academia for mentors to secure promising students in advance, especially when it involves someone as influential as Professor Hao, a titan with a voice on the global art stage. Such an esteemed figure's regard for Fu Chuan would surely bring honor to the school. And the future for this child is boundless. I understand. Once Director Zhang departed, Fu Qingqing couldn't help but bite her lip. Fu Chuan was becoming increasingly exceptional, his talent shining brightly, and it was impossible to conceal. Many were beginning to take notice, and, in the future, more people would flock to Fu Chuan's side. How could the Fu family still hold a place in his heart? Fu Chuan was texting Yuing. It's settled then. Junior. See you tomorrow night at Xianan Community. Okay. Fong Kaiwei hurried over. Brother Chuan. Teacher Fu wants to see you. Got it. Fu Chuan replied nonchalantly. Fu Qingqing had not sought Fu Chuan privately for a month, and their encounters in the corridor were filled with mutual disregard. Remembering what Fong Kaiwei said about Fu Qingqing secretly keeping an eye on Fu Chuan made her wonder what scheme she might be plotting. When Fu Chuan arrived at the office and stood before Fu Qingqing, he said, Teacher Fu. Fu Chuan, take a look at this. Fu Qingqing handed him the registration form that Director Zhang had given her. Upon seeing the form, Fu Chuan paused. Did you sign me up for this? At that moment, Fu Qingqing almost found herself wanting to admit that she was the one who had registered him. Would Fu Chuan then feel a bit grateful towards her, perhaps softening the rigidity of their relationship? She didn't expect to return to their previous rapport, but at the very least, Fu Chuan should not forget that she was his sister. But then she thought again and realized how absurd that notion was. It was a lie that would eventually be exposed, and Fu Chuan would only despise her more. Not only would Fu Chuan look down on her, but Fu Qingqing was also ashamed of her fleeting thought. How could she ever wish to usurp Professor Hao's credit? Good heavens! Fu Qingqing must have lost her mind. It was Professor Hao who registered you. Fu Qingqing uttered these words with a hint of weariness. Professor Hao. Fu Chuan suddenly grasped the professor's good intentions. If he places well in this competition, he would gain the privilege of direct admission through Professor Hao, possibly even bypassing the rigors of senior year and entering Shanghai Academy early. This was the privilege of a chosen genius. Fu Chuan cherished the registration form, stating, Is there anything else? My parents' flight is tonight. Oh, it no longer concerned Fu Chuan. Fu Qingqing, in despair, implored, You resent us sisters for our past indifference. And I have no words to counter that. But mother cares for you deeply, constantly thinking about you. Do you truly have no feelings for her at all? Fu Chuan, is your heart truly made of stone? Is there not an ounce of compassion left? Chapter 55. Fu Chuan will no longer grant them opportunities to hurt him. Constantly thinking? Fu Chuan laughed as if he had heard the grandest joke. If that woman truly cared for me, how could she not send a single message during her 3 months abroad? And Fu Zichen, take a look at this. Fu Chuan rolled up his right sleeve, revealing several deep scars. The scars intersected, forming a swastika, their visibility testament to the depth of the wounds he had endured. Were these not the injuries you sustained at the orphanage? Incorrect. These were inflicted by your so-called caring mother, Zhu Mei. Fu Zichen was stunned into silence for a moment before she could respond. No, that's impossible. Those scars are too deep. How could mother? Believe it or not, that's up to you. Fu Chuan pulled down his sleeve and turned to leave. Zhu Mei was a complete lunatic. In his previous life, Fu Chuan was a mere lapdog to the Fu family, believing that his biological mother harbored love for him, convinced that if he treated his family well, they would eventually embrace him. In reality, Zhu Mei presented a facade of warmth while perpetrating unspeakable atrocities against him. Not only did she scar his arms, but she also branded his back and chest with a searing hot blade. The scars on his arms stemmed from the first time Zhu Mei assaulted him, lacking experience. She caused a severe infection that led to Fu Chuan being admitted to the ICU for 2 days and nights. Zhu Mei claimed he had been accidentally scraped by scrap metal, leading to tetanus, and even the doctors expressed doubts at the time. By then, Fu Chuan had become so subservient that he helped Zhu Mei fabricate lies to avoid further scrutiny. This incident occurred with the tacit approval of his biological father, Fu Zhengxiao. Fu Chuan's descent into depression was precipitated by the torment and suspicion that nearly drove him to madness. He could not fathom why his seemingly amiable parents would subject him to such inhumane treatment. Their relentless pursuit to reclaim him. Was their love genuine or merely a facade? If even this were deception, what purpose did Fu Chuan have in enduring this world? Although he was unaware of the exact reasons, Fu Chuan vowed never to grant them the opportunity to harm him under the guise of parenthood again. Absolutely not. Fu Zichen sat dazedly on a chair, reflecting on the incident when Fu Chuan was injured. Zhu Mei had hurriedly carried him out of the basement, claiming that Fu Chuan's arm had been accidentally cut by scrap metal, causing him to suddenly lose consciousness and necessitating an ICU admission due to severe infection. The doctors indicated that it did not resemble tetanus, yet Zhu Mei insisted that upon awakening, Fu Chuan had attributed the injury to mere carelessness. At that moment, however, Fu Chuan's gaze towards Zhu Mei was laden with confusion and fear. What had truly transpired in that basement? Could it be that the gruesome scar, which had nearly claimed Fu Chuan's life, was inflicted by Zhu Mei's blade? Why would she do such a thing? It was inconceivable. After leaving the office, Fu Chuan promptly sent a photo of his registration form to Professor Hao Zhe. Shortly thereafter, he received a response. Oh, how efficient. Little Chuan, with your abilities, achieving a commendable position in the competition should be effortless. Just give it your best shot. Go for it. Fu Chuan replied, Thank you, Professor Hao. I will not disappoint your expectations. Bo's Professor Hao continued, By the way, the gift you gave me last time was quite practical. Thank you. A smile crept across Fu Chuan's lips. Those gifts had been meticulously prepared by Shen Shudong for Fu Chuan, for someone of Professor Hao's stature, who had access to anything he desired. A thoughtfully chosen gift tailored to his preferences certainly enhanced Fu Chuan's standing in his eyes. With thoughts of the delightful surprise he was to present to Shen Shudong the following evening, he resolved to prepare diligently. After school, Fu Chuan arrived at the entrance of a boutique street, awaiting Yu Inger. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and upon checking, he discovered a new client inquiry for Picasso. Shining meow meow meow. Are all the works on your homepage yours? A somewhat unorthodox illustrator responded. Indeed, esteemed patron. May I inquire about your requirements? Shining meow meow meow. I would like a fan art piece of Kikyo from Inuyasha, styled similarly to this. After discussing the specifics, the client promptly placed an order. Just as he finished adding the green bubble, Yu Inger arrived. Dressed in a pink down jacket and breathless from running, she placed a hand on her chest. Sorry, Junior. I kept you waiting. Not at all. Let us quickly purchase what we need and return to the apartment, Senior Yu. Oh dear, I know you're preoccupied with your Senior Shun. You need not be so anxious. Yu Inger teased playfully. Fu Chuan, feeling embarrassed, scratched the back of his head. Please. Senior Yu, do not mock me. All right, I shall cease my jesting. Let us hurry. At the Fu household, Fu Kaiwe was leisurely swinging her feet while humming a tune, engrossed in her tablet. Fourth sister, Fu Zichen exclaimed, dropping his backpack and dashing towards her. Leaping into her embrace, Fu Kaiwe lovingly ruffled his hair. Ah, Zichen, you've returned. Have you been behaving well lately? Fourth sister, I have always been good. Have you been busy? Indeed, I've been so occupied that I haven't even had time to browse through the fan art of my favorite anime. Fortunately, our parents are returning tomorrow to pick up at the airport, and I will finally have a moment to breathe. A smile tugged at the corners of Fu Zichen's lips. Chapter 56. I want you to be my boyfriend. Oh. Fu Zichen's voice suddenly dropped, filled with melancholy. Although Fu Chuan had moved out of the Fu household, Zichen should have felt relieved, as this meant he no longer had to compete for the family's attention. Yet, Fu Chuan had changed. He had become remarkably peculiar. In a previous life, such circumstances would have been unthinkable. Now, Fu Chuan appeared indifferent to his family, leading Zichen to wonder if Fu Chuan had also experienced a rebirth. Whenever the thought crossed Zichen's mind, he recalled Fu Chuan's rejection of the picturesque marriage alliance with the Qin family, which traditionally should have been his path to glory. How could he possibly forsake such a life and leave the Fu family behind? Zichen, what troubles you? I just miss brother Fu Chuan. Ever since he left the Fu household, I can't help but wonder if it is my fault that my presence made him feel uncomfortable. Fu Zichen feigned tears, evoking sympathy from Fu Kaiwei. Let him be. He is 17 and should take responsibility for his own actions. Fu Kaiwei was disinterested in intervening, as her allegiance lay firmly with her sisters. Should their perspectives on Fu Chuan ever shift, she might extend him a measure of kindness, thus avoiding the need for deep contemplation. How delightful. Ultimately, it was their mother, upon returning from Thailand, who insisted on reclaiming Fu Chuan, or else they might have forgotten about him entirely. Aside from his serious illness, Fu Zichen's behavior was exemplary within the Fu family. If Fu Chuan wished to leave, so be it. Everything could revert to the way it was. Oh dear, Fu Kaiwei suddenly exclaimed. What is it, fourth sister? I just recalled how mother insisted on retrieving Fu Chuan, treating him quite well. If she learns that he has suddenly moved out, I fear what kind of trouble that might stir. Surely not. Fourth sister, mother has always been kind to brother Fu Chuan and would respect his choices. Zichen's demeanor remained remarkably calm. He understood Zhu Mei's intentions in bringing Fu Chuan back and felt no panic. Indeed, it would be preferable for Fu Chuan to return, allowing Zichen to witness Fu Chuan suffering under Zhu Mei's torment, which was far better than the current feeling of having lost to Fu Chuan. He could finally vent some of his frustrations. However, what Zichen feared more was Fu Zichen's changing sentiments. He knew her aloofness towards Fu Chuan had been in line with public opinion. But now that Fu Linger was treating Fu Chuan's headaches weekly, and Fu Xinling and Fu Qingqing's attitudes towards him were growing ambiguous, the situation was shifting. As for their third sister, Fu Yueqing, having recently caused a series of troubles, she had fled abroad to avoid reprimand. By the way, Zichen, are you truly serious about your feelings for Qin? Fu Kaiwei had heard of the indignities Qin had inflicted upon Fu Zichen and found it hard to believe that someone of such a background could be a suitable match for him, even if he was afflicted with a serious illness. This alone would make it difficult for him to find true love. I am serious, fourth sister. I genuinely do not wish to abandon the woman I fell in love with at first sight in this limited time I have left. Oh, come now. Do not speak such nonsense. You will surely live a long life, Zichen. All right, I shall say no more. Just follow your heart. How unfortunate that Fu Zichen was so infatuated with Qin. Fu Kaiwei could only wish him happiness from the depths of her heart. Fu Chuan and Yu Inger had finished their shopping and were returning to the Xianan community, laden with bags. From a distance, he spotted a figure standing below, engrossed in her phone and stamping her feet in impatience. Upon seeing Fu Chuan, her eyes lit up and she rushed over. Fu Chuan, I have been waiting for you for so long. Why are you so late? She appeared every bit the part of Fu Chuan's girlfriend. Yu Yinge widened his eyes, glancing back and forth between Fu Chuan and Qin. Do you two know each other? Not at all, Fu Chuan replied coldly. How did Qin come to know that Fu Chuan was renting here? Yu Inger, what brings you here? Qin had encountered Yu Inger several times at gatherings, and her beauty left a lasting impression on him. He couldn't help but concede that Yu Inger was indeed stunning. Among the beautiful women he had seen, only Shin Shudong could rival her allure. The constant praise showered upon Yu Inger had begun to grate on Qin's ears, leading him to privately scorn her as a shameless flirt, so adept at charming others at such a young age. What would she be like when she grew up? With a hint of exasperation, Yu Inger remarked, that question should be directed at you. What business do you have with Junior Fu Chuan? Are you his girlfriend? Meddling so much? Qin, known for her defiance and unwillingness to bow to anyone, had no qualms about disregarding even Fu Zichen's authority, let alone the already irritating Yu Inger. Yu Inger felt she was being unfairly targeted. Had Qin ingested a dose of anger today? Her attacks seemed particularly fierce. Could it be because of Fu Chuan? Why don't you take your things upstairs first? All right. Yu Yinge, not inclined to stoop to Qin's level, had a significant surprise to prepare for Shin Shutong, and she proceeded into the apartment with her belongings. Fu Chuan observed Qin Jian with a cold gaze. What do you want? Fu Chuan, are you really going to have a beautiful girl discuss matters with you right at the apartment entrance? How lacking in chivalry can you be? Let us go to the nearby Yellow Card Cafe to chat. Qin Jian feigned reluctance, but was somewhat relieved that the Xianan community was nestled in the bustling heart of G City. She had visited the Yellow Card Cafe a few times. They served an 800 yuan Kopi Luwak coffee, freshly brewed by a gold medal barista, which was quite palatable to her discerning taste. I have no time. If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm leaving. Fu Chuan offered no courtesy, leaving Qin Jian visibly upset. Here was a less favored scion of the Fu family daring to show her disdain, while Fu Zichen, so pampered, would do anything to please her, clinging to her like a loyal dog. The disparity in treatment was stark. Remembering her purpose for seeking Fu Chuan today, Qin Jian suppressed her anger and pouted. Fu Chuan, how about we just go to the milk tea shop instead? I can't just stand here chatting with you. I have matters to attend to. If you wish to speak, then speak. If not, we can defer until another day. Fu Chuan was not the type to indulge Qin Jian, unlike Fu Zichen, who would eagerly seek to curry favor with her in hopes of the Qin family's rise. The thought of Fu Chuan succumbing to her whims was nothing more than a fantasy. Realizing Fu Chuan was genuinely about to leave, Qin Jian hastily grabbed his arm. All right, Fu Chuan, I won't beat around the bush any longer. I want you to be my boyfriend. Chapter 57. You're truly annoying. I refuse. Fu Chuan's rejection was as decisive as it was anticipated, leaving Qin Jian at a loss for words. Why? What would you lose by being my boyfriend? I'm quite beautiful, and I'm a scion of the Qin family. Because I do not like you, and your desire for me to be your boyfriend is merely a means to reject Fu Zichen. Fu Chuan had clearly articulated Qin Jian's intentions, explaining why he found her insufferable. Her spoilt and headstrong nature could be attributed to a failure in her upbringing. But her utter disregard for others' feelings, doing as she pleased without a second thought, was inexcusable. After spending a considerable amount of time with Qin Jian in a previous life, Fu Chuan understood deeply that her essence was fundamentally flawed. She never considered the harm her actions might inflict on others, focusing solely on her own pleasure. Unapologetically selfish and self-serving. You are mistaken on one count, Fu Chuan. You are exceptionally handsome, fitting the criteria I have for a boyfriend. Fu Zichen is frail, and his looks pale in comparison to yours. I have no intention of fulfilling some meaningless engagement and becoming his widow. My entire family feels the same way. Qin Jian was unreserved in admitting her vanity. It wasn't that she was fixated on Fu Chuan alone, but rather that the Qin family could not unilaterally sever ties with the engagement, leaving her to place her hopes on Fu Chuan. Had Fu Zichen not suddenly professed his feelings for her, Qin Jian could have pursued a proper romance with Fu Chuan. Now, she was stuck with Fu Zichen, which was utterly infuriating. That is a matter for your family, and does not concern me. As Qin Jian attempted to explain, Fu Chuan had already turned to enter the apartment. With a swipe of his key card, the automatic door slid open, and as he stepped inside, Qin Jian realized she wanted to chase after him, only to be thwarted by the closing door. Fu Chuan, what are you doing? Do not involve me in your family's affairs. And Qin Jian, you are truly insufferable. Words that Fu Chuan had never had the chance to articulate in his previous life were finally spoken aloud. With that parting remark, he entered the elevator, leaving Qin Jian seething at the entrance. No one had ever dared to reject her in such a manner. Fu Chuan was the first. Qin Jian could only watch as the elevator numbers lit up, her teeth clenched in frustration. Fu Chuan, do you think you can easily rid yourself of me? Dream on. When the next person entered the apartment, Qin Jian swiftly dashed to the 6th floor. Uncertain of Fu Chuan's room number, she knocked on each door, some unanswered, and others revealing occupants who were not Fu Chuan. After canvassing the entire 6th floor, she was left dumbfounded. Fu Chuan had outsmarted her. He was even on this floor. Meanwhile, on the 16th floor, Fu Chuan was busy arranging the venue. Yu Ying-er, sorting through her belongings, glanced at Fu Chuan. Junior, did Qin Jian give you a hard time? She couldn't possibly challenge me. Fu Chuan was no longer a submissive dog. No one could manipulate him. Unlike Fu Zichen, who willingly allowed himself to be toyed with by Qin Jian for the sake of the Qin family's power. Yu Ying-er seemed to hesitate, her eyes darting as if she wanted to say something but thought better of it. If you don't mind, I'd like to share my situation with you. Yu Ying-er stuck out her tongue, eager to listen if Fu Chuan was willing to speak. She had long been curious about the relationship between him and Qin Jian, and she felt a responsibility to keep an eye on her friend Shun Shutong's interests. What if some other vixen snatched him away? Ultimately, Fu Chuan succinctly recounted the events that had transpired in his life, leaving Yu Ying-er stunned for a full minute before her eyes glistened with tears, and she burst into sobs. Yu Ying-er. Fu Chuan was taken aback. He hadn't elaborated enough for her to empathize so strongly. Had he? The sudden outpouring of tears left him at a loss, and he quickly handed her a tissue. Yu Inger accepted the tissue, unceremoniously blowing her nose as she sniffled. Junior, have you told Tang Tang about this? Fu Chuan shook his head. I intended to speak with Sister Shan, but she said she would exchange her secret with me once she came to terms with things. She is unaware of it yet. I finally understand why Tang Tang holds you in such high regard, Junior. Promise me you must stay by her side and never leave her, all right? That was something only Fu Chuan could fulfill. It was beyond Yu Inger's capabilities. She wanted to see Shun Shutong find happiness, even if that happiness did not come from her. As long as Shun Shutong smiled, Yu Inger would feel content. All right, Fu Chuan could only passively nod in agreement. Yu Yinger's words resonated with Fu Chuan, intertwining with his ominous premonitions. Could it be that Shin Shutong's family had encountered troubles akin to his own? Fu Chuan yearned to understand everything about Shun Shutong, her pains, joys, sorrows, and elations. Although she was yet to fully embrace him, he was determined that one day he would. Without fail. Chapter 58. I'm going to fetch Fu Chuan back. The following day, at 9 in the morning, Fu Linger and her companions had deliberately taken a leave of absence, eagerly awaiting in the VIP lounge at the airport. Upon seeing Fu Zhengqiao and Zhu Mei emerge, Fu Zichen approached them, a bouquet of flowers in hand, joyfully exclaiming, Dad, Mom. Zichen, after several months apart, the sight of their beloved son, Fu Zichen, brought immense joy to Fu Zhengqiao and Zhu Mei, who graciously accepted the flowers. Zhu Mei showered Fu Zichen with affectionate kisses and embraces. Fu Linger stepped forward. Dad, Mom, I have already made reservations for dinner tonight. Shall we head home to rest for now? Indeed, Fu Zhengqiao nodded, walking side by side with Fu Linger at the forefront, discussing business matters, while the rest of the sisters accompanied Zhu Mei, sharing laughter and conversation behind them. In a lower voice, Fu Zhengqiao inquired, How are things progressing with the Qin Group? I'm doing my utmost, Fu Linger replied. The competition for the Qin Group collaboration project was fierce, with numerous companies, some comparable in strength to the Fu Corporation, vying for this lucrative opportunity. Without a decisive advantage, no one could predict the outcome of this contest. Fu Zhengqiao and Zhu Mei had returned from abroad with their sights set on the Qin Group, momentarily setting aside their overseas business expansion plans. I have heard that Chairman Shin dotes on his daughter, Shun Shutong, from his first marriage, treating her like a precious gem. If we could find a way to leverage Shun Shutong, perhaps we could carve out a new path to success. However, even Zichen cannot approach Shin Shutong. Fu Linger hesitated, uncertain whether to voice her thoughts. Shin Shutong was currently on good terms with Fu Chuan. If Fu Chuan were willing to reach out to Shun Shutong, the chances of securing the collaboration would certainly increase. Alas, due to the terms of their contract, Fu Chuan had moved out and was reluctant to return to the Fu family. Fu Linger, plagued by her own migraines, had no choice but to seek Fu Chuan's assistance. Thus, she kept her silence. Fu Linger endeavored to conceal the fact that Fu Chuan had moved out, but as soon as they entered the Rolls-Royce, Zhu Mei, as if struck by a sudden realization, asked, Linger, where is Fu Chuan? Your father and I returned. Yet he did not come to pick us up? Indeed, one fears what one dreads the most. Fu Linger retrieved the prepared explanation. He has been busy preparing for the college entrance examination and rented a place near the school for convenience. What did you say? Fu Chuan has moved out of the Fu house. Zhu Mei's demeanor shifted dramatically from cordial to alarmed. Mom, Fu Chuan is preparing for the exam. No, we must find him at once. Where has Fu Chuan moved to? Drive over there quickly. Zhu Mei seemed to have an absolute taboo regarding Fu Chuan's departure from the Fu household, losing her usual composure and insisting on retrieving him from his apartment. This display left Fu Linger and the others utterly bewildered. Suddenly, Fu Qingqing recalled Fu Chuan mentioning that Zhu Mei had mistreated him in secret. Initially, Fu Qingqing had dismissed the notion that their amiable mother could behave in such a manner, believing she was not the type to put on a facade. Yet, witnessing Zhu Mei's anxiousness, could it be that she harbored some unspeakable secret? Dear, it was Fu Zhengqiao who finally spoke up, clearing his throat heavily. Zhu Mei seemed to regain her composure, noticing the astonished looks on Fu Linger and the others' faces, and hurriedly explained, I simply thought it was quite a feat to have Fu Chuan back. He is my biological son, born after 9 months of pregnancy. He is a part of me. I cannot rest easy knowing he is living outside. Zhu Mei's explanation was flawless, leaving no room for doubt. Anyone would assume it was a mother-esque concern for her son, which was one of the reasons Fu Linger and her companions had initially sought to drive Fu Chuan away. Otherwise, Fu Zichen would surely be heartbroken to see Zhu Mei in such a state. As night fell, Shun Shutong arrived at the Sinan community at 7 o'clock, following the information sent by Yu Inger. At the moment of opening the door, Shun Shutong took a deep breath and forcefully pushed the door open. Boom, boom, boom. Countless streamers flew towards Shun Shutong, Congratulations, Tang Tang, on the release of your new book. Wishing you a splendid future. May your new book be a great success. And may you soar to greatness. After Yu Inger finished her exuberant declaration, she discarded the party popper and warmly embraced Shun Shutong. All right, this is getting repetitive. There's no novelty to it, Shun Shutong remarked, though her smile betrayed her true feelings of delight. Who wouldn't he relish being cherished and adored? Tang Tang. Don't speak too soon. Something unique is about to unfold, Yu Inger said with a mysterious smile, calling out towards the kitchen. Junior, it's ready. Okay. Fu Chuan pressed the switch. The living room lights dimmed. In an instant, the paper crane lamp hanging from the ceiling illuminated, swirling gracefully above, shimmering with golden light. Placed amidst the rotating lamps was a cake, adorned with a depiction of Shun Shutong and the names of the protagonists from her new story on either side. Yu Inger beamed at Shun Shutong's surprised expression. Isn't this creative enough? Tang Tang, did you come up with this? Ahem, I merely assisted in the execution. The concept was conceived by the junior. His tricks are numerous, and this is my first time helping you celebrate the launch of a new work. I had a feeling. Shun Shutong smiled at Fu Chuan, who emerged from the kitchen. Thank you so much, Junior. Fu Chuan returned her smile. Senior, are you happy? Of course. How could I not be? I just fear the new work might flop, wasting your kind intentions. Suddenly, the pressure feels overwhelming. Chapter 59. Have you ever contemplated what the world beyond death would be like? PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Silly Tang Tang. How can you let others' aspirations dampen your own spirit? At this moment, one should confidently proclaim that the new work will be a tremendous success. It will blaze through the world and beyond. Senior, I believe you can do it. During their time together, Fu Chuan had come to understand the immense dedication Shun Shutong poured into each of her creations. Every character, main plot, subplot, and storyline had been meticulously crafted, and she even spent lavishly on purchasing fan art for her characters. A genius like her deserves to shine. It is not others' genius that one should fear, but rather their genius coupled with hard work. How disheartening it is when one compares oneself to others. Shun Shutong's lips curled into a confident smile. I shall borrow your good wishes. All right, let us cut the cake. I am famished. You glutton. After indulging in cake and sipping fruit wine, it did not take long for Yu Inger to become tipsy. Her cheeks flushed as she slumped onto the sofa, her arms waving animatedly. Ah, come on, drink more, drink more. Shun Shutong took out her phone and activated the recording feature. Look at this Inger, truly pathetic. She gets drunk after just a few sips. With that, Shun Shutong cast a glance at Fu Chuan. Truly pathetic. Are you implying you're quite brave? I'm exceptionally brave. In sync with Shun Shutong's act, Fu Chuan took a few more sips of fruit wine. It was remarkable how someone could get so inebriated from fruit wine. Yu Inger was indeed a character. Before long, Yu Inger was completely intoxicated. Shun Shutong, accustomed to this, retrieved a blanket and covered Yu Inger, ensuring she was comfortably settled on the sofa. You should not act tough if you cannot handle it. Shun Shutong gestured to Fu Chuan to join her on the balcony. Brave Junior, fetch 2 bottles of fruit wine. Let us go out and enjoy the view. Fu Chuan hesitated, pondering whether he should offer his senior a helping hand or not. Ahem, as Shun Shutong and Fu Chuan arrived at the balcony. Gazing at the vibrant cityscape illuminated by the night, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, and sipping on the almost icy fruit wine brought them unparalleled joy. Fu Chuan's breath grew somewhat erratic. The intoxicating scent of the girl beside him incessantly teased his senses. Although he believed himself to have transcended many trivialities in this second life, he found it perplexing that he felt more flustered this time around than when he first met Shun Shutong. Unbeknownst to him, she had already woven herself into the fabric of his heart, becoming an irreplaceable beacon of light, illuminating the darkness and casting her glow across the vast expanse. Thank you, Junior, Shun Shutong said, her gaze softening as she looked at Fu Chuan. I haven't felt this happy in a long time. Likewise, Senior. Fu Chuan replied as they clinked their glasses together, taking a sip of the fruit wine, exhaling contentedly. Senior, I wish you immense success with your new work. May you soon become a world-renowned author, he shouted towards the balcony, causing a flurry of lights to flicker as people turned to investigate the source of the sound. At 8:30, it was hardly enough to be deemed a disturbance. Shun Shutong paused momentarily, then mustered her courage, downing a generous gulp of fruit wine before closing her eyes and projecting her voice. Junior, I wish you early accolades for your works. May you become a world-famous painter. Oh my goodness, came a voice, full of exasperation. Are you two flaunting your affection again? As if being single isn't tragic enough. Which couple dares to step forward? I'm sharpening my knives for the sheep and pigs. Hear that? It sounds like a little rascal. Already in love at such a young age. No way, I don't even have a girlfriend yet. I'm telling you to break up. Another voice chimed in. They're a perfect match. How could you possibly object, you monster? Hiding beneath the balcony, Shun Shutong and Fu Chuan exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Life, after all, is about embracing untried experiences, creating memories to cherish. Junior, this is my first time doing something like this. My heart is still racing. Thankfully, Inger is drunk. Otherwise, I would surely be the subject of her laughter, Shun Shutong admitted. To be honest, Senior, it's my first time too, Fu Chuan confessed. Huh. I see now that you blush easily when you do something mischievous. It's quite thrilling. Shun Shutong took out her phone and snapped a picture of Fu Chuan's flushed ears, the flash illuminating the moment. Fu Chuan scratched the back of his head. Senior, you're obviously socially anxious, yet you engage in such antics without a hint of shyness. Perhaps I didn't display it outwardly, but my heart nearly leapt from my chest. Had you not initiated it, I might never have had the courage to do so in this lifetime, she reflected, her eyes shimmering like stars. I was reminded of Karamayama from Four Lies, who, in the moonlit piano classroom with Arima, jumped into the river while chasing a train, engaging in all sorts of foolish yet exhilarating antics. It's a wonderful feeling. Every act of courage taken right before death, every memory etched in time, is the most splendid firework of existence, bursting forth, falling, and fading into unspoken emotions. Fu Chuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the joyous expression on Shun Shutong's face. The moonlight enveloped her, casting a magical aura, rendering her almost ethereal, as if she would vanish with the slightest touch. If only he could partake in these whimsical endeavors with her, seemingly foolish yet profoundly joyous, leaving an indelible taste in their memories. As Shun Shutong admired the night sky, Fu Chuan's eyes remained locked on her. You stand on the bridge, admiring the scenery, while those in the buildings above gaze down upon you. The bright moon adorns your window, while you embellish the dreams of others. In that moment, the thoughts of the youthful couple took flight, soaring into the boundless night. Warm and intimately close. Junior, have you ever pondered what lies beyond death? Chapter 60. If you were to face death tomorrow, who would you most wish to see? Senior? Fu Chuan expressed his surprise at Shun Shutong's query. I have contemplated it. Heaven or hell? Does heaven have deities? Does hell possess its 18 layers? Is it governed by Eastern or Western beliefs? Does reincarnation truly exist? Are there those born with remnants of their past lives, memories that fade as they grow? Shun Shutong mused, tracing her dreams in the air with her fingertips, sharing her thoughts in abundance. Fu Chuan, concerned, interjected, Senior, you seem a bit tipsy. Rest assured, I'm not intoxicated. I genuinely wonder about what one encounters after death. If reincarnation were possible, what age would I return to? If I could traverse time, I would love to witness the splendor of the Tang dynasty. Inger wishes to visit the Ming dynasty. She has read those things about the Ming dynasty numerous times and knows its history well. Surviving would be more likely then, but honestly, I'd rather not time travel, no internet. No phones, no electricity. I'd go mad, and it'd be game over in a heartbeat. Shun Shutong tossed her hair playfully, her smile ever warm and gentle. In that moment, Fu Chuan felt an insurmountable distance between them, despite their physical closeness, unable to decipher her inner world or touch her emotions. What about you, Junior? If you were to face death tomorrow, who would you want to see? If you believe in reincarnation, when would you wish to be reborn? Which era would you want to traverse? Shun Shutong casually posed these questions to Fu Chuan, her imaginative mind wandering freely, weaving fantastical dreams into reality, hoping that his words might inspire her anew. For a fleeting moment, Fu Chuan found himself at a loss. After careful contemplation, he ultimately shook his head. I have no one in mind. Throughout my life, no one has cherished me or sought to understand my joys and sorrows. I have always been alone, living in solitude, sacrificing everything for a glimmer of light, only to become a reason for others to hurt me without remorse. Though he had long ceased to care about his family, what Fu Chuan truly lamented was the life he had led. Without a chance at rebirth, his existence would have been irrevocably marred by his family's actions. Junior. Senior, please don't think me too abrupt. Our acquaintance has been brief, yet your kindness and warmth have far surpassed anyone I've encountered in my life. If I were to face death tomorrow, I would wish to see you, for your presence alone suffices. Just as a drowning person desperately grasps for the last straw, or a soul enveloped in darkness reaches for a sliver of moonlight, Shun Shutong held such profound significance in Fu Chuan's heart, an unwavering beacon. If I could be reborn, I would wish it to be on the very first day I met you. I would strive to befriend you, for with you by my side, I believe my life would shine brighter and more brilliantly, instead of being trapped in hell, unable to escape. As for time travel, I have no particular dynasty I favor. As for fictional histories or fantastical realms, they seem too distant. Thus, I would choose the Tang dynasty, confident that the splendor of its golden age would not disappoint. However, I lack confidence in surviving such a journey unless I were granted a system to assist me. Everything Fu Chuan wished to express and pursue was intricately shaped by the template Shun Shutong provided. In the midst of his tumultuous existence, her presence illuminated the path out of the wasteland, guiding the tattered remnants of Fu Chuan forward. Even after his rebirth, nothing had changed. The ease with which Fu Chuan answered these profound questions stemmed directly from having Shen Shutong by his side. It truly is as such. Shen Shutong's voice carried a certain clarity and tranquility. After taking a few more sips of fruit wine, she continued, "Junior, do you remember? I once mentioned that secrets are only of equal exchange when shared mutually. Now, I feel a desire to speak about my own matters. Senior, I will always be by your side whenever you wish to exchange," Fu Chuan replied, his answer remaining steadfast. Shen Shutong paused for a moment before speaking again. "In the past, my father and mother fell in love at first sight. They started their romance at G City No. 1 high school and continued through college, ultimately embarking on a long journey through graduate school before entering the sanctum of marriage. My father's confession took place beneath the flamboyant tree at G City No. 1 high school. The tree still stands, unwavering, yet they have become estranged." Fu Chuan thought to himself. No wonder he often saw the seniors standing beneath the flamboyant tree, gazing blankly at its blossoms. It was indeed tied to her parents' past. Preserving that moment in time, Fu Chuan hesitated to inquire whether either of their parents had strayed, fearing he might touch upon the unspoken sorrow nestled deep within Shen Shutong. Perceptively, she sensed his thoughts and elaborated. "It's not that they no longer loved each other, but rather that my mother fell ill with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. The same affliction as Hawking. You've heard of it, right? At first, she could still call my name, just like any normal person. Yet within 2 years, her condition deteriorated rapidly. She could no longer speak and required a wheelchair to move, barely clinging to life. I was still young then, unable to comprehend, even finding her frightening, reluctant to draw near. By the time I matured and understood everything, she had already passed away, and I was left with no time to say goodbye." Once lively and cheerful, young Shen Shutong bore a striking resemblance to Yu Ying-er in temperament, only to later develop social anxiety, often labeled as a cold and aloof moonlight. This experience indeed left Shen Shutong with profound psychological scars, wounds that time could not heal. "My father cherished me deeply and never blamed me for anything, supporting all my endeavors. Even after he remarried and had children of his own, he expressed affection for her, claiming she resembled my mother in her youth. My stepmother treated me well, devoid of the wicked plots often seen in fairy tales. Yet, I felt a disconnection from that family, especially when I watched them gather around my new younger brother. The sensation was overwhelmingly acute." Chapter 61. Only the past hurts the most. Shen Shutong vividly recalled the year her younger brother turned 3. In his innocent playfulness, he accidentally broke one of her belongings. Their father merely stated he would buy her a replacement and urged her not to hold it against her brother, who was still too young to understand. Indeed, her brother had not acted out of malice. Shen Shutong knew this all too well. However, their father had forgotten that the item was a ceramic gift crafted by their mother when she was still alive, a unique treasure that no one else could replicate. From that moment, Shen Shutong despaired, realizing she no longer belonged to the Shun family. Her father's affection for her brother far surpassed his regard for her. Though she yearned to leave, she lacked the resolve to do so. Now, as a renowned novelist with a steady income from her copyrights, should she depart? Is it the right choice? Perhaps this is heaven's punishment for a wayward daughter. Before her passing, my mother constantly reminded my father to take care of me, pouring all her love into me. Yet, during her darkest moments, I fled out of fear, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of guilt that shackled me, dragging me into the depths of despair. I could not face her portrait, nor the memories of our past, nor could I confront my father, my stepmother, or my half-brother. Shen Shutong buried her face in her knees, leaning against the balcony wall, her voice barely above a whisper. The past, in all its intricacies, is the most painful. These memories ensnared Shen Shutong, binding her in a cocoon of her own making. She sought to break free, only to find herself trapped. Each movement felt like tearing at a festering wound, pulling at sinew and flesh. Over time, she chose to bury her memories deep within her heart, becoming entirely numb. Yet, in the stillness of night, nightmares would occasionally awaken her, leaving her sleepless. Aside from Yu Ying-er, this was the second time Shen Shutong had unburdened her heart. In her eyes, Fu Chuan was different. He was akin to her kindred spirit. Shen Shutong was reluctant to expose her vulnerabilities, seeking no sympathy from others. Though she spoke of her sorrow, she did not wish for Fu Chuan to pity her. It was simply a matter of reciprocal exchange of secrets. She offered, a mutual endeavor, not a coercive act that compelled one to spill their heart while giving nothing in return. Such behavior was intolerable to Shen Shutong's character. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her face to meet Fu Chuan's gaze, her eyes shimmering with unspoken ripples. She wondered if a boy with a similar experience would arrive at a different conclusion. Fu Chuan pressed his lips together. So, Senior, does every ending in your novels depict a family united in happiness? You, Senior, I apologize. I may have told a small fib. Before truly knowing you, I had read many of your novels. However, I later caught up on all your works. Regardless of the challenges the protagonists face, their families always remain steadfastly by their side, offering unwavering support. The written word is a reflection of the soul, illuminating Shun Shutong's desires and her inner self. Shun Shutong chuckled softly. Indeed, words possess a certain magic. I can conjure the stories I wish to tell at will. In my narratives, even if a character's parents go missing or are captured by villains, they ultimately return to support the protagonist. Some readers have remarked that such endings lack impact. Yet I believe life is already filled with enough sorrow. I do not wish for the children I create to suffer as well. To Shun Shutong, the characters she painstakingly crafted, once named and given life through their tumultuous journeys, had transcended mere fiction. They had become her children. She alone could bear the weight of their sadness. They deserved happiness. To be honest, Junior, I have contemplated various reactions to this story you are hearing. I never anticipated that you would respond with an ending akin to my novels, unlike Inger, who cried her heart out upon hearing it, feeling more distressed than I, the one directly involved, prompting her to take a month off school to stay by my side. Shin Shutong wore a light-hearted expression. So, Junior, are you satisfied with this answer? Very much so, thank you. Shin Shutong expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Fu Chuan had earnestly sought to understand everything about Shin Shutong, and his insights pierced through the surface. He felt he had finally drawn a little closer to her soul. Though Shin Shutong's words were few and understated, she had yet to lay everything bare. At the very least, in her heart, she had begun to regard Fu Chuan as someone worthy of acknowledgement. This realization filled Fu Chuan with immense joy. Shin Shutong tilted her head and gazed at Fu Chuan. So, will you share your secret with me? Of course. It's somewhat akin to your story. Fu Chuan recounted the events that unfolded after being reclaimed by the Fu family. They were alike in their familial struggles. The difference lay in Fu Chuan having a decisive reason to leave the Fu family, whereas Shin Shutong did not. Her father still loved her, and although he had remarried and had children of his own, boundaries had been established, even if he did not perceive it that way. In Shin Shutong's heart, an unbridgeable line had already been drawn, beginning from the moment he forgot the relics of her biological mother. Shin Shutong could rent a place outside, temporarily escape the stifling atmosphere, and she possessed the talent and resources to pursue her desires without having to endure her father's displeasure. Yet ultimately, she would have to return to confront it all. What a bizarre set of parents and siblings exist in this world. Shun Shutong marveled in astonishment. Had it not been uttered from Fu Chuan's lips, Shun Shutang would have found it utterly unbelievable. In this vast world, wonders abound. It is not uncommon for individuals like Shun Shutang, who lost her mother to illness and witnessed her father remarry and establish a new family, to find that the attention and affection of their parents are disproportionately lavished upon younger half-siblings, thereby neglecting their own feelings. Fu Chuan, who was snatched away and endured the vicissitudes of life in an orphanage, only to be reclaimed by his biological parents and subjected to scorn and neglect by his sisters, merely to serve as a facade for an adopted young master, is indeed a most peculiar tale. Chapter 62. The Spark Ignites. Fu Chuan smiled wryly. How I wish I had realized sooner that one cannot warm the hearts of others. Yet, it is not too late. At the very least, I have embarked on the first step of reinventing my life. In modern society, the foremost necessity is wealth, followed closely by the ability to generate a sustainable income. This is something Fu Chuan could manage himself. Once the college entrance examination concluded, he would no longer be beholden to the Fu family. As Fu Chuan pondered, his right hand was suddenly grasped tightly by Shun Shutang. The warmth emanating from her small palm felt as if it could incinerate his very being. Fu Chuan held his breath, his mind blank. Junior, if you have anything to say, do not hesitate to speak. I will assist you. Shen Shutang addressed Fu Chuan earnestly. In rescuing Fu Chuan, she felt as though she was also redeeming herself. Fate had conspired to bring them together in this tiny corner of the world. If destiny truly existed, the predicaments faced by Fu Chuan and Shun Shutang were strikingly similar. Shin Shutang struggled to extricate herself from the mire of her circumstances and found it difficult to muster the courage to seek answers. Yet, she recognized that she had the capacity to pull Fu Chuan from his plight. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced, and her body temperature soared. Fu Chuan could not muster the bravado to claim he would manage everything. The warmth of her concern enveloped him, akin to a beautiful dream from which he was loath to awaken. Who could bear to resist such a redemption? All the myriad feelings coalesced into a single word. Good. Fu Chuan silently added in his heart. If only you could continue to gaze upon me like this, holding my hand, never letting go. With you by my side, I can discern my path forward and find the motivation to feel that this world needs me, that it holds beauty and weight for me, rather than a lifetime of despair and suffering. Shen Shu Tang smiled gently. Junior, you are truly obedient. She affectionately ruffled Fu Chuan's hair, unable to suppress a laugh. Fu Chuan mused. Why does this feeling seem so familiar? Rising to her feet, Shen Shu Tang gazed at the starry night sky and stretched luxuriously. Say, Junior, if you were in my position, would you still so decisively leave this home? Senior, do you wish to hear the truth? I ask you that because I certainly want to hear the truth, Shen Shu Tang replied, eagerly awaiting Fu Chuan's response, curious to know what choices he would make from her standpoint. I do not know, Fu Chuan answered candidly. As you mentioned, your father loves you. Yet circumstances have led you both down divergent paths. In contrast, I have only received indifference and pain from my family. Were I in your shoes, I cannot say whether I would choose to leave. This is your life, Senior. I do not wish to impose my own contrary thoughts upon your decision. Follow your heart and act as you see fit. Regardless of your choice, I will stand by your side to support you. Meeting Fu Chuan's fervent gaze, Shen Shu Tang brushed her hair aside and nodded with a smile. You are correct, Junior. This is my life, and it is I who must make the decisions, not rely on you to escape. You have taught me a valuable lesson. Suddenly, fireworks shot into the sky. The explosion produced a resounding crack, followed by a dazzling display of colors. How beautiful, Shen Shu Tang remarked. Her voice lightened as if a burdensome weight had been lifted. Fu Chuan stood beside Shen Shu Tang, confidently stating, Tomorrow will surely bring clear skies, just as your new book begins, riding the winds and waves. And if it rains tomorrow, I shall hold you accountable, Junior. All right, Senior. Please do not frighten me. Fu Chuan and Shen Shu Tang shared laughter and playful banter as they watched the fireworks, discovering that happiness could indeed be so simple. As long as they had each other by their sides, that was sufficient. As night deepened, Fu Chuan assisted Shen Shu Tang in ushering the semi-conscious Yu Ing-er into a taxi. Oh, how delightful it is to drink more and more. Yu Ing-er mumbled in her sleep, a classic case of a tough exterior but soft heart, easily discernible upon a mere attempt. Junior, I'll take Ing-er home. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Senior. Rest well. After exchanging heartfelt secrets, the glances between Fu Chuan and Shen Shu Tang bore a newfound significance. Upon returning to his room, Fu Chuan felt invigorated. It seemed he would struggle to sleep that night, his body still buzzing with excitement, eager to engrave every moment in his memory. Perhaps he would paint instead. He had the school's Christmas theme piece to create, along with the commissioned fan art of Inuyasha and Kikyo. Fu Chuan felt imbued with vigor and inspiration. As he seized the brush, his emotions poured forth with fervor. Before he knew it, the clock struck 3 in the morning. The work was complete. Fu Chuan snapped a photo of his creation and sent it to glowing meow 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 before heading to bed. Meanwhile, Fu Kaiyu was still in her room, engrossed in the two-dimensional fan videos created by prominent artists. It was a rare moment of leisure where she could momentarily escape the burdens of work. Yet she knew that soon she would have to return to the grind of a corporate life, leaving little time for her beloved two-dimensional world. Fu Kaiyu resolved to catch up on what she had missed. The next moment, she received a green bubble from a rather cheeky artist. So soon? Fu Kaiyu raised her eyebrows, her inner businessman's instinct kicking in. She intended to critique the image with a discerning eye, believing that one must strive for perfection when spending money. However, the artwork was simply exquisite, flawless in every detail. It astounded Fu Kaiyu, having been an ardent fan of the two-dimensional realm for many years, and with her upbringing in the Fu family having honed her artistic sensibilities and taste from a young age. Only the works of the highest caliber had ever captured her attention. Previously, she had found novelty in a cheeky artist's gallery, but now she was truly impressed. She might have uncovered a dazzling gem. With this level of talent, a little time on the Picasso platform would surely lead to great fame. She needed to invite more of this artist's works before their bookings exploded. I am quite satisfied. Please send me the digital version. And I would like to place additional orders for Sesomaru, Eren Yeager, Tanjiro, and Wudong Wang as well. Fu Kaiyu placed her orders without a second thought, simultaneously showering Fu Chuan with generous tips on the platform. Chapter 63, Ascending to the Newcomer Rankings. The following day, Fu Chuan set his alarm for 6 in the morning. Upon waking, he instinctively glanced at his phone and was taken aback by a flurry of notifications. Patron, glowing meow meow meow, has tipped you a skyrocketing firecracker. Patron, glowing meow meow meow, has tipped you an all-encompassing treasure. Patron, glowing meow meow meow, has tipped you a super rocket. In an instant, Fu Fu Chuan had received over 10,000 yuan. Upon receiving a flurry of messages from the illustrious Shining Meow Meow Meow, a series of orders emerged that could only be described as extravagant. The Picasso platform is not lacking in affluent patrons, as those captivated by certain artists are willing to lavish their funds generously. The elite, particularly those with 5-star ratings, often place numerous commission orders and reserve several advertising spots, making it utterly astonishing that such wealth has suddenly gravitated towards Fu Chuan's relatively obscure new account. In this lifetime, Fu Chuan has not had the advantage of a seasoned account to attract attention. He is merely a novice. He recalls that in his previous life, he only began receiving such generous rewards in his 3rd year of mingling within the Picasso community. This sudden turn of events, instigated by Shining Meow Meow Meow, has prompted many Picasso users to flock to Fu Chuan's account, speculating whether he is a new account belonging to some prominent figure. The works Fu Chuan displayed in the gallery are indeed commendable, not reflective of a novice, as he has already secured multiple orders shortly after creating his account. The Picasso platform is stringent regarding fraudulent activities. If caught, one risks not only an IP ban, but also the loss of identification and associated accounts. Even using another person's ID to register is fraught with risk, as it is easily reported. Artists aiming for long-term success must tread carefully, advancing step by step rather than seeking shortcuts. Shining Meow Meow Meow's actions have catapulted Fu Chuan to the top of the newcomer rankings on Picasso, granting him significant exposure. Apologies, esteemed patron, I have only just seen your messages. Let us proceed with the orders. A patron so generous and straightforward, one who spends without nitpicking, is indeed the dream of every artist. As Shining Meow 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 remained unresponsive, Fu Chuan set about preparing breakfast. At 7 o'clock, Shun Shu Tang arrived punctually. The community is conveniently located near the school, making a leisurely 5-minute walk possible, allowing them to enjoy breakfast before attending classes. While savoring pork, vegetables, and vermicelli, Fu Chuan suddenly lifted his gaze. Senior, may I ask you something? Are you Shining Meow Meow Meow? Shun Shu Tang, chewing on her greens, blinked in surprise. Shining Meow Meow Meow? How do you know that username? So it was indeed the senior. Fu Chuan had merely inquired out of curiosity, never anticipating the truth. His heart, once blooming like a sunflower, now wilted. It turned out that Shun Shu Tang had deliberately placed the orders to help Fu Chuan ascend to the top of the newcomer rankings. She swallowed her vegetable and chuckled lightly. Silly Junior, what are you imagining? Shining Meow 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 is quite a renowned user. Those in the two-dimensional art community often encounter them. Shun Shu Tang opened several two-dimensional art apps, revealing the unmistakable presence of Shining Meow Meow Meow, who evidently possesses ample resources, generously rewarding artists they favor. Such a lavish, unproblematic buyer is the aspiration of many whenever Shining Meow 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 appears. A throng of admirers hopes for their attention, wishing to be discovered for potential long-term patronage. Fu Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Am I being supported by a wealthy patron? What is the matter? Sen Su Tang In Guit. Fu Chuan recounted the details of the orders placed by Shining Meow Meow Meow. Oh, Shun Shu Tang's reaction was notably subdued. Senior, your response is not what I expected. Given your talent, this is only to be expected. Did I not mention earlier? Shun Shu Tang replied, blinking in confusion. It is often said that those embroiled in a situation may be blind to its reality, while onlookers can see clearly. Fu Chuan's artistic prowess is undeniable. It was merely a matter of time before he gained recognition. Shun Shu Tang was not at all surprised. Not only her perspective, but even Professor Hao Zhe regarded Fu Chuan as a rare gem, a true prodigy. Many artists vie for Professor Hao's acknowledgement, an endeavor akin to climbing a mountain, while Fu Chuan's artwork has captured the professor's admiration, marking him as a talent of considerable merit. Fu Chuan scratched the back of his head. Although he had experienced fame in his previous life, the rapid ascendance to the top of Picasso's newcomer rankings in this life was unexpected. Following this exposure, the number of users seeking to commission Fu Chuan soared, alleviating any pressure during his senior year, and even in college. By the way, Junior, have you been feeling a bit full of yourself lately? Shun Shu Tang teased, waving her chopsticks at him. What? You suspect I was the one who helped you reach the top of the newcomer rankings? Oomph. Shun Shu Tang pouted, genuinely a bit irritated. While she could assist Fu Chuan, she would not allow him to misjudge his achievements. Only victories earned through one's own efforts hold significance. Fu Chuan's journey mirrors Shun Shu Tang's initial foray into writing, where she rejected offers from Yu Ying, who wished to boost her data to secure a leading position. Such actions could only serve as embellishments, never as the foundation upon which success is built. When a novel gains popularity, Strategic promotion and copyright sales can elevate one to greater heights. However, a sustainable path must be reinforced by individual capability. Qin Shutang firmly believed that Fu Chuan would soon achieve this. My apologies, senior. Fu Chuan clasped his hands together, his expression pleading. An apology alone will not suffice, junior. Accompany me to a certain place tonight, and I shall let you off the hook. Of course. Chapter 64. Attending the New Year's Eve Gala with the senior. Fu Chuan arrived at school and submitted his already completed Christmas competition entry to Tang Xian. She marveled at it, exclaiming, "It's fantastic. Fu Chuan, you truly are a genius. I will take it straight to the teacher's office. Class monitor, I want to see Fu Chuan's work." Class monitor, me too. Once Fu Chuan wins, we'll get to see it. Just wait and see. Tang Xian clutched the artwork close to her chest, unwilling to let anyone see, lest it be leaked to class 28, and hurriedly dashed out of the classroom, prompting a chorus of lamentations. Upon returning to his seat, Fang Kaiwei clapped Fu Chuan on the shoulder. "Xuan Ye, it seems you are indeed the acknowledged genius of our class. No one feels envy, only admiration." "Too kind," Fu Chuan replied nonchalantly. As a reborn individual, his skills naturally eclipsed those of his senior classmates. The journey ahead, filled with aspirations, resembles a vast ocean of stars, and he would not allow himself to be content with such minor achievements. Fang Kaiwei's eyes sparkled with respect, exuding an aura of confidence. "Truly, Xuan Ye." After the second period, a bespectacled girl, attractive and well-endowed, wearing her school uniform, lingered at the entrance of class 27, peering in anxiously. Upon being noticed, she quietly explained her purpose. "Fu Chuan, their SA junior looking for you." As Fu Chuan leaned against the window, engrossed in English vocabulary, he set his book down and stepped outside the classroom. "Hello, Senior Fu Chuan. I'm Ning Lan, the Vice President of the Student Council." Ning Lan's text fluset crimson, and she appeared somewhat timid before Fu Chuan, prompting him to chuckle. Did he truly appear as a fearsome creature? "Is there something you need?" Ning Lan composed herself and spoke. "Senior Fu Chuan, the school plans to host a New Year's Eve gala. Technically, we shouldn't invite seniors from the third year, but after collecting votes from students, you rank second. In keeping with the tradition of G City number 1 high school, I still needed to ask if you have time to attend." Fu Chuan was well aware of the tradition that G City No. 1 high school held such soirees where students were required to perform on stage. The student council was responsible for gathering suggestions from the students, selecting a few with the highest votes to fulfill their wishes. Of course, participation was entirely voluntary. Students who were chosen but did not wish to perform were not compelled to do so. In the past, Fu Chuan had filled out such forms but had always kept his distance from such lively events. To his astonishment, however, upon his rebirth this year, he surprisingly ranked second in the votes. Truly, life's unpredictability was baffling. The first place undoubtedly belonged to the school belle, Qin Shutang, who had dominated the rankings for 4 consecutive years, including her repeated year. Qin Shutang had never agreed to participate in the evening performances, even when Yuing Er served as the president of the student council. While others perceived her as aloof, in reality, she suffered from mild social anxiety and had no fondness for such gatherings. Reflecting on this, Fu Chuan shook his head. "I cannot." In addition to the new project from his sponsor, Shining Meow Meow Meow, he also had to prepare for the provincial high school painting competition, aiming for a commendable ranking to secure a place at Shanghai Art Academy. He truly could not assist with an event like the New Year's Eve party, which required extensive rehearsal. However, Ning Lan interjected, "But Fu Chuan, the students voted for the collaborative performance between you and senior sister Shun. We have already spoken to senior Shun, and this year she rarely relented, saying that she would be willing to perform on stage if you agreed." "What did you say?" Fu Chuan was utterly taken aback. Qin Shutang had actually uttered such words? "If senior Fu and senior sister Shun are willing to take the stage, I believe this year's New Year's Eve party will undoubtedly become a historic moment for G City number 1 high school. Although the school emphasizes voluntary participation, we implore you, Senior Fu, to give us an unforgettable evening." Ning Lan bowed deeply to Fu Chuan, earnestly pleading. Ultimately, Fu Chuan could not make a firm decision but requested Ning Lan's contact information, indicating that he would consider it, and sent her on her way. He then took out his phone and messaged Qin Shutang about the student council's outreach. Qin Shutang replied, "Do you wish to participate?" Fu Chuan responded, "What surprises me most is that senior sister is willing to participate. Aren't you averse to such occasions?" Qin Shutang replied, "Do you remember the lofty ambitions we shouted from the balcony last night? When a junior approached me, I felt a moment of disorientation. I'm about to graduate from G City number 1 high school. Perhaps doing something I have never considered, something utterly inconceivable, may turn into an unforgettable memory. Junior, I still lack confidence and need you by my side." As Fu Chuan read Shun Shu Tang's words, it felt as though they possessed a magical allure, stirring his heartstrings. Even though he was acutely aware that there was no romantic sentiment between them, they were merely very good friends. His heart raced uncontrollably. By the time he came to his senses, he had already agreed to join Shun Shu Tang in the New Year's Eve performance. Shun Shu Tang replied, "Then I will inform the junior. We can discuss the program and performance style tonight." All right. As the school bell rang, Fu Chuan returned to the classroom, unable to suppress a sigh. Truly, beauty leads one astray. Yet, performing alongside senior sister at G City No. 1 High School's New Year's Eve party would undoubtedly become an indelible memory for Fu Chuan. Upon reflection, it didn't seem so bad after all. Chapter 65. Unless. UD. During the lunch break, Fu Chuan met Shen Shu Tang on the rooftop to discuss the program for the New Year's Eve performance while they ate. "Junior, can you sing?" "Moderately well, but I know a bit about instruments." Shen Shu Tang's eyes lit up. "Do you play the guitar?" "Yes." Fu Chuan let out a wry smile. It was rather ironic that he had learned the guitar from Fu Zichen. In the past, Fu Chuan had watched Fu Zichen create music and receive praise from their sisters, feeling envious. Fu Zichen, noticing this admiration, had actively offered to teach Fu Chuan music, hoping to garner attention from their sisters for him. At that time, Fu Chuan sympathized with Fu Zichen, who was suffering from a terminal illness, and believed wholeheartedly in Fu Zichen's sincerity, learning guitar with great effort, only to be met with indifference and ridicule from their sisters. They mocked him, saying no amount of practice could transform him from an ugly duckling into a swan, and that aspiring to compare himself with Fu Zichen was nothing but a fool's dream. Fu Chuan eventually realized that those who despised him would find fault with his very existence, while those who loved him would cherish him despite his flaws. Ultimately, it boiled down to one truth. Not being loved was the original sin, whether in friendship, love, or familial bonds. Once one became a simp, they were destined to be a complete loser. All right, I already have an idea. After Shen Shu Tang shared her plan, Fu Chuan expressed his concern. "Senior sister, are you truly capable of this?" "I'm not sure, but I have a desire to try it once. As long as you are by my side, I believe we can do it." Shen Shu Tang flashed a brilliant smile at Fu Chuan, reminiscent of the courage they had shouted with from the balcony last night. In the past, as a socially anxious individual, she would never have dared to do something like this. Yet, there was an undeniable passion propelling Shen Shu Tang to express herself alongside Fu Chuan. If life were to last but a fleeting moment, then let them burst forth with the most splendid fireworks in that instant. Regardless of what the future held, all that mattered was surpassing oneself in the present, rediscovering oneself, and creating profound and unforgettable memories. Fu Chuan nodded earnestly. "I vow to keep this promise for a lifetime." During the afternoon professional class, Fu Qing suddenly called Fu Chuan outside. Impatiently, Fu Chuan asked, "Teacher, what is it?" Having long grown accustomed to Fu Chuan's aloofness, Fu Qing felt a pang in her heart. "Mother wishes to see you." Fu Chuan scoffed. "What is there to see? She's a sadistic maniac." "Fu Chuan, she is our biological mother," Fu Qing exclaimed, unable to comprehend how he could utter such words. "To you, she may be a biological mother, but to me, she is merely an executioner. If she continues to harass me, I won't hesitate to make this matter public. I'm a poor student anyway. You Fu family will bear the shame." "Teacher Fu, unless there is nothing else, I'll return to class now." Fu Chuan knew that the Fu family valued reputation and face above all else, especially now that their collaboration with the Shun family was at a crucial juncture. Fu Jingchao and Fu Ling'er were desperately scrambling for resources, hoping to establish ties with the Shun family. If they failed, the repercussions would not only be financial, but also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity lost. They needed Fu Chuan, their biological son, to refrain from causing any trouble. "Fu Chuan, how can you reduce your hostility? Is this how you treat me and your biological mother? Are you truly happy?" Upon hearing Fu Qing's words, Fu Chuan merely shot her a disdainful glance. Fu Qing remained cold and unyielding, with Ju Mei privately tormenting him. There was not a single person in the Fu family who regarded Fu Chuan as human. Yet, she still expected him to temper his hostility. If Fu Chuan had a system, committing murder would be a crime without punishment. In a fit of rage, he would truly scatter the ashes of the Fu family. But reality was what it was. Fu Chuan was merely a reborn individual with the experience of a former artist, unable to summon storms or turn those he disliked to ashes with a mere snap of his fingers. Having already squandered one life for the Fu family, he had been granted a second chance at rebirth by divine mercy. He would not allow himself to be dragged back into the mire of the Fu family. "Want me to temper my hostility? Unless you die." With that parting remark, Fu Chuan turned away, leaving Fu Qing to stare in shock at his pale face as he returned to the classroom. After resolving matters concerning his specialized courses, Fu Chuan still had to head to the grand auditorium to rehearse the New Year's Eve gala program with Xin Tang. He was inundated with various tasks, from the demands of his benefactor's fan merchandise orders to provincial-level painting competitions. The troubles of the Fu family could promptly be cast aside. How could Fu Chuan wish for me to perish? Standing in place, Fu Qing murmured to herself, a wrenching pain emanating from her heart and permeating her entire being, rendering her unable to compose her thoughts as she crouched on the ground, covering her mouth. How could Fu Chuan, in the past, utter such callous words to his beloved sister? He would rather sacrifice himself than allow Fu Qing to suffer even the slightest harm. Was there truly no way to mend their relationship except through her demise? Fu Qing had merely been somewhat indifferent to Fu Chuan in the past. How could he be so unforgiving? The slowly falling maple leaves resembled her yearning. Suddenly, her phone rang. Fu Qing glanced at the screen to see it was a call from Ju Mei, mechanically pressing the answer button. Mom, Fu Chuan refuses to meet with you. How could he refuse? There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line. Her voice lacked conviction, differing from the demeanor she had displayed when facing Fu Chuan's indifference. Fu Qing recalled Fu Chuan's allegations of Ju Mei's maltreatment. While she found it utterly absurd, how could a biological mother treat her son in such a manner? She tentatively inquired, Mom, do you remember when you were with Fu Chuan in the basement and he suddenly suffered a severe injury that left him in a coma and hospitalized? Oh, that did happen. Never mind. Qing, Fu Chuan still has classes. I'll head back for now and visit him another day. Fu Qing keenly sensed Ju Mei's attempt to evade the question. Her heart plunged into profound shock. Could it be true, as Fu Chuan had claimed, that the scars on his hands were inflicted by Ju Mei and not from the injuries he sustained in the orphanage? Despite their harshness towards Fu Chuan, the sisters had merely been indifferent, cold, and at most had given him a slap, sending him to the police for proper reprimand without inflicting further physical harm. Yet, the scar on Fu Chuan's hand was so deep, it had become an indelible mark, a reminder that would never fade. The notion that Ju Mei might have committed irrevocable acts against Fu Chuan was the true catalyst for his inability to forgive the Fu family, causing Fu Qing to struggle for breath. Upon returning to the classroom, Fu Qing sat at her desk, head bowed, appearing as though her soul had been stripped away, utterly despondent. The other students in the classroom sensed the heavy, oppressive atmosphere surrounding her. Fang Kai Wei quietly inquired of Fu Chuan, Brother Chuan, what did you discuss with Teacher Fu? Why does she seem so downcast upon her return? I merely asked about the Christmas project submissions. Beyond that, I'm unaware. It had nothing to do with Fu Chuan, nor did he wish to intervene. Having completed his work, Fu Chuan raised his hand to signal and grabbed his backpack, intending to rendezvous with Xin Tang. This time, Fu Qing refrained from saying anything further, even daring not to glance at Fu Chuan. In her heart, Ju Mei's attitude had already unveiled the truth. If Ju Mei had indeed been secretly abusing Fu Chuan, even to the extent of sending him to the ICU, the gravity of such a sin was unfathomable. Fu Qing could scarcely imagine the gentle Ju Mei committing such acts. What had their biological mother concealed from them? As Fu Chuan traversed the corridor, an unexpected figure emerged from the office, directly obstructing his path. Upon seeing this woman, Fu Chuan narrowed his eyes, a palpable sense of danger radiating from him. As if summoned by fate, there stood his biological mother, Ju Mei. Countless times, Fu Chuan had pondered whether he truly shared blood relations with the Fu family. Why were his 7 sisters so cold towards him for the sake of Fu Zichen? Why did his biological father remain oblivious? While his mother appeared to care for him in public, yet secretly inflicted harm. Even after the last life's relentless yearning, Fu Chuan had not lost hope. Conducting 2 DNA tests with their hair, yielding a 99 match, confirming he was indeed the lost true heir of the Fu family. Yet he received treatment beyond imagination. Fu Chuan. Ju Mei was taken aback to encounter her son here, her face lighting up with joy as she instinctively reached for his hand. How have you been lately? Yet, Fu Chuan discreetly evaded her touch. Fu Chuan, what's wrong? I am your mother. With no one else around, was she still pretending to be a good mother? Are you not weary of this charade? Ms. Ju Mei? Fu Chuan coldly mocked. Ju Mei's expression froze. Fu Chuan, I don't understand what you mean don't understand. Shall I remind you how this scar came to be? Fu Chuan rolled up his sleeve, revealing the scar, shaped like a swastika, inflicted by Ju Mei with a rusted dagger. You used a knife of unknown origin to carve this into my hand, causing me to end up in the ICU, nearly losing my life. Do you dare claim you've forgotten? Ju Mei bit her lip. Fu Chuan, I told you this was a secret between us. You promised not to tell anyone else. Why did the 5th one mention the incident in the basement during the call? Her words seemingly reproached Fu Chuan for breaking his promise. Because I was too foolish back then. I could have exposed this. reported you for the abuse of your own child, and had you imprisoned. This time, upon her return, you hurriedly sought me out to continue leaving scars on me. To satisfy your twisted sadistic desires, didn't you? Leaving the scar nearly cost Fu Chuan his life. Zhu Mei had once wept bitterly, kneeling beside Fu Chuan's hospital bed, tightly grasping his hand, professing her remorse, and vowing never to inflict such cruelty upon him again. Though Fu Chuan was on the brink of death, he had chosen to believe Zhu Mei once, due to the sincere repentance of his biological mother. Initially, she did seem to keep her word, until one fateful full moon night when Zhu Mei stealthily drugged Fu Chuan and took him to the basement, once again leaving a scar on his back with that very dagger, sending him back to the hospital. Realizing that Zhu Mei's maternal affection was nothing but a facade, her disguise as a demon through which she inflicted harm upon Fu Chuan shattered his worldview entirely, leading him into severe depression, a condition that lingered even until the tragic car accident in his last life alongside Fu Zichen. Perhaps in this lifetime, with a sound body and having seen the true nature of the Fu family, Fu Chuan relinquished his obsession with familial ties, and upon encountering Zhu Mei, he felt neither fear nor despair, just an overwhelming sense of the ordinary. Fu Chuan, I promised you there would be no more of this. I was merely confused for a moment, causing me to act that way. How can you not trust me? I'm your biological mother. Zhu Mei spoke with immense pain, her acting skills so profound that even Fu Chuan momentarily found it hard to see through her. With the experiences from his last life, to trust Zhu Mei again would be to demean himself beyond measure. His biological mother? To outsiders, she appeared to be the only one from the Fu family who treated him well and smiled at him. During her absence from the country, had she ever thought to inquire about him? Had she sent him even a single message? They had their own family group chat, with Fu Zichen as presence, exchanging greetings daily, while he was excluded by this very mother, treated as a mere clown. These are merely excuses. Previously, I lacked a smartphone. You could have called or texted me to inquire. You did not. Do you dare to swear upon your life that you have never inquired about Fu Zichen? Every word from Fu Chuan struck Zhu Mei like a sharp sword, piercing her at her most vulnerable point, leaving her utterly humiliated. These truths, long concealed beneath a veil, would be laid bare in the light with just a moment of clarity from Fu Chuan. There would be no hiding. The pretense of your good motherly demeanor towards your 7 daughters and Fu Zichen may work, but it holds no significance for me. Do not approach me again. With this cold and unfeeling remark, Fu Chuan attempted to walk away, but Zhu Mei, suddenly recalling something, grasped his arm. Fu Chuan, you cannot leave. You are my biological son. You must remain in the Fu family. You cannot go anywhere. It is I, your mother, who has erred. I have neglected you too much in the past, and I apologize, even kneeling before you. Come back with me, and I promise to change. I will change. Zhu Mei's grip was so forceful it seemed she might tear Fu Chuan's arm from its socket, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Gazing at Zhu Mei's pained, aggrieved expression, filled with sorrowful longing, Fu Chuan found himself perplexed about what he truly represented in her heart. To his 7 sisters, Fu Chuan was an unnecessary presence, coldly ignored, insulted, and humiliated, as they feared his existence might harm Fu Zichen. In Fu Zhengxiao's eyes, Fu Chuan could not compare to the excellence of Fu Zichen, even as Fu Chuan was the biological child. Fu Zichen was merely an adopted one. In the past, Fu Chuan had desperately sought to understand. Now, he no longer wished to comprehend, and was about to push Zhu Mei away when a familiar voice interrupted. Fu Chuan, Jr.? Shen Shutong appeared at the end of the corridor. Upon seeing Zhu Mei and Fu Chuan entangled, she hurried over, her eyes alight with concern for Fu Chuan. You Mei, noticing someone approaching, immediately released her hold, adjusted her bag, and tidied her hair, preparing to leave swiftly to avoid revealing her connection to Fu Chuan. Yet, upon recognizing the newcomer as Shen Shutong, she paused in surprise. Shutong, is it you? Do you know Fu Chuan? What do you wish to do with him? Shen Shutong, aware of the chaotic circumstances surrounding Fu Chuan's family, stood protectively behind him, her gaze directed at Zhu Mei with wariness. Unbeknownst to Shen Shutong, this instinctive action revealed her growing bond with Fu Chuan, transcending the mere student-teacher relationship. It is all a misunderstanding. I merely came to the school to find my daughter, and in passing, sought directions from this Fu Chuan. Zhu Mei, mistakenly believing Shen Shutong to be unaware of Fu Chuan's connection to the Fu family, was oblivious to the fact that Shen Shutong already knew the truth. As Fu Chuan's biological mother, Zhu Mei's attempts to conceal their kinship only deepened Shen Shutong's sympathy for him. Just hearing Fu Chuan recount the conduct of the Fu family following his return was already astonishing, and witnessing it firsthand left Shen Shutong, struggling to comprehend how she once thought they were in the same boat, realizing that Fu Chuan had endured far greater torment than she had. In contrast, Shutong's own tribulations began to seem like the trivial grievances of a privileged young lady. "Oh, Shutong, I have been unable to contact teacher Fu Zichen. Could you perhaps show me around the school?" Zhu Mei recognized that the Fu Corporation aimed to ascend to greater heights, and the importance of the Shun Corporation was undeniable. Thus, cultivating a relationship with this young lady of the Shun family was paramount, as her words could sway Chairman Shun's decision to collaborate with the Fu Corporation, prompting Zhu Mei to seize the opportunity to forge a connection. "I have no time." Shutong grasped Fu Chuan's hand and did not glance back at Zhu Mei, leading him away from the dark abyss of despair. Zhu Mei stood awkwardly, perplexed by the sudden closeness between Fu Chuan and Shutong. Had he confided in her about his experiences in the Fu family? A wave of anxiety washed over Zhu Mei, compelling her to leave in haste. Shutong led Fu Chuan to the infirmary, which was conveniently empty, and even the nurse seemed to have vanished. Shutong instructed Fu Chuan to sit while she searched for the medical kit, having grown familiar with its location after 4 years at G City No. 1 High School. "Senior, I'm really fine, still trying to put on a brave face." Shutong sighed softly and tapped the spot on Fu Chuan's arm, where Zhu Mei had yanked him. Fu Chuan winced sharply, drawing in a breath. "Wait here." Shutong quickly retrieved the medical kit and asked Fu Chuan to roll up his sleeve for treatment, exhibiting a commanding presence. Shutong exuded an air of authority that Fu Chuan dared not defy, so he complied. As Fu Chuan unveiled his sleeve, revealing a patch of bruises and the scar shaped like a swastika on his hand, Shutong, after applying the antiseptic with a cotton swab, unexpectedly offered an apology. "I'm sorry, Junior." Fu Chuan was taken aback. "Senior, what's wrong? I once thought we were alike. Now it seems you have suffered far more than I." "Senior, are you trying to comfort me?" Fu Chuan found himself bemused. Shutong shook her head. "This is not a consolation. I merely feel that compared to your experiences, my challenges seem trivial." Fu Chuan pursed his lips, contemplating before responding with a light-hearted smile. "Senior, there's a saying that a grain of sand in one's life can feel like a mountain to another. While my experiences are indeed extraordinary, that does not mean you must endure the burdens of your original family. We are born free, and we must say no to what brings us pain, distancing ourselves from what causes sorrow. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 68. All wishes become stars in the sea. If we are to compare suffering, there are countless others in this world who endure far worse than Fu Chuan. Children in Syria, ravaged by war, losing their parents, homeless and wandering. Children born in the mountains, drinking from filthy ditches, never receiving an education, living in desolation. Creatures born deformed, compelled to survive against all odds. Children abducted by traffickers, mutilated and left to beg on the streets. One cannot assume that because others suffer more, one should feel grateful for their own misfortunes. No one glorifies suffering. Rather, we celebrate the resilience to confront unavoidable hardship. Who would choose suffering if given the option? Everyone naturally seeks happiness and a life devoid of regrets. This is the essence of humanity's lifelong pursuit, the wellspring of our endeavors. Encounter those who teach you that enduring hardship is a blessing. If you relish suffering so much, then go indulge in it. Like Fu Chuan, who has the choice to resolutely and sincerely love his family without requiring great wealth. As long as they coexist in harmony each day, that is sufficient. What Fu Chuan rejects is the notion of feeding his sincerity to dogs, allowing the Fu family to trample it without restraint. After hearing Fu Chuan's words, Shutong felt her heart's turmoil dissipate, and she gratefully remarked, "Junior, you have taught me yet again. Senior, do not let anything interfere with your choices. Follow your heart, and I will always support you." Fu Chuan offered her an encouraging gesture. As he moved, he inadvertently tugged at his injury, causing him to flinch in pain. "Look at you, foolish one." Shutong's gaze upon Fu Chuan grew increasingly unique, the tide of unacknowledged tenderness welling in her eyes, threatening to overflow. "Ahem, senior, what shall we do now? With time on our hands, shall we discuss my new writing?" "Certainly. How is the data looking?" "You take a look first." Fu Chuan immediately took out his phone and opened the Tomato Novel app to check the newly saved work, Endless Love for Oranges. After a careful read, although his memory was somewhat hazy, it bore a striking resemblance to the wildly popular fantasy novel penned by Sun Shutang in her previous life. The abundance of positive reviews and the numerous gifts flooding the Tomato Gift leaderboard were a testament to Sun Shutang's immense popularity. "How does it compare to your expectations?" "San Sutang in Guit Neval Sin." Fu Chuan smiled faintly. "It's exceptionally well written. As long as it maintains its momentum, it is bound to be a hit." "Really? Don't flatter me, senior," she replied, chuckling. Even the senior sister admits to being lost in the throes of creation, just like everyone else. Fu Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the initial stages are always nerve-wracking. I can only trust that the months of preparation will not be in vain. At this point, Shun Shutang paused momentarily and added, "This inspiration was given to me by my junior. It is the fruit of our joint efforts. If possible, I hope it is well received by everyone." Shun Shutang was not averse to failure, provided she could reach the heights of Tian Kintudo, Qindong, i.e. tomatoes, or Tangjia Sanshao. Otherwise, countless esteemed authors had seen their new works vanish into obscurity. Failure was not to be feared. Rather, it was the inability to rise from it that was truly daunting. This time, she yearned for success. Without Fu Chuan's inspiration, she could not have crafted this novel so swiftly. It was akin to a child born of her collaboration with Fu Chuan. Who wouldn't wish for such a creation to thrive and gain public acclaim? Upon hearing Shun Shutang's words, Fu Chuan closed his eyes and murmured a mantra that Shun Shutang could not decipher. She could only wait until he opened his eyes again. Curiosity piqued, as she asked, "What were you just doing?" "This is a spell taught to me by a volunteer sister at the orphanage. I wish for all your desires to be as vast as the sea of stars. May your wishes be granted, and may blessings abound," Shun Shutang said, placing her right hand over her heart, her gaze filled with sincerity and gratitude. Without Fu Chuan, she would not have reached this point, willingly stepping out of her comfort zone to attempt what she once feared, returning to her former self. Everything felt so beautiful because Fu Chuan was by her side. After conversing for a while longer, Fu Chuan shook his arm, feeling a lack of sensation, and suggested, "Senior, shall we head to the venue for rehearsal? Can you manage?" "Of course, with you here," he replied. Observing the trust in Fu Chuan's expression, Shun Shutang couldn't help but smile. However, a fleeting shadow of sadness crossed her eyes before disappearing in an instant, unnoticed by Fu Chuan. Only Shun Shutang rose, hands clasped behind her back, tilting her head as she offered Fu Chuan her most radiant smile. "Let us go together." As nightfall approached, Fu Qing returned home, her weary body dragging her down. In the past, the Fu household had been her sanctuary, a haven where, regardless of how exhausting work or studies became, the mere return to her familiar abode filled her with a profound sense of contentment, as if the chaos of the outside world could not penetrate her peace. However, this time, as she returned to the Fu residence, her steps felt heavy, almost as if she wished to flee. She seemed to have uncovered a shocking secret. Fu Chuan had nearly perished, and it was truly Zhu Mei's doing. What lay hidden beneath Zhu Mei's maternal facade? Fu Qing had never felt such estrangement toward her biological mother as she did now. Who else knew this secret besides Zhu Mei and Fu Chuan? Her father? Her elder sister? Had they all been concealing it? What about the fifth sister? Lost in her thoughts, Fu Zichen's call snapped her back to reality. She managed a forced smile upon meeting Fu Zichen's concerned gaze. "What's the matter, Zichen? Father, mother, and sister in the study. They said they would wait for you to return. It seems they have something to discuss. They tried calling your phone, but you didn't answer. Are you all right?" "I must have been too busy in class. My phone ran out of battery. I'll head there now." Fu King hurried upstairs, anxious that Fu Zichen might suspect something. Fu Zichen lingered behind, his gaze deep and inscrutable, his fists clenched tightly. He was aware that Zhu Mei had gone to the school today to find Fu Chuan, and for the sake of the Fu family's future, she would stop at nothing to bring Fu Chuan back home. Had he not been privy to Zhu Mei's hidden secret, Fu Zichen would not have been able to maintain his composure. If Fu Chuan were to soften and be swayed by his biological mother to return home, he would find himself in a living hell. The deviation that arose after his rebirth was the change in Fu Chuan and his sisters. They seemed increasingly concerned about him, which in turn unsettled Fu Zichen's status, while Fu Chuan regarded the Fu family with disdain. "I must consider my future. Today, I will arrange to meet Qin Jian. Once I capture his heart, the Qin Group will rise, and the Fu Group won't even be worthy of carrying shoes for us." Chapter 69. Fu Chuan must return. The Fu family cannot do without him. In the study, when Fu Qing entered, all eyes fell upon her. She cast a fleeting glance at Zhu Mei before lowering her head. "Father, mother, sister, is there something you need?" "Your mother saw Fu Chuan at school today. She mentioned that Fu Chuan seems to have a close relationship with Shun Shutang." This was the first time Fu Zhangqiao had brought up Fu Chuan in conversation with Fu Qing. Previously, he had neither supported nor opposed Zhu Mei's insistence on bringing Fu Chuan back. After Fu Chuan's return, Fu Zhangqiao had not expressed any paternal sentiment towards him, treating him as just another set of chopsticks at the table, merely acknowledging him when they crossed paths. To outsiders, they appeared as mere acquaintances, a stark contrast to his attitude towards Zhu Mei. Fu Qing understood that Fu Zhangqiao prioritized benefits above all else. Among his 7 daughters, He doted on and trusted his eldest, grooming her as his future heir. If they had not achieved anything, he would hardly have spared them a glance. The fiery temper of the third sister, Fu Yuqing, had long since dissuaded Fu Zhengqiao from giving her any attention, leading Fu Yuqing to harbor a sense of fear towards him. Fu Qingqing spoke softly. It seems that way. Fu Chuan must return. The Fu family cannot do without him. Unsure of what else to say, Fu Ling heir sighed softly. Father, Fu Chuan has changed significantly. He seems to want to distance himself from the Fu family. Distance? What has our Fu family denied him? Why would he want to leave? Fu Zhengqiao's retort was both staunch and bewildered. No matter his circumstances, Fu Chuan bore the blood of the Fu family. He was Fu Zhengqiao's biological son. In the future, he would inherit a share of the family wealth, ensuring a life free from want, a dream coveted by many. Fu Zhengqiao's lack of opposition to Zhu Mei's attempts to reclaim Fu Chuan's share of the family fortune was a tremendous grace bestowed upon Fu Chuan. Fu Ling heir and Fu Qingqing felt a heaviness in their hearts, setting aside their previous biases against Fu Chuan due to Fu Zichen's illness. They vaguely sensed that Fu Chuan's presence in the Fu household was suffocating. His sisters ignored and bullied him, deriding his devotion, while his biological father prioritized profit above paternal affection. Lingye, go tell Fu Chuan that as long as he wins Shun Shutang's favor and fosters collaboration between the Fu Group and the Shun Group, I can offer him $1 billion. Fu Zhengqiao intended to settle the matter with a few million, but should Fu Chuan prove his worth, Fu Zhengqiao would not hesitate to part with more funds. Regardless of whether they were his biological children or not, he only believed in profit. There is courage beneath the weight of gold. Fu Qingqing wished to interject, but was halted by Fu Ling heir. Fu Ling heir nodded. Father, I will go speak with Fu Chuan to clarify this matter. As soon as Fu Ling heir and Fu Qingqing departed from the study, Zhu Mei turned to Fu Zhengqiao and said, Darling, if Fu Chuan truly does not return, I sense that our family's fortune hinges on his resolve this time. He even confided in Qingqing about the basement. I feel immense guilt and fear regarding Fu Chuan's actions. It was never my intention. I am a normal person. His biological mother. What mother would wish death upon her own child? Yet for the sake of the Fu family, I had no choice but to act this way. Such matters are better believed than dismissed. If Fu Chuan can indeed facilitate the collaboration between the Fu Group and the Shun Group, he is truly my son, surpassing even Zichen. I can offer him so much more. My retention of Fu Zichen is not solely due to his upbringing by Fu Zhengqiao. His remarkable achievements, coupled with his terminal illness, served to enhance Fu Zhengqiao's noble character and positively influence the group's reputation. Shen Shutang brought Fu Chuan to an aerial restaurant perched atop an old office building, adorned with light bulbs, carpeted in grass, and furnished with tables, chairs, and parasols. From this vantage point, the nearby Ferris wheels spun gracefully, accompanied by soothing pop melodies. Shen Shutang placed a menu before Fu Chuan, saying, Junior, feel free to order. Today, the senior treats you. Senior, is this the place you wanted to accompany me to? Does it hold special significance? Indeed, my mother used to love bringing me here for meals when I was a child. Although it has changed considerably, I'm relieved that the taste remains the same. Haha. Recalling those memories, Fu Chuan's encouragement visibly lightened Shen Shutang's mood. At least she was no longer weighed down by excessive guilt towards her biological mother. Life, after all, necessitates moving forward, does it not? To endure with guilt and sin, while striving to survive, is the essence of existence. Shen Shutang would not forget the guilt of having fled during the most crucial times of her mother's life. Nonetheless, she remained determined to live fully, pursue her dreams, and carve out a life that belongs to her. Fu Chuan smiled knowingly. Then, Senior, recommend a few dishes for me. All right, let's go with this one. And this waiter, after placing their orders, Fu Chuan inquired, when will Yu Xueji arrive? Her. At the mention of Yu Inger, Shen Shutang's temper flared. She pulled out her phone and displayed the chat history to Fu Chuan. Shen Shutang had invited Yu Inger to dinner at their usual spot, and while they had been conversing amicably, she mentioned that she had also invited Fu Chuan. After a brief wait, Yu Inger had replied, There's an urgent matter at the student council. I'm not sure if I can make it tonight. Please understand. This response infuriated Shen Shutang, who bombarded her with several chicken brother emojis and resolved that Yu Inger must treat them to a grand meal tomorrow as compensation. Fu Chuan fell into a contemplative silence. Yu Xueji. Surely, she doesn't harbor any ill thoughts? It's evident she is merely facilitating the relationship between me and Shen Shutang, not wishing to intrude. Given Yu Inger's disposition, this seemed entirely plausible. Junior, don't you think Inger is quite vexing? Shen Shutang remained upset, to which Fu Chuan solemnly concurred. Indeed. Suddenly, Fu Chuan's phone rang. Chapter 70. You must be bewitched by Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan retrieved his phone, noting it was a call from Fu Linger, and his brow furrowed ever so slightly. The terms of his contract with Fu Linger included weekly massage sessions, prompting him to unblacklist her number while maintaining others on it. Clearly, if they wished to pester him, acquiring a new number would be a trivial task. This was merely a statement of his position. Over a month had passed, and aside from their scheduled meetings, Fu Chuan and Fu Linger had maintained a peaceful distance. Yet now, Fu Linger's unexpected call stirred memories of Zhu Mei's sycophantic attitude towards Shen Shutang. An understanding dawned on Fu Chuan. He showed the incoming call to Shen Shutang, who nodded in acknowledgement, and Fu Chuan activated the speakerphone. "What is it? Fu Chuan, are you available to meet?" Fu Linger's tone carried a hint of hesitation. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Chuan had seized an absolute advantage within the Fu family, and the elder sister, Fu Linger, found herself at a distinct disadvantage in the presence of her long-lost brother. It was not only the relief Fu Chuan's massages provided for her headaches, but also the troublesome matter she was about to discuss that made her apprehensive. "I've stated that aside from our agreed-upon times, we should refrain from contacting one another. This is important. Important to you, not to me. It is equally important for you," Fu Linger asserted firmly. "Is Fu Zhenqiao pressuring you to persuade me to win over Shen Shuejia in order to foster collaboration between the Fu Group and the Qin Group?" Fu Chuan's guess was spot on. Fu Linger fell silent. "Fu Chuan, let us be frank. Don't you want to know what conditions Dad has set for you? Besides, he is still your biological father. How can you call him by his name so casually? Has Fu Zhenqiao ever regarded me with any respect upon my return to the Fu family? You know well that he seeks children of value, like you, while disregarding me as an unstable factor, someone he didn't raise, lacking the elite education of the Fu family. In his eyes, Fu Zichen, who is terminally ill, and Fu Yueqing, who is perpetually troublesome, are worth less than a mere finger of Fu Linger." Fu Chuan unabashedly revealed this uncomfortable truth. Both Fu Zichen and Fu Yueqing were acutely aware of this dynamic. Hence Fu Zichen endeavored to present himself as the perfect son before Fu Zhenqiao, while Fu Yueqing lived in constant fear of him. The two would avoid confrontation at all costs, enjoying far more favorable treatment than Fu Chuan. Had Fu Chuan not befriended Shen Shutang, Fu Zhenqiao would likely not have bothered to inquire about him upon his departure from the Fu family, let alone have Fu Linger contact him to sweeten the deal, attempting to coax him back into the fold. "Fu Chuan, you harbor a profound misunderstanding of Dad." Fu Linger's confidence began to wane. "You are cherished and groomed to be the future heir of the Fu Group, so you cannot fathom my experience. You tell Fu Zhenqiao that I will not acquiesce to any demands he makes. We have a contract, and how you navigate this is up to you." Without waiting for Fu Linger to respond, Fu Chuan abruptly ended the call. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the sound of the call disconnecting, Fu Linger tossed her phone onto the table in frustration. She had not anticipated Fu Chuan to be so unyielding, outright rejecting even the conditions set by Fu Zhenqiao. Once uncontrollable, Fu Chuan sought to sever ties with the Fu family. In the past, Fu Linger would have rejoiced at the prospect of distancing herself from this useless brother. However, now that Fu Linger sought Fu Chuan's assistance, it felt akin to swallowing bitter bile. Her instincts revolted, yet she had no choice but to relent. And it was utterly revolting. "Fifth sister, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Fu Linger turned to the silent Fu Qingqing beside her. "Elder sister, I believe Fu Chuan is right. If he were to relent and agree to discuss matters with us, it would indicate he is no longer the Fu Chuan we knew. We are all too aware of how we treated him in the past. If he has decided to leave, he will not return." Understanding that Zhu Mei's actions nearly cost Fu Chuan his life, Fu Qingqing felt that had she been in Fu Chuan's position, she would have been suffocated by despair. Desperate to escape, Fu Chuan's choices were justified. They had betrayed their brother, and after finally regaining him, they failed to cherish him. Now, with regret too late, they had no opportunity for recompense. "Fifth sister, what is wrong with you?" Even if Fu Qingqing harbors deep remorse towards Fu Chuan, it is rather unthinkable for her to utter such words, is it not? Fu Chuan's demeanor is almost as if he is treading upon Fu Linger's head, exuding an air of superiority that disregards even their biological father. Fu Qingqing fixed her gaze upon Fu Linger. "Eldest sister, you must honestly inform me. Are you aware of what mother has done to Fu Chuan?" "Fifth sister, you have me utterly confused. What has mother done to Fu Chuan?" Upon confirming with her eyes that Fu Linger was unaware, Fu Qingqing hesitated for a moment before recounting the incident where Zhu Mei harmed Fu Chuan. Fu Linger, upon hearing this, gasped in disbelief. "How can this be possible?" "Fifth sister, you must have been bewitched by Fu Chuan." Chapter 71. Keep going, Junior. "I thought it was a fabrication, yet Mother's reaction suggests that it is highly likely true. Have you forgotten that even the doctors suspected the injury was not accidental, but rather intentional? If Fu Qingqing hadn't mentioned it, Fu Linger would have nearly forgotten the matter altogether. The dust-covered memories stirred once again, assaulting Fu Linger's mind. But why would Mother do such a thing? Only she knows the reason, and she would never divulge it to us. Eldest sister, if you were in my position, would you still return to the Fu family? I would not. As Fu Linger uttered these words, a profound sense of defeat enveloped her. She prides herself as the eldest daughter of the Fu family, one whom her parents trust deeply. Many matters are discussed with her, and her opinions are highly regarded, as they groom her to be the heir of the Fu Group. Yet, she is entirely oblivious to such a significant event. No matter how fierce her disdain for Fu Chuan, she would merely resort to slapping him or sending him to the police, never contemplating an act that would take his life. Such actions are criminal. Meanwhile, Shun Shutong, after listening to Fu Chuan's conversation with Fu Linger, maintained a rather neutral expression. Once the juice arrived, she took a sip, resting her chin on her hand. Fu Chuan could not help but comment, "Senior, you are even more composed than I imagined. That is quite normal. Had I been Fu Linger and known about our good relationship, I would have acted similarly. I refrained from meddling in Shun Group's affairs. But living in that household, one inevitably hears snippets. Currently, my father is in the process of securing partners, and many are vying for the opportunity, with the Fu Group being one of them. Nowadays, the number of people trying to cozy up to Shin Shutong has multiplied. Everyone knows that Chairman Shin dotes on this outstanding daughter-born of his first marriage. Were it not for Shin Shutong's reserved nature and her lack of interaction with high society, she would undoubtedly be inundated with gifts and flattery. Understanding the situation doesn't mitigate the fact that it is profoundly unsettling to be overtly aware of the intentions of others. As she spoke, Shin Shutong took a deep sip of freshly squeezed orange juice, her beautiful eyes reflecting her displeasure. Deep down, while she may not openly express it, the reality before Shin Shutong is undeniable. How could she not be upset? Senior, I no longer wish to concern myself with the Fu family's affairs. I am indifferent to whom Chairman Shin chooses to collaborate with. I only desire to be forthright with you and cultivate a genuine friendship. Fu Chuan clearly articulated his stance. Regardless of how the Shun Group and Fu Group may evolve, it bears no significance to Fu Chuan. What he truly seeks is the radiant light that has rescued him from darkness. Shun Shutong. Shin Shutong smiled gently. I understand. The world of adults is overwhelmingly dark and filthy. We shall simply focus on being ourselves. Being oneself is indeed a formidable challenge. Fortunately, Shun Shutong encountered Yu Inger and Fu Chuan, discovering that amidst sorrow, guilt, and regret, there exists an abundance of beauty in life. Savoring the cheesy baked rice, peppered steak, sipping orange juice, with a breeze in her hair while gazing at the twinkling Ferris wheel, she remarked, in life, one must never forsake the joys of good food. Cheers, Senior. Here's to your upcoming literary success. Thank you, Junior. I hope you achieve fame soon as well, so that I can ride on your coattails. As they clinked their glasses, it felt as though there were endless topics to discuss, and time seemed to slow, imparting a sense of tranquility akin to a serene passage of time. The outdoor stage began to play soothing background music. Junior, after we finish eating, would you like to practice on stage? Really? Are guests allowed up there? I'll speak to the owner. It should be fine since no band was invited today. Without hesitation, Shin Shutong approached the owner and received an enthusiastic agreement. Shin Shutong ran up to the stage, waved at Fu Chuan, and called out with a smile, "Come on, Junior." Okay. Fu Chuan watched Shin Shutong, illuminated by the stage lights, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in a pink down jacket, her beauty ethereal and dreamlike. The surrounding crowd was visibly captivated, whispering in awe, where did this celestial beauty come from? She is simply stunning. Shin Shutong was showing fewer signs of social anxiety. Could it be that Fu Chuan's presence is inspiring her transformation? This radiant senior became increasingly mesmerizing, drawing gazes and fueling a desire for proximity. Fu Chuan thought to himself, yearning to create a golden house to hide this enchanting senior away. The notion startled him, prompting a shake of his head as he jogged to the stage, where Shin Shutong placed the guitar in his embrace. You are the star of the evening. Give it your all, Junior. Shin Shutong's eyes shimmered with trust and anticipation. They had arrived too late for rehearsal at the grand auditorium, and the stage was already occupied. To avoid causing a scene, Shin Shutong and Fu Chuan found a music classroom instead. The performance went well, yet the experience of performing without an audience starkly contrasted with that of a live audience, presenting an opportunity to hone their mental fortitude. Senior eye. Fu Chuan's hands trembled around the guitar, and he took several deep breaths. He could feel the gaze of numerous diners upon him and Shun Shutong, with some already pulling out their phones to capture the moment, cheering them on. With Shun Shutong's stunning beauty and Fu Chuan's striking charm, the two appeared perfectly matched, as if destined to be together, an inseparable duo, their silhouettes forming a scene that could not accommodate anyone else. The difference between performing with an audience and without was palpable. The presence of spectators intensified his anxiety. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had always shunned such events, often declining invitations to gatherings, wholly devoted to being the Fu family's loyal servant, fearing that too much attention would draw ire from his sisters. This was his first time performing publicly, especially alongside his most cherished muse. If possible, Fu Chuan yearned to leave behind the best, most perfect memories rather than a lingering sense of failure. Stay calm, Fu Chuan, you can do this. Just showcase your talents, and everything will fall into place. He repeatedly reassured himself, striving to calm his racing heart. Noticing his distress, Shun Shutong suddenly interjected, Junior, first set the guitar down and extend your hands. Fu Chuan, so anxious that his mind could scarcely process thoughts, complied obediently, placing the guitar down and reaching out towards Shun Shutong. Smack! Chapter 72. Having loved for so long, yet still parted ways. Shun Shutong firmly clapped her hands against the back of Fu Chuan's joined palms, gripping them tightly. The tremors in his fingertips gradually subsided. A gentle ache coursed through him. Unexpected easing Fu Chuan's attention. Was it the warmth emanating from Shun Shutang's palm that fortified him? It truly proved effective. I recall how Gong Yuan Sun employed this method to alleviate his own nerves before taking the stage, much like Ma Gongshang did prior to his piano performance. How amusing. Shun Shutang's eyes sparkled with delight. She had longed to attempt this. Little did she anticipate utilizing this technique today, especially as they prepared to perform together. Fu Chuan's gaze brimmed with astonishment at Shun Shutang, while her excited eyes danced with enthusiasm. Such serendipity, it was simply marvelous. Shun Shutang grasped Fu Chuan's hand, trembling involuntarily, unable to contain the fervor surging through her veins. This sensation had not graced her since the day she abandoned her ailing mother, huddling in a corner like a timid turtle, helplessly watching her mother pass away. Now, memories surged forth, resurrected anew. Mother, please forgive your daughter's recklessness. This time, I yearn to reclaim the former Shun Shutang, to embrace light and passion, and to shed the shyness that has encompassed me for so long. Senior Fu Chuan's anxiety dissipated, only to notice Shun Shutang's own disquiet. As he sought to express his gratitude and help her regain her composure, she parted her lips. Her voice laced with exuberance. Friend A, I hereby appoint you as my lead vocalist today. Everything is entrusted to you. It was not that Fu Chuan was incapable. He was the only one who could fulfill this role for Shun Shutang. She firmly believed in this notion. Her radiant eyes pierced Fu Chuan's heart, and he understood that her trembling stemmed from excitement, not anxiety. Resolutely, he vowed that tonight's memories would not unravel into chaos, but rather transform into a beautiful recollection shared between Fu Chuan and Shun Shutang. After releasing her grip, Shun Shutang retrieved a hair tie from her pocket, deftly tying her long hair into a ponytail, instantly exuding an air of freshness and ease. Senior, what song shall we perform? How about trying Zhang Jie's Sleepless Night? All right. It was a piece they had practiced several times in the music classroom that afternoon, leaving a deep impression. Fu Chuan quickly searched for the guitar sheet music of Sleepless Night on his phone, adjusted the strings of his guitar, and, once satisfied with the tuning, nodded at Shun Shutang. She would provide the harmonies while Fu Chuan took the lead on guitar and vocals. As the speaker crackled to life, they began their rendition of Sleepless Night. With the rhythm guiding them, Fu Chuan strummed the guitar and commenced singing. Outside the car window, the night shimmered with vibrant colors. Don't forget to close your eyes to truly awaken. You play your part in this drama, but how shall I guess the ending? Memories serve as the prologue to dreams. Fu Chuan did not need to exert himself too much vocally. With Shun Shutang's excellent harmonies, he could focus more on the guitar. Their synergy was seamless, resulting in an enchanting chemistry. As the piece concluded, they were met with thunderous applause from the audience. Fu Chuan and Shun Shutang exchanged glances, filled with the thrill of a successful first performance, their nerves dissipating, replaced by exhilaration. Junior, are you tired? Not at all. Senior, shall we do another? Yes, let us perform Lanting Su. Fu Chuan and Shun Shutang were truly in high spirits. After stepping off the stage, they quickly quenched their thirst, soothing their parched throats, even shedding their jackets. The applause was deafening, with fans approaching for autographs and photographs, mistaking them for students from a prestigious music academy. Given their looks and vocal prowess, they were bound for stardom. Upon discovering they were merely high school seniors, the shock was palpable. Shun Shutang glanced at her watch. Oh dear, it's already this late. Junior, please accompany me to another place afterward. Where to? You'll find out when we get there. Seeing Shun Shutang's hurried demeanor, Fu Chuan did not tarry and quickly followed her lead. Beneath the Ferris wheel, It was 11 o'clock at night. Despite the chilly weather, vendors nearby were selling ice cream cones, and a queue had formed. Shen Shutang and Fu Chuan stood in line, and when it was their turn, she spoke. Annie, I'd like 2 cones. Junior, what flavor would you like? Chocolate, I suppose. All right, chocolate and also strawberry. Fu Chuan hastily paid, and once they had stepped away from the line, Shen Shutang dramatically produced 2 tickets for the Ferris wheel. I originally bought 3, but seemsing air can't make it. Today, Junior, you will accompany me for a midnight ride on the Ferris wheel. Fu Chuan grasped her intent and responded, I've heard tales of this Ferris wheel. It is said that wishes made at the pinnacle during the transition from day to night will come true, though it may be a marketing gimmick. It holds great appeal for the young, as evidenced by the couples circling around it. Securing tickets for the final ride before dawn requires advance reservations. A smile graced Shen Shutang's lips. Actually, this was my mother's idea. Fu Chuan blinked in surprise. Huh. The restaurant where we dined and this Ferris will both hold special significance for my parents. Later, when my father's career stabilized and became increasingly busy, he had little time for my mother. She longed for the past and visited this area alone. Upon witnessing the Ferris wheel's dwindling business, she decided to purchase it and withdrew from the wish-making program. After marketing it online, it became quite popular. As Shen Shutang recounted her mother's story, she exhaled deeply. Thus, I come here to pray for significant matters. It truly works, Junior. Fu Chuan gaze is softened. If Senior says it works, it must indeed be true. As it was their turn to board the Ferris wheel, it began its gradual ascent, and, as the scenery below receded, Shen Shutang nostalgically remarked, Last year, when Air and I came, it happened to snow in G City. The Ferris wheel almost couldn't operate, with a blanket of snow below. Only the city lights, shining bright, never extinguished. It was truly beautiful. Even now, it is beautiful. This site is a gift from you, Senior. Were it not for you, I might never have had the chance to visit here. Fu Chuan expressed his gratitude. Shen Shutang raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile gracing her features. Junior, you have a sweet tongue. Just as they reached the peak during their 3rd rotation, it struck midnight. Shen Shutang had already prepared for her prayer, closing her eyes earnestly to make her wish. Fu Chuan had already decided on his wish before boarding, and as he opened his eyes to glance at Shen Shutang, he noticed she took 10 seconds longer to open hers. Quickly, he averted his gaze to avoid being caught stealing a glance at her. Shen Shutang gazed through the glass at the bustling nightscape, silent. Unable to resist, Fu Chuan let his gaze drift back to her, quietly accompanying her, sensing an uncontainable sadness welling in her eyes. Suddenly, Shen Shutang spoke softly, Junior, my parents once made a wish for a lifetime partnership here while in college. This is something my mother secretly told me. I still recall the joy in her eyes when she recounted that wish. But later, my mother passed away. My father loved her deeply for a long time, but eventually lost his way, forgot their promise, and remarried, having children with someone else. Chapter 73. One must live well. Even between 2 individuals deeply in love, when one passes away, the other gradually embarks upon a new chapter in life, forsaking the past and the promises made. Though in the stillness of night, the heart-wrenching pain may resurface, it eventually heals. What kind of fervent emotion could have compelled one to utter the resolute phrase, You are the one for me in this lifetime? Fu Chuan pressed his lips together. Senior, I believe Annie does not wish for Chairman Shun to remain ensnared by the past, including you. I understand that my father's actions are justified. His life belongs to him alone, and no one has the right to selfishly hinder him from commencing anew. I merely feel that prayer is an inherent human luxury, and promises will fade with time. I have long sought the protection of the divine to realize my aspirations. For Shen Shutang, this was merely a form of psychological solace. She had long recognized that the prayers uttered at dawn on the Ferris wheel would not be heeded by the heavens. Otherwise, how could fate be so cruel as to snatch away her mother's life, separating 2 souls who had loved each other for so long? It will come true, Senior. Fu Chuan smiled at Shen Shutang, because I made a wish just now. May your life, Senior, grant you all that you desire. May your thoughts manifest into reality, and may your aspirations be illuminated by the stars. I wish for you to sail through the storms and eventually shine brightly. Each word was deliberate and resolute. Junior. Shen Shutang gazed at Fu Chuan, taken aback. She had not anticipated that his wish was not for himself, but for her. A warm surge enveloped her, transforming the coldness of the night into a comforting embrace. Shen Shutang clenched her right fist to her chest, giving a thumbs up. Thank you. This was the sign language of gratitude. She wished she could be a magician, transforming into a bouquet of orchids to express her current sentiment. Thank you, Fu Chuan. for always providing me with strength to move forward when I am lost in melancholy and remembrance of the past. Thank you, Fu Chuan, for pulling me from the quagmire of confusion with your words. This was something only Fu Chuan could accomplish. With him by her side, Shun Shu Tang felt emboldened to confront any challenge, even a fervent prayer that had long lost hope. Merely a pursuit of the footsteps of her mother from her childhood memories. Noticing the flush on Shun Shu Tang's cheeks, Fu Chuan silently added, "Actually, the one who should be thanked is me. Without you, senior, I would still be trapped within the Fu family, unable to break free. Having lost so much in my previous life, I must reclaim it all in this one. It is far too difficult to achieve this alone. Everything has been made bearable because of your presence, illuminating my path through the darkest and most arduous times. I believe our future will be radiant." Shun Shu Tang pressed her hand against the glass of the Ferris wheel, joyfully declaring, "Tomorrow will undoubtedly bring a day of clear skies, right?" "Indeed, just as your new literary achievements will surely shine." The junior had willingly squandered his wish for her success. This novel must become a milestone in her journey as a web novelist. Shun Shu Tang felt invigorated, eager to rush to her computer and write fervently. At that moment, a warm liquid gushed from her nostrils. Oh no! Shun Shu Tang instinctively covered her nose. "Senior." Fu Chuan hurriedly retrieved tissues to staunch the bleeding. A flurry of chaos ensued. Once the Ferris wheel halted, Fu Chuan assisted Shun Shu Tang to a nearby KFC, where there was warmth. After cleaning herself in the restroom, Shun Shu Tang emerged to meet Fu Chuan's concerned gaze and spoke up, "I'm fine, just an old issue. I didn't expect to have a nosebleed at this moment. How embarrassing. As long as you're okay, should we see a doctor? This condition has been evaluated many times. They say it will improve as I grow older when the blood vessels in my nose thicken." Shun Shu Tang seemed to be concealing something. Fu Chuan could not decipher her thoughts. As the time drew near, he opted to help Shun Shu Tang hail a taxi to send her home. "Let us head back to the apartment together. I'll be staying at the Xinen community tonight." "Okay." Upon returning to the apartment, Shun Shu Tang appeared somewhat downcast. Observing Fu Chuan's worried expression, she smiled. "Junior, we have school tomorrow. I should shower and rest early. Senior, if anything feels amiss, remember to call for me." "I'm fine. Do I look so fragile?" "It's just a little nosebleed. It's nothing serious. Now go." Once in her room, Shun Shu Tang took out her phone and quietly marked an X in her date log. Comparing dates, she realized her occurrences of nosebleeds had increased recently. Fortunately, this time there had been no signs of fatigue or immobility. It will be fine. It absolutely will. Shun Shu Tang took a deep breath, relieved to finally break free from the shackles of the past and embrace a life filled with passion. She would persevere for you, Inger, for Fu Chuan, for the steadfast readers and fans who supported her unconditionally, and for those who loved her. Fueled by her junior's prayers, Shun Shu Tang had no time to waste. She must write diligently, striving to create a work that surpasses her previous successes in the realm of fantasy literature. After showering, Fu Chuan lay in bed, restless, his mind filled with thoughts of Shun Shu Tang and whether her nosebleed had improved. Just then his phone vibrated. Instinctively, he picked it up, fearing it might be an emergency from Shun Shu Tang. Instead, he found a message from Fu Linger. "Fu Chuan, I think we should meet to discuss matters." Chapter 74, Regret. Fu Chuan couldn't be bothered to read it and tossed his phone aside. As long as Shun Shu Tang was safe, that was all that mattered. The Fu family? They were of no concern to Fu Chuan. Now it was Fu Linger who found herself unable to sleep. Learning from Fu Qingqing about Zhu Mei's actions regarding Fu Chuan had left her profoundly shaken. Reason told her that Zhu Mei could not possibly act in such a manner. The kind-hearted mother had no motive to harm Fu Chuan. As the wife of the chairman of the Fu Group, she wouldn't even dare to crush an ant. Yet, the accumulating evidence, coupled with Fu Qingqing's unwavering assertions, made Fu Linger question what Zhu Mei might be hiding. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, wine glass in hand, Fu Linger felt her message to Fu Chuan sink into silence. She could only comfort herself, reasoning that at this late hour, Fu Chuan must be asleep, preparing for classes the next day. However, even after drinking, sleep eluded her. As dawn broke, Fu Chuan still had not replied. Clearly, he had chosen to ignore her message. With his senior year underway, how could he have not checked his phone by now? Fu Linger, anxious for a response, had spent the night awake, fearing that a delayed reply might anger Fu Chuan. All the excuses she crafted to soothe herself merely transformed into a mask of despair, leaving her exposed and vulnerable. Fu Chuan, reluctantly accepting Fu Chuan's indifference, Fu Linger clenched her teeth, her emotions surging uncontrollably, causing her head to throb. Rubbing her temples, she slumped onto the sofa, overwhelmed by the pain. Why can Fu Chuan treat me so cruelly? As the future heir of the Fu Group, Fu Linger has taken the initiative to bow to Fu Chuan, feeling remorse for the actions taken against him by the Fu family. Shouldn't Fu Chuan be elated? Why then does he remain indifferent to Fu Linger's overtures? Could it be that Fu Chuan's previous pleas for Fu Linger's attention felt just as disheartening? During class, Fu Chuan's thoughts drifted to Shen Shutang. He contemplated reaching for his phone to inquire about her from Yu Inger, but ultimately decided against it. He hoped fervently that, as his senior had suggested, it was merely a case of fragile nasal blood vessels. He had heard of many adults experiencing similar conditions. Prying into Shen Shutang's privacy under the guise of concern for Yu Inger could easily breed disdain, and Fu Chuan refused to stoop to such behavior. During the lunch break, Fu Chuan intended to head to the computer drawing room to convert his benefactor's artwork into a digital format for submission. Suddenly, Tang Qian bounded in like a rabbit, exclaiming, "Fu Chuan, your work has been approved. It will be showcased in the school's public bulletin and on the WeChat official account, even made into a promotional video. Our Class 27 has completely outshone Class 28. The speed of this news was astonishing, even to Tang Qian. This clearly underscored the brilliance of Fu Chuan's work, as the school leadership had immediately endorsed it upon viewing. The classroom erupted in cheers, congratulating Fu Chuan, their admiration tinged with a hint of envy. Thankfully, Fu Chuan was the only prodigy among them. If there were more, they might not survive the competition. They feared he might become like a ruthless drug lord, wreaking havoc in their midst. Fu Chuan's demeanor remained placid. At this point, academic credits held little value for him, serving only to enhance his reputation among the students of G City No. 1 High School. Suddenly inspired, Fu Chuan dashed out of the classroom. Tang Qian called after him. "Hey, Fu Chuan, where are you going?" Fu Qingqing involuntarily found herself at the door of the drawing computer management room, where Fu Chuan often spent his time. Peering through the window, she observed him passionately engrossed in his creative process, utterly absorbed. The earnestness of this young man captivated her attention, yet the guilt within her deepened. Why had she not recognized Fu Chuan's talent sooner? Why had she not treated him better in the past? Why had she been oblivious to the cruel actions of Zhu Mei towards Fu Chuan? Countless words choked in her throat, leaving her speechless and overwhelmed with regret. Upon learning that Zhu Mei had nearly caused Fu Chuan's demise, Fu Qingqing's sense of guilt reached its zenith, leaving her unsure of how to face him. Relegated to merely observing from a distance, Fu Chuan would not forgive the Fu family, nor would he return to them. Ultimately, Fu Qingqing would lose a talented brother, burdened by guilt. "Fu teacher, what are you doing here?" Just then, the director of education strolled by and noticed Fu Qingqing peering into the drawing computer management room, prompting him to inquire with concern. "Ah, Director Zhang." Fu Qingqing hadn't anticipated being caught in the act of watching Fu Chuan, a flush of embarrassment crossing her features. As she prepared to explain, Director Zhang leaned in to look through the window and exclaimed, "I sent that Fu Chuan inside? This young man is extraordinary. Not only has he been recommended by Professor Hao Zhe to participate in a provincial competition, but his submission for the school's Christmas event received unanimous praise from the teachers. He is bound to have an illustrious future. He brings honor to G City No. 1 High School." Director Zhang was lavish in his praise for Fu Chuan. He had been one of the reviewers when Fu Chuan first entered the school, and he had sensed an exceptional spark in him, a talent that transcended that of other students. An orphan who had not received formal education, Fu Chuan had taught himself through online courses, showcasing immense potential that, with proper guidance, would surely lead to greatness. Indeed, in just a few months at school, Fu Chuan's abilities had flourished remarkably. He was truly a genius among geniuses. Yes, Fu Chuan is truly exceptional. The taste of bitterness flooded Fu Qingqing's mouth as she uttered this statement, feeling utterly miserable. Everyone else had recognized Fu Chuan's brilliance early on, nurturing and anticipating the day he would emerge from his cocoon. Only she had been blind, unable to see Fu Chuan's merits, mistakenly believing that Fu Zichen surpassed him by leaps and bounds, unaware that the real fools were they, blinded and ultimately humbled by Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan wished desperately to feign ignorance of Fu Qingqing and Director Zhang's presence. However, Director Zhang's voice was unavoidably loud, as if deliberately intended for Fu Chuan to hear. Understanding the nuances of human relationships, Fu Chuan set aside his work and stepped out to greet them. "Hello, Director Zhang." "Hello, Fu teacher." Fu Qingqing recognized her presence was merely incidental. Had Director Zhang not been there, Fu Chuan would not have emerged at all. Listening to Director Zhang's effusive praise for Fu Chuan, she lowered her head, unable to utter a word, as if enduring a cruel punishment, fearing that Fu Chuan had discovered her secret observation. In Fu Chuan's presence, Fu Qingqing felt stripped of any semblance of sisterly dignity. "Keep it up, Fu Chuan. You have the chance to participate in the provincial high school painting competition. If you encounter any difficulties, please let us know. Our school will do its utmost to support you." With your talent, achieving a commendable ranking should be a mere formality. Fu Chuan had been waiting for Director Zhang to say this, seamlessly requesting resources and assistance for Fu Chuan's participation in the competition. With so much on his plate, delegating these time-consuming matters to the school was a win-win situation, as G City No. 1 High School would benefit from the accolades of its students. Of course. Then, Fu teacher, you will assist Fu Chuan, Director Zhang proposed. Me? Fu Qingqing, who had been staring down at the ground, was suddenly called out, stunned by Director Zhang's suggestion. Assist Fu Chuan? Of course, I will be willing, but I fear Fu Chuan may not be so amenable. Inevitably, Fu Chuan interjected. I heard that Fu teacher has been busy with matters at home lately and may not have the time. Director Zhang raised an eyebrow. Is that so, Fu teacher? Fu Chuan's cold, resolute demeanor was expected, yet still pained Fu Qingqing. Perhaps it was the excessive distance that had formed between them. Or perhaps Fu Chuan's indifference ignited a surge of defiance within her, prompting her to exclaim impulsively, I will do my utmost, Director Zhang. Good. Then I will trouble you. Fu teacher, Director Zhang replied, leaving with a smile. Fu Chuan looked at the Fu Qingqing in disbelief. What is wrong with you? Fu Chuan, if it weren't for Director Zhang's request, I wouldn't even consider helping you. Fu Qingqing attempted to downplay her involvement, claiming it was merely a favor. Yet, Fu Chuan's next words betrayed his true feelings. Then just pass it off to another teacher. If you're the one helping me, I'd rather do it myself. The burden was unwelcome. It was far better than becoming entangled with the Fu family again. Fu Chuan had finally extricated himself from their grasp and would never allow himself to be mired in that quagmire again. Fu Chuan, do you find me so repugnant? Setting aside our sibling ties, my capabilities would indeed be of great assistance to you in the provincial high school painting competition. Do you not desire to achieve a commendable rank in the competition, enabling Professor Hauser, who holds you in high regard, to seamlessly guide you into the Star Sea Academy of Arts? Fu Qingqing's mental state was teetering on the edge of collapse. Despite her every effort to fortify her resolve and adhere to Fu Linger's counsel to treat Fu Chuan with indifference, disregarding his every action, Fu Chuan's every utterance struck her like a blade, leaving her defenseless and disarmed. In any relationship, the first to feel guilt, the first to care, and the first to cast aside dignity in a futile attempt to alleviate their pain is invariably the eternal loser. Once that individual was Fu Chuan. Now, the mantle has shifted to Fu Qingqing, a true reversal of fortune. I shall secure a commendable rank and gain admission to the Star Sea Academy of Arts. The process will remain unchanged with or without you. Furthermore, your presence is quite repugnant. Fu Qingqing, did you truly believe I would revert to being your obedient brother, your sycophant? Now that I am self-sufficient, supporting my studies, I am no longer intimidated by you. With that statement, Fu Chuan turned his back and entered the computer graphics management room without a glance back. Regardless of what Fu Qingqing contemplated, Fu Chuan was indifferent. Having once been a mere dog to the Fu family in his past life, sacrificing dignity to curry favor, only to be cast aside when his life hung in the balance, he realized that all their energy and attention had been directed towards Fu Zichen, awakening him to a profound clarity. Some hearts are impervious to warmth. Perhaps Fu Qingqing's transformation stemmed from Fu Chuan's abrupt withdrawal after years of servitude, no longer willing to flatter, leaving her uncomfortable and yearning for reconciliation. Had Fu Chuan continued as the Fu family sycophant, they would have summoned him at will, unchanged from the past. If a relationship must culminate in a victor and a vanquished, Fu Chuan would resolutely claim the title of victor. He would not foolishly repeat the mistakes of his prior existence, squandering this rare opportunity for rebirth. He only needed to fulfill his promise to Xin Shutong, striving alongside her to gain admission to the Starman Academy of Arts and become a world-renowned artist. As Fu Chuan closed the door to the computer graphics management room and resumed his diligent work, Fu Qingqing's heart felt as though it were being mercilessly sliced, murmuring, No, Fu Chuan, I do not wish for you to be my sycophant. I truly regret my actions. I am your sister, your blood sister. We cannot become enemies. Such words would reach Fu Chuan's ears, but even if they did, he would remain unperturbed. When the moments of care were squandered, it was too late to lament the loss. There is no turning back in life, no remedy for regret. What is lost is irrevocably lost. All one can hope for is mutual well-being and the absence of disturbance. Once Fu Chuan completed the commission artwork and sent the electronic version to the patron, he took a sip of water, only to be greeted by a message from Shining Meow Meow Meow. Well done, great artist. I am thoroughly satisfied. Please continue your creative endeavors. Fist bump. Thank you, esteemed patron. Your generous support has propelled me to the top of the newcomer rankings. I'm immensely grateful. Bose. Shining Meow 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 confirmed the order and rewarded Fu Chuan with a rocket, wishing him great success in his artistic career. Observing this, Fu Chuan hastily responded, "Dear patron, truly there's no need. I'm already deeply touched by the volume of your orders. You can search for my username. I am quite generous toward the artists I admire. I possess ample wealth. All I require is your dedicated creativity. Do you understand?" Shining Meow 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 rewarded him with a super rocket, and the entire audience showered their blessings, propelling Fu Chuan to new heights. In an instant, users across the Picasso platform expressed their envy and admiration for Fu Chuan's homepage, having caught the attention of a legendary wealthy patron, an aspiration for countless artists. "Sister, do you still have leg hair? Please embrace me." Fu Chuan could only gratefully accept the patron's generosity. Who would ever refuse an abundance of wealth? At this moment, Fu Chuan needed money more than anyone else to forge a path towards the future, distancing himself from the Fu family. To encounter such a magnanimous and undemanding patron was indeed a stroke of fortune for Fu Chuan. All this good fortune was bestowed upon him by Qin Group. Thinking of the cherished senior, Fu Chuan clenched his fist. During the afternoon as professional class, Fu Zichen attended a meeting, leaving the topic for everyone to create independently. Fu Chuan paid no heed to the earlier incident with Fu Zichen and immersed himself wholeheartedly in his creative work. This was the best way he could contribute to Qin Group's success. After refining his work, he triumphantly greeted the class monitor and left, artwork in hand. On the playground, beneath the flamboyant phoenix flower tree, the weather had turned chilly and it was still class time. Today, there was no physical education class, rendering the expansive playground eerily vacant. Fortunately, Qin Group and Fu Chuan had made a wish by the Ferris wheel for a clear day tomorrow. The heavens answered their plea, bestowing a blue sky with fluffy white clouds and a warm sun that dispelled the chill, adding a touch of comfort to the atmosphere. Standing beneath the phoenix flower tree, Qin Group clasped her hands behind her, presenting a serene silhouette to onlookers. Her beautiful eyes squinted slightly against the bright sunlight as she gazed at the bare branches. Lost in thought, her mind swirling with countless reflections. Wearing headphones that transmitted Jay Chou's melodies. Clad in a blue and white striped winter school uniform with her hair tied in a ponytail, she radiated a vibrant, youthful energy. To Qin Group, the phoenix flower tree was an indelible part of her life's landscape, a cherished memory belonging to her parents. Unbeknownst to her, the image of Qin Group against the backdrop of the swaying phoenix flower tree, caressed by the gentle breeze, painted a breathtaking scene, an enduring memory etched in the hearts of many. At that moment, Fu Zichen was in the storage room on the playground, organizing sports equipment. Through the glass, he caught sight of Qin Group under the phoenix flower tree, his gaze fixated in admiration. Were it not for Qin Group's aloofness and the subsequent rise of the Qin Group, Fu Zichen would never have relinquished her. She was his first crush, his moonlight. As Fu Zichen lamented about Qin Group's indifference towards him, he couldn't help but feel superior to the orphaned Fu Chuan. Suddenly, a sound shattered his thoughts. Senior. Chapter 76. It seems that dying now would leave me with no regrets. Watching Fu Chuan approach with his artwork, brimming with excitement, just meters away from Qin Group, Fu Zichen felt his teeth clench in anger. Out of sight, out of mind, Fu Zichen chose to leave through the back door of the storage room. Enjoy your triumph now, Fu Chuan. Once the Qin Group rises again, and I seize complete control of Qin Jian, I shall be the son-in-law of the Qin family, capable of commanding the winds and the rain. At that point, you, the estranged true heir of the Fu family, will be unworthy of even carrying my shoes. Upon hearing Fu Chuan's footsteps, Qin Group removed her headphones and turned to him with a smile. "Junior, what brings you here in such haste?" "This is a gift for you. Take a look." Fu Chuan presented his artwork to Qin Group. As she accepted it and gazed at the piece, her beautiful eyes shimmered with emotion. The painting depicted a spinning Ferris wheel, with a boy and a girl at the highest point, eyes closed. Hands clasped in earnest prayer to the starry sky. A glimmer of light shone upon them, illuminating their closed eyes, and the entire piece, rendered in a whimsical style, captured attention instantly. "What do you think, senior? Do you like it?" Observing the excitement and anxiety radiating from Fu Chuan, Qin Group took a deep breath. "This is the best gift I have ever received." "Thank you, Junior." Fu Chuan finally felt a sense of relief. As long as senior sister is happy, that is enough. During breakfast, I noticed that she seemed a bit out of sorts, so I thought of creating this painting for her to lift her spirits. Silly me. It was actually because I couldn't sleep last night, pouring my heart into writing until dawn, which left me catching up on sleep at my desk today. Qin Group leaped up and playfully patted Fu Chuan's head. Fu Chuan scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. Thankfully, Qin Groups fatigue today was not due to the nosebleed incident from yesterday, but rather from her diligent writing. Fu Chuan realized he had worried for nothing. In short, it was truly wonderful that everything was fine. Shen Shu Tang glanced at the horizon, extending her hand to catch the fragmented warmth of the sun, her voice free and languid. Hey, Junior, do you know what I was just thinking? Was senior sister thinking about me? Is there something you need? Fu Chuan deliberately ignored her question, dismissing it as a fleeting boyish whim. Hee, Junior, you've become quite mischievous. Shen Shu Tang saw through Fu Chuan's playful intent and smiled faintly. I was actually thinking how fortunate I am to attend this high school. This place holds memories of my parents' love, where I followed in my mother's footsteps and created joyful memories with my best friend Yuing Air during our high school years. In this moment, Shen Shu Tang reflected on how arriving at this school allowed her to meet Fu Chuan. In her final year of high school, she encountered a warm ray of sunlight that illuminated the darkness of her life. Fu Chuan gazed at the stunning girl before him and instinctively replied, I feel the same way. Huh? What are you saying? Fu Chuan spoke softly, and Shen Shu Tang couldn't quite catch his words, blinking at him in curiosity. I said it's wonderful to be at this school, and to meet you, senior sister, during my senior year after transferring to G City High School. Fu Chuan presented her with a sincere smile, causing Shen Shu Tang to momentarily lose her composure, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Fu Chuan, aren't you a bit shy saying these things? Not at all. These are my heartfelt sentiments. Why would I feel shy about them? Fu Chuan looked at her in confusion. All right, perhaps I seem a bit bashful, but I must tell you, I am truly grateful for the decision I made to leave everything behind to attend the Copyright Development Conference. That is how I ended up repeating a year at G City High School and meeting such a talented junior like you. Shen Shu Tang tilted her head, the gentle breeze playing with a few strands of her hair. With a smile, she closed her eyes, placing her hand over her heart to listen to its steady, fervent rhythm, sincerely praying, It is truly wonderful to meet you, Junior. Shen Shu Tang was unaware of how many times she had expressed such sentiments to Fu Chuan. Each time he enlightened her, rescued her, and dispelled the darkness within, she found herself cultivating this thought. Listening to her inner voice, she realized how fortunate she was to have crossed paths with Fu Chuan. Indeed, it felt as if she would have no regrets even in death. Yet, she still wished to live, to cherish this happiness and beauty, and to continue moving forward with Fu Chuan. Me too, senior sister. Meeting you has given me motivation, showing me that there are so many people worth cherishing in life, and that I should let go of those who no longer belong in my world. This painting may not hold any monetary value, but it embodies all my heartfelt intentions, my energy, my passion, created solely for you, senior sister. It is the best way a poor student like me can express my feelings. I'm truly glad you like it. Chapter 77. The younger brother is still small. Tang Tang, you must be understanding. Fu Chuan's gentle and bright smile melted into the dappled warmth of sunlight, unintentionally making Shen Shu Tang's nose tingle. Oh no, why do my eyes feel misty? Silly, everything you give me is priceless. Even if you offered Van Gogh's 13th sunflower in exchange, I would steadfastly choose your painting. For Shen Shu Tang, the world's renowned masterpieces were merely cold frames, devoid of meaning. She had no desire to collect such things. Every piece Fu Chuan gifted her was imbued with love, uniquely crafted for her, to be cherished and revisited in her quiet moments. Evoking memories of sunny days spent on the rooftop beneath the flamboyant trees, where a talented and genuine junior brought her warmth and inspiration. Deep down, Shen Shu Tang understood that what she truly desired was not the painting itself, but the heartfelt sentiment behind it, the vibrant, beating heart that cared for her. That person was Fu Chuan, and how wonderful that was. Then let's not do that. Senior sister, you can have Van Gogh's 13th sunflower. I can paint as many as you want. We have plenty of time. Fu Chuan spoke with mock seriousness, successfully eliciting laughter from Shen Shu Tang, who managed to hold back her tears, playfully tapping his arm. You silly Fu Chuan. Senior sister, that hurts. Stop pretending. When Shen Shu Tang returned home with Fu Chuan's artwork, her heart was full, and her steps were light. The butler approached. Miss, the master is in the study and requests you come by after you return. Understood. Has Uncle Shun and the others returned? Madam took the young master for swimming lessons and has not yet returned. Oh. Shen Shu Tang's eyes dimmed slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. The title that once belonged to her mother had become a moniker for another woman. She knew she shouldn't be so petty. Even though her father had made promises to her mother, and though her mother had passed, her father's love for her was enough. She couldn't selfishly demand that he live his life without moving on. The handwritten past was ultimately just that, past. Compared to her father, Shen Shu Tang's actions towards her mother in her childhood had been far worse, hadn't they? Yet Uncle Shun used to care about her feelings, referring to her as Miss, but now he had finally changed to calling her Madam. Time would eventually dissipate everything, and the person once nestled in her memories was gradually becoming hazy. Shen Shu Tang had to learn to adapt to it all. Placing Fu Chuan's artwork in a designated room, she approached the study door and gently knocked. Come in. Shen Shu Tang, pushed the door open in response. Inside, her father. Shen Shan He donned gold-rimmed glasses, slicked back hair, and an elegantly tailored white shirt with dress pants. Shen Shu Tang stepped forward. Dad, is there something you wanted to discuss with me? Tang Tang, how'd you been at school lately? Pretty well. Shen Shan He and Shen Shu Tang exchanged small talk about life. Although it was a father-daughter conversation, an invisible wall seemed to divide them, creating a sense of despair, akin to an insurmountable chasm. Shen Shu Tang felt it was less about habit and more about numbness. Isn't it almost time for the full-body checkup? Scheduled for the 5th of next month? Yes. Shen Shan He fell silent for a moment. Tang Tang, on that day, I will accompany your aunt to your brother's kindergarten parent meeting. Afterward, I will visit you at the hospital. You are now an adult. You are so sensible. It won't be a problem, right? Shen Shan He was not asking for Shen Shu Tang's opinion. He was making a decision. A comprehensive health check requires an entire day, and Shen Shutong, now an adult, is remarkably intelligent and understanding. With Yu Inger by her side, this minor inconvenience poses no issue. Shen Zongwei is still quite young, attending his first parent-teacher meeting at the prestigious kindergarten, necessitating Shen Shanhe and his wife, Jiang Li, to make an appearance and pave the way for Shen Zongwei's early educational journey. This arrangement is undoubtedly the most favorable. Shen Shutong was taken aback. In the past, whenever she underwent a full medical examination, Shen Shanhe would forego all obligations to accompany her to the hospital. Now, he has chosen to attend Shen Zongwei's parent meeting first, before coming to hospital to review Shen Shutong's test results. This decision signifies that in Shen Shanhe's heart, a hierarchy has already been established between the half-siblings. Shen Shutong is no longer his most cherished daughter, with Shen Zongwei taking precedence as his first. This realization struck her deeply. Shen Shutong had long anticipated this day would eventually arrive, sensing it as Shen Shanhe began to forget the belongings of their mother, Feng Dai, and grew increasingly fond of his second wife and their child, gradually neglecting Shen Shutong. However, she never expected it to occur today. The joy she felt because of Fu Chuan was abruptly plunged into a chasm of despair, her spirit sinking into darkness as her eyes gradually lost their luster. Tang Tang? Shen Shanhe noticed something was amiss with Shen Shutong and inquired, Is something wrong? Dad, if all is well, I'll take my leave. Shen Shutong turned to depart. Tang Tang. Shen Shanhe quickly stepped forward to grasp her arm. If you have something to say, just voice it. Is it wrong for your father to arrange things this way? I am striving to balance matters between you and your brother. He is still young and naive, requiring more care. Please, do not make it difficult for me. Father, you are absolutely correct. Your actions are commendable and beyond reproach. Shen Shutong cast a gaze filled with despair towards Shen Shanhe. As the elder sister, I have reached adulthood and must yield to my younger brother. The labels of being understanding and mature were thrust upon Shen Shutong, as if they were a shroud that Shen Shanhe himself had woven. What more could Shen Shutong say? No amount of argument could compensate for the loss of her biological mother or the reality that her biological father was increasingly inclined towards his second wife and half-brother. Any further dispute was futile. The moment their mother passed, Shen Shanhe chose to remarry and have children of his own, sealing Shen Shutong's fate. The Shen family was gradually becoming a place where Shen Shutong no longer belonged, akin to a fish whose habitat was relentlessly constricted, nearing suffocation. The only hope for survival lay in breaking free from the confines of the fishbowl she had occupied since birth and swimming towards the vast ocean. Tang Tang, as long as you understand, it's enough. Your father has seen that your novel has been published and is doing remarkably well. You will surely become the pride of the Shen family. You are so intelligent, beautiful, and understanding, unlike your mischievous brother, who is quite the handful. Shen Shanhe adorned Shen Shutong with praises that were sincere expressions of his heart. A prodigious novelist, she had shone brightly during her high school years, selling the rights to her work and establishing herself as a literary powerhouse. With her stunning beauty and exemplary academic performance, Shen Shutong was the epitome of excellence, the focal point of any gathering, and the envy of countless parents wishing for children like her, which filled Shen Shanhe with immense pride. This was indeed the best arrangement. The parent-teacher meeting commenced with Shen Shanhe and Jiang Li supporting Shen Zongwei, followed by a visit to Shen Shutong in the hospital. One child in each arm, Shen Shanhe sought to maintain the interests of the Qin Group, not wishing to squander time. He had done all that a good father could do. For reasons unknown, Shen Shanhe felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of meeting Shen Shutong's gaze. Dad, what is the name of the male lead in my news story? Shen Shutong suddenly inquired. Shen Shanhe was momentarily taken aback. What is his name again? Chapter 78. It turns out that the understanding child has never received any sweets. Shen Shanhe had glanced at the synopsis of Shen Shutong's newly released novel, but the specifics escaped him Too many events had transpired recently for him to recall. At this moment, he felt utterly unprepared. Dad truly is a forgetful man of means. In that instant, Qin Shutan's heart shattered completely. Her eyes dimmed, transforming into a stagnant pool devoid of ripples. With no lingering attachment, she withdrew her hand from Shun Shanha's grasp and turned to leave. Qin Shudong had once believed that time would allow her to retain a place within the Shun family. However, on this day, all self-deceiving illusions were irrevocably shattered. From now on, she would have to rely solely on herself. She was alone, with nothing left to anticipate. Dad, do you know? The reason I strive to become a novelist is not only to fulfill my dreams, but also to become your pride. Shun Shanha. I wish for you to notice me more, to carve out a space for me in your heart, rather than allowing it to be entirely occupied by your second wife and brother. Ultimately, this minuscule wish was obliterated by you, annihilated utterly, leaving not a trace behind, transforming into the very weapon that pierced my heart. I am understanding. I possess great talent. I am not as small as my brother, who causes you worry. Yet you overlook that my transformation into this way was all in pursuit of securing a little more space in your heart. It turns out that the understanding child has never received any sweets. It turns out that the noisy child is always the one most cherished. Now, nothing holds significance anymore. Observing Qin Shutang's retreating figure, Shun Shana yearned to call her back, but found himself at a loss for words. In the end, he could only let out a long sigh. Qin Shanha had ultimately messed things up. He is but an ordinary man, not an omniscient deity, incapable of balancing the needs of his new family with that of his ex-wife's daughter. Tang Tang, I am sorry. Please forgive your father. I truly lack the energy to be the father you deserve. I hope you can understand. Your brother is still young, and you are so understanding. You will empathize with me. Shun Shana spoke as if addressing Shun Shutong, yet it felt more like a self-reassurance. Ding, ding, ding. His phone rang. Seeing that it was Jiangli calling, he answered. What is it? Dear, Zhongwei is throwing a tantrum in the car, refusing to get out. You need to come and carry him. I understand, that little rascal. Shun Shanha shook his head with exasperation and tucked his phone into his pocket, obediently heading off to tend to his son. Qin Shudong returned to her room, collapsing on her bed, feeling as heavy as if she were laden with lead. Exhausted, she longed to remain still. A piercing ache spread through her very being. It turns out that some individuals possess the power to plunge a person from heaven to hell with a mere utterance, more devastating than the brilliance of a white moon. Closing her eyes, the visage of Fu Chuan's smiling face surfaced in Shun Shutong's mind. Fu Chuan, her junior. In this world, you are the only one who can truly understand me, aren't you? Meanwhile, Fu Chuan was in the apartment, diligently working on a commission for the shining meow, meow, meow. With such a generous patron, he naturally poured his heart into his work. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away until it was nearly 9 in the evening. After sending the sketches to shining meow, 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 Fu Chuan stood up and stretched. Grr. His stomach growled in protest, nearly empty. After tidying up the art supplies, Fu Chuan made his way downstairs, intending to grab a quick meal at a nearby establishment. As he stepped outside the apartment, he exhaled, "It's so cold." Fu Chuan, an angry voice called out, stopping Fu Chuan in his tracks. Turning around, he saw Qin Jian, her cheeks flushed from the cold, standing before him. On such a frigid day, Qin Jian, in her pursuit of beauty, donned a short skirt paired with white stockings, neglecting to wear even a down jacket or a scarf on her upper body, opting instead for a black leather coat. Fu Chuan mused that Qin Jian had remained unchanged throughout her life, still as foolish as ever, daring to crouch outside like this. Was she eager to rush off for a banquet? How dare she toy with me last time? Today, when I went to G City, no. One high school to find you. Why were you absent? Where did you run off to? This afternoon, Qin Jian had deliberately set aside time to visit G City, no. One high school. After much effort inquiring, she discovered Fu Chuan's classroom, only to find that he had already finished class early and was nowhere to be found, leaving her empty-handed. To avoid her efforts being in vain, she decided to wait beneath Fu Chuan's apartment building, suppressing her frustration to unleash it upon him. However, Fu Chuan made her wait for an excruciatingly long time, nearly freezing her to death. Achoo! Qin Jian let out a resounding sneeze, with mucus streaming down her face. Fu Chuan immediately stepped aside, and upon witnessing this, Qin Jian's anger escalated. Fu Chuan, are you even a man? Here I am, a woman on the verge of catching a cold, and you hide away. Can't you at least hand me a handkerchief to wipe my nose? Who do you think you are to be so concerned? Why not focus on a global warming issue instead? Fu Chuan rolled his eyes dramatically, too apathetic to engage with Qin Jian's antics. His stomach growled, and he hastily decided that satisfying his hunger at the official hotel was the most sensible course of action. You! Qin Jian was furious, charging at Fu Chuan with the intent to strike him. As the daughter of the Qin family, Born with a silver spoon in her mouth and the center of attention, no one dared to be disrespectful in her presence, all striving to please her. Yet, this unvalued young master of the Fu family repeatedly humiliated her, while even Fu Zichen had to play the role of her devoted admirer. Why did Fu Chuan think he could act this way? Fu Chuan, well aware of Qin Jian's temperament, dodged her as she lunged, causing her to fall unceremoniously to the ground. He then pulled out his phone and called Qin Jian's father, Qin Haoran. "Hello, who is this?" Just then, Qin Jian emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Qin Haoran's expression shifted. "Xiao Jian? Xiao Jian, where are you? Who are you with? What happened to Xiao Jian?" "Uncle Qin, it's Fu Chuan. Qin Jian has been waiting outside my apartment building and has now injured herself. I'm at my wit's end. Could you please send someone to take her home and stop her from bothering me?" "Xiao Jian is bothering you." Qin Haoran paused, then quickly realized Qin Jian's true intentions. She was likely attempting to leverage Fu Chuan to suppress Fu Zichen, whom she despised for being a frail, terminally ill individual. Despite Fu Zichen's efforts, Qin Jian had no intention of marrying him and was devising ways to dissolve their engagement. The best way to achieve this was to win over Fu Chuan, thereby fulfilling the engagement without offending the Fu family and avoiding marriage to Fu Zichen. A perfect solution. "I understand, Fu Chuan. Please send me the address. I will go pick Xiao Jian up immediately. I apologize for the trouble she has caused you." "It's no trouble at all, Uncle Qin." Fu Chuan knew Qin Haoran's character. He was an amiable and approachable elder, yet had spoiled such an unruly daughter. Each individual has their flaws, after all. Little did he know, Qin Haoran pocketed his phone and glanced at Fu Zichen, whose expression was notably grim. With a forced smile, he said, "Zichen, perhaps you should head back for now. Xiao Jian has encountered a bit of a situation." Chapter 79. What is love in this world? It compels life and death to be intertwined. Fu Zichen had overheard everything. Damn it, Qin Jian actually sought out Fu Chuan in secret, and not just once. It was obvious to anyone with half a brain that she rejected Fu Zichen, wanting to pursue Fu Chuan instead to annul their engagement. If it weren't for the formidable backing of the Qin family, which was on the rise, he wouldn't have stooped to being a devoted admirer of a spoiled heiress like Qin Jian. Did he truly believe Fu Zichen would be interested in her? There were countless women more beautiful and capable. Fu Zichen was determined not to let Fu Chuan benefit from this situation, unwilling to repeat the mistakes of his past life. With the advantage of his rebirth, he had reclaimed the Mountain Water Love Spring painting and intended to secure Qin Jian for himself, utterly eclipsing Fu Chuan. He could only wear the metaphorical green hat and feign concern, saying, "Uncle Qin, what happened to Xiao Jian? I must accompany you to find her." Qin Haoran appeared troubled. If they drove over and Fu Zichen encountered Qin Jian with Fu Chuan, how would that play out? Any man would find it intolerable to wear a green hat, especially when the other party was Fu Chuan, his own brother. If this situation escalated, the Fu family would surely blame the Qin family. "Uncle Qin, I know I'm not very bright and don't appeal to Xiao Jian, but I truly care for her. I'm willing to give everything for her happiness. Please, I'm genuinely worried about her." Seeing Fu Zichen's earnest and pitiful demeanor, Qin Haoran couldn't help but sigh. What is love in this world? It compels life and death to be intertwined. A man so deeply in love with Qin Jian, bound by childhood promises, would have been a cause for celebration in any other circumstance. Yet, Fu Zichen was a terminally ill man, and there was no chance Qin Jian could ever fall for him. Fu Zichen's infatuation with her only compounded Qin Haoran's frustrations. Given Fu Zichen's earnestness, Qin Haoran found it hard to refuse, simply stating, "Let us go." Fu Chuan sent the address to Qin Haoran, who quickly replied, indicating that Fu Zichen happened to be at the Qin residence and wanted to accompany him to retrieve Qin Jian. Hoping Fu Chuan would keep his distance to avoid an awkward situation, Fu Chuan raised an eyebrow. The reborn Fu Zichen was indeed relentless, willing to go to great lengths to reclaim the title of son-in-law to the Qin family. Fu Chuan found himself secretly rooting for Fu Zichen to quickly win over Qin Jian to spare him further disturbances from her. After her fall, Qin Jian, dressed inadequately for the weather, was sitting by the roadside, her knee throbbing with pain and bleeding profusely. She gasped from the agony and cried out to Fu Chuan. "Fu Chuan, are you blind? I've fallen like this, freezing and starving, and you still won't take me to get treated. Your father and Fu Zichen will be here soon to pick you up," Fu Chuan stated before swiftly departing, eager to avoid the impending chaos. Qin Jian was left dumbfounded. Not only had Fu Chuan called her father, but Fu Zichen was coming along too, even if she secretly wished for Fu Chuan to be her boyfriend. She certainly didn't want Fu Zichen to know about it. It was embarrassing, and Fu Chuan had really left. He didn't even look back. He abandoned her, a delicate, injured beauty, to suffer in the cold, ignoring her plight. Damn it, what kind of celestial being is Fu Zichen? He drives me insane. Clearly, none of the men from the Fu family are worth a damn. They're all scoundrels. For the first time, Qin Jian despised her own irresistible charm, which had attracted such a foolish admirer like Fu Zichen. It made her feel utterly disgusted. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan was at the official hotel in Sha County, enjoying steamed dumplings while scrolling through a renowned international artist's website to study the latest trends. Meow, 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 still hadn't he replied. It rained all night, and my love overflowed like the rain. Suddenly, Yu Inger called him. Fu Chuan pressed the answer button. Hello, Senior Yu, what's the matter? Fu Chuan, do you have a moment? Yu Inger's voice was low. Fu Chuan's brow furrowed imperceptibly as he asked. What's the matter, you Senior? I was supposed to treat Tang Tang to dinner today, but I sensed something was off with her. I want to check if anything happened today. Fu Chuan's heart tightened at her response. Oh, nothing happened. When the senior left school, she seemed quite cheerful. Or is it that Shen Shu Tang is still affected by last night's nosebleed? Does Fu Chuan not know? Yu Inger bit her lip. Let me inquire first. Please wait for my reply. All right. After Yu Inger hung up the phone and returned to the dining table, she noticed that Shen Shu Tang had hardly touched her food. Grasping Shen Shu Tang's hand, she asked with concern, Tang Tang, what's wrong? Your mood seems off today. Has someone been bothering you? Yingya. Shen Shu Tang lifted her murky eyes to meet Yu Inger's gaze, took a deep breath, and tried to muster some spirit. I would like to ask you for a favor. Yu Inger nodded vigorously. You can say anything, Tang Tang. We share a bond. I will certainly help you as much as I can. Could you accompany me to the hospital for my full-body checkup on the 5th of next month? Huh? Isn't that checkup something Uncle Shun always attends with you? He has to go to my brother's parent-teacher meeting and will come over only after the checkup. Seeing Shen Shu Tang force a smile that seemed more painful than tears, Yu Inger felt her heart ache, her eyes instantly reddening as warm tears streamed down her cheeks. Dang dang, woo-woo. Yu Inger rushed forward and tightly embraced Shen Shu Tang, finally understanding why Shen Shu Tang's spirits were so low today. The unspoken, unacknowledged issue had finally come to light. How could Uncle Shun be so cruel to Shen Shu Tang? He clearly knew how vital the regular checkups were to Shen Shu Tang's life. Yet he chose to accompany Shun's own way to a kindergarten parent meeting. Did Shen Shanha truly value his new wife and son more than Shen Shu Tang? It was profoundly heart-wrenching. All right, Inger, please don't cry. I'm coping just fine. Why are you the one so heartbroken? Shen Shu Tang even found herself comforting Yu Inger. Tang Tang, if it hurts, just let it out. Shen Shu Tang's lips twitched slightly, and she offered a bitter smile. I'm sorry, but I can't cry anymore. I prepared myself for this long ago. However, he is my biological father, and to say I feel no disappointment would be a lie. I'm sorry for worrying you tonight. Woo-woo. Seeing Shen Shu Tang, who was clearly so distressed, yet still comforting Yu Inger, only made Yu Inger sob harder. Fu Chuan, waiting in the apartment, felt restless. He picked up his phone multiple times, eager to check if Yu Inger had sent a message. Finally, a notification chimed. Fu Chuan quickly grabbed his phone. Very good. Very good. That's the spirit. Keep pushing yourself, sister. Your coins are all yours to splurge. A playful message from an artist. Thank you for your encouragement, benefactor. I will do my best. Fu Chuan engaged in a casual conversation about details such as concepts, clothing, and expressions with the artist. Before he knew it, it was already 11:30. Suddenly, thunder rumbled. Rain began to pour down heavily. It was late, and Yu Senior still hadn't sent any news. Though he was worried, he reasoned that no news was good news. They must have returned by now. The phone suddenly rang. Seeing Shen Shu Tang's name flash on the screen made Fu Chuan's heart leap. He quickly pressed the answer button. Senior? Junior? I forgot my umbrella. I'm downstairs at my Yijia. Could you come pick me up? On my way. Fu Chuan grabbed an umbrella and rushed downstairs. The Maiyijia store was already closed, leaving only a solitary light at the entrance. Shen Shu Tang squatted at the store's door, holding a backpack in front of her, her face shrouded in shadows. The yellow light illuminated her slender figure, and from Fu Chuan's perspective, she resembled a homeless child, forced to hide from the rain, abandoned by the world. She was crying. The rain fell heavily, occasionally mingled with chilling winds that struck Shen Shu Tang's body. Fu Chuan hurried over, shifting the umbrella towards her. Senior, you came, Junior. Shen Shu Tang lifted her face, reddened from the cold. After a night of despair, her dim eyes finally flickered with a glimmer of hope. Senior, it's cold here. Let us head back to the apartment. Fu Chuan held the umbrella with one hand and extended the other towards Shen Shu Tang. His rain-drenched hand was broad and warm, as if it were a beam of dawn piercing through the darkness, offering Shen Shu Tang a sense of salvation. Shen Shu Tang's gaze flickered momentarily before she grasped Fu Chuan's hand without hesitation. He helped her to her feet, and together they sheltered under the umbrella as they returned to the Sinan community. Senior, there's some leftover ginger in the fridge. I'll brew some ginger tea for you to warm you up so you don't catch a cold. Without waiting for Shen Shu Tang's response, Fu Chuan dashed to the fridge and started bustling in the kitchen. Shen Shu Tang couldn't help but smile slightly, a peculiar warmth coursing through her body. Taking a deep breath, she realized, despite still feeling leaden, that Fu Chuan was right. She couldn't afford to fall ill and worry those around her. Shen Shu Tang went to the bathroom, dried off, changed into clean clothes, and used a hairdryer to dry her hair. By the time she emerged, the ginger tea was ready. Senior, drink it while it's hot. Shen Shu Tang picked up the cup, cradling it in her palms, feeling the warmth radiating from within as she took sip after sip. Is it too spicy? Just right, Junior. Your skills are truly exceptional, far better than mine. Shen Shu Tang praised sincerely. The skills she had honed for unworthy individuals now found purpose in caring for her senior, making her suddenly appreciate the value of those experiences. Unworthy individuals. This phrase touched on Shen Shu Tang's hidden concerns, causing her gaze to dim slightly. Senior, has something happened? If you don't mind, could you share with me? Fu Chuan mustered the courage to ask. He had always hesitated to pry into others' privacy, understanding how difficult it could be to reveal such personal matters. Yet in this moment, he wanted to attempt to share Shen Shu Tang's burdens, just as her presence had illuminated the darkness in his life. Senior, what do you often listen to in your headphones? What thoughts linger in your mind when your eyes betray sadness? Would you share them with me? Junior, tonight I went out to dinner with Inger. She cried a lot, so much that she fell asleep from exhaustion after I took her home. I initially planned to stay with her for the night, but despite my sadness, my body felt heavy and I couldn't help but end up here. Some feelings were beyond you Inger's comprehension. And Shen Shu Tang didn't want her to understand. She merely wished for Inger to live happily, like a cherished princess adored by her family. Shen Shu Tang's most important friend, she hoped, would always bloom towards the sun and grow warmly through all seasons. The only person capable of entering Shen Shu Tang's heart and understanding her feelings at this moment was Fu Chuan. After enduring the blows from Shen Shanha, the first person who came to Shen Shu Tang's mind was Fu Chuan. Thus, Shen Shu Tang found herself here, recounting the events that transpired after their separation to Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan remained silent. In truth, I had long harbored a premonition indeed. Numerous signs began to indicate that my father's heart had increasingly relegated my position, now entirely usurped by my stepmother and younger brother. I had been deceiving myself for far too long, and this day arrived with alarming swiftness, catching me off guard. I had presumed that my father would at least not be absent on such a significant occasion. As she spoke, Shen Shu Tang's eyes brimmed with tears. Her feigned nonchalance only served to evoke deeper sympathy. She cupped her hands to her lips, exhaling forcefully, rubbed her palms together, and with a strained smile, tilted her head toward Fu Chuan. Yet, my father now seemed unwilling to even feign interest. I despondently realized that there existed no conversation between us. Each dialogue felt like a mere formality. He occupied a lofty position, akin to a superior inquiring about the mundane lives of subordinates, while I, his biological daughter, bound by blood, found our relationship reduced to something less intimate than that of mere strangers. In comparison to my stepmother and brother, I had become utterly inconsequential. Truly, it hurt deeply. Junior, do you know what thoughts occupied my mind as I retreated to my room, having utterly relinquished this familial bond? I pondered the unfortunate truth that, despite your earnest efforts to bring me joy, everything was effortlessly shattered by my father's words. I wished to be liberated, to acknowledge that one could live with strength alone, not wanting to betray your kindness. Yet I found myself incapable of embodying the fortitude you possess. He is my biological father, and every word he uttered bore a weight far more lethal than that of any cherished memory, leaving me utterly devastated and heartbroken. Finally, the tears became poetry. In this moment of collapse, the long-restrained tears of a young girl overflowed from her eyes. There was no hysteria, no frantic quarrels. The tears, emblematic of sorrow, flowed like a faucet turned wide open, unstoppable. Drip by drip, they shattered into fragments like blossoms.